I had just crossed over and became a penniless sculptor. Just when I thought I would perish in the catastrophe of divine revival, I bound myself to a god-tier sculpting system. Haicheng was under attack by the offspring of a Nordic Kraken, and the military was barely holding on. I started streaming with a backhanded flourish, carving the sacred Xuanwu statue of China from millennia-old ebony wood. With a single drop of blood as the catalyst, it gathered the collective faith of netizens nationwide, directly awakening the divine statue. Even just 1% of its divine might descended, and an ancient roar alone froze the movements of that arrogant giant demon's offspring. Chapter 1, Binding the Divine Carving System. At a certain military base in Haicheng, the command center. On the massive screen, satellite cloud images and maritime surveillance footage are displayed. On the sea, black whirlpools spread toward Shanghai City like a storm. The piercing alarm kept sounding as the staff busily checked various data readings on the screens. Codename Abyssal Ma, energy fluctuations continue to intensify. Less than 50 nautical miles from Shanghai City, a young technician shouted into the microphone on his headset. Conventional sonar deterrence ineffective. Abnormal energy readings exceed standard thresholds, highly suspected to be extraterrestrial divine forces. Frontline intelligence from Shanghai City's maritime defense reports the appearance of enormous black tentacles in the waters, with numerous fishing vessel wreckage scattered nearby. Confirmed, no survivors. The middle-aged commander in dark uniform, Zhou Zhenxiong, had an ashen face. His gaze was sharp, fixed on the expanding dark mass on the screen, while the air was thick with the salty sea breeze and an oppressive, suffocating tension. How's the evacuation going? How much longer do the civilians need to evacuate? Zhou Zhenxiong turned abruptly, his voice hoarse as he questioned his secretary. It will take at least 3 hours. The secretary's face paled slightly. Attention all. Before reinforcements arrive, we must hold out for at least 5 hours, no matter the cost. Zhou Zhenxiong's voice boomed through the command console, reaching every soldier's ears. Soldiers clad in blue military uniforms stood solemnly, their expressions fearless, with only resolute determination in their eyes. Defend the people, fight to the death without retreat. Someone took the lead, and a cry erupted from the orderly formation. Then, defend the people, fight to the death without retreat. Their resonant voices echoed across the heavens. Haicheng City, in a carving shop named Mountain and Sea Woodcraft, Lin Ko, who was live streaming, said somewhat helplessly, "Brothers, that's all for today's live stream. It seems there's a conflict by the seaside, and the broadcast announced we must evacuate within 3 hours. After saying this, he glanced at the number of viewers in the livestream, only a pitiful 2, and Link silently shut down the broadcast. Others who time travel either get cheat skills or are born into wealthy families. But when I time traveled, I was so poor my pockets were cleaner than my face, and now there's a war forcing me to evacuate." Lin Ko, a time traveler. At first, he thought this was just an ordinary world similar to Earth. However, strange events have recently begun occurring in various places like Jialing, Modu, and Yunxi. Earthquakes, tsunamis, dormant volcanoes erupting without reason, bizarre and deadly. According to informed sources, this is highly likely to be the rumored resurgence of mythology. But the Huaxia where Lin Ko currently resides has suffered severe mythological fractures, with ancient texts lost and believers few and far between. If the mythical revival is real, I wonder if the deities from Earth would have any power in Huaxia. I've got plenty in my head. Truth be told, the few coins in my hand can barely cover a taxi. Maybe I should take a gamble. Perhaps the game can restart? Even as he said this, Lin Ko's hands never stopped packing his things. Live if you must, die if you must. Looking at the carving knife on the table, Lin Ko quickly grabbed it. This is our means of survival. We can't do without it. At this very moment, the carving knife that had long become part of his body suddenly erupted with an intense burning sensation, as if it had been soaked in molten lava. The expected pain never came. Instead, an ancient and distant hum resonated, while obscure and cryptic runes surfaced along the blade. A grand and majestic voice exploded in his mind, as if traversing endless epochs, carrying the primordial chaos of the universe's dawn. The order of heaven and earth is in chaos, darkness runs rampant. The mortal realm teeters on the brink. The soul of heavenly craftsmanship, born to meet this calamity, divine carving system bound. Blade wielder Lin Ko, will you uphold the balance of the world? System note, completing carving missions will yield rewards. The system instructions were very straightforward, and Lin Ko understood them immediately. Detected foreign intrusion near the South China Sea. Initiating emergency protocol. Connect to the mission? The mission is coming so soon? Access. The Haicheng region is being harassed by the offspring of the North Sea Kraken. The carving water department's true deity is mobilizing to repel the invasion. Does the host accept? Upon hearing the mission, Link was instantly stunned. The Kraken? Isn't this the sign of Ragnarok in Norse mythology? There are many deities in Chinese mythology, and quite a few can resist the Kraken, but can my wooden carvings ward it off? As long as the carvings gain faith points, they can activate divine powers. That's how it is. Accept the mission. Task successfully accepted. Newcomer's gift package now being issued. Reward 1, Divine level carving technique, beginner, increases carving speed, upgradable. Reward 2, Nua's carving knife, enhances the charm of wood carvings, versatile functionality, replaces various models of carving knives. Reward 3, 1,000-year-old ebony. Lin Ke swiftly searched through memories of his past life. There were numerous water deities, and the Kraken's original form was that of an octopus. Then this deity must be the most suitable one. Moreover, to accomplish the mission, it seems retreat is no longer an option. Live broadcast starts. Once again, turning on the live stream. Set title, Listen Up, Northern Sea Evil Spirits, the Black Tortoise True Deity will teach you a lesson. %% address annotation, Haicheng City, Linsong Street number 213, Shanghai Woodcraft. Brothers, I'm live again. A sudden surge of people flooded into the live stream, most drawn by the address displayed in the title above. Host, are you out of your mind? Get out of there now. Exactly. I heard what happened in Haicheng isn't an ordinary natural disaster, it's a divine invasion. My brother's on the battlefield right now, he even left us a farewell letter. Condolences to the sister upstairs. The day will come when divine spirits return to China. Upstairs girl, my condolences, the day will come when divine spirits return to China, X123. The streamer must be desperate for money, riding the wave for clout at a time like this. In one's lifetime, the greatest regret is not earning a few bucks, and yet life is gone. Lin Ke noticed the live stream viewer count was on the verge of breaking 1,000 and smiled happily. This is the pinnacle of life. Though to outsiders it might seem like a crazy life. But completing the task shouldn't be a problem now. Then he turned on the mic and said, don't be afraid, everyone. Who says our Huaxia has no deities? Let me carve a true god of Xuanwu for you all. He had no rough draft, no hesitation, as if the form of the black tortoise divine beast had already been practiced 1,000 times in his heart. Nua's carving knife continuously shifted forms in her hand. With each pass of the blade, the ebony's hard surface was effortlessly sliced apart, every cut executed with precision and steadiness. What's he carving? Looks like a turtle? That's not right, look at the outline, there's even the shadow of a snake. It's Xuanwu, the fusion of turtle and snake, the divine guardian of the sea. Xuanwu, an informed spectator exclaimed in shock. At that very moment, the alarm at the base command center suddenly intensified. Report! The Abyss's maw is experiencing an energy surge. It's charging towards us at high speed, estimated to reach the base's outer defensive perimeter in 10 minutes. Chapter 2, The Gods Descend Amidst Universal Acclaim. The moment Lin Ke made his incision, the live stream exploded like a depth charge had been dropped. The viewer count, which had just broken 1,000, skyrocketed past the 100,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Bullet comments surged forth like a bursting flood, refreshing in torrents. Holy shit, is the streamer for real? Is Binhai City still livable right now? This title, Xuanwu the True God? Do we have such a deity in Huaxia? Upstairs, the black tortoise is one of the 4 divine beasts, guarding the north and governing water. This piece of wood seems quite unusual, doesn't it? It's just a gimmick. If we don't run now, are we waiting to die? Amidst a blend of skepticism and anticipation, countless eyes gazed through their screens, focused intently on the millennia-old ebony and that peculiar carving knife. At the same time, the South China Sea military base. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky as the outermost electromagnetic barrier of the base shattered like glass struck by a sledgehammer, instantly fracturing into countless cracks before collapsing completely. The ink-black seawater, reeking with a nauseating stench, surged in wildly. Commander, report. The first line of defense has fallen. The technician's voice trembled with despair. Zhou Xinxiang's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles beneath the combat uniform taut as steel. Activate the barrier plan. All combat units, hold the second line of defense at all costs. He roared out the command, his heart chillingly cold. The Bulwark Project was their final barrier, a defensive line forged from flesh and blood. Over the communication channel, the soldiers' resolute roars echoed, for our homeland, fight to the death without retreat. In the Shanghai Woodcraft store, Lin Ke remained oblivious to everything happening around him. His entire being was immersed in the act of carving. Carving progress, 50%. The Nua carving knife seemed to come alive between his fingers, sometimes light as a feather, other times weighty as 1,000 pounds. The piece of 1,000-year-old ebony, harder than steel, was now as pliable as the softest clay. Wood chips flew, each carrying a peculiar, faint fragrance. The outline of the black tortoise grew distinct under his hands at a visible pace. Just a vague outline, a vast and heavy pressure, as if emanating from the primordial chaos of antiquity, had already begun to spread. In the live stream, the previously bustling barrage of comments gradually thinned, and many viewers held their breath without realizing it. On the internet, a storm had already formed. Haicheng City Sculptor challenges the sea monster hashtag. This topic, tinged with a hint of mockery and disbelief, rocketed straight to the top of trending lists on major social media platforms. Countless curious, concerned, and even faintly hopeful netizens frantically flooded into Lin Ke's livestream through various channels. 500, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The live streaming room's viewer count shattered one astonishing record after another. The entire Chinese internet seemed to explode in this very moment. Base Command Center.
Zhou Xinxiong had just issued the order to hold their ground at all costs. Suppressing his mounting anxiety, he turned back to his secretary and asked, "How's the civilian evacuation proceeding in Haicheng? How many people still remain unaccounted for?" The secretary's face turned pale, his fingers swiftly swiping across the tablet as he spoke with a strained voice. "Commander, 95% of the city's residents have been safely evacuated. But according to online data monitoring, on Linsong Street in Haicheng City, there's still one person currently live streaming and hasn't evacuated yet." "What?" Zhou Xinxiong erupted in fury, veins bulging at his temples. "Bastard! At a time like this, someone's still using such matters to grab attention? Order the Internet Regulatory Department to cut his live broadcast signal immediately. Dispatch the nearest rescue team to forcibly remove him from the scene." Yes, the secretary didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared to carry out the order. Wait, Zhou Xinxiong suddenly thought of something. What's the content of his livestream? The secretary quickly pulled up the footage. He's carving, saying he'll carve the Xuanwu deity to ward off evil forces. Zhou Xinxiong frowned tightly, almost seething with anger. But when he saw the young man's focused expression on screen and the seemingly otherworldly carving knife, his tone softened slightly. "First enter his livestream and send a top-priority barrage warning, ordering him to evacuate immediately. If that proves ineffective, then enforce mandatory measures." The secretary took the order and swiftly entered Lin Ke's live stream room. At this moment, the tortoise shell on the back of Lin Ke's black tortoise had already taken shape. The naturally formed patterns on the shell were deep and ancient, as if embodying the principles of heaven and earth, exuding an indescribable sense of stability that seemed capable of suppressing all directions. Although the audience in the live stream couldn't perceive any so-called aura, the tortoise shell gave them an unshakable, indestructible impression. He stopped typing the words "leave now, or else," as his fingers froze mid-sentence. He sensed an indescribable charm emanating from the unfinished turtle shell, carrying a faint trace of divinity. Lin Ke remained focused, completely unaware of the barrage of comments in the live chat. Haicheng City bordered the sea. Roar! On the ocean surface, several gigantic tentacles erupted from the waves, as if detecting some unsettling presence that drove them into a frenzy. Then it frantically swam at full speed toward the direction of Sunhai City. The seawater was stirred into 100-meter-high waves, crashing mercilessly onto the second line of defense. The sirens at the base grew increasingly urgent. In Link's mind, the system's prompt sounded just in time. Carving progress reached 80%. Lin Ke's hands moved faster and faster, wood chips flying occasionally scattering onto his cheeks. Zhou Xinxiong merely glanced at the phone in the secretary's hand, but his gaze became irreversibly fixed. Unbelievable hand speed, the complete image of the black tortoise gradually emerges, filling the heart with anticipation. Reason told him to focus on commanding the battle before him and fight with all his might while awaiting reinforcements. Yet in his heart, he felt as if bewitched. A voice inside kept whispering, perhaps what this young man carved could truly save Sunhai City? Wait a bit longer, maybe, a miracle might actually happen? Amid the flying wood chips, the snake body of the black tortoise began to coil upward from the turtle's back. The serpent's head was raised high, its forked tongue slightly flickering, even the vertical pupils in its eyes were clearly visible. At an unknown moment, a bell-like resonance echoed between heaven and earth, as black streams of light continuously entwined around the Xuanwu statue. This is a true divine technique. In the live stream, an elderly man with expertise exclaimed in astonishment. This extraordinary fluctuation not only shook the Chinese internet but also quickly drew global attention. Media urgently reported, a mysterious giant creature appeared in Haicheng, China. A young sculptor claims to confront it with divine power. Media see, the mysterious power of an ancient Eastern nation, performance art or genuine phenomenon? Mythology and occult experts from various countries were urgently summoned, engaging in heated analysis and discussion over blurry live footage and circulating clips online. Xuanwu, with the body of a tortoise and the tail of a serpent, governs the northern waters. One of the 4 sacred beasts, it is also among the guardian deities of Huaxia. Unbelievable, could this mythical existence truly be descending upon us? Chapter 3, The Fierce Battle in the South China Sea, Divine Might Approaches. Military reconnaissance footage displayed on the large screen revealed the sea had turned completely pitch black. The colossal form codenamed Abyssal Throat churned the waters, unleashing towering waves as it closed in at astonishing speed on the military's final steel defense line. Zhou Xinxiong screamed inwardly, damn it, when the hell is backup coming? At this rate, forget 3 hours, even 1 hour was looking grim. His gaze darted between the main screen and the phone screen his secretary clutched tightly. On that tiny screen, the live stream continued, showing the young sculptor's knife moving with the grace of a dragon and snake. Faster! Faster! Zhou Xinxiong's heart pounded violently with each rise and fall of the chisel, as if it might leap from his chest. Every minute, every second felt like torture in a cauldron of boiling oil. Report! Target breached the second security perimeter. Less than 10 nautical miles from our position. Energy detector readings, off the charts. The technician's trembling cry was nearly drowned out by the deafening alarm. At that very moment, a sudden, catastrophic change occurred. At the very center of the spreading ink-black sea, a colossal vortex erupted.
The vortex spun faster and faster, as if it would suck the entire sea and sky into its maw. Boom! The sea surface exploded as dozens of pitch-black tentacles, each over 100 meters long, tore through the water curtain like hellish claws. Carrying a foul, putrid wind, they lashed savagely toward the military positions along the shore. The sturdy fortifications crumbled like paper before these monstrous appendages, instantly torn open by several gaping, vicious rips. Crushed stone flew everywhere, dust and smoke billowed thickly. Zhou Xinxiong's pupils contracted sharply. That flickering spark of hope was mercilessly battered by the brutal reality, teetering on the brink of extinction. With great effort, he tore his gaze away from the live feed. There, the embryonic form of the black tortoise had just begun to manifest. But was it too late? No, it was too late. I had been too naive, pinning my hopes on some elusive folk genius. A deep sense of helplessness and bitterness welled up within Zhou Xinxiong. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, that unrealistic hope had been replaced by resolute determination. He snatched the communicator before him, his voice hoarse from extreme restraint yet unyielding in its resolve. All units, attention! Open fire! Target, enemy giant creature. At any cost, keep it out of Binhai City. Defend the people. Fight to the death. The final rallying cry erupted almost as a roar, tinged with the tragic grandeur of blood and fire. Fight to the death, never retreat. Within the command center, every combat-ready personnel, commanders and technicians alike, grabbed the weapons at hand, their eyes burning with a will to destroy everything in their path. In an instant, coastal defense guns, electromagnetic railguns, high-energy lasers, countless attacks, fueled by humanity's fury and resolve, poured down like a torrential rain upon the colossal entities surging relentlessly from the sea. Yet more tentacles emerged from the vortex, slapping the sea surface and raising waves dozens of meters high, effortlessly shattering the incoming shells and beams. The battlefield instantly became a scorched wasteland and a vast ocean. China, Capital Military District Command Center. An urgent report landed on the desk of the Supreme Command. Haicheng base under attack by unknown superorganism. Civilians in Haicheng attempting to counter with carving divine statues now drawing national and global attention. Several elderly men in military uniforms, their shoulders adorned with stars, watched the live feed on the large screen alongside the terrifyingly escalating energy readings, their expressions grave. Inside the Mountain Sea Woodcraft Shop, Lin Ke's Nuwa carving knife made a light touch. The closed eyes of the Xuanwu statue seemed to be infused with a soul. 2 points of profound starlight quietly ignited within the sockets, deep, vast, as if containing the mysteries of cosmic birth and death, the cycles of sun and moon. Within the live stream, every viewer, no matter where they were, simultaneously felt as though they were being watched. That gaze held no emotion, yet seemed to see through everything. Carving progress 99%. The system's voice sounded once more. Lin Ke took a deep breath. Sweat soaked through his clothes, yet his eyes shone with astonishing clarity. He raised the Nuwa carving knife in his hand, its tip gliding across the dark wood until it reached the very center of the black tortoise's forehead, the sole blank space remaining. The final stroke. This stroke seemed to channel every ounce of his spirit and energy. Down it came. Hum. A visible black radiance erupted violently from the black tortoise statue, shooting skyward. The light wasn't blinding, yet it carried an indescribable solemnity and sacredness, instantly illuminating the entire sky over Binhai City. Lin Ke turned to face the live broadcast camera, his voice clear and resolute. My fellow countrymen. China is in peril. Foreign evils have invaded. I, Lin Ke, stand here today, using my blood as the catalyst and your faith as the power. I implore you all, offer your faith to welcome the Xuanwu water god of China. Suppress the villains and protect our land. Before his words faded, he flipped his wrist. The razor-sharp blade of the Nuwa engraving knife sliced lightly across the palm of his left hand. Crimson blood gushed forth instantly. Without hesitation, he guided the droplets of blood, letting them fall with pinpoint accuracy onto the single dot at the very center of the Xuanwu statue's forehead. The moment the blood merged with the wood carving, the entire black tortoise statue shook violently. Roar! An ancient roar, neither quite a dragon's cry nor a tortoise's bellow, thundered forth from the wooden sculpture. The sound waves rolled like thunder, seemingly traversing eons of time and space, carrying boundless majesty and power. Within the South Sea military base, every precision detection instrument went haywire at that instant, needles spinning wildly as shrill alarms blared. Detected. Detected an unanalyzable, ultra-high-intensity energy source. Right in the heart of Haicheng City. In the livestream chat, after a brief silence, the comments exploded with chaos. People of China, Zhao Jia, we humbly welcome the return of the Black Tortoise water deity to protect our people. As a citizen of China, Louis humbly welcomes the return of the Black Tortoise water god to bless our nation. Citizen of China, Wang Fong, humbly welcomes the return of the Xuanwu water god to purge all demons and evils. Stream after stream of comments filled with reverence, anticipation, and even the last glimmer of hope amid despair surged like a raging torrent, coalescing into an ocean of faith. Visible rings of divine light began to radiate from the Xuanwu statue, rippling outward like water waves. Faith power has reached 1,000 points. Faith power has reached 5,000 points.
Faith power has reached 10,000 points. Host bloodline activation detected, faith power purity enhanced. Current faith points have reached 10,000. Proceed with infusion? Lin Ke was stunned. Could it be done this way? Infuse. Lin Ke's face drained of color, yet his gaze fixed toward the South Sea as he murmured softly. Great God Xuanwu, may this 1% of your divine might repel the external evil. The moment his words fell, an indescribable weight descended from the heavens, as if the very air of the city had frozen solid. Far away, at the heart of the towering waves, the Kraken's offspring seemed to pause in its churning of the sea for an imperceptibly brief moment. A more savage aura transmitted across the vast distance. Chapter 4, The True God Xuanwu destroys demons with a snap of his fingers. Inside the livestream. Why isn't what I imagined happening? Must be the livestream effects. I admit it, you got my attention. But it's all for naught. Meanwhile, an overseas livestream was also broadcasting this event. China has no gods, so they have to play the role of gods themselves? Ha! My Norse gods are invincible. My cherry blossom deity is the true unrivaled master. Why are there cherry blossom people here? Your actors are amazing. Got any resources? Enough with the jokes. Let's seriously consider how to provide a home for the Chinese people. Domestic skepticism and foreign schadenfreude made Lin Ke's heart sink a little. Could this really work? In an instant, visible wisps of black mist began to rise and swirl around the center of the Black Tortoise statue. The air around them seemed to have all moisture instantly sucked out, becoming unnaturally dry. The once rough, somber wooden statue, now enveloped in black mist, had transformed into a surface as smooth as black jade, radiating a subdued inner glow. Lin Ke stood silently, awaiting the impending divine might. Suddenly, a wave of incredulous gasps erupted from every viewer in the livestream. After a burst of intense black light, the Black Tortoise statue transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into Lin Ke's forehead. A surge of icy yet vibrant energy instantly swept through Lin Ke's entire body, like long-awaited rain after a drought. The weakness he had felt from sacrificing his essence blood vanished completely. Viewers in the livestream could now only see Lin Ke completely enveloped by a constantly spinning black water sphere. Immediately after, a deep, aged voice seemed to resonate directly within the depths of Lin Ke's soul, tinged with scrutiny, mortal form. Lin Ke felt his body slip from his control. With a single step, he found himself no longer in the small carving shop. Now, he wore a jet-black robe that moved without wind, his once slightly disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders. Between his brows, a droplet-shaped black divine mark emitted a faint, eerie glow. A slender black snake coiled affectionately around his arm, its head gently resting against his palm. That deep voice sounded again, tinged with an inexplicable undertone, but it is enough. Lin Ke, or rather, the will of the Black Tortoise now inhabiting his body, flared with two piercing divine lights in his pupils as he gazed toward the South Sea. His figure vanished instantly from where he stood. Holy crap! A god! A god has truly descended. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. I saw a god, that's why. Just now, did the streamer fuse with the statue? That transformation was way too cool. I thought it'd be some old turtle hermit dude. Anyone else think the streamer's transformation is ridiculously hot? The streamer must have 8-pack abs. I want to roll around on his stomach. China has gods. China truly has gods. The chat exploded with excitement, flooded with countless exclamations of awe and reverence. Haicheng Military Base Command Center. Zhou Shenxiang snatched the compact phone from his secretary's hands, staring intently at the screen where a figure cloaked in endless authority stood. His breathing grew heavy. Could it be that a slumbering deity of China had truly awakened? At that very moment, from within the massive black vortex on the sea's surface, a colossal tentacle several times thicker than all the previous ones combined surged violently through the water. The tentacle obscured the sky, carrying an air of utter destruction as it slammed down toward the precariously positioned military outpost below. If it struck true, at least 100 soldiers on the position would be obliterated without a trace. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Yet the anticipated destruction did not come to pass. A shadowy figure materialized silently above the military position. With calm composure, he extended a single finger and lightly tapped the colossal, world-shattering tentacle. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion echoed. The colossal tentacle, powerful enough to tear through steel, collided with that seemingly slender finger as if striking an invisible mountain. Its tip exploded into a cloud of dark green blood mist, its massive body convulsing violently, unable to advance another inch. The soldiers below froze in shock before erupting into deafening cheers. Inside the command center, Zhou Shenxiang clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. His secretary, however, remained unusually composed. Swiftly raising her phone, she aimed it at the Lin Ke in the sky, activated the video recording function, and silently posted it to her social feed with the caption, "Witnessing a miracle." A massive black light shield radiated outward from the center of Lin Ke, its surface rippling with the indistinct patterns of tortoise shell. Lin Ke's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity, resonating like an ancient bell, carrying supreme authority. A mere octopus dares to defy the divine might of China. Before the words faded, the black serpent coiled around his arm shot forward, swelling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the small snake transformed into a black water serpent hundreds of meters long, its scales gleaming menacingly as it plunged headlong into the churning sea. From the depths came the furious, agonized roar of the Kraken's offspring. The black water serpent plunged into the sea like a dragon, precisely biting down on the monster's body as its massive coils wrapped around it with deadly force. The Kraken's offspring lashed out with its razor-sharp jaws and countless terrifying tentacles, tearing and whipping at the serpent's body. Yet it could only send up bursts of black energy ripples, unable to inflict even a scratch. "Get up here!" Lin Ku barked coldly. The blackwater mystic serpent surged with power, causing the sea surface to erupt violently as it forcibly dragged the colossal creature from the depths. Only then did the crowd clearly see that the so-called offspring of the Kraken, the giant sea monster of the North Sea, was indeed an octopus. No, to be precise, it was an abnormally massive colossal squid, far exceeding any known creature. Though the aura it emitted was terrifying, it seemed to fall short of the legendary true Kraken. This was not the true Kraken. At least in terms of size and energy signature, it was incomparable. Even so, Shanghai City's current military deployment would struggle to handle it unless reinforcements arrived. Amidst the crowd's stunned disbelief, Lin Ku's figure vanished instantly from his original position. The next instant, he materialized directly above the giant squid's head. He curled his finger and flicked it lightly toward the colossal head. A crisp snap echoed. Simultaneously, a towering shadow of the black tortoise flickered behind him, and a massive foot-clad in thick tortoise shell descended with crushing force. Boom! The once mighty offspring of the Kraken didn't even have time to scream before its massive body exploded like it had been crushed by an invisible force. Dark green blood and flesh scattered across the sky, a foul stench spreading outward, only to be blocked by an invisible force outside the light barrier. The entire coastal defense fell into a deathly silence. Only after several seconds did thunderous cheers erupt like a volcanic eruption, shaking the heavens. Warriors embraced each other in tears, while the command center erupted in frenzied celebration. Yet, suspended mid-air, Lin Ku showed no sign of relaxation. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of waves, fixed on the ocean's deeper, darker depths. His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. "Shall I drag you out, or will you crawl out yourself?" Chapter 5. The Mystic waters shatter the sea demon. The Kraken offspring, shattered by Lin Ku's finger strike. Before its shattered remains could fully sink to the ocean floor, an even more astonishing phenomenon began to form at the center of the distant sea. A black vortex, several times larger than the previous one, churned the furious depths of the sea as it slowly materialized. Lin Ku hovered above the vortex. His jet-black robes fluttered fiercely in the gale as he gazed down upon the bottomless terror below. His voice was flat and emotionless. "So you are the true vessel of this dark power. Pity. You are merely a demonic aberration, unworthy of the stage." As the words fell, countless stark white fangs emerged densely from within the colossal vortex. Layered upon layers, they formed a terrifying millstone capable of crushing stars. It began spinning wildly, devouring the surrounding seawater along with the shattered wreckage of the ship. Zhou Xinxiang stared at the tiny yet towering figure on the screen. A sudden flash of insight struck his mind, as if he had grasped some crucial key. "Secretary." Zhou Xinxiang abruptly turned to his secretary, who remained frozen in shock. "Now! Open our official live feed channel and broadcast every single battlefield image we can capture right now to Master Lin's livestream." "Commander! This severely violates confidentiality protocols. How can real-time battlefield footage be released indiscriminately?" The secretary paled at the demand. "We don't have time for that now." A near-frenzied resolve flashed in Zhou Xinxiang's eyes. "Whatever happens, I, Zhou Xinxiang, will take full responsibility. The awakening of the divine beings of Huaxia requires faith. If I'm not mistaken, Master Lin's livestream is the very crucible where that faith converges." He recalled the scene earlier in the livestream where Lin Ku had pleaded with everyone to offer their faith. The secretary gritted his teeth and swiftly began making arrangements. In an instant, the hashtag Xuanwu, the divine guardian of China, subdues the northern demon in the South China Sea. A phrase brimming with awe and hope spread like wildfire across the entire Chinese internet. Countless netizens, newly awakened by the divine spectacle, along with even more drawn by the news, flooded into Lin Ku's livestream. At that moment, the live stream's feed abruptly shifted. Gone was the shaky handheld phone footage. Replacing it was a high-altitude bird's-eye view from a military satellite multi-angle, high-definition footage transmitted by a military reconnaissance drone circling the edge of the battlefield. In the footage, a figure clad in black stood defiantly atop a terrifying vortex, while below, the unknown entity churned ceaselessly, revealing its monstrous maw. Holy! The military's gotten involved? This is the military's perspective. Mom, I'm witnessing a myth come to life. This footage is crystal clear. That vortex, those teeth. Is this the monster's true form? After a brief pause, the live chat exploded with even more intense activity. Meanwhile, foreign live streams and media outlets covering or following the event were filled with uproar and mockery. "Oh my god, did the Chinese start airing CG animations?
The special effects are pretty good, very realistic.
I knew it.
There's no such thing as gods, turns out it's just a state-level propaganda video.
Wait. Look at the top left corner of the screen. Is that military-grade real-time timestamps and coordinate data?
Eagle-eyed military enthusiasts and professionals pinpointed the crucial detail, and in an instant, skepticism and astonishment flooded foreign online platforms once more. With the live streaming platform's assistance, the secretary gained admin privileges for Lin Ke's stream and swiftly changed the title to Xuanwu, Divine Guardian of China, Subduing Northern Demons in the South China Sea.
The live stream's online viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket. 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, 30 million, and it kept soaring at a terrifying pace. The intangible power of faith, like billions of fine threads, flowed from every corner of the 9 provinces. Crossing space, it flowed ceaselessly into the body of Lin Ke, suspended above the South Sea. Xuanwu's consciousness could distinctly feel his power slowly yet surely recovering. Yet he also sensed this mortal vessel nearing its breaking point.
The aged, resonant voice sighed within Lin Ke's mind, once this matter is settled, you must diligently temper this mortal shell to bear greater power.
And this farce, it should end now.
The words had barely left his lips when Lin Ke slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward.
In an instant, the surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rushing madly toward his open palm.
The water level near the South Sea dropped at a visible pace. An extreme, bone-chilling energy terrifying enough to freeze the soul condensed in his palm into a tiny droplet, shimmering with an eerie blue glow. Though minuscule, the energy fluctuations emanating from it caused the creature within the vortex below to emit an uneasy growl. The enormous maw snapped shut, and the entire vortex began plunging downward at breakneck speed, attempting to escape into the deeper depths of the ocean.
Trying to leave now?
A cold curve touched Lin Ke's lips as he uttered 4 words in a flat tone, Shenin water, go.
The tiny ice blue droplet drifted from his palm, falling toward the churning sea below.
The moment the droplet touched the sea, there was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling burst of light. Only an extreme chill spread like wildfire from the droplet's point of impact, radiating out in all directions.
Crack crack.
The sea surface froze at an unimaginable speed, the ice layer shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, unbreakable as it pursued the direction the Kraken's offspring fled. Deep beneath the waves, the colossal creature felt a shudder emanating from the depths of its soul. It let out a piercing, terrified shriek as its massive body surged upward from the ocean floor, attempting to leap above the surface and escape this despairing encroachment of ice.
But it was too late. Boom!
A giant squid, several times larger than before and covered in an eerie, pitch-black ink, was completely frozen by the pursuing azure frost the instant it breached the surface. It remained frozen in mid-leap, its countless tentacles twisted and flailing, its enormous eyes filled with terror and refusal to accept its fate, becoming a colossal ice sculpture standing atop the sea. Lin Ke reached out with one hand, grasping at the air, and gently pinched the massive ice sculpture.
Explode! Boom crash! The terrifying ice sculpture shattered explosively with a thunderous roar.
Countless shards of ice crystals mixed with dark green flesh fragments scattered across the sky. Yet, just as they were about to fall into the sea or drift toward the shore, an invisible force instantly purified and dispersed them.
The sea surface swiftly melted back into calm. Dead silence. The entire coastal defense line, and indeed the entire world watching this unfold via live broadcast, fell into a momentary deathly silence.
Seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted from the military base and every corner of China, a roar as powerful as an avalanche or a tsunami.
We won! We won! China has a god. God bless China.
Meanwhile, within Lin Ke's mind, the system's notification sounded.
Emergency mission, repel the invasion of the offspring of the North Sea giant monster Kraken completed. Mission rewards issued.
Reward 1, Divine Tier Carving Technique Intermediate.
Reward 2, Water Control Early Mortal Tier. Reward 3, 1000-Year Chicken Bloodwood. Lin Ke vanished instantly from his spot.
When Lin Ke opened his eyes, he found himself back at the Mountain Sea Woodcraft. Chapter 6, Heavenly Blade, Shanghai Woodcraft returns. Lin Ke massaged his temples, his head still spinning. That sensation of another consciousness taking over his body had been utterly bizarre. But the effect was undeniably astonishing.
System, show me the gains from this session.
Host's current status.
Faith points, 0 completely depleted.
Divine Carving Technique, Intermediate.
Mastered skills, Water Transport Control Early Mortal Tier. Items, Nuwa Carving Knife, 1000-Year Chicken Bloodwood.
Lin Ke's heart sank upon seeing his faith value drop to 0.
This thing consumes so much?
It seemed he'd need to keep accumulating faith points to summon a deity again.
And the source of faith points?
His live stream viewers. He picked up his phone and opened the live streaming backend.
Number of fans, 10,247. Income, 20,156 yuan.
Lin Ke's eyes widened.
A single live stream had earned him 20,000 yuan? He hadn't even made 1,000 yuan in a whole month before.
This was pure windfall. But he knew full well that this extraordinary outcome was primarily due to the might of the Black Tortoise. The viewers had witnessed a true miracle.
The question now was how to maintain the momentum and keep building up his credibility. Lin Ke paced back and forth in his room. He needed more followers, more faith points. The current number of followers was nowhere near enough. Moreover, judging from his recent experience, each divine summoning consumed a massive amount of faith points. If he encountered stronger enemies, his current foundation was utterly inadequate. He walked over to his computer and reopened the live streaming software. Title: With the Heavenly Blade, I Forge Gods to Protect China. Location unchanged, number 213, Linsong Street, Haicheng City, Shanghai Woodcraft. Click to go live. The streamer you follow, Shanghai Woodcraft, has started broadcasting. This notification appeared on the screens of over 10,000 viewers. Among them was a special username, Beihai Military Base. 3,000 people flooded into the livestream instantly. Bullet comments flooded the screen. The host is awesome. Smashing demons by the sea. A god has descended. Truly divine. I recorded that just now. So breathtaking. Is the streamer even alive? They were possessed by a deity just now. Lin Ke stared at the comments, feeling puzzled. The process of him being possessed by Xuanwu shouldn't have been visible to the audience. Could it be that the state had intervened? Just as he pondered this, a special visitor entered the livestream. User Beihai Military Base LV1 has entered the stream. Colorful text, a flashy entrance animation, and the system sound effect played. The chat exploded once more. Holy crap! The military bigwigs have arrived. Damn! Even the military is following streamers. This is official recognition. Lin Ke saw the username and understood immediately. It seemed the military was indeed involved in this livestream. But he didn't make a big deal out of it, just smiled at the camera. Guys, thanks for your support. If you haven't followed us yet, hit that follow button. Follow Shanghai Woodcraft will take you on a live tour to see the deities. He paused briefly before continuing. During this livestream, if you flood the chat with gifts and make it into the top 10 on the leaderboard, you'll receive a deity statue carved by me. Tell me what you want, and I'll carve it for you. I carve 10 pieces daily. Once finished, the stream ends. User Beihai Military Base LV1 has followed Shanghai Woodcraft. The system notification chime sounded. The chat exploded with comments. Even the military's following him. This is gold. This streamer is about to take off. Comments flooded the chat like a tidal wave. Host. Please bring us wealth. Seeking romance. Get me a date. Seeking sudden wealth. Win the lottery. Please grant me height. Please grant me good looks. All sorts of bizarre requests filled the screen. Lin Ke was dazzled by the chaos, about to explain when a bullet comment appeared, instantly drowning out all other voices. Beihai Military Base LV1, may China prosper for all eternity. After this comment appeared, the entire livestream fell suddenly silent. All bullet comments ceased. After a brief silence, the floodgates burst open. May China prosper forever. May China prosper forever. May China prosper forever. Uniform bullet comments flooded the screen. Lin Ke watched this scene unfold, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. This was the spirit of the Chinese people. Turning to the gift section, a frenzy of gifts flooded the screen. Rockets, sports cars, castles, everything imaginable. Though delighted, Lin Ke also felt a bit of a headache. Among the earlier comments, requests like grow 2 centimeters and enlarge by 3 cup sizes had appeared. He was a woodcarver, not a wishing well turtle. Lin Ke cleared his throat and addressed the camera earnestly. Everyone, I need to clarify something. I understand your desires for wealth, sudden riches, and romantic connections. But those physical requests? We're not taking those. The chat exploded with laughter. The streamer is so blunt. No physical requests, ha. What about chemical requests? Lin Ke continued. This shop only handles bizarre occurrences, natural disasters, national crises, and the like. With that, he stepped out of the frame and began rummaging through the dilapidated room. The room wasn't large, yet belongings were piled everywhere. Worn-out wood, rusty tools, yellowed newspapers. Finally, in a corner, he found a neatly folded national flag. It was the only valuable item left behind by the original owner when he had crossed over. Lin Ke carefully unfolded the flag and returned to the camera. The 5-star red flag appeared exceptionally vivid under the light. He laid the flag flat on the desk, looked into the camera, and his tone turned serious. This shall be our guiding principle. I, Lin Ke, solemnly pledge, for the sake of China and my fellow countrymen, I will give my all. The livestream fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Just then, a red warning appeared in the chat. Super Administrator, national flags are prohibited in the livestream. Please remove it immediately. Lin Ke saw the message and was about to remove the flag. Suddenly, another message appeared. Beihai Military Base LV1, he can. Just 3 words, yet they carried an authority that brooked no argument. The livestream erupted once more. Holy! The military is directly confronting the super admin. This is what official endorsement looks like. This streamer's got some serious clout. Super Administrator. The super admin posted an ellipsis and quietly exited the livestream. No way, no way. A streamer backed by the military like that? A lowly super admin like him wouldn't dare interfere. Lin Ke watched the scene unfold, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. It seemed the military truly regarded him as one of their own. A system alert sounded in his mind. Detected massive influx of faith power. Current faith points, 128470. Lin Ke's eyes lit up. How much time had passed for his faith points to surge so dramatically? Looks like the military's assist was incredibly effective. Chapter 7, is the North Sea Military Base number 1? The livestream atmosphere ignited completely. The gift section began flooding the screen. Gifts poured in non-stop. User Bro666 sent Rocket X1. User Rise of China sent 3 sports cars. User Patriot sent Castle X1. But these gifts paled in comparison to what followed. User Beihai Military Base LV1 leveled up to 12. User Beihai Military Base LV1 leveled up to 15. User Beihai Military Base LV1 leveled up to 32. User Beihai Military Base LV1 leveled up to 48. The screen was flooded with consecutive level up notifications. Each level up signaled massive gift card top-ups. Lin Ke stared wide-eyed at the rapidly climbing revenue figures in the backend. How much money does the military have? They just catapulted him straight to the top of the leaderboard. The comment stream was stunned by this move. The military is seriously rolling in it. This is the power of a nation's resources. This streamer is about to take off for real. I'm jealous. When will I ever get this kind of support from the military? Lin Ke took a deep breath and addressed the camera with respect. Thank you for the tremendous support from the Beihai military base. I will give it my all. Just then, another special user joined the livestream. User Sakura Nation Shinto Agency entered the livestream. The moment this username appeared, the atmosphere in the livestream changed instantly. Bullet comments flooded the screen. Sakura people, get out. You're not welcome here. If you're so brave, stream in your own country. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, how dare mere mortals of Huaxia claim to have deities? Utterly laughable. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, our Yamato deities are the mightiest in the world. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, the trash sea monster from earlier? Our Yamata no Orochi could swallow it whole in one bite. The moment these taunting comments appeared, the entire livestream exploded. Countless furious comments flooded the screen. ING cherry blossom people. Get the hell out of China's livestream. Streamer. Ban him. Lin Ke stared at the comments, his eyes turning icy. That damn cherry blossom country, always so damn annoying. He looked into the camera, his voice calm yet tinged with chill. Go ahead and call him over if you dare. Beihai military base, those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Far out in the North Sea, massive reefs formed a natural circular enclosure. At the center of the reef, pitch-black waters pulsed with terrifying energy fluctuations. From the depths of the pitch-black waters came agonized howls. A group clad in black ceremonial robes stood grim-faced at the reef's edge. At their head stood a tall Nordic man with a sinister gaze. This operation has failed. A deity has emerged in the east. The offspring of Lord Kraken has been slain. A trembling voice beside him asked. What do we do now? Find out exactly what happened immediately. The Norseman gritted his teeth. Didn't the land of cherry blossoms claim there are no deities in the east? Their intelligence is completely wrong. Contact all other branches immediately. Since deities have awakened in the east, we must accelerate our plan. In the depths of the sea, a colossal shadow writhed, emitting a furious roar. Lin Ke watched the Sakura nations ranting in the livestream, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. These people were always like this, rushing toward danger wherever it lurked. Just as he prepared to fire back, a striking bullet screen appeared on his display. Beihai Military Base LV-48, Master Lin, the Kangmang Mountains region has been experiencing frequent earthquakes. We're unsure of the cause. On behalf of Beihai Military Base, we wish to request a divine statue. Lin Ke perked up at the sight of this comment. This was an official request from the military. And it involved earthquakes far more complex than dealing with sea monsters. I'd be honored. Lin Ke declared without hesitation to the camera. But can the process be streamed live? Beihai Military Base LV-48, absolutely. Our military video equipment will stream the entire operation live, feeding directly into your livestream. Lin Ke's eyes lit up. This was perfect. With military-grade video equipment backing him up, his livestream would be even more impactful. More importantly, this would serve as official endorsement. Guys, we've got a show. Lin Ke exclaimed excitedly to the camera. Let these cherry blossom dogs witness how our Chinese deities annihilate this demonic volcano. The chat exploded instantly. The streamer is awesome. He's about to unleash his ultimate move. Those cherry blossom dogs better brace for a beating. Chinese deities are unmatched under heaven. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, with your crappy wooden idols, you think you can control earthquakes? That's hilarious. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, we've endured earthquakes for centuries in our nation, never once have we witnessed a deity capable of controlling them. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, Chinese people just love to brag.
Lin Ke glanced at the taunting comments and sneered coldly. Just wait, I'll show you what true divine might looks like. He began contemplating what to carve this time.
Earthquakes certainly aren't natural phenomena. A dormant volcano erupting suddenly, some sinister force must be at work behind it. A mountain deity?
No, a single deity likely lacks sufficient power. To suppress seismic activity across an entire region, a far more formidable presence was required.
The 5 great mountain gods. Yes, the 5 great mountain gods.
Mount Tai of the east, Mount Hang of the south, Mount Hua of the west, Mount Hang of the north, Mount Song of the center. The 5 great mountain deities govern the vast landscapes of mountains and rivers across the land.
With them holding sway, not only would earthquakes be subdued, but even volcanic eruptions would have to behave themselves.
With that thought, Lin Ke turned and walked toward the pile of lumber in the corner. After rummaging for a while, he selected 5 pieces of the finest timber. The 1,000-year-old dark wood was all used up, and while these weren't quite as good, they were still rare and high quality. Lin Ke carried the wood back to the camera and began setting up his workbench.
Viewers in the live stream room were puzzled to see him bring out so much wood. What is the streamer carving? Looks like more than 1 piece? 5? What grand project is this? Could the host be planning to carve 5 deities all at once?
Inside the Beihai military base,
Zhou Xinxiang stared intently at the screen, watching Lin Ke prepare the wood. 5 pieces of wood, is he carving 5 divine statues? He motioned for his secretary to ask. Beihai military base LV-48, what deity is Master Lin carving?
Lin Ke looked up at the camera and picked up the Nuwa carving knife.
The blade glinted with an eerie light under the spotlight. The world has 5 great mountains, Mount Tai in the east, Mount Hung in the south, Mount Hua in the west, Mount Hung in the north, and Mount Song in the center. Lin Ke's voice was clear and powerful. The 5 great mountain gods govern the vast landscapes of these peaks. With them guarding our borders, there shall be no more earthquakes within our nation. The live stream fell instantly silent. The 5 great mountain gods. Sakura dog barked again. Bull, 5 great mountain gods.
If you're so great, make our Pengshire mountain quake. You're nothing but a cursed race.
Dream on if you think the gods will favor you.
Lin Ke glanced at the comments and sneered coldly. Then we'll see.
Chapter 8, The 5 Sacred Mountains. These are the very deities of mountains and rivers in Chinese mythology.
They govern the mountains and rivers of the world, their might reverberating across the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands.
Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, ha 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 ha. Carving seismographs? Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, who can't brag? You should accept nature's gift. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, thank nature for punishing your land, now fix it.
The moment these mocking comments appeared, the livestream exploded with chaos.
Angry bullet comments flooded the screen. ING cherry blossom dogs. Ignore them, streamer. Just get to it. Show them the might of China.
Lin Ke watched these taunts, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes.
The land of cherry blossoms loves nature's gifts? Then I'll give them a grand gift. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
System task, subdue the 5 great mountains, quell the chaos, and safeguard the land.
Reward, mountain control basic.
Celestial shift, alter the epicenter's position. Lin Ke's heart leapt with joy at the sight of this reward.
Shift the constellations? This skill is incredible. If it can shift the epicenter, doesn't that mean I can redirect the earthquake elsewhere? Doesn't Sakura country love earthquakes? I'll arrange one for them right away. Accepting the mission.
Lin Ke silently affirmed in his mind.
He took a deep breath and raised the Nuwa engraving knife. A faint black glow began to emanate from the blade. The first stroke fell upon the timber of Mount Dongyue.
Mount Tai, the foremost of the 5 great mountains, commanded awe across the east. Lin Ke's hand was steady as a rock, each stroke precise beyond measure. Amidst the flying wood shavings, the majestic image of an emperor began to emerge. Crowned with a ceremonial headdress, clad in dragon robes, and holding a jade scepter, he radiated unparalleled majesty.
The live stream audience watched in stunned silence. This carving skill is nothing short of divine.
In just over 10 minutes, the Eastern Peak Emperor had taken shape.
Lin Ke didn't pause, continuing to carve the South Peak, Mount Hung.
The great emperor of the Southern Peak presided over the fire element of the south, governing volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. The carving knife danced across the wood, each stroke carrying a unique rhythm. The third was Mount Hua, the Western Peak. The great emperor of the Western Peak presided over the Western metal virtue, embodying unparalleled ferocity. The fourth was Mount Hong, the North Peak. The great emperor of the North guards the northern water element, steadfast as a mountain. Last is Mount Song, the Central Peak. The great emperor of the Central Peak resides at the center, commanding all 4 directions as the sovereign of the 5 great mountains.
5 hours had passed. Lin Ke's forehead glistened with sweat, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly focused.
The live stream's viewership had surpassed 50 million. The eyes of the entire world were fixed on this small carving shop. The Nuwa carving knife in his hands transformed with infinite skill, sometimes as fine as a hair, sometimes as heavy as an axe.
5 divine statues gradually took shape under his hands. Each radiated a distinct aura.
The eastern peak radiates majesty, the southern peak blazes with fervor, the western peak embodies fierce resolve, the northern peak exudes steadfastness, and the central peak carries profound weight.
Carving progress, 95%. The system alert sounded.
Lin Ke delivered the final few strokes, tapping each statue precisely on the center of its forehead.
In that instant, 5 distinct colored lights flared simultaneously. Gold, red, white, black, yellow.
The 5-colored divine light shot skyward, coalescing in the air into a massive pentagram formation. The entire city of Haicheng witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. 5 pillars of light pierced the clouds, staining the sky itself with 5 distinct hues.
Carving progress, 100%. Statue of the 5 great mountain gods complete.
Detecting massive influx of faith energy.
Current faith points, 956,847.
Lin Ke stared at the faith value figure, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nearly 1,000,000 faith points.
This was an unprecedented haul.
He carefully placed the 5 divine statues before the camera lens. Each one was lifelike, radiating a faint golden glow.
Do you want to come pick them up, or should I ship them to you? Lin Ke asked into the camera.
Beihai Military Base LV-48, we'll come pick them up.
Stand by.
The chat exploded with comments.
This streamer is awesome. These statues are mind-blowing. The 5 great deities have descended. China is invincible. Still got the nerve to mock us, cherry blossom dogs? Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, it's just a wooden carving. What's so great about it? Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, I think you're all just putting on a show.
Lin Ke glanced at the comments and sneered coldly. You'll soon learn what a real show looks like.
Half an hour later, faint footsteps echoed from downstairs.
Lin Ke peered through the window to see several military vehicles parked on the street. The doors opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out. It was Zhou Zhenxiong. Behind him followed several fully armed soldiers, each wearing a stern expression.
Knock knock knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks sounded.
Lin Ke set down his engraving tool and walked toward the door.
Beihai Military Base? Lin Ke asked through the door. Master Lin, hello.
I am Commander Zhou Zhenxiong of the Beihai Military Base. A steady, authoritative voice came from outside.
Lin Ke opened the door to see a commanding face.
Zhou Zhenxiong appeared to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a few streaks of gray in his beard. His military uniform hung crisply, shoulder epaulets gleaming. Yet his eyes held no trace of arrogance, instead radiating a genuine, heartfelt respect.
Commander Zhou, please come in. Lin Ke stepped aside to make way.
Zhou Zhenxiong waved his hand.
No need.
I'll wait right here at the door. His gaze fell upon the 5 divine statues displayed on the desk behind Lin Ke.
Even from a distance, he could sense the aura of majesty emanating from them. These were genuine divine artifacts.
Not mere crafts, but entities imbued with divine essence.
Chief Zhou, the statues are here.
Lin Ke turned and carefully carried the 5 divine statues to the doorway.
Place them atop Mount Woyue.
If a temple can be built there, it will safeguard the peace of this land.
He paused, then added, full refund if ineffective. Remember to live stream it. Zhou Zhenxiong nearly laughed out loud at the remark. Full refund? Such divine artifacts couldn't be bought for any price. Moreover, after witnessing the sea monster incident, he had complete faith in Lin Ke's abilities.
Rest assured, Master Lin, will follow your instructions to the letter. Zhou Zhenxiong took the divine statue, feeling its warmth in his hands. There's no time to waste, we must depart immediately. The 5 divine statues were carefully packed into specially designed cases. Each crate was assigned a dedicated escort. Before departing, Zhou Zhenxiong bowed deeply to Lin Ke. Master Lin, it is our great fortune that you serve our nation.
With that, he turned and left.
The military vehicle started up and vanished into the night. Lin Ke returned to the livestream studio and resumed facing the camera. Guys, the statue's been delivered.
Now it's time to witness the miracle.
The chat exploded with comments.
That move was so badass, streamer. With the 5 great gods on the case, an earthquake's nothing. Will those cherry blossom dogs dare mock us now? Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, we'll see about that. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, I think you're just putting on a show. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, the true deities belong to our Yamato people.
Lin Ke watched these provocations, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Is that so? Then we'll just wait and see the outcome. Chapter 9, The Underground Catfish Demon's Mischief.
3,000 meters underground, a 100-meter-long giant catfish coiled lazily. This demonic creature was dark green all over, covered in slime.
On its flat, massive head, 2 fleshy tentacles stretched dozens of meters long.
As the Earth's spiritual energy gathered, it rolled over, opening its massive jaws to devour greedily. Gurgle, gurgle. The catfish demon belched, its tentacles churning beneath the earth. With this single movement, the entire vast mountain range trembled slightly.
The tremors seep through the surface, radiating hundreds of miles. Though seemingly insignificant, this tremor silently amassed devastating power. If it continued sucking like this, a colossal earthquake would be inevitable. A cunning gleam flashed in the catfish monster's eyes. It had lain dormant here for 3 years, deliberately targeting the vital energy points of the land. After draining each energy source dry, it deliberately flicked its tail, triggering minor tremors. This served a dual purpose, diverting attention while steadily eroding the very foundations of China's dragon veins. A bunch of fools, actually believing it's a natural disaster. The catfish monster sneered inwardly, reveling in its delight as it continued to feast. Its demonic form swelled, its power surging. By its calculations, within half a year at most, it would break through its bottleneck. Then, the entire earth veins of China would be within its grasp. Thousands of miles away, in the land of cherry blossoms, at a secret base. Several elderly men in kimonos knelt before a low table, their expressions grim. Upon the table, an ancient bronze mirror reflected the real-time imagery of the vast mountain ranges. The leader, his hair and beard entirely white, had eyes like a venomous snake. The catfish god's plan is proceeding smoothly, he croaked, his voice as raspy as sandpaper. Those fools in China still think it's just an ordinary earthquake. They haven't caught on to the truth at all. A middle-aged man beside him chimed in, at this rate, within half a year at most, the catfish god will have complete control over China's earth veins. Then, whichever city in Huaxia we want to collapse, will collapse. A fierce glint flashed in the old man's eyes. But there's been a recent complication. That carver named Lin Ke seems to genuinely possess the power to awaken China's deities. That sea monster he carved earlier was instantly destroyed by some guy calling himself Xuanwu. The middle-aged man frowned. Just a coincidence, right? The old man shook his head. I've already dispatched the Divine Path Bureau to investigate him. If he truly possesses such power, he must be eliminated immediately. We absolutely cannot allow the gods of Huaxia to come back to life. Lin Ke remained oblivious at this moment, never suspecting he was already being targeted. He was still bragging and joking with his viewers in front of the livestream camera. Guys, the 5 Great Mountains divine statue is all set up, Lin Ke grinned at the camera. Now we just wait for the show to begin. If it can really suppress the earthquake, then it means our Huaxia deity has returned. The chat exploded instantly. This streamer is awesome. With the 5 Great Mountains deity stepping in, what's an earthquake? Put. That little guy's still whining, just wait for the backlash. Chinese deities reign supreme. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, what makes it think it can control earthquakes? Japan Shinto Agency, hilarious. We get quakes daily here, never seen a deity make a difference. Japan Shinto Bureau, those Chinese sure love to brag. Watching these furious comments, Lin Ke curled his lips. Just wait, I'll show you all what true Chinese divine might looks like. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhou Jinxiong calling. Master Lin. All the statues are in place. Zhou Jinxiong's voice brimmed with excitement. 5 mountains, 5 divine statues. What's next? Lin Ke paused briefly before replying, switch all live feeds to my stream. Let the entire nation witness this moment with their own eyes. Zhou Jinxiong acted swiftly, immediately assigning personnel to handle the task. Within seconds, Lin Ke's livestream displayed 5 split screens. Each split screen showed the summit of a majestic mountain, where a divine statue stood tall and imposing. Mount Tai, the eastern peak, its statue facing east, radiating innate majesty. South Peak Mount Hong, its statue shrouded in a faint, swirling crimson glow. Manhwa, the western peak, featured a statue with sharp, angular features, as if carved by chisel and axe, radiating fierce and unyielding power. Mount Hong, the northern peak, held a statue as deep and steady as an abyss, as heavy and solid as a prison. Mount Son, the central peak, holds its deity at the center, commanding all directions. The live stream's viewership instantly surged past 2 million. Setting a new record since the channel launched. Fellow compatriots of China. Lin Ke addressed the camera, his voice booming like a temple bell. Today, let us witness together the divine might of China. The 5 great mountain gods protect our land. No sooner had he spoken than the vast mountain range shook violently once more. The readings on the monitoring instruments instantly spiked to 4.5 on the Richter scale. The earth shook violently, rocks tumbling down in a cascade. In the livestream chat, the tone shifted instantly. Holy crap, it's shaking again. This one's brutal. Host, is the statue holding up? Japan Shinto Agency, ha ha ha. Got you shaking. Told you it's useless. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, what utterly useless. Lin Ke stared at the violently swaying statue on the screen, his gaze sharpening as his mind raced. Faith infusion. Current faith points, 956,847. Confirm faith infusion on the 5 great mountain deities statue? Confirm. Lin Ke hesitated not a moment. In an instant, atop the 5 sacred mountains, the 5 divine statues erupted in dazzling golden light. The golden radiance pierced through the sea of clouds, shooting straight toward the heavens. Across the map of China, a colossal shield invisible to the naked eye silently took shape.
Enveloping the 9 provinces, it radiated divine majesty, overwhelming and unyielding. The earth, which had been violently trembling, fell silent in an instant. All readings on monitoring instruments plummeted to 0. Beneath the earth, the catfish monster, reveling in its feast, suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure that made its very soul tremble. It snapped its head up, its enormous demonic eyes filled with terror. What kind of power is this? The catfish monster screamed in terror. It sensed 5 blazing energy sources, as bright as the sun, erupting from the earth above. These energies charged straight toward it at an unimaginable speed. Impossible. Weren't the gods of Huaxia all extinct? The catfish monster frantically tried to flee, only to find its demonic body welded to the spot, utterly immobilized. 5 gleaming divine spikes tore through earth and rock, piercing the air as they came. Mountain and river runes swirled ceaselessly upon their shafts. The divine might radiating from the nails was none other than that of the 5 great mountain gods. The aura that suppressed all evil made its very soul tremble. The catfish monster's soul nearly fled its body, only to find the void around it solidified like iron plates, pinning it down with deadly force. 5 golden divine spikes tore through the earth, piercing the air as they descended. Ancient runes, like the veins of mountains and rivers, swirled ceaselessly along their shafts, carrying the divine might of the 5 great mountain emperors that subdued all things. You wretched little beast! A voice thundered from beneath the earth like a divine decree. You dare steal the vital energy of our Chinese earth veins. Thou shalt be punished by sealing this earth vein for 1,000 years. Before the words faded, 5 divine spikes crashed down with overwhelming force. Chapter 10. The 5 emperors display their might, shaking mountains and rivers. The first pierced the skull. The second drove through his spine. The third pierced through the left fin. The fourth ripped through the right fin. The fifth, locking the massive tail. Ah! The catfish monster let out its final piercing wail. Its massive body was pinned dead to the depths of the earth's veins by 5 divine spikes, utterly immobilized. The earth's vital energy it had devoured earlier now surged forth from its body like floodwaters released from a dam, transforming into pure, life-giving energy that swiftly returned to the land of China. In an instant, the earth's veins revived, and the mountains and rivers stabilized. Inside the livestream, every viewer was left with their scalps tingling at this scene of divine retribution. Upon the 5 vast mountain peaks, divine statues blazed with golden light piercing the heavens, illuminating nearly half of China's night sky. At the same moment, the official earthquake monitoring data sent everyone into a frenzy. Holy! It really stopped. The earthquake actually stopped. Holy, my cup was dancing on the table a second ago, and now it's rock solid. Streamer! This is definitely the streamer's doing. This is a miracle. The 5 great mountain gods are mighty. The deities of China are awesome. Beihai Military Base LV-48, report. All seismic signals nationwide, completely vanished. Monitoring equipment shows everything normal. Beihai Military Base LV-48, Master Lin, you actually did it. As the screen flooded with comments, Lin Ku felt a surge of pride. The divine might of the 5 great mountain gods proved even more formidable than he'd imagined, not only quelling the earthquake, but uprooting its very source. Just then, several discordant comments drifted across the screen. Sakura Nation Shinto Agency, impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Sakura Nation Shinto Bureau, it must be a coincidence. Earthquakes stop on their own anyway. Seeing these stubbornly defiant comments, a cold smile curved Lin Ku's lips. Coincidence? He flashed a bright smile at the camera. Fine. Then I'll send you a coincidence gift package. Lin Ku's mind flickered. Celestial Shift. This newly acquired skill was perfect for its debut. Skill, Shift of the Stars, activated. Target, area housing the Shinto Bureau of Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, deep within a secret base in the distant land of cherry blossoms, several old men watching the livestream felt their chairs jolt violently beneath them. An earthquake? The eldest man frowned. Immediately, violent shaking engulfed the room. Teacups on the table crashed to the floor, shattering with a loud crack. This is bad. The magnitude is significant. A middle-aged man's face paled as he scrambled to his feet, ready to bolt outside. But the tremor came as quickly as it left, subsiding completely within a minute. The elderly leader's heart skipped a beat as a wave of intense unease washed over him. He stared intently at the vast mountain range reflected in the bronze mirror. The once powerful energy signal of the catfish demon had completely vanished. The catfish god has been suppressed. The elder's face instantly fell, looking worse than if his own father had died. The gods of Huaxia have truly awakened. That Lin Ku fellow truly holds the key to awakening the deities of Huaxia. The middle-aged man snapped to attention, his body shuddering. If all the gods of Huaxia awaken, our great divine nation plan will be utterly ruined. A terrifying glint of malice flared in the old man's eyes. Lin Ku must be eliminated. Now. Immediately. Within the 3-story building disguised as an ordinary residence, headquarters of the Shinto Agency of Sakura Nation. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. A dozen men and women clad in black kimonos sat on either side, utterly silent. Seated at the head of the table, an elderly man named Ichiro Yamada, the Shinto agency's supreme leader, clenched his knuckles until they turned white. Everyone, the situation has spiraled out of control. Yamada Ichiro's voice was hoarse and low. That Chinese carver truly possesses the power to awaken deities. The catfish god has been completely subdued. Our years of planning have been utterly destroyed in a single day. To his right, Sato Mia, in charge of intelligence, opened a file. Investigations show that just 3 days ago, Lin Ku was merely a woodcarving shop owner on the verge of bankruptcy. Yet suddenly, he displayed miraculous carving skills and rapidly rose to prominence through live streaming. Currently, his live stream has surpassed 5 million followers, and his influence continues to grow exponentially. A middle-aged man on the left spoke in a low voice. Could this be a secret weapon deployed by the Chinese government? Using an ordinary person's identity to lull us into complacency? Unlikely. Yamada Ichiro shook his head. Our inside sources report that the Chinese authorities themselves were caught off guard. They're now fully cooperating with him, clearly an impromptu decision. Additionally, Miyasato added, our technical team has analyzed the footage. It's not special effects, it's genuinely a supernatural phenomenon. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. A person capable of mass awakening Chinese deities. For the land of cherry blossoms, this was nothing short of an apocalyptic omen. He must be eliminated. Yamada Ichiro slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Dispatch our elite shadow squad to infiltrate China and carry out the assassination. But Director, Miyasato cautioned, he's surrounded by Chinese military personnel now, swarming around him like flies. It'll be extremely difficult to get close. Plus, his influence is too vast. If we fail, it could trigger a massive international incident. Military protection? Yamada Ichiro let out a cold laugh. Oomph. Against the ninjas of our great Sakura Empire, it's nothing but a sham. As for the backlash? Just frame it as an accident. Who could possibly find evidence? He turned to a shadowy figure in black at the rear. Kajamaru, this mission is yours. Take your squad. Within 3 days, I don't want to see this man appear on the live stream again. The man called Kajamara slowly raised his head, revealing a pallid face with eyes as hollow as 2 black holes. Understood. His voice scraped like rusty blades grinding together. Sato Mia immediately handed him a thick file. This contains all his information, address, schedule, social connections. He's been streaming constantly lately, so his movements are relatively predictable. Kajamaru took the file, his fingers swiftly skimming through it. Haicheng City, number 213, Linsong Street, Shanghai Woodcraft. Broadcast begins daily at 2 p.m., lasting 6 to 8 hours. Target acquired. Very good. Yamada Ichiro wore a satisfied expression. Remember, success is mandatory, failure is not an option. Should the Chinese pantheon be revived, our Yamato nation will have no future. Kajamaru rose and bowed deeply to Yamada Ichiro. Hi! As the words faded, his figure dissolved into the shadows like a drop of ink, vanishing into thin air. Sato Mia's beautiful brows furrowed deeply. Minister, must we truly make enemies of the gods of Huaxia? What if we provoke those ancient beings? We have no way out now. A sickening madness flickered in Ichiro Yamada's eyes. Better to strike first than be crushed into dust. Chapter 11, System Alert and Lightning Struck Wood. The moment he shut off the live stream, a cold mechanical voice exploded in Lin Ke's mind. Alert! External hostility detected. Estimated arrival within 48 hours. Objective, assassinate the host and halt the revival of Chinese deities. Recommendation, prepare defensive measures immediately. 48 hours? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. So impatient? External hostility, huh? Besides those little devils from the land of cherry blossoms, who else could it be? After just express delivering a natural disaster to their doorstep in front of the entire world, it'd be strange if these people weren't furious enough to explode on the spot. Fear? Not a chance. Lin Ke's mouth twisted into a war god's grin. This was live streaming material delivered right to his doorstep. Japan's top assassin infiltrates, and I summon a god to confront them. Just imagining this script gets my blood pumping. Once the live stream blows up, won't the faith points just pour in? The question was, which deity should he summon? Ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms specialize in stealth assassination, moving like ghostly shadows. While any random deity from China could easily crush them, this time, Lin Ke wants to go all out. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to win spectacularly, in a way those bastards would never forget. And while he was at it, he'd rack up some serious faith points. When it comes to sheer intimidation, one name instantly leapt into Lin Ke's mind. Thunderous universal enlightenment heavenly lord. The supreme commander of the thunder department in heaven, wielding the thunderous punishment of the 3 realms, with thunder dragons roaring beneath him and lightning crackling all around. With that kind of spectacle and special effects, it'd be a miracle if the livestream didn't crash. But the materials were a major hurdle. To summon the Thunder Lord, one must use golden-threaded lightning-struck wood. Golden thread Nanmu wood is already priceless, and it must be struck by lightning.
Where on earth would you find such a thing? It's like trying to win the lottery. The thought barely formed before Lin could dial Zhou Shinxiong's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Master Lin, you sought me out? Zhou Shinxiong's voice carried a note of reverence, clearly utterly convinced. Old Zhou, help me find something. Lin Ku cut straight to the point. Golden thread lightning struck with lightning struck golden thread Nanmu. Any leads?
A few seconds of silence followed on the other end, as if he were processing the name.
This stuff, it's exceptionally rare. I can only say I'll do my best to find it. Zhou Shinxiong's voice grew solemn. Master Lin, has something happened? The matter concerning the system, of course, couldn't be disclosed. I need to summon a powerful being to handle some trouble concerning Huaxia. Lin Ke's voice wasn't loud, but it carried immense weight. Nothing else will do.
The moment the word China was uttered, Zhou Shinxiong's breathing grew threefold heavier.
I understand. I'll mobilize every resource immediately. Even if it means turning the national treasury upside down, I'll find it for you. Await my report. After hanging up, Lin Ke stroked his chin. 48 hours, plenty of time. But sitting idle wasn't his style. Why not take on a side gig first to earn some faith points?
No sooner said than done, Lin Ke deftly opened the live streaming app. The title flowed effortlessly, celebrate everywhere.
The God of Wealth has arrived, online rice throwing event. Location, number 213, Linsong Street, Haicheng City, Shanghai Woodcraft. Go live. Family. Today is a blessed day. Lin Ke beamed like a flower before the camera. The 5 great mountains have unleashed their power. Earthquakes will never trouble our land again. Excited?
To celebrate, I'll carve 10 mini fortune gods live today, free gifts for everyone.
That's right, number 998, number 688.
Roll the comments in the livestream, they're pure freebies.
The chat exploded. Holy crap. Lin God is so generous. God of Wealth. Look at me. I'm desperate for money. Share this Lin Master, tomorrow I'll find a wallet on the street. This is the true guardian deity of China. First stabilizing the nation's fortune, then bestowing wealth. Lin Ke pulled out 10 pieces of glossy, smooth wali wood from the corner.
Though not as precious as Xin wood, it was more than enough for carving a small trinket. Gripping the Nuwa carving knife, wood shavings flew as his wrist flickered. The carving began. The blade danced with fluid strokes. The first figure, Bygone, the literary god of wealth, solemn-faced, holding a gold ingot. The second figure, the martial god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, with a dark face and thick beard, one hand holding a whip, the other cradling a treasure. The third figure, Fan Li, wore a warm smile, cradling a golden wish-granting scepter. 10 small deities of wealth, each with a distinct expression, yet their festive, fortune-attracting energy seemed poised to spill right out of the wood. With each statue carved, Lin Ke lightly tapped his fingertips, infusing a thread of faith energy into it.
Faith points 100. God of Wealth statue activated successfully. Effect, slightly enhances the holder's financial fortune.
While the effect wasn't earth-shattering, for ordinary people, it was the equivalent of winning a lottery scratch-off ticket, an absolute delight.
Folks, the job's done. Lin Ke lined up 10 palm-sized God of Wealth statues in a row.
Watch closely, each one has been blessed with my unique technique, guaranteed to attract some wealth. Enough talk, flood the chat with Long Live China, and we'll pick 10 chosen ones. The entire livestream was instantly flooded with just 4 words, Long Live China. The comments flooded in like a wall, obscuring even the host's face. Soon, the lottery system rolled, revealing 10 golden IDs. Congratulations to Patriotic Youth for winning the God of Wealth statue.
Congratulations to Sakura Muscleman Without Roots for winning the God of Wealth statue.
Congratulations to I Kneel Before Linshin for winning the God of Wealth statue.
Winners frantically thanked everyone in the comments, while those who missed out sourly typed support Godlin alongside their envy. But what truly left Lin Ke speechless was the surge in his faith points backstage. Holy crap, in just a moment, the faith value shot up like it was riding a rocket. It surged even more wildly than when he invited the 5 great immortals. Current faith points, 15,847,692. It had shot straight past 15 million. Lin Ke was both amused and exasperated. So after all that, the deities who protect the nation and bring peace are less practical than the God of Wealth who brings prosperity? Seems the saying, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means, is etched into every Chinese person's DNA. This faith is all too real. Meanwhile, the livestream's follower count had also broken through the 5 million mark, and the growth momentum showed no signs of slowing down. This speed was simply absurd. Just then, Zhou Shinxiong's call came through, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Master Lin, we found it. Golden threaded lightning struck wood. The vintage may be slightly lacking, but it's absolutely genuine. I'll dispatch a private jet to deliver it to you immediately. Lin Ke raised his eyebrows. Impressive efficiency. In less than half a day, they tracked down this legendary item. The power of the state apparatus was truly formidable. Great work, old Zhou. Lin Ke offered a sincere thank you before shifting gears. By the way, I've got one more favor to ask. At your command. Zhou Shinxiong replied decisively. Find me a wide open space, Lin-Ka said casually, and prepare several dozen high-definition drones, the kind that cover every angle without blind spots. We have some guests arriving tomorrow. I need to host them properly, prepare a grand surprise for them. Chapter 12, The Nighttime Setup. Master Lin, should we deliver it to you now? Zhou Xinxiong's voice carried a note of deference. Lin-Ka glanced out the window, pondered for a moment, then replied, no need to deliver it. Just place it directly on the site. When friends come from afar, no matter how distant, they must be eliminated. This stage, naturally, must be the finest. His humble little shop couldn't withstand the upheaval. If the commotion grew too loud, losing the shop would be the least of it. If it affected the neighbors, the consequences would be far worse. All right. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. In less than half an hour, the muffled roar of engines echoed from below. Lin-Ka walked to the window. 2 dark green military jeeps had parked, taking up half the street. What a show of force! The door swung open, and several soldiers armed with rifles jumped out. One of them strode up the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Master Lin, we've been ordered to escort you, came a steady voice from outside the door. Coming. Lin-Ka swiftly packed up his live streaming gear, tucking the Nuwa carving knife close to his body before heading downstairs. He climbed into the military vehicle, which sped toward the city outskirts. After about 40 minutes, the convoy came to a halt in front of a vast open field. This was once an abandoned factory, desolate for miles around, perfect for his purposes. In the center of the site, a complete live streaming setup was already in place. High-definition cameras, fill lights, microphones, everything was in place. Beside it sat a rosewood table and a full set of carving tools. In one corner, there was even an exquisite tea set. This Zhou Xinxiong certainly knew how to do things in style. Master Lin, the equipment is fully calibrated and ready to go live at any moment, a technical soldier reported as he stepped forward. Lin-Ka scanned the setup with a satisfied nod. How professional was this setup? No wonder I kept getting comments telling me to upgrade my phone. Turns out their professional setup included a camera. Seems like I should upgrade my gear too, to give everyone a better live streaming experience. Speaking of which, it's about time I upgraded my place too. Lin-Ka opened the live streaming equipment and typed the title, Today's Hardcore Science, the Supreme Deity of the Heavenly Court's Ministry of Justice, the Thunderous Universal Enlightenment Heavenly Lord. The chat exploded with comments. Host, you're late. +1. +10,086. What kind of deity is this powerful? Host, are you recruiting again? Who's the new legend this time? Anticipation is through the roof. Lin-Ka didn't rush to answer. Instead, he picked up a piece of wood from a nearby wooden crate. The timber glowed golden throughout, adorned with naturally formed, exquisite grain patterns. The most striking feature, however, were the charred scorch marks covering its surface. Line after line, each one shaped like a lightning strike. Experts in the live stream immediately exploded with excitement. Holy crap! Lightning struck wood. Lightning struck golden thread Nanmu. Isn't this the stuff that gets you locked up for life? Where'd you get this, streamer? You got such wild connections, streamer? Watch out for trouble. Lin-Ka laughed heartily, relax, it's totally legit. Military special supply, complete with official red-headed documents. The chat finally quieted down a bit. Golden thread Nanmu wood was already astronomically priced, and when struck by lightning, it became a legendary item, priceless and impossible to find on the market. Streamer, who are you carving this for? With such premium material, it's gotta be a legendary figure. Hurry up and tell us. Can't wait. Lin-Ka ran his fingers over the lightning-struck wood, a wave of emotion washing over him. Without the backing of the state, he'd likely never have had the chance to even touch such a piece in his lifetime. Thunder is the divine punishment of heaven, the sword of Damocles hanging over all creation. Therefore, today I shall carve the celestial deity who wields the thunderous punishment, the thunderous sound, the universal transforming heavenly lord. The live stream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! I don't get it, but this feels insanely awesome. Same here. My mom asked why I'm kneeling while watching the live stream. +1. +10,086. But some were curious, the streamer usually carves deities that bless the land, but this heavenly lord looks like he's in charge of punishment? Any explanation? Lin-Ka remained silent, merely flashing a meaningful smile at the camera. Meanwhile, at the Shinto agency headquarters in distant Sakura country, Yamada Ichiro stared intently at the screen, his face dark as a pot bottom. On the screen was Lin-Ka's live stream feed. The moment the 11 characters thunderous universal transformation heavenly lord pierced his ears, a chill shot up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Contact Team Kagemaru immediately. Yamada Ichiro practically roared at Sato Mia beside him. Order them to move now, immediately, this instant. Miyasato jumped in surprise and quickly grabbed the encrypted phone. Minutes later, she hung up. Contact established. The Shadow Ball team is rushing full speed to the target location. Yamada Ichiro opened the location data from Lin-Ka's livestream feed. That spot was indeed a prime location for silencing witnesses. Tell Shadow Ball they must strike before he finishes his carving. Strike while the deity hasn't descended yet. One shot, one kill. Lin Ke placed the lightning struck wood steadily on the workbench, his fingertips tracing the grain of the timber. The opulence of the golden thread nanmu wood, combined with the scorch marks left by lightning, gave the entire piece an aura of primal, overbearing power. He raised his Nuwa carving knife and addressed the livestream audience. Today's subject is the chief deity of the Thunder Department, who wields divine punishment with boundless power. Honestly, I don't know if I can pull this off. His words sounded humble, but Lin Ke knew exactly what he was doing. With the experience from previous attempts and today's top-tier material, as long as the faith points were sufficient, he dared to carve not just the Thunder God, but even the Jade Emperor himself. Far away in the land of cherry blossoms, Yamada Ichiro's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He immediately shouted the intelligence into his communicator. Target is carving the Lord of Thunder, immense power. Repeating, we must strike before completion. One strike, one kill. Through the encrypted communicator came Kagemaru's deep, gravelly voice, copy that. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Yamada Ichiro finally exhaled slightly. 10 minutes. Even if his carving skills were lightning fast, there was no way he could complete such an intricate divine statue in that time. In the livestream, Lin Ke had already begun. The first stroke fell, sending golden wood shavings flying. The Nuwa carving knife seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes tracing delicate lines like a spider's thread, other times chiseling with the force of an axe. The divine form of the Thunder Universal Enlightenment Heavenly Lord materialized in his mind with every intricate detail. Long hair cascaded down, the countenance stern and majestic. A golden thunder divine pattern across his brow seemed to glow faintly. In his left hand, he held the thunder command, in his right, the thunder sword. Beneath him, the nine-headed thunder dragon, its scales fierce and menacing, claws and fangs bared. Every detail was already etched in Lin Ke's mind. His chisel danced across the lightning-struck wood, masterfully harnessing the charred marks of the thunderbolts. The natural lightning marks became the most perfect shadows for the divine statue. Against the charred backdrop, the golden nanmu wood's radiant luster was amplified to its utmost brilliance. The entire statue seemed to radiate its own divine aura. Chapter 13, Yamada no Orochi. Deep within the clouds, thunder rumbled. Rumble. The muffled thunder seemed to roll in from beyond the heavens. Though distant, it struck each person's heart with startling clarity. Holy crap, is a downpour coming? Could Master Lin really be performing a rain-invoking ritual? That's crazy. These dark clouds are gathering in a most sinister way. Only Lin Ke understood clearly, this was the celestial phenomenon triggered by the imminent completion of the Thunder God's divine statue. His wrists danced as the carving knife glided across the wood, leaving precise, flawless incisions. Golden hair cascaded down, a vertical thunder eye inscription gilded his forehead. His right hand gripped a golden vein thunder sword, while his left formed a sword finger seal clutching a thunder talisman before his chest. Every detail seemed carved by divine hands, especially those eyes, a mix of majesty and compassion, as if they could see through every heart in the world. Meanwhile, within the Shinto Bureau of Sakura Nation, Yamada Ichiro was sweating profusely with anxiety, urging incessantly, Kagemaru-kun, hurry. Faster. Take him out before he finishes the engraving. This is our absolute best chance. Kagemaru's voice remained utterly unruffled. Why the rush? This time, I've prepared thoroughly. The Lord Yamada no Orochi slumbers, he has bestowed upon me a measure of divine power. A mere puppet in the hands of a lowly carver, dare you compare it to the divine might of Lord Yamada no Orochi? Kagemaru's tone dripped with contempt. At the mention of Lord Yamada no Orochi, Yamada Ichiro's eyes blazed with fanatical fervor. Yamada no Orochi, the very pinnacle of Sakura Nation's mythology. Even a mere shred of that divine power was enough to crush any mortal. That's good, that's good. Yamada Ichiro exhaled deeply, his heart finally settling back into place. At the live broadcast site, Lin Ke's carving neared completion. Beneath the divine statue, the nine-headed thunder dragon took full form, each of its 9 heads displaying distinct expressions, all radiating majestic power. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each dragon scale was interwoven with dense, golden lightning bolts, not mere patterns, but inscriptions as fine as hair. Especially the dragon's eyes, they seemed poised to unleash thunderous bolts at any moment. The final stroke. Lin Ke raised his chisel and struck the thunder rune on the thunder god's forehead. Faith-fueled energy surged through the blade, causing the thunder god statue's aura of power to explode outward. Blinding golden lightning erupted from the statue, coalescing into a towering pillar of thunder that ripped through the night sky, piercing straight into the heavens. The demon-possessed Kagemaru was struck as if by lightning, the color draining instantly from his face, leaving him as pale as paper. The phantom of the Yamada no Orochi serpent behind him twisted violently and wailed, as if encountering its natural enemy. A primal fear deep within its bloodline threatened to shatter it completely. Impossible, impossible. Shadow Ball's voice cracked, shrill and piercing, trembling with hysteria. How could a mere statue possess such divine might? Lin Ke wasted no words, merely raising the thunder god statue in his hand with cold indifference. The
The thunderous light on the statue grew more intense, filling the air with crackling sounds of ionization, as if the very space around them was about to ignite.
Above, thick, boiling clouds churned like bubbling ink.
Countless lightning serpents darted wildly through the layers, bathing the night sky in a sickly white glow.
Shadowball's face contorted into a ferocious grimace as he squeezed every last ounce of demonic energy from his body.
Surging black mist erupted from his body, merging entirely into the phantom of the Yamata no Orochi behind him.
The phantom instantly solidified, its 8 ferocious serpent heads roaring skyward, emitting a teeth-chattering hiss. What good is a divine statue? The power of Lord Yamata no Orochi is beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you. Shadowball swung his arms violently, and the Yamata no Orochi phantom surged forward like a moving mountain of flesh, carrying a foul stench as it lunged toward Lin Ku. Just as the phantom was about to touch Lin Ku, a golden divine thunderbolt, condensed to its absolute limit, erupted violently from the statue. Boom! The divine thunder struck the shadow of Yamata no Orochi with pinpoint accuracy. The phantom didn't even manage to complete its piercing scream before exploding into fragments within the blinding lightning.
Kagemaru himself was swept by the thunder's aftershock, sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string and crashing heavily to the ground.
Put!
He spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. His demon-possessed form rapidly faded, scales flaking off his skin in a shower of scales. Shadowball struggled to rise from the ground, but his body felt like a pile of mud, utterly beyond his control. The thunder's divine might was too overwhelming, having already shattered his internal organs into fragments.
This is the power of the Chinese deities. Lin Ku paced forward, towering over him with utter detachment in his voice. Remember, this is China. The last glimmer of light in Ingwan's eyes faded completely. He had lost. He had lost utterly. Yet in the very instant before his last breath, the flesh of his chest suddenly exploded outward, spewing forth a thick, indelible black demonic energy.
The demonic energy coiled around his corpse, contracting until it solidified into a fist-sized black oval.
Lin Ku's brow furrowed in alarm.
Sure enough, the black egg, covered in sinister, strange incantations, began emitting a nauseating, bloody stench as it frantically devoured the blood around it. Whether it was from Shadowball or the corpses of his minions, the flowing blood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into streams that converged like rivers into the sea, pouring into the black egg.
In the livestream, the Shinto agency of Sakura Nation witnessed this scene and instantly descended into madness. Sakura Nation Shinto agency, ha ha ha. It's a serpent's egg. The serpent egg of Lord Yamata no Orochi. That good-for-nothing Kagemaru finally did something worthwhile. Sakura Nation Shinto agency, he's been carrying the serpent egg bestowed by Lord Yamata no Orochi all along. This is our ultimate trump card. Sakura Nation Shinto agency, deities of China, prepare to face true despair and terror. At the Shinto Bureau headquarters, Yamada Ichiro pounded the table, laughing so hard he doubled over. That fool Kagemaru finally died with some worth. Once the serpent egg of Lord Yamata no Orochi is hatched with a blood sacrifice, even its juvenile form alone will be enough to level everything here. On the scene, after the black egg drained all the blood, the cursed patterns on its surface began to emit an eerie red glow and trembled violently. Crack! The first crack appeared. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks spread like a spider web across the entire shell. Lin Ku sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the black egg, far surpassing that of the shadow orb moments before, and his expression grew slightly more solemn. Pop! The shell shattered completely, and a tiny snake, barely thicker than a finger, slithered out. Yet it grew as fast as the wind, and went berserk at the sight of blood. In the blink of an eye, the snake grew as thick as a bucket. The size of a basin. As tall as a house. Within mere seconds, an 8-headed colossal serpent, 40 meters tall, coiled itself in the center of the arena. 8 serpentine heads, each with blood-red jaws and razor-sharp fangs. Though its aura fell far short of the legendary original, it still sent shivers down the spine. All 8 heads screeched in unison, their piercing shrieks nearly shattering eardrums. Lin Ku stared at the foul-smelling creature before him, cursing inwardly. Damn disgusting. Why the hell did it have to swallow eggs? But those cherry blossom country bastards seem to have a taste for this sort of thing. Well, I'll be damned if I don't tear you apart today. Chapter 14, The Thunder Dragon emerges from the 9 heavens, heaven's might subdues demons and evils. The 8 pairs of vertical pupils on the young Yamata no Orochi locked onto Lin Ku simultaneously, their bloodthirsty glare unmistakable. It sensed the divine aura emanating from Lin Ku, an aura that filled it with both revulsion and lust. Hostility and greed intertwined within it. Hiss! 8 serpent heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, viscous venom dripping onto the ground, corroding pits into the earth. The next second, it was poised to strike. Instead of flinching, Lin Ku laughed and raised the thunder god statue once more. It's not over yet. He silently commanded, faith infusion. Continue infusing the thunder god statue with faith. Another 8 million. Faith infusion successful. Divine statue's power enhanced. At that moment, Lin Ku slashed his fingertip with a Nuwa carving knife. A single drop of golden blood, imbued with divine essence, fell upon the thunder god statue's brow. Hum.
Golden lightning erupted from the statue, tenfold more powerful than before, its brilliance instantly repelling the charging Yamata no Orochi snake several meters back. In the next instant, the thunder god statue transformed into a streak of light, sinking into Linka's forehead. Above the heavens, a thunderbolt of unimaginable thickness tore through the sea of clouds, striking Linka's crown with pinpoint accuracy.
Boom! The entire arena was engulfed in endless golden lightning, smoke and dust billowing skyward.
Eerily, a massive pus-filled boil suddenly swelled on the central serpent head of the Yamata no Orochi. The abscess exploded with a sharp crack, spattering foul-smelling pus and blood everywhere. From within emerged the half-naked upper body of the shadow orb, its face twisted into a maniacal grin.
Ha 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 ha! The gods of Huaxia? They even kill their own followers. See this. Your gods couldn't care less about your lives. At the Shinto Bureau headquarters, Yamada Ichiro laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. This was their open strategy. Exploiting the so-called benevolence of the Chinese deities to paralyze them with fear, forcing them to turn on each other. Once the Chinese gods were branded with the crime of indiscriminate slaughter, their propaganda war would be won. Yet amidst the thunder, lightning, and smoke, Linka's cold, mocking snort echoed. Ha!
You dare compare us, the deities of Huaxia, to your disgusting little creatures? Before the words faded, a dragon's head larger than the entire body of the Yamata no Orochi slowly emerged from the smoke.
The dragon's head radiated overwhelming majesty. With each blink of its eyes, tangible golden divine thunderbolts erupted. Then a second. A third. The ninth.
9 monstrous yet sacred dragon heads manifested simultaneously within the thunderous light, each radiating an awe-inspiring divine might that could suppress the ages.
Roar! The 9-headed thunder dragon roared in unison, its dragon's cry shattering the void.
The sonic wave was 100 times more powerful than the little snake's hiss. Where the sound waves passed, all smoke and dust dispersed.
Linka's figure stood prominently atop the largest dragon head at the center. He had undergone a complete transformation.
Golden hair whipped wildly through the air, each strand crackling with dancing lightning arcs. Between his brows, a vertical eye-shaped thunder god seal slowly opened and closed, seemingly containing an entire sea of thunder within. In his right hand, he held a golden divine sword forged from pure thunder, while his left hand pinched a golden talisman that flickered with lightning.
Bathed entirely in sacred golden lightning, he forcibly transformed the night into an eternal daylight. The livestream went absolutely wild.
The barrage of comments flooded the screen so thickly it froze like a PowerPoint slide.
Holy! Holy! What the hell is this? A 9-headed thunder dragon? Is the streamer channeling a deity? No! He's transformed into the Thunder Sovereign himself. So freaking cool. This is the true form of our Chinese deities. Heavenly might in all its glory. It's over, it's over.
That little mudskipper from the land of cherry blossoms is about to be crushed into dust.
The moment the 8-headed serpent saw the 9-headed thunder dragon, all 8 heads froze in unison.
Fear seeped from the depths of their souls, reflected in their serpentine pupils.
It was the absolute suppression of a superior being over an inferior one, the primal, bloodline-rooted dominance.
But the shadow orb, now fully possessed, had driven the trembling serpent body into a frenzy.
Don't be afraid. Charge. Charge for me. It's just an illusion. It's fake. Lord Yamata no Orochi's bloodline is supreme. How could it possibly lose to a Chinese deity? 9-headed thunder dragon, divine might unmatched.
Linka stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the dragon's crest, his robes fluttering without wind. Beneath the night sky, 9 majestic dragon heads reared high, each erupting with blinding golden lightning. Dragon scales like armor, dragon whiskers lashing out, igniting strings of fine electric arcs. Most terrifying were the 9 dragon eyes, each pupil seemed to contain its own thunderous world, gazing down upon the mortal realm. In the livestream chat, comments flooded the screen, completely drowning out the visuals.
Holy! This is the grandeur of our Chinese immortals. 9-headed thunder dragon.
My mythology books weren't wasted after all.
Sakura's Yamata no Orochi? That's a snake? That's an earthworm. China is awesome.
By comparison, the massive form of the little Yamata no Orochi now seemed almost comically absurd. Shadowball's upper body was embedded in the fleshy growth of the central serpent head, the color completely drained from his face. It was a fear rooted deep in his bloodline, the absolute crushing dominance of the apex predator over its prey. It had nothing to do with strength, it was purely about rank.
No. Impossible. This can't be happening.
Shadowball's voice cracked with terror, becoming shrill and piercing.
The bloodline of Lord Yamata no Orochi, how could it lose? How could it possibly lose to a god of China? He seemed possessed, driving the demonic serpent beneath him. 8 serpentine heads snapped open their gaping maws. A foul stench assaulted the senses as venomous spittle coalesced into 8 water arrows, hurtling toward Lin Ku. Lin Ku didn't even bother to move a step.
He merely raised the thunder sword held upside down in his right hand slightly, his eyes filled with utter indifference.
A mere vermin dares to run amok on the sacred soil of China?
Before the words faded, the 9-headed thunder dragon roared in unison.
Roar!
9 dragon cries twisted into one, transforming into a visible golden soundwave that swept out. The air shattered inch by inch along its path. Before the 8 venomous water arrows could draw near, they were instantly shattered by the soundwave into a puff of green mist, dispersing in the wind.
Immediately after, the 9 dragon heads opened their massive jaws. 9 golden pillars of lightning, like molten plasma, erupted from their mouths.
Mid-air, they twisted into a single, thicker beam of thunderous light, resembling the spear of a celestial god.
Boom! The beam pierced the Yamata no Orochi's torso with pinpoint accuracy. The
Yamata no Orochi emitted a piercing shriek unlike any creature's cry, its massive serpentine body convulsing and thrashing wildly. Golden lightning raged across its surface, tearing off plates of hard scales to reveal charred flesh beneath. The excruciating pain transmitted directly to Kagemaru. He felt as though his internal organs were being scorched by lightning, writhing in agony atop the serpent's head. Ah! It's fake! This is all fake! His roar was already hoarse and strained. Lin Ke looked down at the half-mad man beneath him, his voice cold as ice as he delivered his verdict. I'm giving you one chance. Crawl back to your tiny speck of a country. Never set foot in China again. Otherwise, death. Chapter 15. Heaven's net is vast, 9 thunders slay the evil serpent. The venomous light in Kagemaru's crimson eyes nearly overflowed. Admit defeat? Run away like a dog with its tail between its legs? Make me flee? You're dreaming. Shadowball bit down hard on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the serpent head beneath him. The secret technique activated, and the energy of the Yamata no Orochi surged instantly. Charred wounds writhed and healed at a visible pace, while all 8 serpentine pupils transformed into bloodthirsty crimson. This was the final, frenzied burning of its life force. Lin Ke watched the scene unfold, a cold, sharp curve lifting the corners of his mouth. You fool, you've been given a path to paradise but chose not to take it. He slowly raised the thunder sword in his hand, pointing it straight at the heavens. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. The lightning arcing from the blade's tip echoed the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Deep within the clouds, thunderous light surged like boiling magma. The entire night sky blazed as bright as day. Glorious heavens might obey my command. Lin Ke's voice echoed like divine decree across the heavens and earth. Descend! At his command, the 9-headed thunder dragon roared to the heavens, its dragon's cry becoming a beacon summoning divine punishment. In an instant, a gaping hole tore open in the heavens. Hundreds of bolts of thunder ripped through the night sky like a vast meteor shower, crashing vertically toward the earth. This was no longer mere thunder, it was a forest of lightning, a cage forged from bolts of electricity. Boom! 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 The young Yamata no Orochi writhed and screamed in agony at the storm's epicenter, unable to escape even an inch. Its scales were torn apart, flesh vaporized, and even its bones shattered inch by inch under the relentless strikes. Shadowball's agonized screams mingled with the chaos as his body began to melt within the lightning's glow. His flesh and blood seeped into the serpent's form, the boundary between human and demon utterly erased. Even having sacrificed everything to become a demon, beneath this divine thunder of the 9 heavens, he remained nothing more than a slightly larger insect. The thunderstorm raged for a full minute. When the final bolt of lightning faded, only a large charred human-shaped mass remained, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. The world knew no more of the 8-headed serpent, nor of the man known as Kagemaru. Lin Ke waved his hand casually, and both the thunder sword and the 9-headed thunder dragon dissolved into specks of light. He reverted to his ordinary human form, save for a faint golden thunder rune that flickered faintly between his brows. In the livestream chat, after a minute of dead silence, it exploded. Streamer! I'm bowing down to you. This is godly. Those who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. That trash living the good life? Now he's been reduced to dust. Ha 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 ha. I hereby declare the 9-headed thunder dragon is my husband. Rockets. Aircraft carriers. Flood the chat with everything you've got. Gift effects and bullet comments flooded the screen once more, while Lin Ke's back-end faith points skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. Mission complete. Reward, Thunder Mastery. Current faith points, 21,547,892. This move was a total win. Lin Ke knew full well this wasn't over. A citizen of Sakura Nation dying in China, broadcast live worldwide. This wasn't a minor incident. Sure enough, his phone began to vibrate. Caller ID, Zhou Xinxiong. Master Lin. Are you hurt? Zhou Xinxiong's urgent voice came through the line the moment he answered. I'm fine. A few scumbags. All taken care of. Lin Ke's tone was flat. This will likely lead to major trouble. You need to be prepared. Zhou Xinxiong's tone grew grave. The Cherry Blossom Nation won't let this rest. Lin Ke had anticipated this outcome and let out a light chuckle. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. If they refuse to accept it, we'll fight until they do. This composure and confidence instantly reassured Zhou Xinxiong on the other end of the line.
Indeed, with such a true deity at the helm, what could China possibly fear? Then please rest first. I'll report any developments to you immediately.
Hanging up the phone, Lin Ke turned back to the live stream camera and spoke slowly.
Everyone, that's all for today. Get some rest. Remember this, we Chinese people don't start trouble, but we never fear it either. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee.
As his words faded, the live stream screen abruptly went dark. And for many, this night was destined to be sleepless.
Sakura Nation, headquarters of the Shinto Agency.
The air in the conference room was thick with tension, as if frozen solid. Yamada Ichiro stared fixedly at the computer screen, his face ashen, muscles twitching uncontrollably.
The screen was frozen on the final frame, Kajimaro and Yamada no Orochi engulfed by lightning.
Not a single speck of ashes remained.
Useless. A bunch of utterly useless trash. Yamada Ichiro slammed his fist onto the conference table, cracking the hard mahogany surface.
You were tasked with delivering Lord Yamada's serpent eggs, yet you still managed to fail so miserably. Sato-miya, standing nearby, hung her head low, even her breathing hushed, afraid of drawing blame upon herself. The annihilation of Team Kajimaro wasn't merely the loss of a few elite agents, it had exposed the Shinto Bureau, and indeed the entire nation of Sakura, to the world.
Sir Yamada, what should we do now?
Sato-miya gathered her courage and whispered the question. Yamada Ichiro closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently as he forced down the rage boiling within him. Rage solved nothing.
The immediate priority was cleaning up this mess. Contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tell them China attacked our people with unknown weapons. A venomous glint flashed in Yamada Ichiro's eyes. Since we can't win fair and square, we'll play dirty? Sato-miya's breathing quickened. Drown them in a sea of public opinion. The idea was both insane and brilliant.
The deaths of those useless Shadow Maru agents remained a mystery to the outside world.
As long as they controlled the narrative, they could spin black into white. The aggressors could transform overnight into pitiful victims. Self-defense?
No, it was indiscriminate slaughter.
I'll handle it immediately.
Sato-miya turned on her heel, her stiletto heels clicking urgently across the floor. Within half an hour, Sakura country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued an emergency statement that slapped the global media in the face. In the statement, they tearfully denounced the emergence of an uncontrollable terrorist force within China.
This force had brutally slaughtered innocent citizens of Sakura Nation.
Even more outrageous, they blamed the frequent earthquakes within their own country on this force, claiming their citizens were suffering in dire straits.
Sakura Nation vehemently demanded China immediately hand over Lin Ke to face international trial and sanctions. Simultaneously, they announced plans to convene an international press conference to expose China's heinous crimes to the world. The news sent global media into a frenzy, like sharks smelling blood. Though many had witnessed Lin Ke's miraculous livestream and knew the truth. But with the Sakura Nation's government stepping into the spotlight, who wouldn't want to watch the spectacle unfold?
Many nations seemed to be waiting to see what stance Huaxia would take on this matter.
The situation was shifting by the minute. Could it be that China was finally rising? Chapter 16, Biting Back. Chapter 16, Japan Strikes Back. The following morning, at the Prime Minister's office of Sakura Nation.
In the conference hall, cameras and microphones were trained on the podium, flashes erupting like daylight. Foreign Minister Tanaka Taro, dressed in a crisp suit and wearing a sorrowful expression, bowed to the journalists below the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing witness to this tragedy. Tanaka Taro's voice trembled with fury. Last night, a horrific tragedy unfolded.
That uncontrolled force of terror within Huaxia, it brutally murdered our innocent citizens.
The press gallery erupted in commotion, many grinning from ear to ear. Last night's broadcast aired globally simultaneously. So this is how the show begins? Innocent citizens? Their graves must be overgrown by now.
Tanaka Taro remained oblivious to the commotion, fully absorbed in his performance.
What's even more outrageous is that this evil force has even infiltrated our homeland.
It has caused frequent earthquakes across our nation, destroying countless homes and leaving people displaced, casting a shadow of fear over the entire country.
He tremblingly raised a stack of documents thick enough to serve as a brick. This is our preliminary damage report.
Just yesterday alone, the direct economic losses caused by the earthquake exceeded 10 billion yen.
A reporter immediately raised his hand and asked pointedly.
Minister Tanaka, our sources indicate that your country's personnel provoked a Chinese citizen, the innocent civilian you mentioned.
Is that characterization appropriate? Tanaka Taro's expression remained as unflappable as an ant on a sofa, not even a flicker.
Our personnel were indeed in China, serving as cultural exchange scholars.
Who could have imagined they would be subjected to such barbaric, primitive weapon attacks? All perished. The statement was riddled with holes even a 3-year-old would call bull. But Tanaka Taro couldn't care less.
He waved his hand sharply.
Everyone, look at the big screen.
On the screen, several charred corpses appeared, their twisted forms turning stomachs. Though no one could identify these charred remains or how they died.
Look. This is the handiwork of that so-called divine being from Huaxia. Tanaka Taro's voice cracked into a wail as his fists pounded the podium. Such brutality. Is this even a civilized society?
The journalists below murmured among themselves, their camera shutters clicking in unison.
The reason told them it was all bull, the photos were undeniably powerful. Tanaka Taro pressed his advantage, continuing his inflammatory rhetoric.
What's even more terrifying is that the Chinese side has shown no remorse whatsoever. They're even bragging about this massacre online. Such actions pose a grave threat to peace and stability across Asia and the entire world. We implore the international community to intervene immediately and impose joint sanctions on China. This press conference, which twisted black into white, lasted 2 hours.
Tanaka Taro spewed words like a water truck, desperately trying to paint Sakura Nation as a helpless victim brutally beaten by bullies. Though many saw through the charade, his voice did carry far, thoroughly muddying the waters of international public opinion. At the same moment, in the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs,
the errand minister Geng Zhongji's office was thick with tension, suffocatingly heavy.
Damn it! These bastards have no shame.
The vice minister slammed his hand on the table, his neck bulging with rage.
They send assassins onto our territory, and now they're crying foul, playing the damn victims? Geng Zhongji's face was darker than a pot bottom.
He knew full well that in the international arena, truth meant jack.
The loudest voice and the strongest fist make even their farts smell sweet. We must strike back. Geng Zhongji's knuckles pounded the table rhythmically, his voice muffled. One slap knocked them dead. Prepare the materials. We'll hold a press conference this afternoon. Let the whole world see who the real clown is. That afternoon, in the press conference hall of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs,
Geng Zhongji stepped onto the stage, his gaze sweeping across the room like a knife slicing through each face.
The array of cameras below rivaled those in Sakura Nation, their flashes blindingly bright.
Journalists, regarding the false accusations made by a certain country this morning, we must respond with facts. Geng Zhongji's voice was cold and hard, echoing through the briefing hall. First, please watch this mythical legend. The large screen suddenly lit up. The image revealed a pitch-black cavern deep within the mountains of China.
Within the cavern, a monstrously ugly giant catfish was bound tightly by invisible golden chains. Dozens of meters long, it radiated a chilling, malevolent aura.
This creature, announced a resonant voice, is known in the land of cherry blossoms as the earthquake god, the catfish deity.
Geng Zhongji's booming voice echoed throughout the hall. It feeds on the earth's energy. A single flick of its tail can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split.
For generations, the people of Sakura Nation have sacrificed living humans to appease it, all for the sake of peace in their land. How laughable that this so-called god lurks within our Chinese borders, leeching away our nation's vital earth energy like a bloodsucker.
Boom!
The journalists below the stage erupted in chaos.
This news is explosive. If true, wouldn't that morning's morning ceremony in Sakura Nation become the joke of the century?
Geng Zhongji ignored the commotion and continued. Fortunately, our nation is protected by true divine beings, who intervene to suppress it.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
He shifted gears as the screen displayed a second video. The footage displayed Kagemaru's detailed personal dossier from birthplace to training records, from ninja codename to the mission orders for this assassination attempt, all high-definition scans, complete and comprehensive.
This is the cultural scholar who attacked our citizen last night. Shadowball.
Geng Zhongji's voice was as cold as ice shards.
A top-tier jonin of the Sakura Nation Shinto agency, his hands drenched in blood, specializing in assassination.
Last night, he infiltrated our military restricted zone with 3 subordinates and specialized equipment, attempting to assassinate Mr. Lin Ku.
The result? Our deity struck him with heavenly thunder, vaporizing him on the spot.
The final segment of the video was a high-definition recording of last night's entire battle. From the 4 members of the Shadow Ball sneaking in furtively to being instantly engulfed by blinding lightning. Every detail, every angle, was crystal clear, leaving no blind spots.
The facts speak louder than words.
Geng Zhongji surveyed the entire room, his gaze icy.
Who is the thief, and who is crying thief?
I believe everyone here already knows the answer. The room fell deathly silent. The eyes of all the foreign journalists widened, their faces etched with utter disbelief.
A stunning reversal.
This was the kind of earth-shattering reversal that would make front-page headlines around the world.
What cultural scholar? What innocent victim?
The evidence was right in their faces: the assassin's dossier, mission briefing, death footage.
This is a live replay of a failed assassination attempt.
And then there's the military base destroyed in China.
How do they spin this? Not even an industrial washing machine could clean it up.
This time, the land of cherry blossoms has been utterly humiliated. Their face is shattered, their underwear stripped bare.
Chapter 17, International Storms Gather, China responds with resolve.
The global community rises in condemnation, pointing fingers at China.
The moment the press conference ended, a tidal wave of global outrage erupted. China's evidence chain was too complete, especially the detailed personal file and combat footage of Shadow Ball.
It was like rubbing Japan's face in the dirt, turning their carefully crafted lies into a laughingstock. But now, no one cared about Japan's humiliation. All eyes were fixed on one thing: whether this man named Lin Kuo and the divine power he had displayed had already overturned the long-standing international chessboard.
United States, White House, Oval Office. President Trump and his inner circle of advisors sat stiffly, the air thick enough to cut with a knife.
This Lin Kuo was an extremely dangerous signal, Secretary of State Antony said, his brow furrowed.
Should China fully master this supernatural power, our global network of interests will suffer a fatal blow.
Trump nodded forcefully, his rotund face etched with apprehension. He hadn't missed a single frame of last night's live broadcast. The sight of 9 thunder dragons tearing through the sky was more impactful than any nuclear test footage in history, a shudder that originated deep within the soul.
Worse still, this power existed outside all international conventions, utterly uncontrollable. We must act now.
Trump slammed his hand on the table, making his decision.
We absolutely cannot let the Chinese get all the goodies.
Soon, an official statement from the United States was made public. The statement was worded firmly, declaring that the divine power held by Lin Kuo must be effectively regulated, and recommending that China hand him over to the international court.
Otherwise, tariff sanctions and even military action would be their next course of action. The United Kingdom followed suit, though their statements sounded considerably more civilized.
They believed Lin Kuo's power bore a striking resemblance to their own revered Lord Jesus, earnestly suggesting he visit their cathedral for friendly discussions. Their intent to lure him away was practically written on their faces. The actions of the naive nation were the most peculiar. They issued a formal statement tracing Lin Kuo's lineage back 18 generations to their own country, demanding China immediately return their citizen.
Several small Nordic nations also banded together to voice their demands.
They solemnly declared that Lin Kuo had stolen the divine power of Thor, the god of thunder, and must be returned immediately. Suddenly, wolves surrounded them, attacks coming from all sides. The justifications were varied, yet their objective was strikingly uniform: to tear a piece of flesh from China. The atmosphere in the Huaxia Foreign Ministry's conference room was oppressively tense. Deng Zhengji sat at the head of the table, his face dark. Before him piled mountains of documents, all statements and protests from various nations. These bastards have no shame left, a deputy minister slammed his fist on the table in fury.
They dare lay a finger on the deities passed down by our ancestors?
The pressure is overwhelming, another official lamented, his face etched with worry.
The United States has already signaled its intent to act. We can't withstand more than a few rounds of their economic sanctions.
Deng Zhengji remained silent, his fingers tapping the tabletop absent-mindedly. With so many factions converging to force a showdown, he understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. To ignore it entirely was unrealistic.
But to hand over Lin Kuo? That was sheer folly.
Minister, perhaps we should ask Mr. Lin Kuo himself, his secretary suggested softly. After all, he is the core of this entire affair.
Deng Zhengji lifted his eyes and nodded.
This matter truly required hearing from the man himself.
That evening, at a safe house on the outskirts of Haicheng City, Lin Kuo sat cross-legged, regulating the divine power within his body.
After last night, Zhou Xinsheng had arranged for him to stay here, claiming it was for safety.
Truthfully, Lin Kuo himself didn't care much.
In this world, anyone capable of harming him had likely not even been born yet.
Knock, knock, knock.
A knock sounded at the door.
Master Lin, it's me, Zhou Xinsheng.
The door opened. Zhou Xinsheng stepped aside, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit behind him, his demeanor sharp and efficient.
Master Lin, allow me to introduce you. Zhou Xinsheng gestured toward the visitor. This is Director Li from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director Li stepped forward briskly, extending both hands. Mr. Lin, I've long admired your reputation.
Meeting you today, I see you possess truly extraordinary presence. Lin Kuo shook his hand and smiled faintly.
Director Li, you flatter me.
The three took their seats, and Director Li cut straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I'm sure you're aware of the commotion outside.
Numerous nations have now united to confront us, explicitly demanding your extradition. A hint of amusement played at the corners of Lin Kuo's mouth. This reaction was entirely within his expectations. After all, the muscle he deflexed had been rather intimidating. Mr. Lin, I wonder what your plans are regarding this.
Director Li leaned forward slightly, his tone tinged with caution. Lin Kuo paused briefly before speaking in a calm yet resolute voice. I was born in China, raised in China.
I am Chinese. Every skill I possess stems from the divine wisdom of our ancestors.
Anyone who dares to try and take a share of that is delusional.
Director Li's eyes suddenly brightened, his posture straightening noticeably. This was precisely the attitude he needed.
But, the pressure is very real, Director Li shifted his tone. Especially the United States, they dare to overturn the table.
Lin Kuo let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Sanctions? They dare? Do they really think the deities of our China are made of clay?
Before he could finish, a cold system alert suddenly blared in his mind.
New mission issued, defend national prestige.
Mission requirements, under pressure from the nations, manifest divine might once more to strike fear into the hearts of the wicked, ensuring they dare not harbor covetous thoughts again. Reward, 50 million faith points, special skill divine might deterrence.
Time limit, 72 hours.
A fierce gleam ignited in Lin Ku's eyes.
This mission couldn't have come at a better time. 50 million faith points, another divine seat was secured.
Director Li, return and inform Minister Gung.
Lin Ku rose slowly, an invisible aura of authority radiating outward.
Our Huaxia civilization, with its millennia-old cultural heritage, has passed down its torch through generations. Though it has faced setbacks, its spirit is forever etched into the very bones and blood of every descendant of the Yellow Emperor.
We do not seek trouble, but we fear it not. But if anyone dares to reach out their claws,
Lin Ku's gaze turned icy cold, like glaciers from the depths of hell.
Those who dare to challenge the majesty of our Chinese nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee.
The final 8 words thundered like a bolt of lightning, igniting every fiber of Director Li's being. This was the voice a great nation should have. With Lin Ku's words, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs now possessed the audacity to challenge the heavens.
The next day, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs held another press conference.
Minister Gung Zhongji personally took the stage. He strode step by step to the podium, facing the cameras and blinding flashes of the global media with an eerily calm expression.
Journalists, many countries have put forward various claims regarding Mr. Lin's nationality.
Our Director General Li personally visited Mr. Lin and inquired about his own wishes.
Mr. Lin's response has earned my profound respect and a deep sense of pride. Mr. Lin stated, the spirit of China endures, its flame passed on. Should anyone dare defy the majesty of our Chinese nation, though far away they shall be punished.
Gung Zhongji's words rang out with force, leaving the room utterly silent.
Chapter 18, Nuclear waste pollutes the sea. Japan strikes again.
The warning from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs still rang in their ears, yet Japan had already begun plotting its devious schemes. In the secret chamber of the Shinto agency, a document thick as a brick lay spread out before Ichiro Yamada.
Are all arrangements in place? Yamada Ichiro asked without lifting his head.
Yes, Minister Yamada, Miyasato bowed as she reported, all nuclear power plants are ready for immediate action.
A cruel curve touched Yamada Ichiro's lips. If the gods couldn't be defeated, then drown them in filth.
Not only would it cripple their fishing industry, but it would also pin the blame squarely on them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
What about the sea god? Any word? Yamada Ichiro asked casually. Miyasato's face paled.
Lord Watatsumi's appetite is enormous. He demands 1,000 virgins as offerings.
Yamada Ichiro didn't even lift an eyelid. Give them to him. Right away. Miyasato's fingertips grew icy cold. That was 1,000 living souls.
But she dared not utter a single word of protest.
In this place, Yamada Ichiro was the law. Oh, and make sure to put on a good show. Yamada Ichiro's fingers tapped lightly on the table.
We're saying it was the Chinese deities who caused the earthquake were victims too. We had no choice but to discharge the nuclear wastewater.
Got it?
The blame must fall squarely on them.
Miyasato nodded hastily.
Only Lord Yamada could devise such a scheme, dirty to the core. It served both purposes, exacting revenge while playing the innocent victim.
Brilliant. That very afternoon, discharge outlets along the coast of Sakura Nation opened simultaneously.
Dark green liquid surged into the Pacific like a venomous dragon.
The foul stench was enough to make one dizzy and disoriented.
Across the sea, vast schools of fish floated belly up, twitching feebly before falling still. The azure sea transformed in an instant into an indelible, viscous soup. Immediately afterward, the official statement from the land of cherry blossoms emerged, each word dripping with blood, as if mourning the loss of a parent. They claimed that a powerful earthquake triggered by Chinese deities had severely damaged multiple nuclear power plants. To prevent an even greater catastrophe, they had no choice but to painfully release cooling water. Japan deeply regretted this action and solemnly declared, all responsibility lies with China. This dirty water was thrown, and the entire world erupted.
Nuclear contamination? That's a crime against humanity. International condemnation erupted instantly. Ironically, the finger of blame turned squarely toward China. Who asked you to have such a powerful deity that caused an earthquake?
Meanwhile, in Fuhai City, China, Lin Ku's livestream remained serene. He was carving a palm-sized god of wealth statue with his new engraving knife. Today's little treat, a miniature wealth-attracting deity statue. Lin Ku smiled at the camera.
Don't let its small size fool you, it's packed with spiritual energy. I'll draw a winner to send it to someone destined to receive it.
Comments like "Thank you, Master Lin" and "Soaking up good luck" flooded the chat.
But soon, discordant voices began to emerge. Master Lin. Help! I'm a fisherman from Fuhai. The seawater's been green and stinky these past few days, what's going on? Yeah. My uncle went out to check and came back vomiting. He's still lying down. All the fish are dead. We depend on the sea for our livelihood, what are we supposed to do now?
That seawater is green like ghostly flames, it stings fiercely if it touches your skin. One shocking comment after another made the smile vanish instantly from Lin Ku's face.
Green seawater, mass fish deaths, human discomfort? These symptoms.
Lin Ku's heart skipped a beat as he set down his engraving tool. Guys, hold on, let's get the details straight.
More fishermen flooded into the livestream, chattering frantically about the horrors unfolding.
The situation was far worse than he'd imagined. All the descriptions pointed to a terrifying possibility: nuclear contamination. The thought barely formed when the phone on the table began ringing insistently.
Caller ID, Zhou Zhenxiong.
Lin Ke told the livestream audience, "Hold on a moment," and immediately answered the call.
Master Lin, it's a disaster.
Zhou Zhenxiong's voice was hoarse on the other end, straining to contain his boiling rage. Those bastards in Sakura country dumped all their nuclear wastewater right at our doorstep.
Lin Ke's eyes instantly turned cold. I knew it. How widespread is the contamination? The monitoring station sounded the alarm 3 hours ago. That filthy water is heading straight for our Fuhai city.
Zhou Zhenxiong spoke at breakneck speed.
Our coastal waters are already completely ruined.
The worst part is, those bastards held a press conference and pinned the blame entirely on us. They claim our deities triggered the earthquake, portraying themselves as victims forced to discharge the waste.
Hell, I've seen shameless people before, but never this shameless.
Lin Ke's phone case creaked under his tight grip.
These sewer rats just won't let up. Failed at assassination, now resorting to these underhanded tricks? They're worse than animals. What did the higher-ups say? What else could they say? The generals nearly shattered their desks. Zhou Zhenxiong fumed. But now international opinion is being swayed by them. Everyone's blaming us, and we can't even explain ourselves properly. Damn it! Lin Ke, however, grew calm. Rage pushed to its peak crystallized into icy killing intent. Looks like it's time for me to teach them another lesson. Brother Zhenxiong, help me find something.
A massive piece of agarwood, 28 meters long. The bigger, the better. Find the beach closest to Sakura country.
I need it.
Also, deploy heavy security.
Not a single fly is to get near it. Also, notify the media I'm heading to Fuhai City tomorrow. Don't they love putting on a show for the whole world to see?
Then I'll set up a stage and join them in putting on a grand show. Zhou Zhenxiong shuddered, feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from the other end of the line.
Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Within 12 hours, the goods will be delivered to you without fail.
The call ended, and Lin Ke reappeared before the camera. At that moment, his livestream had surpassed 10 million viewers, with a torrent of comments flooding the screen so densely that the video feed was nearly obscured.
Everyone had only one question: what about our Dahai? Everyone, I've got the full picture now.
Lin Ke's voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear with crystal clarity.
Sakura country is dumping nuclear wastewater into our sea. Now they're turning the tables, blaming us for it.
The entire livestream was instantly flooded with furious comments.
Those well-fed bastards. This is outrageous. Master Lin, take them down. Call down divine retribution. Purify the oceans. Please.
Lin Ke slowly rose to his feet, staring directly into the camera as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately.
They like to play dirty? I'll play dirty back.
Tomorrow, in Fuhai City, I'll host a global livestream.
Let the whole world open their eyes wide and see clearly. What the hell is this so-called divine might of China?
The moment the words left his mouth, a cold system alert exploded in his mind.
Ding!
Major national crisis detected.
Emergency mission issued. Mission, Wrath of the Sea.
Description: the land of cherry blossoms has committed an outrageous act, polluting China's maritime borders with nuclear wastewater, an act that defies the laws of heaven. Requirement: within 48 hours, carve the ocean guardian god to purify the boundless azure waves.
Reward: 80 million faith points. Special divine skill, sea purification. Divine grade material, 10,000-year deep sea sacred wood.
Lin Ke's breath caught slightly.
80 million faith points.
Plus a divine skill and god tier materials. Wow, even the system couldn't stand by and watch.
Chapter 19, Mazu's divine manifestation, storms stir in Fuhai. Fuhai City Dock. The next day, early morning.
Lin Ke stood by the sea, his brow furrowed. The sea before him was no longer the azure blue of his memories, but instead glowed with a greasy green sheen. Dead fish with their bellies turned white floated on the surface, their putrid stench nearly making one retch. Several old fishermen slumped on the pier, their faces etched with bitterness.
Honorable divine being, have mercy and save us.
An old fisherman suddenly rushed forward, falling to his knees before Lin Ke with a thud, tears streaming down his weathered face.
Generation after generation, we've depended on this sea for our livelihood. Now the water is poisoned. We have no way to survive.
Lin Ke quickly helped him up, his voice steady and firm. Old man, do not fear.
Since I've come, I will see this matter through to the end.
Zhou Zhenxiong strode forward with a squad of engineers, followed by a military transport vehicle. It was a piece of agarwood, measuring 28 meters long and nearly 2 meters in diameter. Jet black throughout, it emitted a tranquil, calming fragrance and appeared harder than steel. Master Lin, the 1,000-year-old agarwood you requested has been retrieved from the South China Sea Trench, Zhou Zhenxiong reported. This single piece alone is valued at over 500 million on the black market, a priceless treasure beyond price.
Lin Ke nodded, understanding the implications.
For him, the nation had essentially emptied its coffers this time, but the investment was absolutely worth every penny. For what he intended to carve was the supreme guardian deity of China's seas, Mazu. In the seas of China, Mazu was the very sky in everyone's heart. For centuries, it was Mazu who blessed generation after generation of fishermen with safe voyages. Now that the myth had been severed and the incense no longer burned, it was up to him to personally mend the break. Place the wood on that platform over there, Lin Ku pointed to an open area by the shore. Today, we'll broadcast the carving live right here. The engineers wasted no time, working together to carefully position the agarwood. Lin Ku pulled out his phone and launched the livestream. Buzz! Millions of viewers flooded in like a tidal wave, instantly filling the screen with comments. Holy crap! He's back! The streamer's finally live. That backdrop, is that Fuhai Doc? Is the streamer tackling nuclear contamination? Holy crap, what's that black, thick, and long thing? The streamer's pulling out all the stops. Today, I shall invoke a deity for China, Lin Ku declared to the camera, enunciating each word. I shall summon our greatest guardian of the seas, Mazu, the goddess of the sea. The moment those words left his mouth, the livestream exploded. Mazu! It really is Mazu! Wah, Fuhai is crying. Mazu is coming back. With Mazu here, those damn cherry blossoms dumping nuclear waste can go to hell. You rock, streamer. Take them down. The local Fuhai viewers were so overcome with emotion they could barely form coherent sentences. In their hearts, Mazu was their last hope. Lin Ku said no more. He flipped his hand, drew the Nuwa carving knife, and strode toward the agarwood. The 28-meter-long giant trunk, bathed in sunlight, resembled a black dragon poised to strike. This would be the largest divine form he had ever carved. Mazu, also known as the Heavenly Empress, is the patron goddess of the sea and fishermen. Lin Ku's hands never stopped moving, nor did his voice. His words carried far and wide through the livestream. For thousands of years, all who set sail have received her blessings and protection for safe journeys. The carving knife in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into a streak of light that danced across the agarwood. Wood shavings flew as each stroke fell with an arcane, mystical rhythm. Lin's skill had long transcended mere divine mastery. He was creating life itself. Wherever the blade touched, the outline of Mazu was gradually released from the wood. Her compassionate countenance, flowing locks, and splendid court attire, every detail seemed naturally formed. As the divine statue began to take shape, a dense crowd gathered from all directions. Not only local fishermen, but countless devotees who had heard the news from afar. They knelt devoutly on the ground, bowing and praying toward the statue. Mazu, the goddess of the sea, has revealed her divine presence. We beseech you to protect us. Let the sea return to its former state. Punish those beasts who dumped garbage into the sea. The devotees' roaring collective will surge like a torrent into Lin Ku's perception. Current faith points, 26,547,892. Faith surged like floodwaters released from a dam, rising wildly. 3 hours later, a majestic statue 28 meters tall stood towering between heaven and earth. Mazu, draped in a crimson robe and crowned with a phoenix-adorned diadem, held a wish-granting scepter in her left hand and formed a protective seal with her right. Her compassionate countenance radiated supreme majesty, her eyes seemingly more profound than the ocean itself. At that very moment, Lin Ku abruptly looked up, a flash of sharpness darting through his eyes. A chilling, malevolent aura, a mixture of radiation and venomous hatred, was rapidly approaching from the depths of the ocean. His gaze fixed on the surface as his expression darkened. Without warning, the distant sea surface began to boil violently. A colossal vortex, devouring all light, materialized out of thin air. Within its depths, a shadow loomed, vast and despair-inducing, flickering in and out of view. It was the sea demon, the oceanic deity of the land of cherry blossoms. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Something's in the sea. Holy! What the hell is that thing? That vortex. Is the sky falling? Godzilla? Cthulhu? Streamer, run! Boom! The deity Mutsumi no Kami rose menacingly from the vortex. Over 50 meters tall, its upper body was humanoid with 3 eyes, while its lower half consisted of countless slimy, writhing octopus tentacles. A foul wind, mingling the stench of seawater with the radiation of nuclear waste, swept over the area, making one want to vomit. The appearance of the sea god Mijin unleashed towering waves, crashing black-green toxic water toward the shore. The gods of Huaxia? Ha! A bunch of useless relics hiding in the dust of history, and they dare to purify my sea? The Mijin Kami let out a grinding growl, its low rumble piercing the eardrums. From this day forward, this sea shall bear the name Matsukami. Your fishermen shall be cursed with barren offspring by the radiation I bestow. Before the words faded, it lashed out with its tentacles. More nuclear waste gushed from the seabed like fountains, turning the seawater as black as thick ink. Lin Ku stared at this ugly, writhing abomination, his gaze as cold as ice. You pathetic clown, daring to run amok in the waters of China? Ignoring it, he raised the Nuwa carving knife and refocused on his work. The blade flashed again, moving several times faster than before, leaving trails of afterimages on the agarwood. The final details of the Mazu statue were swiftly completed: the folds of her robes, the intricate patterns of her phoenix crown, the curve of her lips. Each stroke was masterfully executed, as if breathing life into the statue. As the carving progressed, a visible golden halo began to radiate from the statue, and an immense divine aura spread out. Nianjin sensed this pressure, powerful enough to make its soul tremble, and its countless tentacles lashed wildly at the sea surface.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The gods of Huaxia perished long ago. This power. Why?
Lin Ke paid no heed, needing only one final step.
The final stroke.
The system's voice exploded in his mind.
Proceed with faith infusion into the Mazu statue? Infuse 20 million faith points.
Lin Ke's mind moved.
Faith infusion successful. Divine statue's power activated.
In an instant, a golden pillar of light pierced the heavens from the Mazu statue, tearing through the dark clouds above. Every soul in Fuhai City, wherever they stood, witnessed this miraculous spectacle. Under the gaze of the masses, the 28-meter-tall Mazu statue slowly opened its eyes. Her compassionate gaze swept across the pitch-black sea of poison, utterly unruffled.
Retreat. Chapter 20. Turn their own weapons against them. The ethereal form of Mazu did not respond.
She merely continued pouring the nectar from her vase. The nectar grew ever more abundant, nearly covering the entire sea.
All pollutants were thoroughly purified. The ethereal form of the god Nianjin struggled within the nectar. His body began to dissolve bit by bit. Once I regain my divine power, you shall pay for your actions today. With these final words of menace, the ethereal form of the Minjin god vanished completely.
The sea's surface regained its calm. The crystal-clear water shimmered in the sunlight. There was no trace of the pollution whatsoever.
The live stream audience was left utterly speechless. This was the power of the Chinese deities.
Not only had she purified the ocean, but she had also defeated the sea god of the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Ke gazed at the ethereal form of Mazu, his heart filled with reverence. The compassion and majesty of the Chinese deity left him profoundly shaken.
The gentle apparition of Mazu gazed down upon Lin Ke.
Her eyes, brimming with loving kindness, shone with a maternal radiance.
Your Grace. Lin Ke bowed deeply once more. Could these filthy nuclear waste materials be sent back to where they came from? The apparition of Mazu nodded gently.
She raised her right hand and waved it gently. Instantly, the entire sea surface began to undergo a wondrous transformation.
The once calm waters stirred into motion. Not ordinary waves, but a rhythmic, purposeful flow. Green nuclear wastewater gathered from every corner.
These pollutants, recently separated, had not been fully purified. Instead, they were gathered together by the divine power of Mazu, the goddess of the sea, forming a massive green torrent. The torrent swiftly flows away in a specific direction. That direction was none other than Sakura Nation. The live stream audience erupted in excitement at this sight.
Goddess Mazu is incredible.
Send that nuclear wastewater back to the land of cherry blossoms.
That's what you call tit for tat. Let those bastards in Japan taste their own poison.
The green tide in the ocean grew thicker and thicker. From its initial width of dozens of meters, it expanded to hundreds of meters. The surging nuclear wastewater rushed toward the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Ke watched the spectacular sight, feeling utterly satisfied.
The land of cherry blossoms sought to pollute China with nuclear waste. Now Mazu has sent this wastewater back the way it came. This is karma. Meanwhile, off the coast of Sakura Nation, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, monitoring the sea for pollution, suddenly detected an anomaly. Report. A massive green water mass is approaching our coastal waters. The radar operator's voice trembled with fear.
The volume is immense, and the speed is extremely fast. The commander hurriedly checked the radar screen. The screen displayed a massive green ribbon rapidly approaching. This green band was several kilometers wide, and its length stretched beyond sight.
What is this? Cold sweat broke out on the commander's brow. Contact the mainland immediately and report the situation. Minutes later, the Sakura Nation government received an urgent report from the Maritime Self-Defense Force. An emergency meeting was underway at the Prime Minister's residence. What? All the nuclear wastewater has returned? Prime Minister Yamamoto Taro's face turned pale. How is that possible? The report confirms it. The Maritime Self-Defense Force commander wiped away cold sweat.
And the volume exceeds what we discharged.
It appears China has collected all the contaminated seawater and sent it all back. Yamamoto Taro slumped in his chair.
They had discharged the nuclear wastewater to contaminate China's waters. Now the Chinese deities not only purified the ocean but also sent all the pollutants back. This was truly shooting themselves in the foot.
What do we do now? The environment minister asked in a trembling voice. If this nuclear wastewater reaches our coastal waters?
He dared not finish the sentence.
Sakura Nation itself is an island nation with an extensive coastline.
If vast quantities of radioactive wastewater were to circulate around Japan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, even more terrifying news came from ahead.
Prime Minister. An official rushed into the conference room in a panic. The green seawater has reached our coastal waters. And it's beginning to encircle our nation.
It shows no signs of dispersing.
Yamamoto Taro leapt to his feet. What do you mean?
The official opened his laptop and connected it to the large screen.
Satellite imagery revealed that the waters surrounding Sakura Nation had been enveloped by green seawater.
This green water formed a massive ring.
Sakura Nation lay at the ring's center.
The green waters flowed continuously around Sakura Nation. It flowed clockwise at a steady and orderly pace.
It was as if an invisible giant hand were controlling these currents. Could this be the work of the Chinese deities? Yamamoto Taro murmured to himself.
The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying spectacle. The power of the Chinese deities had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Not only could they purify the oceans, but they could also control the direction of ocean currents. Such power was nothing short of a miracle.
Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shinto Bureau, Yamada Ichiro was frantically contacting deities from all quarters.
Quick!
Contact Lord Watanuki. He roared at his subordinates. Have him stop this nuclear wastewater immediately. And contact the other sea deities too. Miyasato hurriedly began making the calls.
But no matter how fervently she prayed or sacrificed, none of the sea gods responded.
The deity Watanabe had completely lost contact.
My lady, none of the sea gods can be reached.
Miyasato's face turned deathly pale. Lord Watatsumi has not responded either. Yamada Ichiro slammed his fist onto the table. The tabletop instantly split in two. He knew that Nianjin must have been severely wounded by the Chinese deities.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost contact at this critical moment.
Useless. All of you are useless. Yamada Ichiro roared in fury. So many gods, and yet they can't even handle a single Chinese deity.
But rage solved nothing. The green sea surrounding Sakura Nation grew increasingly dense.
Radiation detectors showed nuclear radiation levels surging near the coast.
Coastal cities had begun emergency evacuations.
Fishing operations have completely ceased. Tourism has plummeted even further. Who would dare to visit a country surrounded by radioactive wastewater?
News of the land of cherry blossoms being encircled by nuclear wastewater has spread worldwide.
Satellites from various countries have captured this shocking scene. A nation completely encircled by green nuclear wastewater. This is unprecedented in human history.
The International Atomic Energy Agency convened an emergency meeting. At the meeting, representatives from various nations voiced their concerns.
The actions of the land of cherry blossoms have posed a severe threat to the global marine environment. The German representative spoke first. We strongly condemn Sakura Nation's discharge of nuclear wastewater. The countermeasures taken by the divine beings of China are entirely justified as self-defense. The representative from France also stood to speak. Sakura Nation must bear responsibility for its actions.
The nuclear wastewater circulating around Japan is entirely their own doing. Even the United States, which has traditionally supported Japan, chose to remain silent this time.
Nuclear wastewater pollution is an enemy of all humanity. Japan's deliberate discharge of nuclear wastewater has provoked international outrage.
Chapter 21, International Sanctions Take Effect, Japan faces desperation. Now that the Chinese deities have ensured the nuclear wastewater returns to its source, nations worldwide applaud the outcome. The representative of the United Kingdom made a direct statement. We support the righteous actions of the divine beings of China.
Polluter pays, that's international practice.
Japan must bear the consequences of discharging its own nuclear wastewater.
The outcome of the meeting was entirely predictable.
The International Atomic Energy Agency passed a resolution.
Comprehensive nuclear technology sanctions were imposed on Japan.
Prohibited the export of any nuclear technology or materials to Japan. Simultaneously, Japan was ordered to immediately cease all nuclear wastewater discharge activities. It also demanded compensation for global marine pollution.
Upon the resolution's adoption, the Japanese government was thrown into complete disarray. Most of its nuclear power plants rely heavily on imported technology. If subjected to international sanctions, these plants would be unable to operate normally. More alarmingly, the surrounding radioactive wastewater continues to flow unchecked. Radiation levels kept climbing. Japan's fisheries, agriculture, and tourism industries collapsed entirely.
The stock market has plummeted repeatedly. In just 3 days, Japan's economic losses exceeded $100 billion.
And this is only the beginning.
If the radioactive wastewater continues to circulate around Japan, Japan will become completely uninhabitable for humans.
The Japanese government could no longer sit idly by. Prime Minister Yamamoto Taro personally called the chairman of China.
Mr. Chairman, we wish to apologize for our previous actions.
Yamamoto Taro's voice was filled with humility. Please instruct Mr. Lin Ke to withdraw the divine power. We are willing to pay compensation.
The chairman of Huaxia's voice was calm and authoritative.
Prime Minister Yamamoto, this matter cannot be resolved with compensation alone. Your Sakura nation has provoked Huaxia twice in succession. First, you dispatched ninjas to assassinate our citizens. Then you discharged nuclear wastewater to pollute our territorial waters. Now that problems have arisen, you think money will fix it? Nothing in this world comes that cheaply. Yamamoto Taro grew impatient. Then what do you suggest we do? We, the land of cherry blossoms, are willing to make any concession. The chairman of Huaxia paused for a moment. Very well. I can contact Mr. Lin Ku. But the condition is that Sakura Nation must issue a public apology. Admit to dispatching ninjas to assassinate our citizens. Admit to actively discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean. And compensate our fishermen for their losses. The compensation amount shall not be less than $1 trillion. Yamamoto Taro sucked in a sharp breath. $1 trillion. That was nearly equivalent to Sakura Nation's annual GDP. But looking at the terrifying green ring on the satellite image, Yamamoto Taro knew he had no choice. Fine. We agree. He gritted his teeth and accepted all the terms. That same afternoon, the Sakura Nation government convened a global press conference. Yamamoto Taro bowed deeply before the world's media. On behalf of the government, I apologize to China for Sakura Nation's wrongful actions. We did indeed dispatch ninjas to attempt the assassination of Mr. Lin Ku. We did indeed discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. These actions were wrong and unforgivable. We are willing to take full responsibility and pay $1 trillion in compensation. This apology shocked the entire world. For a nation's prime minister to admit before global media that he dispatched ninjas to assassinate a citizen of another country. This was unprecedented in diplomatic history. But what was even more astonishing was the power of the divine beings of Huaxia. Through sheer divine power alone, an entire nation was brought to its knees. Such power transcended conventional military and political means. Lin Ku watched the live apology broadcast from Sakura Nation in Fuhai City. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart. This is the majesty of China. Those who dare to defy the majesty of China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. But he knew this matter was far from over. Though Sakura Nation had apologized, their ambitions would not vanish. Given the chance, they would return with renewed force. Moreover, through this incident, the world has witnessed the might of the divine power of China. Other nations would inevitably respond in greater numbers. Some countries may extend goodwill, while others may harbor hostility. A greater storm may still be brewing. System, have I completed the mission? Lin Ku inquired silently. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, purify the ocean. Mission rating, perfect. Mission reward, 80 million faith points, special skills sea purification, and divine grade material deep sea divine would have been distributed. Current faith points, 101,547,892. Lin Ku's eyes lit up as he stared at the faith points. Finally surpassing 100 million. This meant he could now activate more powerful deities. Plus, he'd gained the sea purification skill and the deep sea divine wood material. Sea purification must have come from Mazu, the goddess of the sea. Deep sea sacred wood was a treasure unique in the world. Mr. Lin. Zhou Xinxiong approached from a distance. The land of cherry blossoms has agreed to all terms. The chairman asked me to inquire whether you can withdraw the divine power? Lin Ku pondered for a moment. Since Sakura Nation had apologized and agreed to compensation, it was indeed possible to give them a way out. But they couldn't be let off too easily. It can be withdrawn. Lin Ku nodded. But the nuclear wastewater cannot be completely withdrawn. Let a portion continue flowing in the waters near Sakura country for another month. Consider it a lesson for them. Zhou Xinxiong smiled. Your punishment is quite fitting. Let them remember this lesson. Lin Ku walked to the statue of Mazu and bowed deeply once more. Your Grace, please withdraw most of the nuclear wastewater. But leave a small portion near the shores of the land of cherry blossoms. Let them know that the divine might of China is inviolable. The ethereal image of Mazu appeared once more. She gazed kindly at Lin Ku and nodded gently. Then she waved a finger. The green ring on the sea surface began to shrink. Most of the radioactive wastewater dissipated into the ocean, thoroughly purified. Yet a small portion continued to circulate around Sakura Nation. Though not large in quantity, it was sufficient for Sakura Nation to remember this lesson. Following the conclusion of this incident, nations began to take action against Lin Ku one after another. So-called peace hides a delicate balance of military strength beneath its surface. Should any nation grow too powerful, it inevitably invites suspicion from others. And at this very moment, Lin Ku's abilities made the world recognize China possesses divine beings. And the might of these deities knew no fear of battle or disaster. Lin Ku understood this well. It seems that in addition to dealing with these people, I will also need statues to guard the homeland. To ensure no foreign foe dares set foot on our soil. The lesson of Sakura Nation was clearly insufficient. When the gods descend, the world war shall begin.
Before that happens, I must prepare thoroughly to face the impending crisis. With the system by my side now, I fear nothing.
Opening the system.
Host's current status.
Faith points, 101,547,892 increasing.
Divine carving technique, intermediate 72 39 99 99. Mastered skills, water transport control mid-tier mortal grade.
Mastered skill, thunder control early mortal tier. Mastered skill, sea purification early mortal tier. Item, manhwa carving knife.
Lin Ku clenched his fist slightly, thunderous energy coiling around his hand as crackling roars echoed through the air.
Water control had now reached mid-tier. Combined with thunder control, he finally possessed some self-defense capabilities.
If I carve more deities and complete the system quests, I will grow even stronger.
Chapter 22, Undercurrents Stir, Viral Conspiracy.
Lin Ku felt his power grow, his confidence swelling, yet he remained vigilant against potential future threats. His phone rang. It was Zhou Xinxiong calling. Master Lin, there are developments I must report to you. Zhou Xinxiong's voice carried a weight of gravity. Lin Ku set down his teacup and walked to the window. Speak. According to our intelligence network, the United States has significantly increased its focus on you.
Zhou Xinxiong paused briefly before continuing.
Their CIA has designated you as a special focus target and is gathering detailed information on you.
Lin Ku frowned.
The United States had moved so quickly.
Following the incident where Mazu purified the ocean, nations had begun to harbor apprehension toward Chinese deities and initiate covert operations.
Any other intelligence?
While Sakura Nation offered a superficial apology, the Shinto agency's activities have not ceased.
Zhou Xinxiong's tone grew more serious.
Our informant reports they're planning new operations.
This time it's not a direct military operation, but a more covert approach.
Lin Ku walked to the window and gazed out at the street below.
Just months ago, he had been a small shop owner on the brink of bankruptcy. Now he had become the focus of international attention.
What exactly is this method? Biological weapons.
Zhou Xinxiong's voice was hushed. They're developing a virus targeting specific genes. This virus has a long incubation period with subtle initial symptoms, yet it's highly contagious.
Lin Ku's heart skipped a beat. Biological weapons were more terrifying than nuclear weapons because they struck silently and were impossible to guard against. When do they plan to deploy it? Next month's International Military Games.
Zhou Xinxiong's voice carried a note of concern. The U.S. delegation has submitted a special request to bring certain medical devices to the competition.
We suspect those devices conceal viral vectors. Lin Ku clenched his fists.
These bastards really stop at nothing. The military games were being held in China, with athletes from all nations gathered together.
Releasing a virus at this critical moment would have unimaginable consequences.
China's high command conducted a deeper assessment of Lin Ku's capabilities and strategic planning, deciding to fully support him and establish a dedicated Divine Affairs Department.
How are our defensive measures holding up? All standard biochemical protective measures have been implemented.
Zhou Xinxiong stated. But this targeted virus is difficult to detect using traditional methods.
We need your assistance. Lin Ku understood Zhou Xinxiong's meaning. It required divine power to counter this unconventional threat. I understand. I'll make preparations.
After hanging up, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Potential threat detected. Proceed with emergency mission? Issue. Emergency mission, prevent the spread of the plague source in China. Mission description, foreign enemies plan to deploy biological weapons within China.
The host must establish defenses in advance to prevent the plague from spreading.
Mission reward, 30 million faith points, special skill, virus control. Time limit, 30 days. Lin Ku studied the mission description, silently calculating. To combat the plague, he needed to carve a deity capable of purifying disease. In Chinese mythology, the most renowned god of medicine is the great Emperor Shennong.
Shennong tasted hundreds of herbs to discern their medicinal properties, becoming the progenitor of Chinese medicine. If one could activate the divine might of the great Emperor Shennong, it should be possible to combat any plague. However, carving the great Emperor Shennong required special materials. The ideal choice is either 1,000-year-old Lingji wood or 10,000-year-old ginseng wood, as these align with Shennong's botanical essence. The most pressing issue now is the materials. Lin Ku picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Xinxiong's number.
Brother Xinxiong, I need a special kind of material. Go ahead.
1,000-year-old Lingji tree, preferably one that grew naturally deep in the mountains.
Zhou Xinxiong paused for a few seconds. Give me 3 days. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Meanwhile, at a secret research facility deep within the United States. In a massive underground laboratory, several researchers clad in protective suits were conducting final adjustments.
Inside a sealed glass container, green liquid flowed slowly. Countless microscopic particles floated within the liquid, each one a meticulously engineered viral vector. Live virus characteristic testing complete.
A researcher reported into the microphone. Specific gene chain recognition rate reached 99.7%. Stealth test passed undetectable by conventional screening methods. Transmissibility assessment, 95% contact infection rate, 78% airborne transmission rate.
Inside the laboratory's control room, several officials in suits reviewed the test reports. Leading them was a middle-aged Caucasian man whose badge indicated he was a high-ranking official from a secret department.
Very good.
He nodded with satisfaction.
This virus perfectly meets our requirements.
It's engineered for the genetic traits of Chinese people, with extremely low infection rates among other ethnicities.
Moreover, the initial symptoms are barely noticeable. By the time it's detected, it's already too late.
A female official beside him asked,
"Is the transport plan ready?"
"It's been arranged."
The middle-aged man opened a document. "Our people will enter China posing as athletes.
The virus carriers are disguised as medical equipment and concealed within the delegation's gear. Upon arrival in China, it will be released simultaneously at multiple venues during the Military World Games."
The female official frowned. Could China's deity detect it?
That Lin Ku does possess some extraordinary abilities. The middle-aged man sneered coldly.
Divine being?
Those are merely specialized technical methods. True deities don't exist. Besides, our virus is colorless and odorless.
The release process is completely covert.
By the time he discovers it, the virus will have already spread across the entire nation. Inside the laboratory, the latest batch of viral carriers was loaded into specially designed containers. These containers were disguised as various medical devices and sports equipment.
Externally, they showed no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Yet each container held enough virus to infect tens of thousands. Remember, the codename for this operation is purification.
The middle-aged man instructed his subordinates. We must make the Chinese understand that no force can stand in the way of the United States will. Not even their so-called gods. Lin Ku recalled Zhou Xinxiang's intelligence and the system mission, foreseeing an impending crisis tied to the virus.
He began contemplating countermeasures, realizing they would need a deity capable of suppressing the plague.
He hinted to his viewers in the live stream. Everyone, take care of your health lately. Exercise more, drink plenty of water, and boost your immunity.
If you feel unwell, seek medical attention promptly. Though puzzled by Lin Ku's warning, the audience expressed support and trust. Why is the streamer suddenly concerned about health issues? Is this some kind of sign? The host must have a deeper meaning. Everyone remember this. May the divine spirits of China protect us. Everything will be fine.
Lin Ku felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he read these comments. The sincerity and trust of the Chinese people strengthened his resolve to protect them.
No matter what schemes the enemy plotted, he would not let them succeed. Chapter 23, The Eve of the Military Games.
Lin Ku gathered details about the military games through various channels. He discovered unusual movements within the United States delegation, with some members having suspicious backgrounds. They were clearly not purely athletes. The next morning, Zhou Xinxiang's call came in punctually.
Master Lin, we have new intelligence.
The beautiful country delegation has arrived in China, but their behavior is peculiar. Lin Ku set down his carving tools.
How so? They brought an excessive amount of medical equipment, far exceeding normal requirements.
Zhou Xinxiang's voice carried a note of concern.
Moreover, we've discovered that several members of the delegation have questionable backgrounds. They're listed as athletes or doctors, but they all have military backgrounds. Lin Ku's heart sank. Just as the system had warned. What's the current situation?
We wanted to tighten security checks, but due to international conventions and concerns about diplomatic friction, some of our recommendations were shelved by higher-ups. Zhou Xinxiang's tone carried a hint of resignation.
After all, this is an international event. We can't appear overly sensitive. Lin Ku clenched his fists.
This was the harsh reality.
Knowing the danger exists, yet unable to take decisive action due to political considerations. I understand.
Then I'll speed up the process on my end. The system further highlighted the virus's dangers: a long incubation period, subtle initial symptoms, but once it erupts, it becomes highly contagious with a high fatality rate. Lin Ku began searching his mind for deities from Chinese mythology capable of combating plagues and diseases, narrowing down several candidates: the plague god, the medicine king, and even more ancient entities. But the one truly capable of completely purifying the virus was the great Emperor Xuanwu. Xuanwu tasted hundreds of herbs and created medicines, becoming the progenitor of Chinese medicine. He understood the properties of every herb in the world and could neutralize any toxin. More importantly, the great Emperor Xuanwu cherished all living beings and would never stand idly by while plague ravaged the land. Lin Ku ultimately settled on a deity capable of suppressing evil spirits, dispelling plagues, possessing formidable vitality, and being connected to herbal medicine: the great Emperor Xuanwu. He opened his live stream, preparing to explain the situation to his viewers.
Guys, I have something important to tell you today. Lin Ku's expression turned serious. Some unpleasant events may occur soon. Everyone must pay close attention to personal hygiene and avoid crowded gatherings. If you develop symptoms like fever or cough, seek medical attention immediately.
Viewers in the livestream noticed Lin Ke's serious expression, and comments began flooding in.
What's up with the streamer? He looks really worried. Is some kind of disaster coming?
The host's warnings never miss. Everyone listen up.
May the divine spirits of China protect us. Everything will be alright. Lin Ke continued. Though I can't elaborate on the specifics, I will carve the divine emperor Xuanwu to address this.
The great emperor Xuanwu is the progenitor of Chinese medicine, capable of neutralizing all viruses and toxins under heaven. But it requires a special material, 1,000-year-old Lingji wood. At this point, Lin Ke's expression grew even more solemn.
Carving the divine farmer required an exceedingly rare sacred wood.
Lin Ke presented his requirement to Zhou Xinxiong, either 1,000-year-old Lingji wood or 10,000-year-old ginseng wood, ideally matching the properties of the divine farmer's materia medica.
Just then, a phone rang.
It was Zhou Xinxiong calling.
Master Lin, good news. Zhou Xinxiong's voice brimmed with excitement.
We found the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood.
Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief.
With the material secured, he could finally begin carving the divine farmer emperor.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your hard work. Additionally, there's another matter I need to report.
Zhou Xinxiong's tone turned serious again.
During the opening ceremony and training sessions, the delegation from the United States deliberately made physical contact with multiple Chinese athletes and staff members. We suspect they have begun covertly releasing viral vectors. Lin Ke's heart skipped several beats.
They've started already? Has anyone shown symptoms yet?
Not yet.
Zhou Xinxiong replied.
But according to intelligence, this virus has a long incubation period. It might take several days for symptoms to appear. And the initial symptoms are very similar to the common cold, making them easy to overlook. Lin Ke realized the urgency of the situation. The carving of the divine farmer emperor must be completed before the virus spreads on a large scale. Notify me immediately when the materials arrive.
I'll carve through the night.
After hanging up, Lin Ke addressed the live stream camera. Tonight, I'll be streaming live all night as I carve the divine farmer.
I hope everyone will support me. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. The streamers pulling in all-nighter. The divine farmer emperor?
I don't care, I'll be watching the whole thing.
The people of China will always support the streamer.
Lin Ke felt a warm surge in his heart at the viewers' passionate support.
With the unwavering faith of these viewers, the carving of the divine emperor Xuanwu was bound to succeed.
Meanwhile, at the U.S. delegation's residence, several agents posing as doctors were secretly gathering. Leading them was a middle-aged man codenamed Viper.
The first phase of virus deployment is complete.
Viper observed as his subordinate delivered the report. We've released the virus carriers at multiple locations, including the military village, training grounds, and dining halls. Estimated infections are in the thousands. One subordinate inquired.
Has the Chinese side shown any unusual reactions?
Viper shook his head.
None. They haven't detected a thing. This virus is too stealthy, even the most advanced detection equipment can't pick it up.
By the time they realize it, the entire Huaxia will be infected.
Another subordinate voiced his concern. Could that Lin Ke have noticed something?
His abilities were indeed quite unusual. The Viper sneered coldly.
Even if he does, what can he do about it? The virus is already out there, invisible and odorless. He can't just conjure up an antidote out of thin air, can he? Besides, we have a backup plan. He opened a metal box. Inside were more virus carriers. If Phase 1 doesn't yield satisfactory results, we have Phase 2 and Phase 3. This time, the Chinese must pay the price.
As night fell, Zhou Xinxiong arrived at Lin Ke's residence carrying the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood.
The moment the box opened, an intense medicinal fragrance filled the air.
Lin Ke gazed at the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood before him, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The entire log was a vibrant emerald green, its surface adorned with natural grain patterns.
Even more astonishing, the wood itself emitted a faint green glow, radiating vitality. This is indeed 1,000-year-old Lingji wood.
Lin Ke reached out to touch the wood's surface. And it's of exceptional quality, perfect for carving the divine farmer emperor.
Zhou Xinxiong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good news. We went to great lengths to find it.
The virus has already begun to incubate within the military games village and some of the exposed individuals.
The situation is critical. Lin Ke nodded and immediately began preparing his carving tools. I'll start carving now. You handle perimeter security. Don't let anyone disturb us.
During the livestream, Lin Ke reiterated the importance of vigilance and health precautions, hinting that malevolent forces were at work in the shadows and urging the public to remain alert. He restarted the livestream, placing the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood in front of the camera.
Guys, the material's here. The divine farmer emperor tasted hundreds of herbs, the origin of traditional Chinese medicine. Tonight we witness the arrival of the divine emperor of agriculture. The livestream audience gasped in awe at the miraculous wood. This wood is actually glowing. Unbelievable. Is this the legendary 1,000-year-old Lingji wood? The host is about to begin carving. May the divine farmer emperor bless China with peace. Lin Ke raised the Nuwa carving knife and took a deep breath. Chapter 24, The Thousand-Year Sacred Wood. Lin Ke meticulously examined every detail of the wood. This 1,000-year-old Lingji would not only possess sufficient age but also exceptional quality. Its wood was hard yet resilient, carving it neither caused cracks nor proved overly difficult. More importantly, the wood itself radiated a potent vitality. This very vitality was essential for carving the divine farmer emperor. Lin Ke began carving the divine farmer, drawing a massive influx of viewers to his livestream. Faith points surged rapidly, signaling an impending major event. He raised the Nuwa carving knife and took a deep breath. The image of the divine farmer emperor was crystal clear in his mind. Clothed in garments woven from grass leaves, crowned with a headdress adorned with ox horns. In his left hand, he held a Lingji mushroom, in his right, medicinal herbs. His countenance radiated benevolence tempered with authority, his gaze as profound as mountains. Most crucially, the figure of the great Emperor Xuanwu must embody mastery over all herbs, and his power to purify plagues and viruses. The carving knife in Lin's hands began to shift form. At times as fine as a needle, meticulously carving intricate details. At other times, it broadened like a chisel, outlining the contours. The 1,000-year-old Lingji would begin to reveal the embryonic form of the great Emperor Xuanwu beneath the blade. Meanwhile, the military World Games officially commenced. During the opening ceremony and training sessions, a certain athlete from the United States deliberately made physical contact with multiple Chinese athletes and staff members, covertly completing a second release and spread of the virus. Within the military village, a U.S. agent codenamed Doctor was carrying out a poisoning mission. Outwardly posing as the delegation's team doctor, he was in reality a biochemical weapons specialist. Phase 2 deployment initiated. He whispered into his miniature communicator. In his hand was a seemingly ordinary spray bottle. Disguised as disinfectant, it contained a highly concentrated viral vector. He walked through the athletes' dining hall, spraying several times into the air when no one was looking. The colorless, odorless viral vector dispersed rapidly. The Chinese athletes dining there remained completely unaware. Next, he made his way to the training field. Taking advantage of a break in training, he sprayed the virus in the locker room. These viruses were specifically engineered to target Chinese genetics. Initial symptoms resembled those of the common cold. But over time, they gradually developed into severe lung disease. Most terrifyingly, this virus was highly contagious. A single infected individual can transmit it to dozens of others. Mission complete. The doctor stowed the spray bottle and slipped away silently. The virus began to incubate within the military games village and among some exposed individuals. In its early stages, it went undetected. Even the most advanced medical equipment failed to identify it. Inside the military village's medical station, several Chinese doctors were conducting routine examinations. A young athlete walked in. "Doctor, I have a headache and my throat feels a bit sore." The doctor took his temperature. 37.2 degrees Celsius. A slight fever. Probably just tired from training. Get plenty of rest. The athlete nodded, took some cold medicine, and left. The doctor had no idea the athlete was already infected. Moreover, the virus he carried was spreading through respiratory transmission to more people. Similar situations kept occurring within the military games village. An increasing number of Chinese athletes and staff began exhibiting mild cold symptoms. But because the symptoms were mild, no one took them seriously. They assumed it was just a common cold. The system alerted him to the virus's spreading progress, with red warnings flashing incessantly. Lin Ke felt unprecedented pressure and accelerated his carving speed, but the details of the divine farmer emperor were extremely intricate, consuming both time and energy. Mid-carving, Lin Ke suddenly sensed an unusual aura. This aura was saturated with the scent of evil and death. And it was spreading rapidly. The virus has begun spreading. Lin Ke thought to himself. His soul of the celestial craftsman could sense the changes in life force. Within the military games village, the life force of many people was being eroded by something. Though the erosion was slow, it was undeniably happening. This was the terrifying nature of viruses. They slowly devour the host's vitality until the immune system is utterly destroyed. Lin Ke accelerated his carving. The Nuwa carving knife grew more nimble in his hands. The facial features of the great Emperor Xuanwu began to emerge clearly. His eyes were kind and benevolent, yet they held a fierce anger toward evil. This fury was pure hatred for the plague virus. Upon receiving reports of the virus's successful release, the United States High Command initiated Phase 2, spreading rumors of a China flu through international media to shift blame. Washington, D.C., in a secret meeting room. Several high-ranking officials watched live footage of the China military games. Phase 2 deployment is complete. A CIA official reported. Estimated infections will reach the 10,000 level. And the virus will continue spreading, ultimately covering the entire country. The other officials in the conference room wore satisfied smiles. Excellent. Now commence the second phase of the propaganda offensive. Secretary of State Anthony opened a document. We have prepared the media materials. We will frame this outbreak as the Huaxia flu. Claim that poor sanitation in Huaxia allowed the virus to proliferate. Then we'll demand international sanctions against China. President Trump nodded. This way, we not only weaken China but also secure the moral high ground. Make the entire world believe China is the source of the virus. No matter how powerful that Lin Ke's divine force may be, it cannot cure a nationwide plague. Several officials began contacting major media outlets. Preparations were made to launch a propaganda offensive the moment symptoms emerged. To portray China as the source of the plague. Brothers, I remind you all once more. Lin Ke addressed the camera solemnly. Everyone must pay close attention to their health recently. If you experience any discomfort, seek medical attention immediately. Don't dismiss it as just a common cold. Someone is secretly causing trouble. Everyone must be vigilant. The viewers in the livestream felt Lin Ke's nervousness. Why is the host so worried? Is there really some kind of danger? We trust you, streamer. We'll be careful. May the divine Emperor Shenong descend swiftly. Lin Ke continued carving, the Nuwa chisel dancing across the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood. The form of the divine farmer emperor began to emerge. Clothed in garments woven from various medicinal herbs. Every leaf on his garments was clearly visible. His left hand cradled a Lingji mushroom, while his right held a bundle of medicinal herbs. Most astonishingly, these herbs were carved with astonishing realism. Each possessed distinct shapes and textures. The statue of the divine farmer emperor was 99% complete, radiating a powerful aura of vitality and purifying energy. Yet the virus had already erupted across many regions of Huaxia, the situation critical. Lin Ke's face was pale from excessive exertion. Lin Ke felt physical exhaustion, yet his spirit burned with resolve. The divine farmer emperor was nearly complete, and the people of China were about to be saved. Just then, his phone rang urgently. It was an urgent call from Zhou Xinxiong. Master Lin. Zhou Xinxiong's voice betrayed extreme anxiety. Athletes within the military games village are already exhibiting severe symptoms. And the symptoms are spreading extremely fast. We suspect the virus has begun a large-scale outbreak. Lin Ke's heart skipped several beats. The virus was spreading far faster than anticipated. The carving of the divine farmer emperor must be completed immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. We suspect the virus has already begun a large-scale outbreak. Chapter 25, The Plague Emerges, the Nation Watches. Lin Ke's hand paused on the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood. Zhou Xinxiong's voice was urgent over the phone. Master Lin, the situation is far more severe than we anticipated. 17 athletes and staff members within the military games village have developed persistent high fevers. And their blood test results are peculiar. Their white blood cell counts are abnormally low. Lin Ke took a deep breath and continued carving the intricate details of the divine farmer emperor. The Nuwa carving knife glinted faintly in his hand. With each stroke of the chisel, the 1,000-year-old Lingji would release an even more potent medicinal fragrance. What specific symptoms? High fever above 39 degrees Celsius, accompanied by severe coughing. Zhou Xinxiong's voice carried a note of anxiety. But the most alarming part is that conventional fever reducers and antibiotics have no effect whatsoever on them. The doctors are at a loss, unable even to determine the cause. Lin Ke's brow furrowed deeply. These symptoms matched the system warnings exactly. The virus had begun to manifest, and the situation was more severe than anticipated. What's the situation at the hospitals now? All major hospitals are urgently mobilizing medical resources. Zhou Xinxiong reported swiftly. But the doctors say they've never seen this kind of illness before. The patient's immune systems seem to be under attack by something. And it's spreading extremely fast. Medical staff who've come into contact with patients are already showing symptoms. Lin Ke sensed the gravity of the situation. He must accelerate his carving speed. Divine Engraving Technique Upgrade. Current level, Divine Carving Technique Advanced, required carving experience 0999,999. Instantly, the Nuwa carving knife erupted with an even more intense glow. Lin Ke's carving speed instantly increased several-fold. The 1,000-year-old Lingji would rapidly took shape beneath the blade. The visage of the great Emperor Shenong began to emerge. His expression radiated benevolence tempered with authority, his gaze as profound as towering mountains. Most crucially, those eyes radiated fury toward the plague. Viewers in the livestream watched as Lin Ke suddenly accelerated, causing the chat to explode with comments. The streamer's speed is insane. The divine Emperor Shenong's face looks so kind. It feels so reassuring. Pray for the divine farmer emperor to protect China's peace. Meanwhile, in the emergency department of a top-tier hospital somewhere in China, Dr. Li Hua, the head of the emergency department, was examining the latest patient brought in. It was a staff member in his 20s working at the Military World Games. He had a fever of 104F, rapid breathing, and was somewhat disoriented. Are the blood test results in yet? Li Hua asked the nurse beside him. They're in, but the results are unusual.
The nurse handed over the lab report. The white blood cell count is severely low, but the viral load test shows no detectable known pathogens. Li Hua stared at the report, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. In his 30 years as a doctor, he had never encountered such a case. The patient's immune system was under attack, yet the source of the assault remained elusive. Contact the CDC. This could be a novel virus. Li Hua immediately issued the order. Initiate maximum isolation protocols simultaneously. The nurses sprang into action. The entire emergency department became unusually bustling. But even more alarming news was yet to come. Within an hour, 6 more patients were rushed to the hospital. Their symptoms were identical: high fever, coughing, and immune system collapse. And these patients all shared one common link: they were all connected to the military World Games. Li Hua realized the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary illness, it was likely a deliberate biological weapon attack. He immediately contacted higher authorities. We have an unknown viral infection here. All patients have connections to the military World Games. Suspecting a biological weapon attack, requesting support. The message rapidly reached the highest levels. The Chinese government immediately activated the highest level biosafety emergency response. Major hospitals began urgently mobilizing medical resources. The CDC dispatched its most elite expert team. Yet all efforts yielded minimal results. This virus was too unfamiliar, completely beyond the scope of existing medical knowledge. Lin Ke sensed the spreading unease in the outside world during his livestream. Faith values began to fluctuate wildly. People's panic and despair were transforming into a desperate yearning for divine intervention. Every minute now could mean the loss of more lives. The carving knife in his hand grew fiery hot. The form of the great Emperor Xuanwu began to rapidly materialize. He wore a robe woven from grass leaves, each leaf clearly visible. His left hand cradled a lingji mushroom, while his right held various medicinal herbs. Most astonishingly, these herbs were carved with lifelike precision. Ginseng, lingji, Xuanwu, cordyceps. Each emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Everyone, the divine farmer emperor is nearly complete. Lin Ke addressed the camera. He is the progenitor of Chinese medicine, capable of neutralizing all toxins under heaven. Please focus your minds and offer your devotion for the arrival of the divine farmer emperor. The live stream audience responded immediately. May the divine Emperor Xuanwu bless China. We beseech the great Emperor Xuanwu to save the afflicted. The faith of the Chinese people is offered to the divine Emperor Xuanwu. Go streamer. We'll always support you. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. Each one represented a sincere act of devotion. Lin Ke could feel this force gathering, providing a powerful foundation for the great Emperor Xuanwu's descent. U.S. Delegation Headquarters. Viper glanced at the report his subordinate delivered, a smug smile spreading across his face. The first batch of infected individuals have begun showing symptoms. Hospitals in China are in complete chaos. They can't even identify the cause, let alone find a cure. One subordinate asked. What's that Lin Ke guy's reaction? Viper sneered coldly. What reaction could he possibly have? Even the mightiest deity can't cure a biological weapon. Especially since our virus was specifically engineered to target the Chinese genome. Even if an antidote existed, it couldn't be developed in such a short time. He opened a briefcase. Inside were more viral carriers. Now commencing Phase 3 deployment. This time, the targets are China's major cities. Spread the virus throughout China via international flights. Several agents sprang into action immediately. They disguised the viral carriers as various everyday items, preparing for a large-scale release at the airport upon departure from China. Someone was planning an even larger-scale poisoning operation. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. These bastards just won't quit. The first wave of poisoning wasn't enough, they're planning a second, then a third. Do they really think the deities of China are mere decorations? He accelerated his carving. The divine Emperor Xuanwu was already 95% complete. Only the final details remained. The ox horns on the crown, the patterns on the robes, the texture of the herbs in his hands. Each detail held the power to suppress the plague. Just then, Zhou Zhenxian's phone rang again. Master Lin. Zhou Zhenxian's voice was tinged with despair. The situation is out of control. All major hospitals are full, and patient numbers are still surging. And we've discovered that the beautiful country delegation is preparing to depart. They plan to carry out one final mass poisoning before they leave. Lin Ke gripped the Nuwa carving knife tightly. The final stroke was about to fall. The great Emperor Xuanwu was about to be completed. But time was running out. If they couldn't stop them before the delegation from the United States departed, the virus would spread nationwide. By then, even the arrival of the great Emperor Xuanwu would be insufficient to reverse the situation. Give me 10 minutes. Lin Ke said into the phone. The divine farmer will be ready shortly. By then, these viruses will no longer pose a threat. And those who poisoned us. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ke's eyes.
The divine Emperor Xuanwu doesn't just heal the sick and save lives. He will also make those who create plagues pay the price. Chapter 26, Xuanwu descends, plants and creatures awaken. Just then, Lin Ku's phone began to vibrate frantically.
Zhou Shenxiong's voice came through the phone, Master Lin.
The beautiful country delegation is preparing to board at the airport. Our people spotted them secretly releasing something in the departure lounge. If they succeed, the virus will spread throughout the entire airport via the air circulation system. Lin Ku clenched his teeth. The final cut must be precise and flawless.
The Nuwa carving knife trembled in his hand not from fear, but from excitement. The eyes of the divine farmer emperor were about to open.
Give me 3 minutes. Lin Ku said into the phone. In 3 minutes, all problems will be resolved.
The blade sliced across the surface of the 1,000-year-old Lingji wood. A golden light flashed from the eyes of the divine statue. Instantly, the entire room was enveloped in the scent of medicinal herbs. Not an ordinary fragrance, but the sacred essence distilled from 100 herbs.
Carving complete. Divine Emperor Xuanwu statue quality, perfect grade. Activate divine might? Consumes 20 million faith points. Activate. Consume 50 million faith points.
Lin Ku issued the command without hesitation.
Faith points consumed successfully. The divine Emperor Xuanwu has descended.
Instantly, the 28-meter-tall statue of the divine Emperor Xuanwu erupted in dazzling green light. The green light shot skyward, piercing the clouds.
The entire sky over Fuhai City was illuminated by this green radiance. The statue slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were as deep as mountains and as compassionate as the sea.
But as the gaze swept toward the distance, a flicker of anger passed through them.
The great Emperor Xuanwu sensed the presence of the plague.
He also sensed the wicked ones who had created it.
Disperse.
The divine statue spoke, its voice like thunder. No sooner had the words left its lips than a wave of green light radiated outward from the statue. Wherever the wave passed, the viruses in the air were instantly purified. The virus began rapidly disappearing from all infected individuals within China. High fevers subsided, coughing ceased, and immune systems began to recover. Doctors in the hospital stared in disbelief at the data on the monitors. Within mere minutes, the vital signs of all critically ill patients returned to normal.
This is a miracle, muttered Li Hua, the head of the emergency department.
In his 30 years of medical practice, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene. But the most astonishing part was yet to come. The divine farmer emperor raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Countless green specks of light flew from his hand.
These points swiftly scattered across every corner of China. Each speck contained the divine power of the great Emperor Xuanwu.
They reached every place once infected by the virus. Not only did they purify the virus, but they also left behind protective barriers.
No external biological weapon could invade again.
Viewers in the livestream witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle, and the chat exploded with comments.
The divine Emperor Xuanwu is incredible. The might of China. Let those poison-spreading bastards tremble. Long live China.
Lin Ku felt the power of the divine emperor of agriculture coursing through his veins.
He could clearly sense the vitality of every plant and tree. He could also sense the American agents lurking far away at the airport.
Since you enjoy playing with viruses, I'll let you taste your own poison. Lin Ku sneered coldly. The power of the divine farmer not only healed the sick and saved lives, but also to make those who spread plagues pay the price. He closed his eyes and focused his intent. Far away at the airport, Viper and his crew were carrying out their final poisoning operation. They had no idea that death itself had descended upon them. The divine power of the great Emperor Xuanwu silently seeped into their bodies. It gathered the virus they had just released. Then it injected it back into their bloodstream at 100-fold concentration. Yet this process unfolded without a sound. These individuals would feel nothing for the time being. The virus would lie dormant within them until they returned to the United States, where it would erupt. By then, they would understand what karma truly meant.
Mission accomplished. Lin Ku stated into the phone. The virus has been completely neutralized. Those who spread the virus will receive their just punishment. Zhou Shenxiong's voice brimmed with excitement. Wonderful. The hospital reports all patients have recovered. It's nothing short of a miracle.
Additionally, the delegation from the United States has boarded their flight and departed.
Should we send someone to track them down?
Lin Ku shook his head.
No need. They'll reap what they sow soon enough. When that happens, the whole world will see who the real virus creator truly is.
The divine might of the great Emperor Xuanwu shook the entire world.
Satellites from every nation captured that towering green beam.
International media began frantically reporting on this medical miracle.
A nation's plague was completely eradicated within mere minutes. This was unprecedented in human history.
Yet the US government remained oblivious. They were preparing to launch a propaganda offensive, portraying China as the source of the virus.
Washington, D.C. The Oval Office.
President Trump was meeting with a group of senior officials. Execute the propaganda plan immediately, Trump ordered decisively.
Let the entire world know that China is the origin of the virus.
Secretary of State Anthony immediately began contacting major media outlets.
CNN, BBC, Reuters, and other international outlets received the directive.
They began extensively reporting on the China virus incident.
Headlines were shocking. Deadly virus erupts at China's military games. Mysterious disease rapidly spreading in China. Huaxia government conceals truth about outbreak. False news flooded the media landscape.
The United States attempted to seize the moral high ground through a propaganda war.
But they never imagined China's response would be so swift. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently convened a press conference.
Spokesperson Geng Zhongji faced the global media with a calm expression.
We have something to say regarding the malicious slander from certain countries. No viral outbreaks have been detected within China's borders.
During the military World Games, several foreign athletes did experience physical discomfort.
However, after receiving prompt medical treatment, they have fully recovered. We deeply regret the inaccurate reporting by certain media outlets. We hope certain countries will cease such malicious slander.
Whispers began to circulate among the journalists below the stage.
Huaxia's response caught everyone off guard.
Logically, if an outbreak had truly occurred, Huaxia would not have remained so composed.
Could it be that the United States intelligence was flawed? U.S. Embassy in China. Ambassador Johnson watched Huaxia's press conference, his brow furrowed.
He immediately contacted headquarters in Washington.
Headquarters, China has denied the existence of a viral outbreak.
They appear very confident. It doesn't seem like they're lying.
Is there a problem with our plan? Washington was equally perplexed.
The CIA director immediately contacted Viper, who was en route back to the United States.
Viper, how is your mission progressing? Snake, aboard the aircraft, replied with unwavering confidence. Mission accomplished perfectly, sir. We've released the virus at multiple locations including the military village, training grounds, and airport. At least 10,000 people have been infected. The Chinese side may be concealing the true extent of the outbreak. The CIA director nodded. Very good. Continue monitoring this situation. The Chinese prefer to report good news and conceal bad news.
Once the virus truly erupts, they won't be able to hide it. But they never imagined the virus had indeed erupted.
Only to be purified by the divine Emperor Xuanwu within minutes.
And now, the real virus was quietly brewing within their own bodies. The aircraft cruised smoothly at high altitude. Viper and his men were celebrating the mission's success. They had no idea the ticking time bomb inside them was about to detonate.
Chapter 27, Virus Retrospection, America Reaps What It Sows. 12 hours later, at a military base on the east coast of the United States.
Viper led his men off the aircraft. The night wind swept across the tarmac, making him feel slightly dizzy.
Probably just jet lag.
He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Several of his men nearby showed similar symptoms.
A mild headache, a dry throat.
But everyone assumed it was just a normal reaction to the long flight.
The base commander personally came to greet them. Mission accomplished, sir. Viper saluted.
The commander nodded with satisfaction.
Very well. You may rest now. Someone will come tomorrow for a detailed debriefing.
Viper and the others returned to their quarters. But strangely, their symptoms not only failed to ease but grew worse.
The headaches grew more intense.
Their throats began to swell. Their body temperatures started to rise.
Damn it, did we catch some virus in China? One subordinate said anxiously. Viper frowned. They'd been extremely cautious during their time in China. They'd even gotten vaccinated beforehand. Theoretically, they shouldn't have been infected. It might just be a cold. Drink plenty of water and you'll be fine.
He forced himself to sound calm.
But deep inside, a sense of unease was spreading.
Meanwhile, within the borders of Huaxia, Lin Ke stood before the statue of the divine Emperor Xuanwu, feeling divine power flow through his body.
He could clearly sense the agents stationed far away in the United States.
The virus within his body was erupting according to his will. Since you wish to play with biological weapons, I'll let you taste your own poison.
Lin Ke sneered coldly. The power of the divine Emperor Xuanwu could not only purify the virus, but also control its mutation and spread.
The virus within those agents had now mutated into a far deadlier strain. However, when ordinary people are infected, they only experience mild cold-like symptoms.
This was the wisdom of the divine Emperor Xuanwu. Punishing the wicked while protecting the innocent. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Late at night, the phone rang urgently. The on-call doctor answered. CDC?
We have several soldiers exhibiting severe fever symptoms. Their temperatures exceed 40 degrees Celsius and continue to rise.
Standard medications are completely ineffective. The on-call doctor immediately grew alarmed. Where have they been recently? Huaxia.
They attended the military games. The military doctor on the other end of the line replied. And the symptoms appeared suddenly. They were fine half an hour ago, but now they're unconscious. The doctor on duty sucked in a sharp breath.
If it's a virus brought back from Huaxia, then this is serious. Transport him to our facility immediately. Activate maximum biosafety protocols. An hour later, Viper and the others were transported to the CDC. Doctors clad in heavy protective gear conducted examinations with utmost caution. The blood test results shocked everyone. This virus is peculiar. Chief Virologist Dr. Smith stared at the computer screen. The genetic sequence shares 90% similarity with the biological weapon we previously developed. But key sites have mutated. The mutated virus is completely immune to our vaccine. An assistant beside him asked, could it be a coincidence? Dr. Smith shook his head. Such precise, targeted mutations couldn't have occurred naturally. It appears to be deliberately engineered. But that's theoretically impossible. No technology exists to remotely control viral mutations. Just then, a nurse's startled cry echoed from the emergency room. Doctor! Come quick! Dr. Smith hurried over. The data on the monitor was fluctuating wildly. The patient's temperature had surged past 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Blood pressure was plummeting. Heart rate exceeded 160 beats per minute. Prepare potent antipyretics. Dr. Smith barked out the orders. Contact the blood purification department. Initiate extracorporeal cooling. But all resuscitation efforts proved largely ineffective. The patient's vital signs continued to deteriorate. Even more terrifying, the virus began spreading through the air. Despite wearing protective gear, some medical staff still developed symptoms. The CDC immediately activated its emergency response plan. The entire building was sealed off. All personnel were placed under mandatory quarantine. News of the outbreak quickly reached the White House. President Trump was handling official business in the Oval Office. A series of urgent knocks sounded. The National Security Advisor burst in. Mr. President, we have a major crisis. His face was as pale as paper. Our biological weapons expert has contracted an unknown virus in China. And it's spreading rapidly. The CDC has been forced to lock down. Trump leapt to his feet. What? How is this possible? Wasn't our virus specifically designed to target Chinese people? Why is it infecting our own people? The National Security Advisor shook his head. Experts say the virus has mutated. After mutation, it specifically targets our genetic traits. And our vaccines are completely ineffective. Trump's face turned ashen. Contact the CDC immediately. Develop an antidote at any cost. And seal off all information. Under no circumstances can the outside world find out. But things didn't go as planned. The virus spread faster than anyone could have imagined. Within mere hours, researchers involved in the biological weapons program began falling ill one after another. The Octagon, the CIA, major military bases. All personnel connected to the biological weapons program began exhibiting symptoms. And the symptoms were strikingly similar. Persistent high fever, immune system collapse, and multiple organ failure. Most bizarrely, ordinary citizens who came into contact with patients only developed mild cold symptoms. The virus seemed to possess intelligence, selectively targeting its victims. The US government was thrown into complete panic. They realized this was no ordinary viral outbreak. It felt more like a precise act of retaliation. But they couldn't fathom how China had achieved this. Dr. Smith of the CDC frantically studied virus samples in the isolation chamber. He uncovered a shocking truth. Hidden within the genetic sequence of this mutant virus was a special marker. This marker only activated in individuals who had been exposed to a specific biological weapon. This is impossible. Dr. Smith muttered to himself. No technology could achieve such precise genetic recognition. This is nothing short of a miracle. Just then, his assistant burst into the room. Doctor! New developments from China. Dr. Smith took the tablet. The screen displayed news from China. In the footage, a colossal deity statue stood towering by the sea. The statue radiated a green glow, surrounded by lush vegetation. The news anchor announced. The emergence of the divine Emperor Shinnon statue marks a new era for Huaxia's medical civilization. According to eyewitness accounts, the statue can purify all viruses and toxins. Yesterday's medical incident at the Military World Games was resolved by the intervention of the divine Emperor Shinnon. Dr. Smith stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded. This defies science. How could deities possibly be real? But the reality was undeniable. China's virus outbreak was resolved within minutes. Meanwhile, the biological weapons experts from the United States had been infected by their own virus. If not for divine intervention, what else could explain it? The assistant stammered, "Doctor, what should we do?" Dr. Smith remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke slowly. Contact the Chinese side. Request medical assistance. Even as the words left his lips, he found the request astonishing. America, the nation that prided itself on having the world's most advanced medical technology, was now requesting medical assistance from China. Chapter 28, Refusing Aid, the conspiracy continues.
Inside the quarantine room at the CDC, Dr. Smith dialed the White House phone with trembling hands.
Mr. President, the situation is critical.
His voice was laced with despair.
Our vaccine is completely ineffective. The virus is spreading rapidly.
Trump sat in the Oval Office, his face ashen.
You mean our own biological weapon is turning against us?
Yes,
Mr. President. Dr. Smith coughed a few times. And we have absolutely no countermeasure for this mutated virus. Trump gripped the phone tightly. What about the situation in China?
They claim to have the outbreak completely under control. Dr. Smith's voice grew weaker. And according to our intelligence, no infected individuals have been detected within China.
Trump fell silent for several seconds. What's your recommendation? Dr. Smith took a deep breath. I recommend seeking assistance from China. Their Shenong emperor seems to possess the ability to purify viruses. If we could secure their assistance.
Shut up.
Trump interrupted him angrily. Seek help from China? Have you lost your mind? We are the United States, the most powerful nation on earth. How could we possibly bow to China? Dr. Smith grew desperate. But Mr. President, our people are dying. And the virus is spreading at an alarming rate.
Trump said coldly.
Dr. Smith, listen carefully.
Our people are merely experiencing mild colds.
There's nothing to worry about. You know full well what the media is reporting. The top priority now is controlling public opinion, not admitting defeat. Trump hung up and immediately summoned his staff.
Secretary of State Antony, Defense Secretary Esper, and CIA Director Haspel all rushed to the Oval Office.
What's the current situation? Trump cut straight to the point. The virus is indeed spreading, but the impact remains manageable, reported the CIA director.
Key personnel involved in the biological weapons program have been severely affected, but symptoms among the general public are mild.
We've got the media under control. Trump nodded. Good.
Now we must turn this crisis into an opportunity. What do you mean? The Secretary of Defense asked, puzzled.
Trump flashed a sinister grin. Since the virus has already spread, we'll go with the flow.
Announce to the world that this is the China virus, and that we've already developed a vaccine. Then we'll make a killing.
Anthony frowned. But, do we actually have a vaccine?
Of course not, Trump sneered.
But we can make a fake one. Ordinary people's symptoms aren't severe anyway. We can just concoct some potion to fool everyone. The key is to make the world believe only we can solve this problem. Haspel said anxiously. What if they discover it's a fake vaccine?
Trump waved his hand.
Then we'll say the vaccine needs improvement and keep selling second and third generation versions. As long as we control public opinion, we'll remain unbeatable.
Meanwhile, somewhere in China, Lin Ku was answering questions from viewers in his livestream. Host, foreign media claimed the virus originated here.
Is that true? Lin Ku gave a cold laugh. Spreading rumors takes just a moment, but debunking them takes endless effort. Some countries will fabricate any lie to divert attention. But facts speak louder than words. Are there infected individuals within China? No.
On the land blessed by the divine emperor of agriculture, no evil toxins can take root. The live stream chat exploded with comments.
The host is absolutely right.
The US is just the thief crying thief.
The divine might of China protects us. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Support the streamer. Lin Ku continued. But let's be clear, if certain nations insist on playing with biological weapons, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The wisdom of the divine emperor Shenong far surpasses mortal comprehension. What goes around comes around, that is the way of heaven. The audience sensed the deeper meaning behind Lin Ku's words. Clearly, deeper secrets lay behind this viral incident. And China's emergence unscathed was certainly no coincidence.
At this moment, the United States vaccine initiative had already commenced. Major pharmaceutical companies received secret government directives to commence mass production of vaccines.
The composition of these vaccines was simple, primarily saline solution mixed with some immune-boosting vitamins.
They did offer some relief for mild cold symptoms.
But they were completely ineffective against the actual mutated virus.
Yet the Trump administration paid no heed. Their goal was not to cure disease, but to make money.
The first batch of vaccines was quickly produced.
The US government announced to the world. Through the tireless efforts of our scientists, a new vaccine has been successfully developed. This vaccine effectively prevents and treats the Huaxia virus.
Global sales commence immediately. The price was jaw-dropping. Each dose costs $200.
Moreover, 3 consecutive injections are required for it to take effect. This equates to $600 per person to achieve immunity.
The news sent shockwaves around the world.
Governments around the world dispatched delegations to the United States to negotiate procurement agreements. Japan was the first to respond.
Prime Minister Yamamoto Taro personally called President Trump.
President Trump, we wish to purchase 10 million doses of the vaccine. We hope for priority supply. Trump smiled with satisfaction.
Of course. We are allies, after all. But regarding the price, Yamamoto Taro said through gritted teeth, price isn't an issue. We're willing to pay double. $40 per unit.
A greedy gleam flashed in Trump's eyes.
Deal.
Soon after, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, and other nations placed orders one after another. Every nation was willing to pay exorbitant fees for the vaccine. The Trump administration projected that this single wave of vaccine sales alone would generate over $1 trillion in profits. It was a truly lucrative deal. But one party remained level-headed.
That was Russia. President Putin sat in his Kremlin office, studying the intelligence report on his desk.
Interesting, he murmured, stroking his chin.
Did the United States develop their vaccine that quickly? Intelligence Minister Novsky reported.
According to our investigation, the United States had already produced a vaccine when the virus outbreak occurred.
That doesn't add up chronologically. Pudong nodded. And China's behavior has been quite peculiar too. Logically, if the virus truly originated in China, they should be the hardest hit.
But now China remains calm and stable, while the United States itself is facing problems.
Novsky continued. I suspect this entire incident was orchestrated by the United States.
They attempted to attack China with biological weapons, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot. Now they're trying to recoup their losses by selling fake vaccines.
Pudong took a deep breath. If that's true, the United States has crossed the line of human decency. We cannot let them succeed. Novsky asked. Then what should we do? Pudong rose and walked to the window. Contact them. Since they can solve this problem, why should we buy fake vaccines from the United States? And
a glint of cunning flashed in Pudong's eyes.
This is also an opportunity. Chapter 29, Goose Nation seeks aid, Banlangen proves its worth. Upon receiving instructions from Pudong, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov immediately departed for China.
His private jet sliced through the night clouds, heading straight for the capital.
Lavrov understood the gravity of this mission. Securing China's assistance would not only resolve his nation's viral crisis but also grant Russia the upper hand on the international stage. More crucially, it would expose the United States conspiracy. The aircraft touched down at Beijing Capital International Airport.
Vice Foreign Minister Liu Yuqing of China personally came to greet him. Minister Lavrov, welcome to China, said Liu Yuqing, extending his hand. Thank you, Vice Minister Liu, Lavrov responded, shaking his hand firmly. We come with the utmost sincerity on this visit. The motorcade proceeded toward the state guest house. En route, Lavrov directly stated the purpose of their visit.
China has demonstrated exceptional capabilities in combating the virus. We wish to learn from your experience.
Liu Yuqing smiled faintly.
Minister Lavrov, China has always been willing to share its experience with friendly nations. However, this situation is rather unique. It involves some unconventional factors.
A sharp gleam flashed in Lavrov's eyes.
Are you referring to the Divine Farmer Emperor? It seems you've done your homework, Liu Yuqing nodded. Indeed, the swift containment of this outbreak is largely thanks to Mr. Lin Ku.
The statue of the Divine Farmer Emperor he carved possesses miraculous powers to purify viruses.
Lavrov pondered for a moment. Would it be possible for us to visit Mr. Lin Ku? President Putin has a deep interest in China's traditional culture.
Liu Yuqing took out his phone and dialed a number.
Mr. Lin? It's me, Yu Chung. The foreign minister of the Goose Nation wishes to pay you a visit. Would that be convenient for you?
Lin Ku's voice came through on the other end.
Certainly. I happen to be in Fuhai City. Have them come directly. After hanging up, Liu Yuqing informed Lavrov. Mr. Lin has agreed.
We'll head to Fuhai City tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Fuhai City, Lin Ku stood deep in thought before the statue of the Divine Emperor of Agriculture. The system's voice echoed in his mind.
Detected request for assistance from Goose Nation. Accept new mission? Release mission details.
Mission, aid an ally nation in combating a viral outbreak.
Mission description, Goose Nation is under viral attack. The host must provide medical assistance. Reward, 10 million faith points, special skill herbal refinement. Note, this aid will impact the international landscape. Proceed with caution. Lin Ku accepted the mission without hesitation. Goose Nation is a traditional ally of China, never betraying us in critical moments. Moreover, this presented a prime opportunity to expose the United States conspiracy. System, can the Divine Farmer Emperor's abilities create special effect medicine? Yes, the Divine Farmer Emperor is a master of herbal medicine.
Recommend using Isatis root as the base, infused with the essence of 100 herbs.
The resulting decoction can cure all types of viral infections. Lin Ku's eyes lit up. Banlangen, a traditional Chinese herb renowned for clearing heat and detoxifying. In the eyes of many Chinese people, Banlangen is a universal miracle cure. People drink it for colds, for fevers, and even for disease prevention. Though modern medicine disputes its efficacy, it enjoys immense trust among the populace.
If one could harness the power of the Divine Farmer to enhance Banlangen and create a true wonder drug, It would not only heal the sick and save lives but also demonstrate the power of traditional Chinese medicine. So be it, Lin Ke resolved. He approached the statue of the divine Emperor Shenong, clasping his hands together.
Great Emperor Shenong, grant me the power to refine divine medicine.
The statue's eyes flickered faintly. A gentle force flowed from the statue into Lin Ke's body. The heat-clearing and toxin-eliminating properties of the indigo root, empowered by the divine Emperor Shenong, became immensely potent. Lin Ke opened his eyes, a faint green light flickering within them.
He now possessed a portion of the divine Emperor Shenong's abilities. He could now refine true divine medicine. The following morning, Lavrov's private jet touched down at Wuhai City Airport. The motorcade drove directly toward the divine Emperor Shenong statue by the seaside.
When Lavrov saw the 28-meter-tall statue, he was utterly stunned. The area around the statue was lush with greenery, where various medicinal herbs grew abundantly.
A faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air, invigorating the senses. Is this the divine Emperor of agriculture? Lavrov murmured to himself.
It does have a sacred feel to it. Lin Ke stepped forward to greet him.
Minister Lavrov, welcome to Wuhai City. Mr. Lin, I've long admired your reputation. Lavrov extended his hand.
President Pudong holds your capabilities in the highest regard. Lin Ke smiled as he shook hands.
President Pudong flatters me. I understand that Goose Nation has also been hit by the virus? Lavrov nodded. Indeed it has. While the symptoms aren't severe, the transmission rate is alarmingly fast. We hope to receive assistance from China. Lin Ke was prepared. I have prepared some specialized medication. Based on China's traditional banlangen, refined with the blessing of the divine farmer emperor.
Saying this, Lin Ke produced several exquisitely packaged boxes.
The boxes bore the image of the divine farmer emperor and the golden characters divine medicine of Huaxia. Lavrov opened one with curiosity. Inside lay deep blue granular medicine. A potent medicinal fragrance wafted toward them. Is this banlangen? Lavrov inquired.
Not merely banlangen, Lin Ke explained.
This is the essence of 100 herbs, blessed by the divine power of the great Emperor Shenong.
With banlangen as the primary ingredient, it's blended with ginseng, licorice, astragalus, and other precious herbs. Effective against common colds within 3 days, and against viral infections within a day. And it has absolutely no side effects. Lavrov remained skeptical. Is it really that miraculous?
Lin Ke said with a smile. You can take some back and test its effectiveness first.
If it proves effective, we can discuss large-scale supply arrangements.
Lavrov nodded. Then let's give it a try. Lin Ke continued. But there's one thing I need to clarify.
This miracle drug only works against genuine viral infections. It may even trigger rejection reactions against certain artificially created fake vaccines. A flash of understanding crossed Lavrov's eyes.
Are you referring to the vaccines from the United States?
Lin Ke smiled faintly.
I didn't name names. But the wisdom of the divine farmer can distinguish truth from falsehood. Evil cannot prevail over good, that is the way of heaven.
Lavrov returned to Russia with the vaccine. It was immediately delivered to Moscow's premier hospital for analysis.
Professor Ivanov, Russia's foremost virology expert, led the analysis. The composition of this agent is quite complex, Ivanov remarked as he reviewed the test report. The primary component is indeed Isatis root extract. But it also contains multiple unknown bioactive substances.
The molecular structures of these substances are highly unique, unprecedented in our observations.
His assistant inquired. Could there be side effects? Ivanov shook his head.
From a molecular structure perspective, these substances are completely harmless to humans.
Moreover, they exhibit potent antiviral activity. Theoretically, they could indeed treat various viral infections.
Upon receiving the report, Pudong immediately ordered human trials. 100 mildly infected individuals were selected as test subjects.
The results stunned everyone.
Patients who took Huaxia divine medicine began showing symptom relief within 2 hours.
After 6 hours, their fevers completely subsided.
After 24 hours, all symptoms vanished, and the patients were fully recovered. Furthermore, blood tests showed the viral load in their bodies had dropped to 0. This effect far surpassed any known antiviral drug. Pudong's eyes flashed with surprise as he studied the trial report.
Contact Huaxia immediately.
We need to procure large quantities of this miracle drug.
Price is not an issue.
Chapter 30, Fake Vaccine Exposed, Beautiful Country in Crisis. Just as the Goose Nation prepared to bulk purchase China's miracle drug, dire news arrived from the beautiful country.
Dr. Smith of the CDC was now critically ill.
Lying in an isolation ward, he gasped for breath, his face deathly pale. A nurse administered the American-made COVID vaccine. But instead of improving, his symptoms worsened dramatically.
Damn it, this vaccine is a complete fake. Dr. Smith murmured weakly.
His assistant, who was also gravely ill, asked,
Doctor, what should we do? Dr. Smith managed to say, Contact the international media. Tell them the truth. The American vaccine is fake. China's miracle drug is the real thing. The assistant nodded and picked up the phone. At the same moment, in the Oval Office of the White House, Trump was calculating the profits from vaccine sales. How much have we made so far?
Treasury Secretary Mnuchin reported.
Total vaccine sales have reached $500 billion. At least $400 billion in net profit.
Trump smiled with satisfaction.
Very good.
Keep it up. Have countries ramp up their purchases. Just then, the National Security Advisor rushed in.
Mr. President, we have a major crisis.
Dr. Smith has contacted the BBC and CNN to expose the truth about the vaccine fraud.
Trump's face instantly turned ashen. What? That bastard is betraying us? Cut off all his communications immediately. Send someone to subdue him.
But it was too late.
Dr. Smith's recording had already reached international media outlets.
In the recording, he detailed the process of vaccine fraud in the United States. I am Dr. Smith, chief virologist at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. I must reveal a truth to the entire world. The COVID-19 vaccines sold by the U.S. government are fake. They contain nothing but saline solution and vitamins. They have no effect whatsoever against actual viral infection. Only the divine medicine of China's divine farmer emperor is the true cure. I implore governments worldwide to cease purchasing the United States counterfeit vaccines.
Seek assistance from China instead.
The moment this recording aired, the world erupted in shock.
Major media outlets rushed to repost it.
U.S. vaccine fraud scandal exposed.
Authoritative experts expose U.S. government deception. China's miracle drug is the true lifesaver. Headlines flooded the airwaves. Governments worldwide convened emergency meetings. Japan's Prime Minister Yamamoto Taro watched the news, trembling with rage. Damn it! We paid $400 per dose for vaccines that turned out to be fake? Contact the U.S. ambassador immediately and demand a refund.
Also, contact China. We need to purchase the divine Emperor Shenong's miraculous medicine.
British Prime Minister Johnson was equally furious. The Americans have gone too far. They're swindling us with fake vaccines.
Immediately halt all vaccine procurement plans.
Dispatch a delegation to China. French President Macron convened an emergency meeting at the Élysée Palace. The United States' actions have crossed the line for an ally. We must re-evaluate our relationship with the United States. China's responsible approach during this pandemic is worthy of our emulation.
German Chancellor Merkel also voiced her stance.
Science must not be hijacked by political and commercial interests. If China's Shenong divine medicine proves effective, we should actively cooperate. America's allies began defecting one after another.
The Trump administration plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Countries demanded refunds for vaccine payments.
Some nations even threatened sanctions against the United States. Trump raged in the Oval Office. Damn Smith.
I'll make him pay.
And those allies who betrayed us.
We've kept these dogs fed for years, and now they bite the hand that feeds them.
Secretary of State Anthony sighed helplessly.
Mr. President, the issue now is how to salvage the situation.
Countries are demanding refunds. Our credibility is in ruins. Trump's face darkened. Then keep lying.
Claim Dr. Smith is a traitor bought off by China. His words are untrustworthy. Our vaccine is real. China's miracle drug is fake.
Anthony smiled bitterly. I doubt anyone will believe that now.
Now nations are sending delegations to China to verify the miracle drug's efficacy. If China's miracle drug truly works,
Trump said viciously, then we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Contact our spies in China.
Find a way to sabotage Huaxia's production of the divine medicine.
If we can't monopolize the market, then destroy the entire market. Meanwhile, in Fuhai City, China, Lin Ku received urgent calls for assistance from nations across the globe. Sakura Nation, Eagle Nation, Hairy Nation, Earth Nation, Italy.
Nearly every developed nation sought to obtain Huaxia's miracle drug.
Mr. Lin, we're willing to pay any price, the Eagle Nation representative pleaded earnestly. Name your terms, anything to secure the divine Emperor Shenong's elixir.
Lin Ku smiled faintly.
Price is not an issue.
But certain nations must first apologize for their past actions. The representative from the land of cherry blossoms immediately bowed. We deeply apologize for our previous discourteous actions.
Please forgive our ignorance, Mr. Lin. Lin Ku nodded.
To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. The great Emperor Shenong is known for his compassion and would never stand by and watch someone die.
But let me be clear from the outset. The divine Emperor Shenong's sacred medicine saves only the virtuous, not the wicked.
If one harbors ill intent, the divine medicine will not only prove ineffective but will also backfire.
The representatives from various nations nodded in unison, offering their assurances. We seek this medicine with absolute sincerity. We harbor no ill will whatsoever.
Just then, Zhou Xinxiong hurried over.
Master Lin, there's a situation. Our intelligence division intercepted a message.
The United States is planning sabotage operations. They aim to halt our divine medicine exports. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ke's eyes.
How do they plan to sabotage it? Details remain unclear. Zhou Xinxiong lowered his voice. They might attempt an assassination against you personally. Lin Ke let out a cold laugh.
Seems they still won't give up.
But it doesn't matter. Let them come.
Upon learning of this news, other nations immediately stepped forward.
Mr. Lin, should you require it, my Eagle Nation stands ready to dispatch combat operatives to ensure your safety. Other nations followed suit.
Zhou Xinxiong promptly stepped forward and declared, Mr. Lin, as a distinguished scholar of our nation, China, your safety is not something you need to worry about.
The motives behind these nations' actions were transparent. Without Lin Ke, there would be no vaccine. Otherwise, how could ordinary Banlangen possibly combat a virus meticulously engineered by the United States?
Though they knew this matter was beyond their reach. In truth, these nations could see through their intentions. After all, Lin Ke had single-handedly altered the international landscape, truly astonishing. Chapter 31, Trade War Erupts, Desperate Struggle. Lin Ke stood before the statue of the Divine Emperor of Agriculture, clutching the intelligence dossier Zhou Xinxiong had just delivered. The official statement from the U.S. Department of Commerce was prominently displayed on the first page. Effective immediately, a 100% tariff will be imposed on all exports from China. Oomph, these bastards still won't give up. Lin Ke tossed the documents onto the table, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. The vaccine fraud scandal in the United States had spread worldwide, with nations lining up to purchase China's miracle drug. Yet the Trump administration still sought to exert pressure through a trade war.
It was nothing short of a death throw.
Zhou Xinxiong frowned beside him.
Master Lin, the tariff rate the U.S. is imposing this time is unprecedented.
They're trying to use economic means to force us to halt exports of the miracle drug.
Lin Ke sneered coldly. Nice try. The entire world is scrambling to buy the Divine Emperor Shinon's divine medicine. What do they think tariffs will stop? At most, it'll just make the divine medicine unaffordable for the American people. Zhou Xinxiong nodded, but his expression remained grave.
The problem is, the United States is rallying other nations to impose sanctions on us. They claim Huaxia's divine medicine poses safety risks and are demanding nations ban its import. Lin Ke rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant statue of the divine Emperor Shinon. The statue emitted a faint green glow, while the surrounding medicinal herbs thrived.
Let them rally others. Everyone knows how many lives the divine Emperor Shinon's medicine has saved.
Anyone who dares to side with the United States now is playing with their own people's lives.
The phone suddenly rang.
Zhou Xinxiong answered the call. After listening for a few moments, his expression turned peculiar.
Master Lin, there's a situation.
The Eagle Nation's Ministry of Commerce just announced a 50% tariff on beautiful nation goods. The reason given is that the United States falsified vaccine data, damaging international trade credibility. Lin Ke turned around, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Eagle Nation was a traditional ally of the beautiful nation. Betraying an ally at this critical juncture was indeed unexpected.
Any other updates?
Zhou Xinxiong continued his report. The Republic of Canada, the Republic of Japan, the Republic of France, and the Republic of Germany are all following suit.
They've all announced the imposition of high tariffs on American goods. The justification is identical, protesting vaccine fraud. Lin Ke stroked his chin.
The situation had developed beyond his expectations. Logically, while these nations were furious about the beautiful country's vaccine fraud, they shouldn't have turned their backs so abruptly. After all, the United States military might was undeniable. It wasn't a power to be trifled with lightly.
Any inside information?
Zhou Xinxiong shook his head.
No concrete intelligence yet.
But our analysts believe there might be deeper reasons at play. Just then, a flood of viewers poured into Lin Ke's livestream. The chat exploded with messages.
Host, check the news. The US is being sanctioned by the whole world. Ha, serves them right. That's what happens when you fake vaccines. China's divine medicine reigns supreme. Long live the divine farmer emperor. When will you carve a new deity, host?
Lin Ke opened his livestream and flashed a slight smile at the camera.
Guys, looks like the great Emperor Shinon's fame has spread worldwide. Those fake vaccine makers are finally getting their comeuppance, huh? The livestream exploded instantly. You rock, host. The might of China. Please carve another war god statue, streamer one that wipes out the United States. Support the streamer. Long live China. Lin Ke continued. But don't get too excited just yet.
Though the United States is in a tough spot now, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse.
They must still have something up their sleeve. We must remain vigilant at all times.
A viewer in the comments asked.
Host, what kind of schemes do you think the US might pull next?
Lin Ke pondered for a moment.
It's hard to say. But judging by their past actions, they're capable of any despicable means. Biological weapons, fake vaccines, and now they're trying to start a trade war.
Never underestimate the shamelessness of such a nation.
While Lin Kuo was streaming live, a secret meeting was underway in London, across the Atlantic in the United Kingdom.
In a top-secret chamber on the third basement level of MI6 headquarters, MI6 Director Richard Moore sat at the head of the table, his expression grave.
Gentlemen, we all see the predicament the United States now finds itself in. The vaccine fraud scandal has erupted, shattering its international credibility. This is our optimal moment for action.
Over a dozen senior officials, core figures within the Eagle Nation government, filled the chamber.
Deputy Foreign Minister Henry Thompson spoke up. What does the director mean? Richard Moore opened an ancient file folder.
You are all familiar with the Holy Grail project.
The sacred relic left by our ancestors has been secretly safeguarded by the United States. Now is the time to reclaim it.
The tension in the conference room thickened instantly.
The Holy Grail project was the Eagle Nation's highest-level secret.
Legend holds that the ancestors of the Eagle Nation obtained a divine artifact during the founding of their nation.
This artifact possessed the power to revive ancient deities.
However, during World War II, it was transferred to the United States for safekeeping and has been lost ever since.
For years, Eagle Nation has been secretly searching for its whereabouts.
According to the latest intelligence, the artifact is likely hidden within a secret base in the United States. Defense Secretary Ben Wallace expressed his concern.
If we confront the United States directly, might they lash out in desperation? After all, we're allies suddenly turning against them. Richard Moore gave a cold laugh. Allies? When did the United States ever treat us as a true ally?
They only see us as a vassal state. Now that the power of China's deities has proven that gods are real.
If we can revive our own deities, why should we bow to the United States? Chief of Staff Steve Buckley nodded. The director is correct.
The power displayed by China's divine farmer emperor has shown the world the might of deities.
If we could possess such power.
Richard Moore rose and walked to the massive world map covering the conference room wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is now besieging the United States. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize our divine relics while they are preoccupied.
Deputy Foreign Minister Henry Thompson inquired.
What is the specific operational plan?
Richard Moore pointed to the beautiful nation on the map.
First, continue applying economic pressure.
Make their situation even more difficult.
Then, deploy agents to infiltrate their secret base. Locate the exact position of the divine artifact. Finally, seize the relic at the opportune moment. Defense Secretary Ben Wallace frowned. The risks are too great. If the United States discovers this, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Richard Moore turned, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes.
Fortune favors the bold. China has already demonstrated the power of its deities. If we don't act, we'll forever remain America's lackey. But if we succeed, the Eagle Nation will reclaim its status as a global superpower. It might even surpass the United States. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Everyone weighed the pros and cons. The temptation of reviving the deity was too great. Lin Kuo of China had single-handedly altered the international landscape. If the Eagle Nation could possess such power. Chapter 32, Undercurrents Rage, the Beautiful Country Declines.
A month had passed since the vaccine fraud scandal erupted. Lin Kuo sat in his livestream studio, watching the news scroll across his screen. The United States economy continues its downward spiral, with unemployment hitting historic highs.
Countries are reducing imports of American goods, widening the trade deficit further.
Wall Street stocks plummeted consecutively, severely denting investor confidence.
Each headline echoed the nation's decline.
Lin Kuo closed the news page and gave a faint smile to the camera.
Guys, did you see that? This is the consequence of deception. The divine might of the great Emperor Xuanwu is no joke.
The live chat exploded with comments.
The host is absolutely right. The United States got what it deserved. The divine might of China. Long live the great Emperor Xuanwu. Lin Kuo continued.
The root of the beautiful country's problems runs deep. They've only existed for over 200 years, lacking profound cultural heritage. Nor do they enjoy the blessing of true deities. Thus, they can only rely on technology and military might to dominate. But when confronted with genuine divine power, their true colors are instantly revealed.
A viewer asked in the comments. Host, does the United States really have no gods?
Lin Kuo shook his head. Strictly speaking, the United States does not have any indigenous deities.
Their land is too young, lacking sufficient accumulated faith and heritage. There are some religious beliefs transplanted from Europe.
But those are second-hand goods, with limited power.
Our China is different.
5,000 years of civilizational continuity, the accumulated faith of countless generations. Each deity carries profound historical and cultural weight. That is the source of our confidence.
The audience listened with blood boiling. The host's analysis is spot on. Chinese civilization is profound and extensive. I'm proud to be born in China. Please carve another deity, host.
Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Lin Kuo felt a warm surge in his heart.
Over the past month, sales of the Divine Emperor Shenong's elixir had been exceptionally strong. Dozens of countries worldwide were scrambling to purchase it. Faith points steadily increased day by day. It had now accumulated nearly 200 million faith points. This was sufficient to carve a powerful deity. But Lin Kuo remains unhurried. The renown of the great Emperor Shenong already reverberates across the globe. For the time being, no external threats loom over Huaxia. The most crucial task now is to solidify our foundations and continue accumulating faith points. Brothers, Lin Kuo addressed the camera. The Chinese mythological system is vast and profound, with many more deities worthy of carving. Take the deities of wisdom, for instance Wenchang Emperor and Kueisheng. For instance, the god of wealth and the earth deity among the wealth deities. The audience buzzed with excited discussion. May Wenchang Emperor bless our studies. May the god of wealth bless us with prosperity. The comments streamed in all over the place. Just as Lin Kuo was about to continue his commentary, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and furrowed his brow slightly. The number displayed as private. Calls like this usually came from official agencies. Sorry, guys, gotta take this call first. Lin Kuo said to the camera before answering the call. Hello? A commanding voice came from the other end. Comrade Lin Kuo? This is Director Liu from Bureau 749. Lin Kuo's heart skipped a beat. Bureau 749, he knew this organization well. The official Chinese government agency for managing supernatural affairs. Specializing in handling all manner of paranormal incidents and supernatural phenomena. For the director of Bureau 749 to call personally meant this matter was no trivial affair. Director Liu, hello. What can I do for you? Director Liu's voice carried a sense of urgency. The situation is this: we've encountered some trouble. Some peculiar phenomena have been occurring within China. Several cities have reported suspected attacks by supernatural creatures. The victims show distinct bite marks and severe blood loss. No traces of conventional weapons were found at the scenes. Lin Kuo frowned deeply. Bite marks? Blood loss? This sounds a lot like. Director Liu, could you describe the scene in more detail? Director Liu continued. There were 2 small puncture wounds on the victim's neck. The areas around the wounds were blackened, and all the blood had drained away. And strangely, the body showed no signs of decomposition. Surveillance footage shows the attacker moved at extreme speed. It was nearly impossible for the naked eye to discern. Lin Kuo already had his answer. These characteristics clearly pointed to a vampire. But how could vampires appear in China? By all accounts, vampires are supernatural creatures of Europe. They are fundamentally incompatible with China's mythological framework. Director Liu, when did this phenomenon begin? About a week ago. Director Liu replied. Initially, it only appeared in several southern cities. But now it shows signs of spreading northward. Our expert team has analyzed the field data but hasn't found an effective countermeasure. So we'd like to request your assistance in analyzing the situation. Lin Kuo pondered for a moment. The emergence of vampires was certainly no coincidence. Supernatural phenomena have been increasing worldwide recently. This was likely a chain reaction triggered by the revival of mythical beings. The descent of the great Emperor Shenong has activated the divine power of Huaxia. But simultaneously, it might have awakened other dormant supernatural beings. Director Liu, would it be possible for you to send me some photos from the scene? Certainly. I'll send them over immediately. Director Liu replied. Additionally, if possible, we'd appreciate it if you could come in person. We need your assistance. Lin Kuo nodded. No problem, I'll head over right now. After hanging up, Lin Kuo addressed the live stream camera. Guys, I've got an urgent situation to handle. That's all for today's live stream. We'll continue sharing mythological tales tomorrow. The audience responded with understanding. Thanks for your hard work, streamer. Stay safe, streamer. Looking forward to tomorrow's stream. Lin Kuo ended the stream and packed up to head out. His phone buzzed with a message notification. Director Liu sent several photos from the scene. Lin Kuo tapped to view them, his brow furrowing deeper with each image. The victim in the photos did indeed match the characteristics of a vampire attack. 2 neat puncture wounds on the neck. The surrounding skin was darkened. The body was emaciated, clearly having suffered severe blood loss. But what puzzled Lin Kuo were the other traces found at the scene. Black powder was scattered on the ground. The air seemed to carry a faint scent of sulfur. These were not typical vampire characteristics. It felt more like the aura of a demon. A sense of foreboding rose within Lin Kuo. If foreign demonic forces truly invaded China, then things would be troublesome. He must reach the scene immediately to uncover the truth. Lin Kuo picked up the Nuwa carving knife and stowed it in his backpack. Though no deity was activated by his side, the carving knife itself possessed the power to ward off evil spirits. It could protect him in critical moments. Stepping out of the shop, Lin Kuo hailed a taxi. Driver, to the airport. Sure thing.
The driver started the car and headed toward the airport. On the way, Lin Ke continued to ponder the reasons behind this incident.
The appearance of vampires in China was no coincidence. It was highly likely someone had deliberately introduced them. The goal was to destabilize China.
Since they dared to run amok on Chinese soil, they must be prepared to face the wrath of the gods.
Chapter 33, Investigation in the South. 2 hours later, Lin Ke's plane touched down at an airport in a southern city.
As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he spotted a middle-aged man in a black trench coat waiting. The man had a square jaw, piercing eyes, and a commanding presence. He clearly had a military background, hardened by years of combat experience.
Comrade Lin Ke? I'm Lu Xuanwu from Bureau 749.
The middle-aged man stepped forward and extended his hand.
Director Lu, hello. Lin Ke responded with a handshake.
Lu Xuanwu's hand was firm and calloused.
Clearly a hands-on leader. Comrade Lin, thank you for making it here so quickly. Lu Xuanwu said as they walked.
The situation is urgent.
Let's head straight to the scene. Lin Ke nodded. The two exited the airport and boarded a black military SUV. After the vehicle started moving, Lu Xuanwu continued his briefing. The latest attack occurred last night. The location was an upscale residential area in the city center.
The victim was a 30-year-old woman. The scene matched the previous cases exactly. Lin Ke listened, his doubts deepening.
Chief Lu, do these victims share any common characteristics? Lu Xuanwu shook his head. No obvious pattern has been identified yet.
The victims include both men and women, spanning a wide age range.
Their occupations vary as well. The only commonality is that they were all attacked while out alone late at night.
The car drove through the city center and arrived at an elegant residential community.
Police tape was stretched across the entrance.
Several staff members were maintaining order.
Lu Xuanwu led Lin Ke into the complex. The scene is in that building up ahead. Lu Xuanwu pointed to a high-end apartment building.
The victim is Wang Li, a lawyer. She went out to take out the trash around 11 p.m. last night, and then the two entered the apartment building and took the elevator to the third floor. Several Bureau 749 personnel stood in the hallway. They were all dressed in identical black uniforms, their expressions solemn.
Director, Mr. Lin.
The staff members nodded in greeting.
Lu Xuanwu led Lin Ke to the scene.
This was the corner of the stairwell.
White tape outlined a human silhouette on the floor.
Black powder was scattered around the area.
A faint sulfuric odor lingered in the air.
Lin Ke crouched down to examine the marks on the floor closely. Besides the black powder, he discovered something else. In the corner of the wall, several drops of dark red liquid lay. But it wasn't blood. The color was too dark, and it gave off a foul, fishy stench.
It seemed more like some kind of chemical substance. Has this black powder been tested? Lin Ke asked. Lu Xuanwu nodded.
It has, but the results were peculiar.
The main components are sulfur and some organic substances. But there are also some unknown components that current technology can't analyze.
Lin Ke stood up and looked around.
The entire scene gave him a deeply unsettling feeling.
On the surface, it looked like a vampire attack.
Yet numerous details didn't add up. A genuine vampire attack would leave the scene remarkably clean. It wouldn't leave behind so many traces. Moreover, the sulfur smell was overwhelming. This feels more like the aura of a demon. Director Lu, may I examine the victim's body? Certainly. Lu Xuanwu made the arrangements immediately. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the City Forensic Center.
Dr. Wang, the forensic pathologist, was a bespectacled middle-aged man. He appeared refined and scholarly, but spoke with professional precision.
The cause of death is clear excessive blood loss.
Dr. Wang pointed to the body on the autopsy table.
2 wounds on the neck, approximately 2 centimeters deep.
They directly severed the carotid arteries. The blood was nearly drained completely. Lin Ke examined the shape of the wounds closely.
They did indeed resemble those made by fangs.
But upon closer inspection, something seemed off.
True vampire fangs should be curved. These 2 wounds were too straight.
They looked more like they were made by human hands.
Dr. Wang, what are these black marks around the wounds? Lin Ke pointed to the dark spots on the victim's neck.
We've tested it, it's caused by some kind of toxin. Dr. Wang pushed his glasses up. This toxin is peculiar, it rapidly destroys blood vessel walls, resulting in massive hemorrhaging.
But strangely, we can't find any matching records in our toxicology database. Lin Ke grew increasingly uneasy as he listened.
This wasn't a vampire attack at all. Instead, someone deliberately disguised themselves as a vampire to carry out the attack.
The goal is to create panic. Dr. Wang, were any other discoveries made in the victims' bodies?
Yes. Dr. Wang produced a small vial. We detected this substance in the victim's blood. The vial contained a dark red liquid. It emitted a strong, fishy odor.
Lin Ke took the vial and examined it closely.
He had seen this liquid before. More precisely, he had seen it in the records of his past life. It was a synthetic magical potion, specifically designed to simulate the effects of supernatural creature attacks. It was quite common among certain cult organizations.
Director Lu, I'm fairly certain now. Lin Ku turned to address Lu Jiangwo. This isn't a genuine vampire attack. It's someone deliberately staging it. Lu Jiangwo frowned deeply. You mean someone is deliberately creating panic? Exactly. Lin Ku nodded. Real vampires wouldn't leave this many traces. And that strong sulfur smell? Clearly added artificially. The goal is to make people believe it's a supernatural attack. Lu Jiangwo's expression turned serious. If that's the case, what's the mastermind's motive?
Lin Ku pondered for a moment.
It's simple, to destabilize China.
Now that the fame of China's deities has spread worldwide, there are bound to be hostile forces who refuse to accept it.
Since direct confrontation is impossible, they resort to these underhanded tactics.
To sow panic and undermine public confidence in the government.
Lu Jiangwo clenched his fists. Damn it, daring to sabotage our land. Comrade Lin, how do you suggest we respond?
Lin Ku pondered for a moment. First, we must uncover the mastermind behind this.
Not just anyone can produce this kind of magical potion.
There must be a specific source channel.
Additionally, I recommend intensifying night patrols. These people only dare to act in the dead of night, proof they have something to hide.
Most importantly, we must explain the truth to the public.
We cannot let panic spread. Lu Jiangwo nodded. You're absolutely right.
I'll make arrangements immediately.
But if we really encounter the mastermind behind this, how should we deal with them? Lin could touch the Nuwa carving knife in his backpack. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Anyone who dares to play tricks on Chinese soil will face the consequences. Just then, Lu Jiangwo's phone rang.
He answered it, his face instantly turning ashen.
What? Another attack? Alright, we'll be there immediately. After hanging up, Lu Jiangwo said to Lin Ku. Another incident. This time it's on the commercial street in the city center. And, this time there are witnesses. Chapter 34, The Dark Council. The downtown commercial district was brightly lit. Even at midnight, the area remained bustling.
Nightclubs, bars, and 24-hour convenience stores transformed the street into a city that never sleeps. But tonight, fear hung heavy over this bustling thoroughfare. When Lin Ku and Lu Jiangwo arrived at the scene, police tape had already been set up.
Onlookers were kept at a safe distance.
Chaos reigned at the scene.
What's the situation? Lu Jiangwo asked the subordinate who came to report. Commissioner, this situation is a bit different.
The subordinate, a young man in his 20s, spoke with a tremor in his voice. The victim was a nightclub attendant, but she wasn't killed in an isolated place. She was attacked in plain sight.
Lin Ku frowned.
If it was a staged attack, they wouldn't have chosen such a crowded location.
Unless. Where are the witnesses? Lu Jiangwo demanded immediately. In that cafe over there. We've secured them. The young subordinate pointed to a 24-hour cafe across the street.
The three men hurried toward the cafe.
Inside sat 5 or 6 people, all eyewitnesses to the incident. Their faces were pale, clearly shaken by the incident. Everyone, please stay calm. We just need to gather some information. Lu Jiangwo said as gently as he could.
A man in his 30s spoke, his voice trembling.
I saw it. That thing wasn't human.
It was too fast, it charged right up to Xuanwu in the blink of an eye. Lin Ku stepped forward.
Could you describe the attacker in detail?
The man strained to recall.
It wore a black cloak, so I couldn't see its face.
But I saw its hands, long, sharp nails.
And its eyes were red.
Other witnesses nodded in agreement.
Yes, the eyes were definitely red.
Also, it moved without making a sound.
Like it was floating.
Lin Ku felt increasingly puzzled. These descriptions did sound remarkably like a real vampire.
But if it were a real vampire, why were there so many inconsistencies at the scenes of the previous cases? Where did the attacker go in the end? Lu Jiangwo pressed further. I don't know. A young girl replied timidly.
After biting Xuanwu, it vanished without a trace. As if it had vanished into thin air.
Lin Ku pondered these testimonies.
Vanishing without a trace, that was indeed characteristic of supernatural creatures.
But something felt off. Let's go check the scene. Lin Ku said to Lu Jiangwo.
The scene was right outside the nightclub entrance. A pool of blood remained on the ground. But strangely, there was no black powder this time. Nor was there any smell of sulfur. Instead, there was a faint floral scent. Lin Ku crouched down and dabbed a bit of blood with his finger. The blood's color was normal, lacking the previous strange dark red hue.
This crime scene is unusually clean.
Lin Ku stood up and remarked.
Completely different from the previous cases. Lu Jiangwo had also noticed this difference. What do you think this means? Either it's a different assailant. Lin Ku pondered. Or the same group has changed their tactics.
Just then, a voice came from the darkness.
Your analysis is correct. Lin Ku and Lu Jiangwo immediately grew alert. Following the sound, they saw a figure cloaked in black emerge from the shadows of the nightclub.
The hood concealed his face, but a pair of eyes glowing red were visible.
It's him! It's this monster! The witnesses in the cafe cried out in alarm. Lu Xuanwu immediately drew his pistol. Who are you?
The shadowy figure emitted a low chuckle.
Who I am is irrelevant.
What matters is that the era of your Chinese gods is about to end. Lin Ke felt a chill run through him. So they were targeting the Chinese gods after all.
What organization are you? Lin Ke demanded.
What is your purpose? The shadowy figure slowly raised both hands. Their nails were indeed long, gleaming coldly in the moonlight.
We come from the ancient Dark Council.
We specialize in confronting divine powers across the world. Your Chinese god of agriculture may be powerful, but he poses no threat to us.
Tonight marks the end for you, the lackeys of the gods.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dark figure vanished from its spot. The next instant, he materialized before Lin Ke. Sharp claws lunged straight for Lin Ke's throat. The speed was too fast for anyone to react. But Lin Ke was prepared. The manhwa carving knife instantly materialized in his hand. A faint divine light emanated from the blade. The moment the nails touched the blade, the shadow let out a piercing scream.
A divine artifact.
The shadow retreated swiftly, its voice tinged with terror.
You actually have a divine artifact protecting you.
Lin Ke raised the manhwa carving knife, its divine glow intensifying. You've come to the wrong place to play tricks on the land of Huaxia. Fury flashed in the shadow's crimson eyes.
Don't think a single divine artifact can stand against us.
The power of our Dark Council far exceeds your wildest imagination. Speaking, he drew a black bottle from beneath his cloak. The bottle contained a viscous liquid that emitted a foul stench.
Taste our dark essence.
The shadowy figure hurled the bottle to the ground. The moment it shattered, the black liquid spread rapidly. Wherever it touched, the ground began to corrode. Even the air grew thick and viscous.
The surrounding crowd began to struggle to breathe. Lin Ke immediately swung the manhwa engraving knife.
Wherever the divine light touched, the black liquid instantly evaporated. The air grew fresh once more.
Impossible.
The dark figure recoiled in shock. How could a mere carving knife possess such powerful purifying force? Lin Ke sneered coldly. This is the divine artifact of the goddess manhwa, specifically designed to counter you evil spirits. Not one of you will escape today. Fear flashed in the shadow's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent.
Retreat!
The shadowy figure suddenly bellowed. Immediately, 5 or 6 similarly dressed figures emerged from the surrounding shadows.
Simultaneously, they drew out various strange artifacts. Some held black scrolls, others carried eerie statues.
All together. Kill this Chinese man. The leader of the shadows issued the command.
All 6 shadows launched their attacks simultaneously.
A barrage of dark spells descended from all directions. Lin Ke showed no sign of panic. The manhwa engraving knife danced in his hands.
Each divine light effortlessly deflected the enemy's attacks. But the sheer number of enemies gradually took its toll on Lin Ke.
Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. A pillar of green light shot from the distance. It struck one of the shadowy figures directly.
The shadow instantly turned to ash. The divine power of the great Emperor Xuanwu. Lin Ke looked up in astonishment.
In the distant sky, the faint silhouette of the divine Emperor Xuanwu flickered in and out of view.
He was remotely supporting Lin Ke. With the divine emperor's aid, the tide of battle swiftly turned.
The remaining shadowy figures watched in terror as their comrades were obliterated by divine power.
Retreat! Retreat now!
The leader of the shadows shouted. But it was too late.
The divine power of the great Emperor Xuanwu enveloped the entire arena.
All the dark figures were immobilized. Lin Ke seized the moment to charge forward.
The carving knife of manhwa swung repeatedly.
Several flashes of divine light erupted. The remaining shadows all turned to ashes.
Only the leader remained, struggling desperately to hold on.
Spare me.
The shadow knelt on the ground, its voice trembling with fear. We were only following orders. The real mastermind isn't us. Lin Ke pressed the blade against its throat. Speak! Who is the mastermind? Chapter 35, The Dark Council's Conspiracy.
The hooded figure knelt trembling on the ground, his body quivering under the lingering divine might of the great Emperor Xuanwu. The icy blade of manhwa's carving knife pressed against his throat, its pure divine aura making him feel as though his very soul was being scorched. Speak! Who is your mastermind? Lin Ke's voice was not loud, but each word struck the robed figure's heart like a heavy hammer. It's the Archbishop. His voice was hoarse, thick with terror. We are merely the lowest-ranking enforcers of the Dark Council, sent by His Excellency the Bishop in black robes to probe the defenses of Huaxia.
The Dark Council?
Lin Ke and Lu Xuanwu exchanged glances, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. This was yet another organization they had never heard of. What is your purpose? Why disguise yourselves as vampires to attack? Lin Ke pressed further. The bishop's plan is extremely elaborate.
The cloaked figure dared not withhold anything, revealing everything he knew.
The initial cases were deliberate misdirection. The sulfur powder, the synthetic toxins, all designed to mislead you into believing these were mere amateurs playing at sorcery, lulling you into complacency.
Last night's attack was the true test.
We employed the vampiric mimicry serum granted by the Dark Council, which allows us to temporarily mimic the abilities and aura of a fledgling vampire. The purpose was to test the reaction speed and strength of your Chinese supernatural forces.
Lu Jiangwo's face turned ashen upon hearing this.
What a masterstroke, a diversionary tactic blending truth and deception. Had Lin Ke not been present, Bureau 749 might well have been led by the nose, completely misdirecting their investigation.
Where is your black-robed bishop?
Lin Ke's question cut straight to the heart of the matter.
I don't know.
The black-robed man shook his head in terror.
The bishop's whereabouts are top secret. We executors aren't even authorized to know.
He only contacts us through black magic communication stones.
But I know his next plan.
Desperate to save his life, the hooded figure volunteered more valuable intelligence. The bishop intends to unleash a cursed relic brought from Europe in the demon city, the Wailing Skull. That relic can spread fear and chaos across vast areas, plunging the entire city into madness. He intends to use this method to test the resistance of Chinese deities to spiritual corruption.
The demon city? The Wailing Skull? Lin Ke's heart sank. The demon city was China's largest international metropolis, home to over 20 million people. If the enemy scheme succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. When does he plan to make his move? 3 days from now.
The cloaked figure said urgently. The bishop is waiting for the sacred artifact to draw sufficient power from the dark energy. Lin Ke glanced at Lu Jiangwo, who immediately understood and picked up the encrypted phone to report the situation to headquarters.
One last question. Lin Ke's gaze turned icy. Why does your Dark Council specifically target China?
The robed figure trembled, as if the question had touched upon some forbidden truth. Because His Eminence the Bishop said that the Eastern deities are the nemesis of all dark creatures? The revival of Huaxia mythology will shatter the world's balance entirely. Darkness will have nowhere to hide. Having spoken these words, the cloaked figure seemed drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground.
Lin Ke withdrew the Nuwa engraving knife.
He did not kill this enforcer.
Killing was not the goal.
He channeled a strand of Shinon's divine power into the black-robed figure's body. This life-giving divine power clashed violently with the darkness within the black-robed figure.
Ah!
The cloaked figure let out a piercing scream as his body began convulsing violently.
The dark power within him was swiftly purified and dissolved by the divine power of Shinon. After several minutes, the screams ceased.
The hooded figure lay motionless on the ground, eyes rolled back, foam forming at his mouth. He wasn't dead, but he was suffering worse than death. The dark power within him had been completely purged, and his mind had suffered a tremendous shock, reducing him to a drooling idiot. For a member of the Dark Council, losing both power and sanity was the cruelest punishment imaginable.
Lu Jiangwo walked over after finishing his call, frowned at the figure on the ground, and asked, "Is that it?" "It's settled." Lin Ke nodded.
He's a useless shell now, posing no threat to us. But to the Dark Council, he's a living disgrace.
Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, his expression grave. "Comrade Lin, we truly owe this entire operation to you.
Although Bureau 749 has handled numerous paranormal incidents, this is our first encounter with such an organized, premeditated international supernatural force. Our methods and experience are severely lacking."
Lu Jiangwo's candor earned him a measure of respect from Lin Ke.
"Director Lu, now is not the time for this. We must head to the Demon City immediately to thwart that black-robed bishop's scheme." Lin Ke's gaze hardened with resolve. The divine farmer emperor excels at purifying plagues and toxins, but spiritual attacks are not his specialty.
Mazu protects the seas, while the thunder god presides over punishment.
The enemy we face now excels at sowing fear and chaos.
It seems a new deity must step forward.
A mighty deity capable of suppressing evil spirits, protecting the city, and seeing through all illusions.
A majestic figure gradually took shape in Lin Ke's mind.
Dressed in official robes, his appearance was extraordinary. One hand held a sword, the other grasped a ghost. His gaze was like lightning, radiating righteous indignation. It was time for this formidable ghost catcher to confront the demons of the West.
Lu Jiangwo watched the gleam in Lin Ke's eyes and felt his heart settle considerably. "Excellent. We depart for the demon capital immediately."
He turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Arrange a private jet.
Highest priority.
Additionally, mobilize all personnel from the Demon City branch. Establish citywide surveillance and search for any suspicious traces." Under the cover of night, a military transport aircraft sliced through the sky, heading toward the city that never sleeps in the east. Inside the cabin, Lin Ke closed his eyes to rest, his mind meticulously crafting every detail of the new divine statue. Meanwhile, in a shadowy chamber tucked away in some unknown corner, a figure cloaked in a wide black robe stood before an eerie altar. Upon the altar lay an artifact fashioned from the skull of an unknown creature. Two eerie green flames burned within the skull's eye sockets.
My servant has failed. The black-robed bishop uttered in a hoarse, deep voice. The deities of Huaxia are stronger than anticipated. But it matters not. He extended his withered hand, gently caressing the wailing skull. Soon, you shall taste true despair amidst endless terror. The demon city shall become my first offering to the Dark Lord. Eerie green flames flickered, illuminating a twisted, fanatical face beneath the hood of a black-robed bishop. Chapter 36, The Guardian Deity, Xuanwu Statue. As the plane touched down at Hongqiao Airport in the Demon City, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible crisis was brewing in the shadows of this city. Mr. Lin, Director Liu, our Shanghai branch operatives are waiting outside. A Bureau 749 liaison officer announced beneath the boarding stairs. Stepping outside the airport, several black SUVs were already on standby. Inside one vehicle, the head of the Shanghai branch was briefing the situation. Following headquarters directives, we've implemented 24-hour surveillance across all critical city zones. Particularly those areas with heavy energy, such as cemeteries, abandoned hospitals, old subway lines, and so on. However, so far, no suspicious targets have been detected. The manager wiped sweat from his brow, his expression tense. Lu Jiangwo's expression was grave. The enemy are dark magic practitioners skilled in stealth and disguise. Conventional surveillance methods will struggle to detect them. They're likely hiding in the most crowded areas, using ordinary people as cover. Lin Ke sat in the car, watching skyscrapers flash by outside the window. He knew Lu Jiangwo was right. Searching for a deliberately concealed dark mage in a city of over 20 million people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Rather than passively searching, it was better to take the offensive. Director Liu, I need a quiet place and a piece of special wood. Lin Ke spoke up. What materials do you require? We'll prepare them immediately. The head of the Magic Capital branch hurriedly inquired. Peachwood over 1,000 years old. Lin Ke's voice was calm. Preferably from a sun-facing hillside, and struck by lightning is even better. In traditional Chinese culture, peachwood is revered as the foremost sacred wood for warding off evil spirits and demons. The classic of Mountains and Seas records that after the mythical figure Xuanwu died while chasing the sun, his staff transformed into a peach grove. Legend holds that beneath the great peach tree on Mount Dusha in the East Sea dwell the gods Shintu and Yulei, tasked with capturing malevolent spirits that harm humanity. Thus, peachwood is also known as dragon-subduing wood and ghost-fearing wood. Carving the great deity who guards homes and captures ghosts from thousand-year-old lightning-struck peachwood could not be more fitting. Thousand-year-old lightning-struck peachwood? The manager's face fell. Such divine timber is rare and hard to come by, even more so than the thousand-year-old Lingji wood we sought before. Do your utmost to find it. Lu Jiangwo said in a solemn tone. Mobilize every resource. Contact all major Taoist temples, museums, and even private collectors. At any cost, it must be found today. Yes, sir. The supervisor immediately began making calls to assign tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Ke mentally commanded the system, start a live stream. Live stream initiated. Lin Ke aimed his phone camera at himself and set a new live stream title. Demons run rampant in the city, witness Xuanwu's divine might suppress them. The moment the stream went live, millions of viewers flooded in instantly. The streamer is finally live. The Demon City. The streamers come to the Demon City. Xuanwu? Are you carving that ghost-hunting badass? Holy crap, that title's terrifying demons in the Demon City? The chat exploded with comments. Many viewers in the city felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the title. Guys, don't panic. Lin Ke addressed the camera. With me here, and the divine guardians of China watching over us, no demons or monsters can stir up trouble. Today, right here in this city, I'll carve a true guardian deity for all of you Xuanwu. The convoy soon arrived at a secret safe house along the Huangpu River. With its expansive views and quiet surroundings, it was the perfect location for the carving. Bureau 749 operated with remarkable efficiency. Within 3 hours, a massive piece of timber was delivered. Approximately 3 meters long, the wood glowed a deep crimson, its surface pockmarked with black scorch marks from lightning strikes. As the log was carried into the room, a powerful, fiery yang energy swept over them. The air in the room seemed to grow noticeably fresher. Mr. Lin, this was urgently transported from the Tianchi Palace on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lu Jiangwo explained. This peachwood has endured over 15 centuries. A century ago, it withstood a thunderbolt strike and remained standing, revered by generations of celestial masters as the mountain's guardian treasure. Upon hearing you intended to carve a statue of Xuanwu from it, Grandmaster Zhang of the Tianchi Palace agreed without hesitation. Lin Ke walked to the peachwood and ran his hand over it. The surface felt warm, as if it still held the power of thunder and fire. Fine wood. Lin Ke praised sincerely. Please convey my gratitude to Master Zhang. He wasted no more time, pulling out the Nuwa carving knife and beginning his work. The live stream audience held their breath. All eyes were fixed on the mystical peachwood and the carving knife in Lin Ke's hands. The Nuwa carving knife glided across the thousand-year-old lightning-struck peachwood. This time, Lin Ke felt something entirely different as he carved. The virile energy within the peach would resonated with the sacred power of the Nuwa carving knife. Each stroke seemed to carry the force of a thunderous blow. Wood shavings flew everywhere, each flake carrying a faint crimson glow. The image of Xuanwu had been rehearsed countless times in Lin Ke's mind. A leopard's head with bulging eyes, an iron mask, and twisted sideburns. His appearance was strange, yet radiated righteous energy. He was not carving the grotesque demon king of folklore. Rather, he sought to capture the majestic figure of Xuanwu as depicted by Wu Daozi, the great painter of the Tang dynasty, the scholar official who had been bestowed the title True Lord of Demon Exorcism by Emperor Xuanzong. As the carving progressed, an intangible aura of authority began emanating from the wooden sculpture. This aura was filled with the power of judgment and deterrence, as if it could pierce through human hearts and purge all evil spirits. In a shadowy basement somewhere in the demon city, a black-robed bishop stood before the altar, chanting ancient incantations to the wailing skull. The ghostly green flames upon the skull flickered with increasing intensity. Waves of negative energy filled with fear and despair were being sucked into it. Soon, very soon, a greedy, frenzied grin spread across the black-robed bishop's face. Once the wailing skull has absorbed all the negative energy from this city, I will place it in the busiest subway station. Then the entire demon city will become a playground of terror. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed a force rising from the other end of the city, a force that made his heart race. That force radiated pure righteousness and positive energy, the very nemesis of the dark power he wielded. What is this? The black-robed bishop abruptly halted his incantation, his expression darkening. He could sense the connection between himself and the wailing skull being disrupted by some interference. The skull's absorption of negative energy had noticeably slowed. Someone is blocking me. A flash of viciousness flickered in the black-robed bishop's eyes. Is it that Chinese carver? He found a countermeasure this quickly? He hadn't anticipated Lin Ke's swift reaction, nor had he imagined that China still possessed deities capable of countering spiritual corruption. We can't wait any longer. The black-robed bishop made his decision. We must activate the wailing skull ahead of schedule. Though its power will be somewhat diminished, it will still be enough to plunge the city into chaos. He bit his finger, letting a drop of foul-smelling black blood fall onto the skull. With my blood, I sacrifice to the darkness. Awaken, embodiment of terror. Wail, fragile souls. The ghostly green flames on the skull surged instantly, bathing the entire basement in a ghostly glow. An invisible shockwave of psychic energy radiated outward from the basement, spreading wildly in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Ke's carving entered its final stage. The right hand of the Xuanwu statue gripped a seven-star sword. In its left hand, it clutched a struggling, screaming little demon. The statue's gaze fixed sternly upon the distance, as if it had already locked onto the source of evil. Carving progress, 99%. Chapter 37, Xuanwu's Divine Might, Evil Spirits Brought to Justice. People's Square Subway Station, Shanghai. One of Asia's largest subway transfer hubs, millions of commuters converge here daily. Stop pushing. Can't you see? A young office worker, shoved from behind, turned and snapped impatiently. What are you yelling about? In such a hurry to be reincarnated? The middle-aged man behind him retorted just as fiercely. The quarrel spread like a virus. What started as a minor friction instantly escalated into a fierce verbal clash, even shoving. People's eyes began to turn bloodshot, their reason replaced by an inexplicable panic and rage. A mother clutching her child suddenly screamed in terror, shielding the infant fiercely as if everyone around her were demons intent on harming them. Within mere minutes, the entire subway station transformed from orderly chaos into a pandemonium of pandemonium. Arguments, wails, screams. Countless negative emotions converged and fermented here, forming an invisible black energy that was continuously absorbed by some hidden artifact lurking in the shadows. Inside Bureau 749's monitoring center, alarms blared incessantly. Report! Mass panic outbreak at People's Square subway station. Station surveillance shows extreme public instability with multiple violent confrontations occurring. Our field personnel are also affected, exhibiting abnormal mental states. Lu Jiangwo watched the chaotic scenes on the large screen, his fists clenching until they cracked. That bastard moved first. He immediately grabbed the communicator. Attention all units. Immediately seal off all exits and entrances at People's Square metro station. Evacuate surrounding crowds. Medical team, psychological intervention team proceed to the scene immediately. The orders were issued, but everyone knew conventional methods were nearly useless against this kind of psychic assault. The only hope lay within the safe house by the Huangpu River. Lin Ke's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He could distinctly sense a massive, malevolent psychic energy erupting at the city's core. There's no time. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He raised the Nuwa carving knife, its tip aimed at the unfilled eyes of the Xuanwu statue. With my blood, I consecrate your eyes. With the collective will of the people, I summon your soul. Without hesitation, he slit his fingertip with the carving knife. Crimson blood, carrying the essence and spirit of the one wielding the blade, landed precisely within the eye sockets of Xuanwu. Fellow Chinese. Demons run rampant. Offer your righteous thoughts. Welcome our true lord of exorcism, Xuanwu. May his divine might descend. Lin Ke's voice echoed across all of China through the live broadcast. Billions of viewers watching the livestream witnessed the chaos at the subway station and heard Lin Ke's rallying cry. Waves of heartfelt yearning for justice and fury against evil coalesced into an invisible torrent of faith, surging across space toward the Peachwood deity statue. Faith value has met activation requirements. Proceed with infusion? Infuse it all. Lin Ke roared. Hum. The Xuanwu statue, carved from peachwood struck by a 1,000-year lightning bolt, erupted in a blinding golden radiance under the combined force of immense faith and Lin Ke's vital essence. The radiance was not blinding, but radiated a righteous aura brimming with virility, majesty, and an aura of inviolable authority. The statue's eyes snapped open. What eyes they were! Their gaze burned like torches, piercing through darkness as if observing fire, seemingly able to see through the 3 realms and 6 paths, leaving no demon, spirit, or ghost unseen. Roar! A roar, seemingly born from the depths of the underworld yet brimming with supreme authority, erupted from the statue. Unlike previous divine descents, this time there were no earth-shaking portents, no celestial dragons descending, no divine dew showering the land. The statue of Xuanwu simply stood there, silent and still. Yet, an invisible, overwhelmingly domineering aura instantly radiated outward from the statue, enveloping the entire demon city. Inside the People's Square subway station. Amidst the chaos and panic, the crowd suddenly felt a warm yet majestic force descend from above. Like an invisible giant hand, it soothed their inner agitation, anger, and fear. Their rationality began to return, and bloodshot eyes regained clarity. They looked around in bewilderment, at each other, utterly confused about what had just transpired. What just happened to me? Why did I start fighting with people? Me too. It was like I suddenly couldn't control my emotions. The chaotic scene miraculously calmed within mere seconds. Everyone seemed to have awakened from a nightmare. In the dimly lit basement, the black-robed bishop stood admiring his handiwork with smug satisfaction. The wailing skull on the altar hummed, frantically absorbing the fear energy emanating from the subway station. But in the very next instant, his expression abruptly changed. The psychic link between him and the wailing skull was forcibly severed by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force. Put! The black-robed bishop violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, stumbling backward several steps. The wailing skull on the altar emitted a piercing wail, and the ghostly green flames on its surface instantly extinguished. Immediately, a sharp crack echoed as a fissure appeared on the skull. No! Impossible! The black-robed bishop stared in disbelief at the scene before him. My wailing skull! How could this? Before he could finish, an even more terrifying pressure descended upon the small basement like a mountain crushing down. He felt his very soul tremble. This was neither the power of purification nor the force of destruction. It was a higher, superior, absolute judgment. What is it? What kind of power is this? The black-robed bishop looked up in terror. He saw that, at some unknown moment, a gigantic sword made of golden light had materialized as a phantom image on the basement ceiling. The sword radiated an aura that made his soul shatter. Its tip pointed with pinpoint precision directly at his location. Bureau 749 Monitoring Center. Lu Jiangmo and all the staff stared in shock at the satellite map displayed on the large screen. Just moments ago, a massive energy marker had appeared above the heart of the city. That mark was shaped like a sword. And the tip of the sword pointed directly at an old office building in the city center. Lock on target. Lu Jiangmo snapped into action, his voice trembling with urgency. He's right there. All operational units immediately surround that office building. Remember, take him alive this time. Inside the safe house, Lin Ke exhaled a long breath, his body weakening so much he could barely stand. Emergency mission, halt the fear plague completed. Mission rating, perfect. Mission reward, 50 million faith points. Special skill, Divine Light of Purification granted. Divine Light of Evil Slaying, passive skill. Within the host's line of sight, continuously inflicts intimidation and damage upon evil creatures. Grants extreme resistance to illusions and mind control spells. Lin Ke examined the new skill and nodded with satisfaction. This divine skill seemed tailor-made for him. Next time he encountered such tricksters, a single glance would make them understand exactly why the flowers were so red. Xuanwu's divine might, the judge of souls taking roll call. Pointed at by that 7-star sword, he had nowhere to run, neither heaven nor earth. Yet, just as the Bureau 749 agents were about to storm the office building, the entire structure suddenly shook violently. An even more malevolent and chaotic dark energy surged skyward from the basement. This is bad. Lu Jiangwo's face instantly drained of color. That bastard. He intends to detonate the dark energy and take us all down with him. Chapter 38, Xuanwu descends to earth, sword slays the evil. An energy explosion of this magnitude could flatten everything within a 500-meter radius and release intense psychic contamination. The consequences are unimaginable. A technician's voice trembled with panic. Director, our team just reached the perimeter, there's no way to stop it. Retreat. Order all personnel to withdraw immediately. Lu Jiangwo nearly shouted the order.
His eyes bloodshot, he stared fixedly at the screen, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Faced with this supernatural suicide attack, mortal strength seemed utterly insignificant. He could only pin his hopes on the young man who had performed miracles. Inside the safe house by the Xuanwu River, Lin Ku's gaze was sharp. Through real-time intelligence from Bureau 749, he clearly sensed the uncontrollable malevolent force unleashed in the city center. He knew that Xuanwu's statue had merely locked onto the enemy with that finger gesture across the void. The real battle was only just beginning. Want to go down together? A cold smile curved Lin Ku's lips. On the soil of our China, before the great god Xuanwu, you don't even have the right to self-destruct. He poured his entire, colossal willpower into the Xuanwu statue before him. A torrent of faith surged toward the statue like a bursting dam. Seal. Lin Ku uttered the single word with every ounce of his strength. Inside the safe house, the 3-meter-tall, 1,000-year-old peachwood statue, struck by lightning, erupted in dazzling golden light as it absorbed the immense surge of faith. This time, the light did not radiate outward. Instead, it converged entirely within the statue's piercing, penetrating eyes. The statue moved. Slowly, it raised its right hand, the 7-star sword carved from peachwood pointing toward the city center. Above the demon city, the gigantic sword phantom, formed from divine power, solidified in an instant. Immediately after, a majestic figure taller than any skyscraper, composed entirely of pure golden light, materialized out of thin air with the giant sword at its core. Leopard-headed with ringed eyes, an iron-faced countenance and curled sideburns, clad in official robes, a figure of awe-inspiring majesty. None other than Xuanwu, the true lord of demon exorcism. Xuanwu's apparition lowered his head, his eyes burning with golden flames, coldly observing the towering black pillar of energy below. Wicked creature! How dare you act so brazenly? A thunderous divine wrath, like a bolt from the heavens, reverberated deep within the soul of every being in the demon-infested city. The voice carried supreme authority and the power of judgment. The crowd evacuating the subway station looked up to see the sacred and majestic figure in the sky. Everyone was so stunned they froze in place. It's a deity has come to save us. Xuanwu, it's Lord Xuanwu. Countless people knelt on the ground, hands pressed together in prayer, offering devout supplications. Newfound faith surged like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, continuously pouring toward Xuanwu's ethereal form in the sky, making his silhouette grow ever more solid. In the livestream chat, the comments had completely vanished. Everyone was rendered speechless by the miraculous scene unfolding before their eyes. Through Lin Ku's lens, they witnessed a deity descending into the mortal realm, appearing amidst the steel jungle of a modern metropolis. Inside the office building, the black-robed bishop's body had twisted beyond recognition, transforming into a monstrous form composed of viscous black sludge and countless wailing faces. He was the very core of that dark energy. The deities of Huaxia, truly formidable. The monster roared, its voice a cacophony of countless voices. But you cannot stop me. Beneath this building lie hundreds of cursed soul cores I brought from Europe. Once I detonate them, fear will become a plague, transforming this city into my divine realm. Join me in plummeting into eternal darkness. Black energy pillars erupted with even more intense light, countless black tentacles extending from them like a chaotic dance of demons, reaching toward the phantom image of Xuanwu in the sky. Xuanwu's face remained expressionless. He merely raised the 7-star sword in his hand. The blade pointed toward the heavens. By my command. Heavenly thunder of the 9 gods, heed my command. Purge all demons and evil spirits, cleanse the cosmos. Boom! The once clear night sky instantly darkened with storm clouds, thunder roaring, and lightning flashing. Thick golden bolts of lightning tore through the clouds, striking the black energy tentacles with pinpoint accuracy. Crackle! Under the assault of the golden divine thunder, the black tentacles melted like ice and snow, instantly turning into wisps of smoke. A piercing scream pierced the heavens. Thunder magic? You're a ghostly deity, how could you possibly wield Taoist thunder magic? The monstrous form of the black-robed bishop screamed in disbelief. In the Eastern mythological system he knew, ghosts and spirits belonged to a different realm than celestial deities. Although Xuanwu had been deified, he remained fundamentally a ghost king. How could he possibly command the thunderous power representing heaven's might? He did not know that the mythological systems of China had never been isolated. As the true lord of exorcism, Xuanwu held an imperial decree from the Jade Emperor, granting him the authority to command certain celestial forces. Invoking divine thunder to combat demons and evil spirits was entirely appropriate. Trivial tricks, yet you dare show off in front of the master. Xuanwu's ethereal voice carried not a shred of emotion. With a gentle flick of his 7-star sword, he aimed it at the office building below. 100-meter-long golden blade of light, like a celestial river pouring down, struck the building from above. This strike carried no earth-shattering roar. Yet wherever the blade's light passed, space itself seemed to freeze. The violent black energy column in the face of that golden blade proved as fragile as paper. Starting from its apex, it was severed inch by inch, purified bit by bit. The black energy dissolved in the golden light, and the wailing specter melted away within it. No!
The black-robed bishop let out a desperate howl.
He felt the bonds connecting him to those soul cores being forcibly severed by an unmatched force.
All his power, all his schemes, seemed utterly laughable before this single sword strike.
The sword's light sliced through like a knife through butter, plunging straight downward.
In an instant, it pierced through the entire office building and vanished into the earth.
The entire structure froze as if paused, all tremors and cracks halting in that instant.
The dark energy poised to erupt was utterly extinguished at its source by this single strike.
Deep underground, hundreds of cursed soul cores, purified by the golden sword light, emitted a sigh of release before dissolving into scattered starlight, vanishing without a trace. Inside the safe house, Lin Ke stood before the divine statue, his posture rigid and his gaze piercing. He had expended vast amounts of faith points for the Xuanwu statue to deliver this earth-shattering strike. Despite the immense cost, the power within him remained abundant, showing no sign of weakness. Through the live stream feed, Lin Ke watched toward the city center. The ethereal image of Xuanwu in the sky began to fade after delivering that strike. But his mission was not yet complete. Xuanwu's gaze pierced through the office building's walls, locking onto the black-robed bishop who had regained human form and now lay collapsed on the ground.
Wicked creature, submit to justice. Xuanwu's phantom opened its mouth. An irresistible suction force erupted from his mouth.
Chapter 39, Divine Might Shakes the World, the Nation Boils Over. The black-robed bishop realized in terror that his body was being pulled uncontrollably toward the sky, toward that gaping maw resembling the abyss.
No! You cannot devour me. I am the black-robed bishop of the Dark Council. My soul belongs to the great Dark Lord. Kill me, and the council will not spare you. The Overlord will not spare you.
He struggled frantically, screaming. But it was all in vain. Before the mighty Xuanwu, the deity specialized in subduing ghosts and demons, all his resistance was meaningless. His body was sucked into Xuanwu's mouth, vanishing without a sound like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly gone. In the final moment of being swallowed, the black-robed bishop mustered his last ounce of strength and spat out a black crystal hidden between his teeth. The crystal transformed into an imperceptible black light, vanishing instantly into the void. A sinister smile flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a curse audible only to himself.
This is merely the beginning. True terror shall blossom upon the throne of the world.
Having devoured the black-robed bishop, the spectral figure of Xuanwu in the sky finally fulfilled his mission. His majestic gaze swept across the entire city, as if surveying his domain. Then, the colossal figure dissolved into a sea of golden light, slowly fading away. The sky returned to calm. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the stars and moon once more. It seemed as though the divine-demonic battle that had just occurred was nothing but an illusion. Yet the entire city, over 20 million citizens, had witnessed this unforgettable spectacle with their own eyes. Inside Bureau 749's command center, a deathly silence hung in the air. Everyone stared blankly at the screens. On the screen, the old office building stood intact. Apart from the scattered shards of glass covering the ground, there was no visible damage. Yet everyone knew that just moments ago, a catastrophe powerful enough to obliterate half the city had been effortlessly averted by a god.
It's over? A young agent murmured to himself. It's over. Lu Jiangwo exhaled a long breath, his entire body drained of energy as he slumped into his chair.
He immediately grabbed his communicator.
Notify all units to immediately cordon off and investigate the scene. Also, contact Top RAS and report the situation.
He stood up and looked toward the safe house. That young man had worked another miracle. This time, the power he had displayed would forever alter the world's perception of China.
The day after the incident in the Magic City,
Lin Ke stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the safe house, his spirit vibrant. Outside, the Huangpu River shimmered in the morning light, and the city had returned to its usual bustling chaos. It seemed as though everything from the previous night had truly been nothing more than a dream. But he knew it was no dream. It was the true account of a deity manifesting its true form in a modern metropolis to suppress evil. His phone rang. It was Lu Jiangwo calling. Comrade Lin, are you all right? Lu Jiangwo's voice carried concern and a hint of unmistakable awe.
I'm fine, Director Lu.
Lin Ke's voice was calm and firm.
How's the investigation at the scene progressing?
The site has been cleared, Lu Jiangwo reported. The interior of that office building sustained severe damage, but the main structure remains intact. Deep underground, we discovered the wreckage of a massive energy core, along with some incomprehensible biological tissue. We're currently analyzing it with full resources.
As for that black-robed bishop, Lu Jiangwo paused.
No remains were found at the scene. Residual energy analysis confirms he was indeed purified by the great god Xuanwu.
However, we suspect he may have left some sort of contingency.
Lin Ke was not surprised. An evil entity of that caliber was extremely difficult to eradicate completely in one go. Understood, Lin Ke replied. I'll keep the black-robed bishop in mind.
He won't escape. Good. Lu Jiangwo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Also, regarding this incident.
His voice grew slightly agitated. Comrade Lin, you may not yet realize the stature you hold in the hearts of the entire nation.
Lin Ku opened his phone and tapped on the news app. Instantly, countless headlines flooded his screen. Miracle in the Demon City. The great god Xuanwu descends, slaying demons with his sword. China's divine protector strikes again, turning the tide to safeguard the magic city. Nation in frenzy. Xuanwu worship explodes overnight. The world trembles. Ancient Eastern power stuns the globe. Each news report was accompanied by a blurry yet striking photograph or video still. It captured the fleeting moment when Xuanwu's spectral form swung his sword across the night sky. Lin Ku tapped on a video, filmed by a netizen on the street. In the footage, countless citizens knelt on the ground, bowing reverently toward the divine apparition in the sky. Their faces bore fear and shock, but more than anything, they radiated relief at surviving the ordeal and heartfelt devotion. Lord Xuanwu. Thank you, Lord Xuanwu, for saving our lives. China has gods. Our China truly has gods. Cries, cheers, and prayers mingled together, filled with awe and gratitude toward the divine. Lin Ku opened Weibo again. Hashtags like hashtag Shanghai Xuanwu, hashtag Chinese deities, and hashtag God like Lin Ku dominated the top spots on the trending list. Netizens frantically shared videos and photos, discussing this divine miracle. I used to think myths were all fake, but now I believe. I lived near that building. It felt like the whole thing was about to collapse, but then a golden light descended and instantly calmed everything. So incredible. Thank you, Master Lin Ku. Thank you, Lord Xuanwu. China rocks. Hey, when's Divine Lin Ku going live again? I need to send him rockets. Live stream? Lin Ku suddenly remembered he must have been streaming live at the time. He clicked into his live stream. Instantly, the screen was flooded with a dense sea of bullet comments. God streamer. We worship you. Lord Xuanwu is mighty. The streamer is mighty. Where's the Faith Recharge channel? I need to burn incense for Lord Xuanwu. Please carve another deity, streamer. If you carve it, I'll give you my entire fortune in faith points. The frenzy of the bullet comments was 10 times more intense than when the divine Emperor Shinnon had manifested earlier. Lin Ku glanced at the system panel. Faith points, 2.5 billion. In just one day, faith points had skyrocketed to 2.5 billion. This growth rate was beyond terrifying. It was like riding a rocket. In this metropolis of over 20 million people, a collective experience of divine intervention had brought him an ocean of faith. Moreover, this faith was exceptionally pure and intense. Born from the brink of life and death, from the depths of despair, it was forged by the deity's own salvation. Such faith proved far more steadfast and powerful than any faith born of material gain. Comrade Lin. Lu Jiangwo interrupted his thoughts. The higher-ups are already aware of this incident. The Central Committee is taking it very seriously and has convened an emergency meeting overnight. Your standing has now changed completely. The state has decided to formally establish the Guardians of Shenzhou Special Operations Unit. You will serve as its honorary leader, while I will be the executive leader. This unit will be dedicated to addressing all supernatural threats and matters related to deities. Lu Jiangwo's voice brimmed with excitement. He could sense that the future of China would be forever altered because of this young man. Chapter 40, A strong youth means a strong nation. Lin Ku stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the safe house, overlooking the revitalized metropolis below. Boats shuttled ceaselessly along the Huangpu River. In the distance, the Oriental Pearl Tower shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. Had he not lived through it himself, who could have imagined that just last night, the city had nearly plunged into the abyss of terror? The vibration of his phone snapped him back to reality. It was an encrypted file sent by Lu Jiangwo. The file was titled Preliminary Outline for Establishing the Guardians of China's Special Task Force. Lin Ku opened the file and scanned it quickly. Honorary Team Leader, Lin Ku. Executive Leader, Lu Jiangwo. The task force would integrate resources from multiple agencies including Bureau 749, State Security, and Military Intelligence, possessing the highest level of operational authority. At the bottom of the document, a handwritten annotation read, "A pillar of the nation, a blessing to the people. May Comrade Lin Ku live up to this trust and safeguard eternal peace for our sacred land." The signature at the bottom was bold and vigorous. Lin Ku did not recognize it, but he could feel the weight of expectation between the lines. Honorary Team Leader. Lin Ku stroked his chin and chuckled wryly. Basically, just a figurehead, huh? I take the credit when things go well, but they get blamed when they go wrong? Though he grumbled aloud, he understood what this title truly meant. The nation had elevated him to a position of equal importance to the gods. It was a trust, but more than that, it was a responsibility. He closed the file and remembered something else. The live stream. Last night's live stream, from the start of the carving to Xuanwu's divine manifestation, had run without interruption. He opened his live stream backend. The peak number of online viewers had surpassed 300 million. It was an unprecedentedly staggering figure. Across all of China, nearly 1 in every 4 people was watching his stream. He glanced at the top donors list. The top spot was no longer occupied by the familiar IDs of the wealthy patrons. Instead, a name appeared that caught him off guard. Ministry of Education of China.
The donation amount was a long string of zeros.
Lin Ku counted them.
Not a penny more, not a penny less, exactly 100 million.
The Ministry of Education sent me a gift? Lin Ku froze.
This move was way too bold.
He scrolled down. Rank 2, Ministry of National Defense of China.
Third place, Ministry of Culture and Tourism of China. Fourth place, China National Health Commission. The top 10 spots were entirely occupied by official accounts of national ministries. Each one's reward amount started at 9 figures.
Lin Ku couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The national team had stepped in to personally top up his account with faith. He tapped open his account balance.
Then, his entire body froze. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, making sure he hadn't misread the figures. Bank balance, 1,286,450,000 yuan.
12,865,000,000. Holy! Lin Ku couldn't help but let out a curse.
He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. Combining his assets from both past and present lives, the total probably didn't even amount to a fraction of this figure. He remembered clearly that before carving the Divine Emperor Shenong, his entire fortune amounted to only a few tens of thousands, and he was still drowning in debt.
How long had it been?
From a small shop owner on the brink of bankruptcy, he had catapulted into a billionaire worth over 10 billion. The dramatic ups and downs of life were truly exhilarating.
Lin Ku's first thought was whether the platform had taken a cut.
He holds shares in this live streaming platform, but the lion's share still belongs to the platform company. Based on standard tip sharing ratios, he can only get up to half of those hundreds of millions in tips.
He immediately called Zhou Shenxiong.
Old Joe, my live stream earnings just came in, why is it so much?
Didn't the platform take a cut?
Zhou Shenxiong chuckled on the other end.
Master Lin, do you think any platform in China would dare to withhold your money? The national ministries personally intervened to boost your rankings. What does that signify? It's a political directive. The platform's CEO convened an emergency board meeting overnight. They unanimously approved that 100% of your earnings on the platform will go directly to you. The platform won't take a single penny. Not only that, they've even reimbursed you for the personal income tax on those hundreds of millions in viewer donations. They said it's an honor for their platform to serve you.
Lin Ku listened, utterly dumbfounded. These guys, they're really sharp operators.
Alright, I got it.
After hanging up, Lin Ku stared at the long string of numbers, yet felt little excitement. Money, to him now, was truly just a number. The power he now possessed and the heights he had reached far exceeded anything money could measure. His gaze returned to the live stream's leaderboard. His gaze settled on the words Ministry of Education of China. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning.
The Divine Emperor of Agriculture, healer of the dying and wounded, banisher of plagues.
The great god Xuanwu, who guards homes against evil spirits and slays demons.
The power of these deities was indeed formidable.
But they all shared one common trait.
That is passive defense. They can only act when enemies come knocking, when calamities have already struck. This is unacceptable. This is not the outcome Lin Ku desires.
What he sought was proactive offense, preventing problems before they arose. He sought to establish China's invincibility from its very foundations.
How could this be achieved?
Lin Ku recalled a saying from his past life.
When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. A nation's future lies in its youth.
A nation's hope lies in its cultural heritage. The Ministry of Education's decision to offer rewards may have been an unintended move.
But to Lin Ku, it offered a profound revelation.
What he must do extends beyond carving these battle-ready deities. He also seeks to infuse China with a deeper, more profound force that will shape its future. What he must carve are deities capable of elevating the entire nation's destiny.
Literary fortune, martial fortune, national fortune. These three pillars form the bedrock of a nation's enduring prosperity.
When literary fortune flourishes, talents emerge in abundance, technology advances, and culture thrives. When martial fortune is at its zenith, the army is mighty and horses strong, with tributes flowing from all quarters and no foe daring to challenge. When national fortune is prosperous, the land is blessed with favorable weather, the people live in peace and contentment, and the nation enjoys eternal prosperity. If we could carve deities to preside over these three fortunes, allowing their divine power to cover all of China, then every child born in China would receive the blessing of literary fortune from birth, growing wiser and more capable of learning. Every soldier would be shielded by martial fortune, growing fiercer and doubling their combat prowess. The entire nation would be shielded by the fortune of the state, spared from natural disasters and man-made calamities, and ascend to the pinnacle of glory.
This is the true solution that strikes at the root of the problem. This is the true solution that resolves the problem once and for all.
By then, entities like the Dark Council in the United States will become mere clowns.
Under the crushing weight of absolute national fortune, no scheme or plot will remain hidden.
Lin Ku grew increasingly exhilarated as he contemplated this, his heart aflame with boundless ambition.
Let's do it! He made up his mind. But soon, a new problem presented itself.
The statues of the divine Emperor Xuanwu and Xuanwu he had carved earlier were not particularly large. The Xuanwu statue stood 28 meters tall, while the Xuanwu statue was a mere 3 meters.
The range of their divine power was limited. The divine farmer could only protect the vicinity of Fuhai City. Xuanwu's divine power could only envelop the demon capital.
To have the new statue's divine power cover the entire 9.6 million square kilometers of China.
How enormous must such a statue be?
And how incredibly sturdy and massive would the materials need to be?
Chapter 41, Pillars of the Nation, Covenant of the Elders.
Ordinary timber, even 1,000-year-old lightning-struck beechwood could not bear such colossal divine power.
Moreover, the statue would be an enormous target. Once erected, it would inevitably become a thorn in the side of all hostile factions.
They would spare no effort to destroy it. Though divine power protects it from weathering,
how could it withstand physical attacks on the scale of missiles or nuclear bombs? The material.
A material must be found that can bear supreme divine power and remain utterly indestructible. Lin Ke pondered for a moment before picking up his phone again.
He dialed Lu Jiangwo's number directly. Director Lu, I have a new plan. Lin Ke got straight to the point. Oh? Comrade Lin, please proceed. Lu Jiangwo immediately perked up. I intend to carve 3 new divine statues. One to preside over the literary destiny of China. One to oversee the martial destiny of China. One to oversee the nation's destiny. I need the divine power of these 3 statues to cover the entire land of China, protecting every inch of our soil and every one of our people. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. Lu Jiangwo was utterly stunned by Lin Ke's plan, so grand it bordered on madness.
His hand gripping the phone trembled slightly.
To command the fate of 3 deities and cover the entire nation?
What sheer audacity!
What a grand gesture! If this plan could truly be realized, what kind of golden age would China usher in? He dared not even imagine it. Comrade Lin! Comrade Lin!
Lu Jiangwo's voice trembled slightly. Your plan is too important. I need to report this to the highest authorities immediately.
No, wait.
Lin Ke cut him off. Before reporting, we need to resolve one issue first.
Materials.
I need 3 enormous, indestructible materials to support these 3 divine statues.
The larger and stronger, the better.
I need the nation's resources to help me find such materials.
Lin Ke continued.
I have some personal funds available for purchasing. I plan to seek them out through top-tier auctions or other specialized channels. Additionally, with materials of this scale, both mining and transportation require national approval and assistance.
Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Comrade Lin, you needn't worry about funding at all. This is forging national treasures, vital instruments for the state. The nation will spare no expense in supporting you.
As for sourcing the materials, to be honest, divine materials of this caliber transcend conventional channels.
It will likely be difficult to find at auction. However, Lu Jiangwo shifted his tone. I can recommend someone to you. This person might have a way. Who? A founding elder Li Jishan, old comrade Li. Lu Jiangwo's voice brimmed with reverence.
Old Li is truly the cornerstone of our nation, the pillar of our country. He has seen much and knows much, with connections throughout the land. He might know where to find the divine materials you need.
Moreover, your plan must secure his approval and backing. I'll contact Mr. Li's secretary immediately to see if he's available.
If possible, he would wish to meet with you personally to express his gratitude. Lin Ke's heart stirred.
The founding elder, Mr. Li. A figure straight out of textbooks, a living legend. To be granted an audience with such a figure would be an immense honor. All right, I'm available anytime.
Lin Ke agreed without hesitation. He knew that the realization of his plan hinged on the support of the nation's highest echelons. And this elder Li was the key to reaching those highest echelons.
He understood even more clearly that a meeting that would determine the future of China was about to begin.
Lu Jiangwo hung up the phone, his emotions still churning long after. Standing at his office window, gazing down at the bustling street below, a surge of boundless ambition filled his heart. Lin Ke's plan felt like a shot of adrenaline injected into his soul and that of the entire Bureau 749. Before, they had merely reacted passively to supernatural incidents. Now, they would take the offensive, forging an unshakable foundation for the entire nation. He picked up the red encrypted phone on his desk, paused briefly over the dial pad, took a deep breath, and dialed a number he had never dared to call before.
The call connected quickly. This is Lu Jiangwo. His voice was steady and authoritative. Please connect me to Secretary Wang in Old Li's office. I have an urgent, top priority matter to report. Half an hour later. Inside the safe house in the metropolis. Lin Ke received a call back from Lu Jiangwo. Comrade Lin, it's arranged. Lu Jiangwo's voice carried an unmistakable thrill.
After hearing your plan, Old Li was deeply moved.
He said this is a monumental undertaking that benefits the present and will be remembered for generations to come. He wishes to meet with you personally tonight. The location is in Zhongqianhai.
He will host a private banquet to honor you, the nation's foremost hero.
Zhongqianhai. A private dinner.
Lin Ke gripped his phone, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. That place represented the supreme center of power for any Chinese person. And now, a founding elder was hosting a private banquet for him there. Such an honor transcended mere glory. It signified the highest echelons of the state had fully accepted and acknowledged him.
Alright, I understand. Lin Ke's response remained calm. He was not one to be swayed by external emotions.
The more significant the occasion, the more composed he became.
Comrade Lin, the vehicle will pick you up at the safe house at 5 p.m. this afternoon. Lu Jiangwo continued.
There are no special requirements for attire, just dress casually. Old Li doesn't care for all that formal nonsense.
Hanging up the phone, Lin Ke walked over to the wardrobe.
Inside were still the same t-shirts and jeans he'd brought from Fuhai City. The most expensive one was still the branded item worth several thousand yuan that Zhou Zhenxiong had given him last time. He was so used to wearing them that he never paid much attention to such things. But tonight's meeting was different. This represented not just himself, but the dignity of the Huaxia deities. He couldn't very well show up at Zhongqianhai in a pair of boxer shorts. He needed to find a stylist to spruce himself up a bit. Haircut, shave, skincare. After going through the entire routine, Lin Ke stared at his reflection in the mirror and felt almost unfamiliar with himself.
His complexion, once pale from years of staying indoors at the shop, now glowed with a healthy flush.
His slightly messy hair was trimmed clean and sharp. His overall demeanor shed some of its unruly, rogue-like edge, gaining a touch more steady and reserved elegance. The stylist selected a custom-tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit for him. The fabric wasn't from any luxury brand, but a special silk linen blend, sturdy yet supple, exuding understated quality. Free of superfluous adornment, only the collar and cuffs bore subtle gold thread embroidery of auspicious cloud patterns, exquisite yet understated.
Chapter 42, I Am Chinese.
By the time the formalities concluded, Zhou Zhenxiong had already arrived at Lin Ke's location, ready to escort him to the banquet. As the man who had discovered Lin Ke, Zhou Zhenxiong was naturally among the guests.
Good heavens! Master Lin, this. He racked his brain, searching for words to describe it.
You're practically a walking hormone factory. Lin Ke shot him a withering glance.
Can't you speak properly? Can't you use a more cultured word to compliment someone? Like, tall and graceful, with a commanding presence?
Zhou Zhenxiong chuckled.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
A black Hongqi L5 pulled up punctually beneath the safe house.
Its license plate bore the distinctive prefix Xuanwu.
A young guard in a crisp military uniform stepped out from the driver's seat and opened the rear door for Lin Ke.
Mr. Lin, please.
The guard's movements were meticulous, his eyes brimming with respect.
Lin Ke nodded and stepped into the vehicle. The interior was spacious, with simple yet dignified decor. No luxurious leather or rosewood trim, only the most understated beige fabric upholstery. Yet every detail radiates an air of solemn authority that commands respect without a word. The vehicle started smoothly and merged into the traffic flow.
Along the way, there were no police escorts, nor any traffic restrictions.
Yet wherever this red flag vehicle with its special license plates passed, all other vehicles instinctively yielded.
It was an invisible privilege. Lin Ke sat in the back seat, watching the scenery rush by outside the window, his mind as calm as still water. He knew that from the moment he stepped into this car, his life had embarked on an entirely new path. He was no longer the struggling young engraver worrying about making ends meet. He was the honorary leader of the guardians of the divine land. He was the earthly representative of the divine deities of China. He was the nation's vital asset, poised to engage in dialogue with the highest echelons of the state. The car proceeded unimpeded, entering Chang'an Avenue. Red walls and yellow tiles lined the road, solemn and dignified. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt before a vermilion gate. 2 sentries stood guard at the entrance, rifles at the ready, their posture as straight as pine trees. The bodyguard stepped out and presented credentials. After careful verification, the sentries rendered a crisp military salute. The gates slowly swung open. The red flag vehicle entered this world-renowned forbidden zone of red. Zhongqianhai. Here, there were no towering skyscrapers, no gilded splendor. Only a tranquil lake and a cluster of simple, ancient buildings.
Pavilions and towers stand amidst lush greenery.
The air carries a profound sense of history.
It felt as though every brick and tile whispered tales of this nation's grand and tumultuous past. The car finally came to a stop before a seemingly ordinary courtyard house. The wooden gate was weathered and faded. 2 red lanterns hung at the entrance, swaying gently in the breeze. Mr. Lin, we're here. The guard opened the door for him. Old Master Li is waiting for you inside.
An elderly man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with graying hair but a vigorous demeanor, stood at the courtyard entrance.
He appeared to be in his 70s, his face adorned with a warm smile. It's Secretary Wang.
The guard whispered as a reminder. Secretary Wang stepped forward briskly and extended his hand.
Comrade Lin Ke, welcome.
His voice was gentle, like a warm spring breeze. Chairman Li has been waiting for quite some time.
Please come in.
Lin Ke shook his hand.
Hello, Secretary Wang. I apologize for keeping you waiting.
Entering the courtyard, a faint fragrance of orchids wafted toward them. The courtyard was small but kept clean and tidy. Before the main house stood an elderly man. He wore a faded, well-worn military uniform, devoid of any insignia. He was of average height, somewhat lean, with a head of silver hair combed meticulously. His face bore the deep furrows of time, yet his eyes were astonishingly bright. Deep and wise, they seemed to see through everything. He stood there quietly, yet radiated an aura of profound stillness and towering presence. As if he were the very backbone of this courtyard.
The stabilizing force of this nation. He was Li Jishan, old comrade Li. A founding hero of China, one of the few remaining elders.
When Lin Ke entered, a benevolent smile spread across old Master Li's face. He stepped forward a few paces and extended his calloused hands.
You must be Lin Ke?
His voice was hoarse yet resonant.
Well, what a spirited young man.
On behalf of this nation, on behalf of the people of this land, I thank you.
No pleasantries, no small talk.
The first words spoken were the most sincere gratitude. Lin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He stepped forward quickly and clasped old Master Li's hands firmly.
Mr. Li, you're too kind. I only did what I should have done. I am a Chinese person.
Those 5 words carried more weight than any flowery rhetoric. The smile in old Li's eyes deepened. He gave Lin Ke's hand a firm pat.
Well said, I am Chinese. Come on, let's go inside and talk. The meal is ready, waiting just for you.
Old Li took Lin Ke by the hand, ushering him inside with the warmth of an elder welcoming a younger relative. A family banquet that would determine the future course of Huaxia had begun. Little did Lin Ke know that the moment he stepped into Zhongqianhai, on the other side of Blue Star, at the headquarters of the Dark Council, an ancient castle deep within the Alps, 12 members of the High Council gathered in a dimly lit chamber. Upon the altar at the chamber's center, a shattered black crystal emitted a faint glow. It was the final message transmitted by the black-robed bishop with his last ounce of strength before being consumed.
Zhongkue, the demon-exorcising lord of the East.
A council member clad in a blood-red robe, his face resembling a desiccated corpse, uttered in a raspy voice.
Our plan has failed.
Not only that, but we've lost a bishop and a crucial sacred artifact. The deities of Huaxia are stronger than we imagined, and far more domineering. Another counselor, cloaked in shadow, spoke with a voice like metal scraping. But we have obtained the most crucial intelligence.
That engraver named Lin Ke is the key to the Eastern deity's revival.
Kill him, and the myths of Huaxia shall slumber once more.
No.
The grand speaker seated at the head slowly spoke. His voice was youthful, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Direct assassination is the most primitive method. There is an ancient Eastern saying, to capture the bandit, first capture the king. But there is another saying, to shoot the man, shoot his horse first. Lin Ke is the horse, but the true king is the destiny of China.
The final message relayed by the Black Robes mentioned an intriguing plan. To cast 3 divine statues of fortune for the entire nation.
The grand speaker let out a soft chuckle. What a naive yet grand idea. Since they wish to forge the nation's most sacred artifacts, we shall lend them a hand.
Transmit my orders, activate Project Pandora. Send that thing we've been keeping to China.
I want them to know that the gifts of the gods aren't so easily taken. Sometimes, the end of hope is deeper despair. In the secret chamber, ghostly blue flames flickered, casting eerie, cruel smiles upon the faces of the 12 counselors. Chapter 43, The Elder's Entrustment, the Foundation of the Nation's Fortune. The room's furnishings were simple, bordering on austere.
An old wooden sofa set, a worn octagonal table polished to a shine.
Hanging on the walls were several calligraphic scrolls and paintings, executed with vigorous brushwork, bearing slogans like "Serve the People" and "Hard Work and Perseverance." The only modern appliance was a television that looked like it had seen many years of use. This was the residence of China's pillar of stability.
The meal was already laid out on the table. 4 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked fare.
Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cabbage, braised pork belly, and a plate of peanuts.
The soup was seaweed and egg drop soup.
Old Li pulled Lin Ke to sit at the head of the table, taking the seat beside him. Secretary Wang and the security guard stood respectfully nearby, showing no intention of sitting down.
Sit down, everyone. Sit down and eat together.
Old Li called out. There's no need for such formalities here.
Yes, sir.
Secretary Wang and the guard finally sat down stiffly. Xiao Lin, try this braised pork. Old Li personally served Lin a piece. This old woman made a decades of experience under my belt. Not sure if it suits your young palate. An elderly woman with gray hair, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of rice and said cheerfully.
That old man just likes to brag.
Don't listen to him, Xiao Lin.
If it's not to your liking, don't force yourself. Hello, Grandma Li.
Lin Ke hurriedly stood up. This kindly-looking grandmother was also a revolutionary veteran whose name had been recorded in history.
Ah, good child, sit down quickly.
Grandma Li placed the rice bowl before him.
Eat more, you look so thin. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Ku.
There was none of the stern formality he had imagined, nor the insincere pleasantries of official circles. This place felt like the most ordinary family home. The elders expressed their care and affection for a younger family member in the most down-to-earth way. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Rich yet not greasy, it melted on his tongue. The flavor was rich and mellow, the best braised pork he'd ever tasted. Delicious. Lin Ku exclaimed sincerely. If you like it, have some more. Old Li's eyes crinkled with laughter. The meal unfolded in a warm and relaxed atmosphere. During the meal, Old Man Li inquired about Lin Ku's family background and upbringing, chatting like an ordinary elder catching up with a younger relative. Lin Ku answered truthfully. He didn't conceal his identity as a time traveler, only explaining that he had been an orphan since childhood, raised by the kindness of strangers, and later learned the craft of carving to barely make ends meet. Mr. Li listened, nodding occasionally, his eyes reflecting both sympathy and approval. Children from poor families grow up fast. Old Master Li remarked with emotion. You've endured a lot of hardship, young man. But you never blamed fate or gave up on yourself. You still carry this nation and its people in your heart. In that respect, you surpass many in high positions. After the meal, Grandma Li and Secretary Wang cleared the dishes. Old Master Li then led Lin Ku to a large locust tree in the courtyard. Beneath it stood a stone table with 2 stone stools. Grandpa Li brewed a pot of tea and personally poured a cup for Lin Ku. The tea's fragrance wafted gently, refreshing the spirit. Little Lin, let's talk about something serious. Old Li took a sip of tea and set his cup down. His gaze, which had been kind moments before, turned deep and sharp. Lu Jiangwo has already explained your plan to cast the 3 fortune deity statue in detail. I want to hear your own thoughts on it. Why do you want to do this? Lin Ku knew the real test had arrived. He gathered his thoughts and spoke in a solemn tone. Master Li, I am a sculptor and a spokesperson for the deities. From the great Emperor Shinon to the goddess Mazu, and now to the great god Zhongkuei. I've come to realize that our deities, though powerful, primarily serve as guardians and deterrents. A passive defense. The world has changed. Myths are reviving, and all manner of demons and monsters are emerging. We cannot always wait until the enemy knocks on our door before we think to fight back. Our nation needs a more proactive, more fundamental power. He paused briefly before continuing. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. This phrase is the root of all my ideas. I will forge the divine statue of literary fortune so that every child of China may grow wiser and more creative. Let them seize every advantage in the technological competition of the future. I will forge the divine statue of martial fortune, making every soldier of our nation more valiant and combat ready. Let no enemy dare covet our land. Above all, I shall forge the divine statue of national fortune. It shall bless our land with favorable weather, peace, and prosperity. It shall unite the destiny of our entire nation, ensuring China stands forever among the world's nations, enduring for all eternity. This is my vision. Lin Ku's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. Silence fell over the courtyard. Only the night wind rustled through the locust trees, whispering softly. Old Master Li listened quietly, his deep eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Ku. After a long pause, he slowly nodded. Good. A single word, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Your vision, your perspective, they surpass everyone I've ever encountered. A previously unseen brilliance flared in Old Master Li's eyes. You don't fixate on the demons and monsters before your eyes. You see what lies 100 years, 1,000 years ahead. What you see is the future of this nation. Shaolin, you have not disappointed me, nor have you disappointed this nation. He rose to his feet and paced the courtyard. This plan, the nation will support you at any cost. Whatever you need, people, money, resources, just say the word, and the nation will make it happen. But, Old Li's tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning grave. The materials you require, however, present an enormous challenge. To bear the power of the 3 fortunes and cover the entire nation, ordinary materials, even so-called 1,000-year sacred woods, are utterly insufficient. What you require is true divine material, something that connects to the dragon veins of this land, something capable of bearing the fortune of the entire nation, a national treasure. Lin Ku's heart stirred. Master Li, do you know where to find such a thing? Old Li halted, turned around, and looked at Lin Ku. I know of one place. But that place is dangerous. Even more dangerous than the dark council you're facing. He slowly uttered a name. Kunlun. Lin Ku's pupils suddenly contracted. Kunlun. The progenitor of all mountains, the source of the dragon veins. In ancient Chinese mythology, Kunlun Mountain served as the celestial capital of the heavenly emperor in the mortal realm, a sacred mountain bridging heaven and earth. The queen mother of the West's jade pool was situated here. Shaolin, you should know that the revival of myths will bring earth-shattering changes to the entire era. Most of China's deities lie sealed within the dust of history, shrouded in countless untold secrets. Your emergence finally gives us the chance to unravel these mysteries. Lin Ku nodded. Master Li, I too am curious about why there's a cultural gap in the history of Chinese deities. And I. Master Li raised his hand to cut off Lin Ku's words. Chapter 44, The Kunlun Pact, Peerless Genius. But Old Master Li suddenly raised his hand, cutting off the words on Lin Ke's lips. The old man's deep, piercing eyes gazed quietly at Lin Ke. There was no scrutiny, no probing in that gaze, only the pure trust and affection of an elder toward a younger generation.
Little Lin.
Old Master Li spoke slowly, his voice soft yet carrying the weight of 1,000 words. Where you come from, where your power originates, none of that matters. He paused, then continued, enunciating each word deliberately.
I need to know only one thing.
You are the spokesperson for the deities of our Huaxia.
Knowing that is enough for me. Boom.
These words washed over him like a warm torrent, instantly sweeping away all the defenses and prepared responses within Lin Ke's heart. He stared blankly at the old man before him. He had expected to be interrogated, to have his deepest secrets probed. He had even prepared a flawless web of lies. But what he never expected was to be met with words brimming with such boundless trust and magnanimity. Old Master Li was protecting him. Using his status as a pillar of another nation, he drew a final line under all of Lin Ke's secrets. As long as your heart remains loyal to China, as long as your actions serve this nation, then everything you are, the nation acknowledges.
What a magnanimous spirit. What a magnificent spirit. Lin Ke's eyes instantly reddened.
Since his journey began, he had walked alone like a solitary traveler, feeling his way forward by himself.
He possessed divine favor, a system, and the power of deities.
Yet he had never known a sense of belonging.
Until this very moment.
In this simple courtyard house, before a founding hero of the nation. For the first time, he felt he was not fighting alone. Behind him stood the entire nation.
Old Comrade Li.
Lin Ke's voice caught in his throat.
1,000 words distilled into a single sentence.
I will not betray your trust. I will not let this nation down. Old Master Li smiled with satisfaction. He stepped forward and gave Lin Ke a firm pat on the shoulder.
Good lad. I believe in you.
He sat back down on the stone bench and steered the conversation back on track.
Since you've made up your mind, let's discuss the specifics. For the Kunlun expedition, the nation will mobilize its strongest forces.
We will spare no expense to retrieve the divine material for you.
You needn't worry about that. Now, you must tell me where exactly are these 3 divine statues to be placed?
Old Li's expression grew solemn once more.
Such monumental national treasures demand the utmost caution in site selection.
It concerns not only the scope of divine power but also the nation's entire feng shui dragon veins.
There can be no margin for error.
Lin Ke took a deep breath, calming his agitated emotions. This question had been played out countless times in his mind. Master Li, the vast expanse of Huaxia itself corresponds to the celestial constellations in the heavens. Mountains, rivers, cities, and towns all align with some profound, mysterious order. The 3 divine statues I am to forge must also adhere to this pattern. He rose to his feet, using his hand as a brush and the earth as his canvas, slowly sketching an outline. The first, the divine statue of literary fortune. I intend to place it in the land where China's literary spirit thrives most. This place must be an ancient capital of 1,000 years, home to numerous universities, a gathering place for scholars and literati since ancient times. Placed here, the statue shall channel the celestial power of the star of literature, harmonizing with the earthly spirit of human culture. Bathed in its divine radiance, every scholar of China shall become wise and mighty as dragons. Old Master Li listened intently, his eyes flashing with keen insight. The second statue, the martial fortune deity.
Lin Ke pointed his finger toward another location.
I intend to place it where the spirit of China's martial prowess is strongest.
This place shall be the strategic stronghold contested by every dynasty, the gateway guarding the divine capital, the heroic city where countless loyal souls lie buried. Placed here, the statue shall channel the celestial power of the martial star, merging with the earth's iron-blooded aura. Under its divine protection, every soldier of China shall become fearless and invincible in battle. Finally, Lin Ke's hand touched the very center of the outline. That point marked the geometric center of the Huaxia map, the very core where the dragon veins converged. The third statue, and the most crucial one, the divine statue of national fortune. His voice grew solemn. I intend to erect it at the convergence of China's dragon veins, to anchor the central plains and anchor the nation's destiny. This place is the cradle of Chinese civilization, the pivotal point of mountains and rivers, the very root of our entire nation. With the statue standing here, it will connect with the dragon veins of the 9,600,000 square kilometers of land, becoming the stabilizing pillar of China. Under its divine radiance, China shall enjoy favorable weather, national prosperity, and eternal peace for all generations. As Lin Ke finished speaking, the entire courtyard fell into profound silence.
Secretary Wang and the guard stood speechless, their minds reeling. Though they knew nothing of celestial feng shui, they could sense the grand vision contained within Lin Ke's words. This was a plan capable of altering the nation's destiny and influencing generations to come. Old Master Li slowly rose to his feet. His aged body trembled slightly with excitement as he gazed at the 3 positions Lin Ke had outlined on the ground.
Excellent!
What a gathering of the literary star, martial star, and dragon vein!
How splendid, forging an eternal foundation for our Chinese nation! He stepped before Lin Kuo, his gaze solemn.
Xiao Lin, proceed with confidence.
Site exploration, material transportation, divine statue construction, everything will be handled by the state. 1 month. Old Li held up one finger, his voice unwavering.
Within 1 month, I will have the divine materials of Kunlun placed at the location you select.
Are you ready to forge a sword for the nation?
Lin Ke stared into the old man's eyes, seeing the unquestionable resolve there, and nodded firmly. He knew that from this moment onward, a monumental undertaking mobilizing the nation's full resources was about to commence.
And he would be the one to wield the pen for this endeavor. He would be the one to open the eyes of the Eastern Dragon, China. Meanwhile, deep within an ancient castle nestled in the Alps,
the Grand Speaker of the Dark Council stood before a vast world map.
On the map, the territory representing China was shrouded in a thick layer of dark mist. Xuanwu, demon exorcising immortal.
The Grand Chancellor extended his pale, slender fingers and gently tapped the location of the demon capital.
What a delightful surprise. Since they wish to play such a grand game, would it not be discourteous of us not to join in?
A shadowy figure among the council members bowed and reported, Grand Chairman, Pandora has been activated.
Our messenger has boarded a flight bound for the east, carrying the gift. Very well.
The Grand Speaker turned to face the flickering, ghostly blue flame at the chamber's center. The Easterners like to say, 1,000-mile dike collapses because of an ant's hole. I shall show them that sometimes, a tiny seed can grow into a towering tree capable of shattering the heavens and destroying the earth.
Tell the messenger to deliver the gift personally to that engraver named Lin Kuo.
Tell him this is a small token of appreciation from the Dark Council for disrupting our plans. May he appreciate this gift from the depths of hell.
The deep blue flames illuminated the Grand Speaker's handsome yet sinister face. His eyes flickered with anticipation and amusement.
A more insidious and vicious conspiracy targeting Lin Kuo and all of Huaxia had already begun to unfold.
Chapter 45, The God Forging Project, The Nation's Blade. The moment Lin Ke stepped into the room, Lu Jiangwo's encrypted call came through.
Lu Jiangwo's voice trembled with excitement on the other end.
Comrade Lin. Did you meet Old Li?
Yes, I have. Lin Ke walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling nightscape of the capital.
The plan Old Man Li has agreed. Wonderful. Wonderful. Lu Jiangwo repeated wonderful twice to barely contain his excitement.
Just moments ago, I received a call personally from Secretary Wang. The Central Committee has formally approved the establishment of the Supreme Command for the God Forging Project. Master Li himself will serve as chief advisor. I've been appointed as the chief commander, with full authority over the project's execution.
Lu Jiangwo's voice brimmed with unprecedented drive and pride.
The Ministry of State Security, Ministry of National Defense, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, all relevant ministries will unconditionally support our operations. Lin Ke listened quietly. He could imagine how triumphant Lu Jiangwo must feel at this moment. He could also envision the vast and intricate machinery of the state beginning to operate at full speed, all because of a single plan he had proposed.
Director Lu, this is no time for excitement. Lin Ke's voice was as cold as ice. Master Li has given us only 1 month.
Within that month, we must survey and select a site, undertake an expedition to Kunlun, transport the divine materials, and complete the foundational construction for the 3 divine statues.
Each task is hellishly difficult. We have no time to waste. Infected by Lin Ke's composure, Lu Jiangwo quickly calmed from his agitation. You're right, Comrade Lin. I lost my composure. The command center convened its first full meeting overnight and has already assigned preliminary responsibilities for each task. Now, I need you to come to headquarters immediately. We require your expertise as chief technical advisor to resolve several critical issues. Send me the address.
Lin Ke didn't hesitate for a moment.
Half an hour later,
Lin Ke arrived at a heavily guarded underground military base, where he met with the core members of the God Forging Project High Command. The command center was housed within a massive operations room. Hundreds of high-definition screens lined the walls, displaying real-time satellite imagery, meteorological data, and energy fluctuation patterns from across the nation. Over 100 personnel in various uniforms bustled about intently, the clatter of keyboards and the cadence of reports filling the air. The atmosphere here felt 10 times more tense and grim than even the headquarters of Bureau 749. Lu Jiangwo strode forward to greet them. 2 others accompanied him. One was a middle-aged man in a general's uniform, his shoulders bearing 2 gold stars. He was imposing in stature, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, radiating an aura of iron discipline. The other was an elderly man in a white lab coat, his hair streaked with gray, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet his eyes held a penetrating wisdom that seemed to see through everything. Comrade Lin, allow me to introduce you. Lu Jiangwo pointed to the general. This is General Long Xiao, Deputy Commander of the Eastern Theater Command. He is the overall military commander for Operation Kunlun. General Long Xiao saluted Lin Ke with a standard military salute. Mr. Lin, I've long admired your reputation. His voice boomed like a bell, resonating with the crisp decisiveness unique to military men. Your exploits in the Magic City have been studied countless times by our military. On behalf of all officers and soldiers of the Eastern Theater Command, I thank you for your contributions to the nation. Lin Ko hastily returned the salute. General Long, you're too kind. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Lu Jiangwo then gestured toward the elderly gentleman. This gentleman is Qian Boyang, chief geologist of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and our nation's foremost expert in metaphysical physics research. Old Master Qian. Professor Qian will oversee the site selection and exploration for this project, as well as analyze the physical properties of the divine materials. Qian Boyang pushed his glasses up and extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Lin, hello. Your presence has opened a door to an entirely new world for us. Mythology, it seems, is not merely legend. The energy patterns and physical laws behind it have filled this old scientist, who spent his entire life in research, with boundless excitement and fascination. Lin Kush shook his hand. Professor Qian, I look forward to learning more from you in the future. After brief introductions, the four gathered around a massive electronic sand table. On the sand table lay a 3D topographic map of the entire Huaxia region, precise down to every mountain peak and river. Comrade Lin, let's get straight to the point. Lu Jiangwo said, pointing at the sand table. Based on the three concepts you proposed, literary star, martial star, and dragon vein, Professor Qian and his team worked through the night to screen and analyze geographical, historical, and cultural data nationwide. Qian Boyang took over, lightly tapping a point on the sand table. 3 areas were instantly highlighted with red circles. Regarding the site selection for the literary fortune divine statue, Qian Boyang stated, we have identified 3 potential locations. First, the ancient capital Chang'an. Home to 13 dynasties, the starting point of the Silk Road, it boasts the richest historical and cultural heritage. Second is Jinling. The land of the 6 dynasties, it has long been the heart of literary excellence in the south, home to numerous prestigious institutions. Third is the capital city. As the current nation's capital and cultural center, it gathers the country's most outstanding talents and educational resources. All 3 locations possess abundant cultural energy, though each has its distinct emphasis. We require your theological perspective to determine which location's stellar energy is most suitable for bearing the divine image. Lin Ke's gaze swept across the 3 glowing circles. His mental connection to the divine allowed him to clearly perceive the intangible auras hovering over these 3 cities. Chang'an, ancient and profound, resembled a sage weathered by time. Jinling, gentle and graceful, like a talented court lady. The capital, majestic and imposing, like an emperor commanding the world. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the energy of the star of literature descending from the heavens. Moments later, he opened his eyes and placed his finger precisely on Chang'an's location. This is the place. Chang'an's scholarly energy carries the weight of thousands of years of Chinese history. Its foundation is the most stable and profound. Literary fortune requires not mere vitality or dominance, but enduring legacy. Only the deepest heritage can nurture the most brilliant blossoms of civilization. Excellent. Qian Boyang promptly jotted it down on his tablet. Then what about the divine statue of martial fortune? He illuminated 3 more light circles. Alternative Site 1, Shanhaiguan. The first pass under heaven, a strategic military stronghold that has witnessed countless dynastic upheavals on its blood-soaked battlefields. Alternative Site 2, Shuzhou. The crossroads of 5 provinces, it has long been the strategic heart of Central Plains warfare. The Chuhan rivalry and the 3 kingdoms struggle all left indelible marks here. Alternative Site 3, Jiaguan. The gateway to the Hushi Corridor and the westernmost point of the Great Wall, it served as China's bulwark against foreign invaders and a bridgehead for expanding into the western regions, steeped in the spirit of conquest and exploration. This time, Lin Ke hesitated not a moment. His finger landed on Shanhaiguan. Chapter 46, Airport Terror, Hell's Gift. Martial fortune governs defense. Shanhaiguan guards the northern gateway of China, the final line of defense against the land sinking into the sea. The tale of a rage that makes one's hair stand on end for a fair maiden, though tragic, has infused this pass with an indomitable fighting spirit. Placing the divine statue of martial fortune here shall safeguard the nation's gate, deterring petty thieves from daring to invade. General Long Zhao's eyes blazed with fervor at these words. Well said. Guard the nation's gate, embody the indomitable spirit of battle. This is precisely the spirit our soldiers need. Finally, the selection of the site for the divine statue of national fortune. Everyone held their breath. This was the most crucial statue of all. Qian Boyang's finger landed precisely at the very center of the Huaxia map. It marked an unbroken range of mountains. Qinling Mountains. Qian Boyang's voice grew solemn. It is revered as the dragon vein of Chinese civilization. It serves as a geographical boundary, dividing north from south. It also marks a climatic boundary, determining the distribution of precipitation across China. More crucially, it stretches east to west, connecting Kunlun and linking the Yellow River and Yangtze River systems. From the perspective of feng shui mysticism, this very spot is the celestial center of all China, the convergence point of the dragon veins.
Theoretically, establishing the divine statue of national fortune here is the optimal choice.
Lin Ke gazed at the Qinling Mountains on the sand table. Like a colossal dragon, it lay sprawled across the heart of China.
He could sense an immense, boundless force, one intertwined with the nation's destiny slumbering within.
This is the place,
Lin Ke declared in a deep voice. No alternatives are needed. The nation's destiny rests here, only the Qinling Mountains will do. Good. Lu Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table.
The sites for the 3 divine statues are officially confirmed. Order: the exploration teams for the 3 sites are to depart immediately. General Long, Elder Qian, what lies ahead is our most arduous task. All eyes turned to the westernmost edge of the sand table, the area marked as extremely dangerous.
Kunlun. General Long Zhao's expression was as stern as iron.
Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, in accordance with the highest directive, we have formed 3 Kunlun task forces. Members consist entirely of elite soldiers from major war zones and top agents from Bureau 749. They are equipped with our latest individual power armor and specialized psychic energy weapons. Task Force 1 will serve as the vanguard, entering the Kunlun energy field's coverage zone from 3 separate directions within 24 hours. Their mission is to reconnoiter the interior, identify viable advance routes, and clear the way for the main force. Whatever the cost, we will extract the divine materials from Mount Kunlun. Long Zhao's words rang out with unwavering resolve.
Yet everyone knew this mission was a suicide run.
Just then, the alarm in the operations room suddenly blared urgently. A technician leapt to his feet, his face drained of color.
Report! An international flight from Europe has been detected exhibiting an extremely anomalous high-energy reaction on board.
The nature of the energy bears a striking resemblance to the whaling skull from the Magic City incident.
But its intensity is hundreds of times greater. The target is currently at Beijing Capital International Airport, preparing to land.
The air in the entire command center instantly froze. Every pair of eyes fixed on the large screen. The passenger jet, slowly descending, appeared on the energy scan like a sun radiating an ominous black glow.
Pandora's gift. Delivered ahead of schedule. Beijing Capital International Airport, Terminal 3.
The massive Boeing 777 touched down smoothly on the runway and taxied toward its designated gate. Passengers began gathering their luggage, preparing to disembark. None of them knew they had just spent over 10 hours aboard the same aircraft as a terrifying source capable of destroying an entire city. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was thick with tension.
Lock onto the high-energy reaction source.
Lu Jiangwo's voice was cold and urgent.
Which passenger has it?
Or which piece of luggage? The passenger plane's cross-sectional view rapidly appeared on the large screen.
Among countless green dots representing passengers, a glaring red dot kept flashing. Locked on.
The technician's voice trembled.
It's on a passenger. C-36K, a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes.
According to flight records, his name is Adam Smith, a painter visiting China for tourism.
He has no checked luggage, only a carry-on art tube. The high-energy reaction source is inside that art tube.
General Long Zhao snatched the communicator.
Airport control tower.
Immediately notify the passenger in seat 36K.
Under the pretext of baggage inspection, escort him to the isolation zone.
Order. Airport SWAT, switch to Demon Breaker rounds immediately and seal off all access routes to the isolation zone. Snipers, take your positions. Authorized to fire if the target shows any unusual movement.
One order after another was swiftly issued.
Without a sound, an inescapable net had been cast over the entire Beijing Capital International Airport.
Lin Ke's gaze was fixed intently on the red dot on the screen.
His passive skill, evil-shattering divine light, allowed him to sense a nauseating aura of malevolence even through the screen.
That aura was older, purer, and more chaotic than the black-robed bishop's wailing skull.
It was as if that tiny scroll contained a sealed gateway to hell itself.
It's too late.
Lin Ke suddenly spoke.
What?
Lu Jiangwo and Long Zhao both turned to look at him. Taking him to the quarantine zone gives him the time and space to detonate his gift. Lin Ke's voice was heavy with gravity. If the Dark Council dared send such a thing, they certainly wouldn't give us the chance to handle it calmly. This painter named Adam is likely nothing more than a mind-controlled puppet. His mission is to open that painting cylinder in the most crowded area. Like the arrivals hall of the terminal building. Lin Ke's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. The arrivals hall was currently at peak foot traffic. Thousands gathered, their relatives greeting arrivals, travelers waiting for connections.
If that thing were detonated there, the consequences would be unimaginable. What should we do? Lu Jiangwo asked urgently. We can't just shoot him dead in broad daylight, can we?
That would cause massive panic, exactly what they want. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Ke's eyes.
I'll go. What?
Everyone stared at him in shock.
Comrade Lin, this is far too dangerous. Lu Jiangwo was the first to object. You are the linchpin of our entire operation, now a vital asset to the nation. We cannot afford any mishap. Yes, Mr. Lin. Long Xiao added in a solemn voice. Dealing with terrorists like this is our duty as soldiers. You can't risk your life. Lin Ke shook his head. You cannot handle him. Chapter 47, The Dark Council, Grand Council Meeting. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd. The thing inside that scroll is a pure source of mental corruption. Conventional physical attacks are ineffective against it. They might even provoke it, causing it to erupt prematurely. Only I can suppress it. Lin Ke's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable confidence. The divine power within him was already stirring. The evil-dispelling divine light bestowed upon him by the Xuanwu statue was precisely the ultimate weapon against such malevolent entities. Lu Jiangwo and Long Xiao exchanged glances, seeing struggle in each other's eyes. They knew Lin Ke spoke the truth. But they couldn't bear the consequences if something happened to Lin Ke. Trust me. Lin Ke looked at them. I won't gamble with my life or this city's fate. Get me a set of airport ground crew uniforms and a headset that can communicate directly with headquarters in real time. Also, have all airport security forces evacuate the crowd immediately after I begin. Finally, Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth and made his decision. Understood. Proceed as Comrade Lin instructed. Attention all units. Operation plan change. Codename, The Cleaner. All personnel, fully support Comrade Lin's operation. 10 minutes later. Lin Ke appeared in the arrivals hall of Terminal 3 wearing a blue airport ground crew uniform and a baseball cap. Pushing a luggage cart, he blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd, utterly inconspicuous. Through his earpiece, Lu Jiangwo's voice came through. Target has disembarked and is passing through the jet bridge. Estimated arrival at baggage claim in 3 minutes. Nothing unusual about him. Looks like an ordinary passenger. Lin Ke's gaze pierced through the crowd, settling on the international arrivals exit. His heartbeat was steady and strong. Though the situation was urgent, he felt no fear. Since awakening his divine power, he had weathered tsunamis, battled demon gods, and slain monsters. His resolve had long been tempered as solid as rock. 3 minutes stretched out like an eternity. Finally, a tall, fair-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian man appeared at the exit. Dressed in a casual linen suit, he wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of refined elegance. On his back hung a brown leather drawing tube that looked well worn. He was Adam Smith, the messenger bearing the gift from hell. Lin Ke's pupils contracted slightly. Through the vision of the evil-shattering divine light, a faint layer of black mist swirled around Adam's body. The painting tube on his back, however, was a pure vortex of darkness. Countless twisted, wailing phantoms flickered in and out of view upon its surface. The malevolent aura thickened the surrounding air, turning it viscous and icy cold. Some more sensitive individuals instinctively furrowed their brows, feeling inexplicable anxiety and irritation. Adam seemed to relish the sensation. Surveying the crowd, he took in the vibrant, expectant faces before him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He began walking toward the center of the hall, where the crowd was thickest. His hand was already resting on the lid of the painting tube. He's about to make his move. Lu Jiangwo's tense shout crackled through the earpiece. All units, prepare. Lin Ke didn't wait any longer. He pushed the luggage cart toward Adam. The distance between them rapidly closed. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Just as they were about to pass each other, Lin Ke's footing suddenly faltered. The luggage cart he was pushing slipped out of control and accidentally collided with Adam's leg. Oh. Sorry. Sorry. Lin Ke apologized in broken English, his face flushing with panic and guilt. Sir, are you all right? Adam's movements halted. He looked down at the luggage cart that had collided with his leg, a fleeting flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Yet the smile on his face remained gentle. It's fine, I'm okay. He was about to step around Lin Ke and continue his task. But at that moment, their eyes locked. What eyes they were! Deep within the pitch-black pupils, golden flames seemed to burn. That gaze pierced through all his disguises like an invisible blade, striking straight into the depths of his soul, already corroded by darkness. Ah! Adam let out a piercing, inhuman scream. The gentle smile vanished from his face, replaced by extreme agony and terror. Clutching his head, he staggered backward as if confronting the most terrifying sight imaginable. The black mist coiled around his body, under Lin Ke's gaze, sizzled like snow doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly dissolving. Evil destroying divine light. Full activation. This sudden spectacle startled the surrounding passengers. Everyone stared in shock at this foreigner who seemed to have suddenly gone mad. Move out. Lin Ke issued the command through his earpiece. Airport SWAT teams and plainclothes officers, already on standby, surged in like a tidal wave from all directions. Everyone stay calm. Get down on the ground. Police. This is a drill. The urgent announcement blared over the PA system. Though the crowd was somewhat chaotic, security personnel efficiently guided them into an orderly evacuation. Meanwhile, Lin Ke advanced step by step toward Adam, who had already broken down. Who are you? Adam stared at Lin Ke in terror, his mind being torn apart by that golden light. Who I am is irrelevant. Lin Ke's voice echoed coldly within his mind. What matters is that we have accepted the gift you brought. But this return gift, I invite you, the Dark Council, to savor it well. Lin Ke reached out, grabbing the leather scroll tube that still radiated an evil aura. He would personally open this gift from hell. Then, he would send it back exactly as it was. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the scroll, a sudden change occurred. The scroll tube suddenly began to violently tremble. A surge of dark energy 10 times more potent than before erupted violently. The lid of the scroll case was violently blown off by an invisible force. What flew out of the scroll case was not some cursed artifact. It was a painting. A bizarre oil painting rendered in blood and soul. Depicted within was a young man of striking beauty, his face adorned with a faintly sinister smile. None other than the Grand Speaker of the Dark Council. The moment the painting appeared, the Grand Chancellor's eyes within it seemed to come alive. Through the canvas, he gazed at Lin Ke with a smile and spoke softly in a voice only Lin Ke could hear. Hello, Mr. Lin Ke. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Lucifer. Did you enjoy the appetizer I prepared for you? Chapter 48, The Demon Within the Painting, Lucifer. Lin Ke's pupils suddenly contracted. Lucifer. In Western mythology, this name represented the embodiment of fallen angel in pride, the ruler of hell.
He never imagined he would meet such a legendary being in this manner.
An appetizer? Lin Ke responded coldly in his mind. The Dark Council's taste is truly unique. The smile on Lucifer's lips in the painting deepened. It is my honor to receive such praise from the spokesperson of the Chinese deities. But this appetizer isn't just for your viewing pleasure. It is prepared especially for you. No sooner had the words left his lips. The eerie oil painting began to shift. The dark red hues that had merely served as the background began to flow. They coalesced into churning magma, a burning inferno. The figure of Lucifer within the painting grew more three-dimensional. He seemed poised to step out of the two-dimensional canvas. An indescribable, pure malevolence erupted from the canvas. Unlike the wailing skull, this malice did not merely instill terror. It is more sophisticated. It attacked the very core of one's will. Countless illusions instantly flooded Lin Ke's vision. He saw his past life impoverished, eating instant noodles in a rented room, gazing out at the city lights beyond the window, utterly alone. He saw himself arriving in this world, facing crushing debt and utter despair with nowhere to turn. He witnessed the devastating tsunami engulfing Fuai City, where countless people struggled and screamed in the floodwaters. He witnessed the madness in the metropolis subway station, where fear drove people to attack one another like savage beasts. These images were the most fragile and painful memories buried deep within his heart. This malevolent force magnified them infinitely, transforming them into razor-sharp blades that pierced his soul. Give up. Lucifer's voice echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper. Guardianship is such a heavy burden. Look at these people, ignorant, selfish, cowardly. Are they truly worthy of your protection? You possess such immense power, why become their slave? Join us. Darkness will grant you true freedom. You will possess boundless wealth, supreme authority, and eternal life. You will become a god, the new ruler of this world. Temptation. The most primal and most deadly temptation. If it were anyone else with a weaker resolve, their will would likely have been shattered by this force in an instant, reduced to nothing more than a puppet of darkness. But Lin Ke was not such a person. He stared at the illusion before him, his face devoid of any emotion. He merely stared coldly at the painting. Are you finished? His voice was calm, without a single ripple. Lucifer's smile in the painting faltered slightly. I'm done. Now it's my turn. Golden flames erupted violently in Lin Ke's eyes. Shatter evil divine light. This time, it was no longer a passive threat. It was an active strike. Two golden beams, solid as substance, erupted from Lin Ke's eyes and struck the oil painting with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. Like a red-hot branding iron plunging into ice. A piercing shriek erupted from within the painting. The sound was not human, filled with agony and rage. The churning lava and burning inferno depicted on the canvas, exposed to the golden light, seemed to encounter their nemesis, rapidly evaporating and dissipating. The smile finally vanished from Lucifer's face. In its place came a cold, dark gloom. Zhong Kuei's divine power. Truly formidable. But do you think that's all I have to offer? He extended a hand from within the painting and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. A crisp sound. Every single pane of glass in the entire airport terminal, whether the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, shop display cases, or even the screens of passengers' phones. In that instant, they all simultaneously cracked like spider webs. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass filled the air. An even more colossal, chaotic storm of spirit energy erupted with a thunderous roar, centered on the oil painting. This was the true killing move. His earlier enticements had merely served to draw Lin Ke's attention. His true objective was to detonate the entire airport's negative energy field. Hundreds of thousands pass through here daily, leaving behind countless traces of anxiety, reluctance, resentment, exhaustion. These emotions normally dissipate into the air. But now, Lucifer ignited them all in a special way. Boom! Lin Ke felt as though an invisible sledgehammer had struck his brain.
A cacophony of chaotic voices surged madly into his mind.
My flight's delayed. This sucks. Why is security taking so long? I'm going to miss my flight. Another business trip. I don't want to leave my kids. Damn clients, damn proposals.
The negative thoughts of thousands of ordinary people coalesced into a torrent of mental energy powerful enough to breach any sturdy dam. Lin Ke grunted softly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
His evil-dispelling divine light could suppress malevolent spirits.
But these were pure negative emotions emanating from ordinary people.
They weren't evil, just chaos.
Xuanwu's power proved far less effective against this kind of assault.
How does it feel?
Lucifer's voice carried a hint of smug mockery. The power of mortals, though insignificant, can still corrupt the divine when pulled together.
This is the gift I offer you, Mr. Lin Ke.
A poison brewed by the very hands of those you sought to protect.
Savor it slowly.
Lucifer's figure within the painting began to fade, as if poised to vanish at any moment.
He was not fleeing.
He had fulfilled his purpose. He had planted a seed of chaos in this land. This seed would take root and sprout in Lin Ke's soil.
Ultimately, it would corrupt this divine spokesperson of Huaxia from within. What a vile scheme. Lin Ke's consciousness was on the verge of being swallowed by endless chaos.
He felt his body being torn apart.
At that very moment, another dormant power within him was awakened by this immense mental assault. It did not originate from the life force of the great Emperor Xuanwu.
Nor did it come from the protective power of Mazu. Nor did it come from the judgmental power of the great god Xuanwu. It was a force, more ancient, more vast, and intimately bound to the entire land of China.
It was the nation's destiny. It was the resonance he felt with this land when, in the home of Old Masterly, he vowed to forge the three fortunes divine statues for China. This force silently erected an invisible barrier within his consciousness.
No matter how fiercely the torrent of consciousness surged, it could not shake this barrier in the slightest. Lucifer, on the verge of vanishing, uttered a sound of surprise and doubt.
He sensed his power colliding with an incomprehensible wall. What was that force? It did not belong to any Eastern deity he knew. It was a force, transcending the gods themselves, a might far greater. Lin Ke's consciousness, shielded by the nation's fortune, instantly regained clarity. He lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden flames in his eyes had already extinguished. In their place lay an abyss of icy, bottomless darkness. You think this is the end?
Lin Ke gazed at the painting and smiled slowly. His smile was more sinister than Lucifer's, more dangerous.
You've given me quite the gift. Wouldn't it be rude of us Chinese not to return the favor? He reached out his hand. This time, it wasn't to grab. Instead, he pressed. His palm slammed down hard onto the oil painting. Chapter 49, Body as Forge, Soul Imprint. Lin Ke's palm pressed against the oil painting. No divine light. No energy fluctuations. Just a simple touch. Yet Lucifer within the painting paled visibly. He sensed an indescribable pull emanating from Lin Ke's palm. This pull wasn't absorbing his dark energy. Instead, it was dragging his very soul. What are you doing? For the first time, Lucifer felt himself slipping out of control. Within this painting, he had left behind more than just an image or a spell. It was a fragment of his very soul itself. This was the power granted to him as Grand Chancellor of the Dark Council. It allowed him to project his will and wield divine might across vast distances. Yet this very power had now become his greatest vulnerability. As long as this projection of his divine soul remained intact, he could continue to exert influence here. Yet if this projection were ever seized, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are you doing? Lin Ke grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Of course, I'm inviting you to come sit inside my body. His voice carried a hint of madness. Use your body as a furnace. Refine your soul. Lin Ke intended to use his own body as a crucible. Forcibly extracting this fragment of Lucifer's divine soul imprint from the painting, then refine it. This was an utterly insane notion. How could a mortal body possibly contain even a fragment of the Hell King's divine soul? Even a mere thread. The darkness and chaos it contained would be enough to shatter a soul, corrupting it completely into a monster driven solely by slaughter. You're mad. Lucifer's voice carried genuine horror for the first time. He tried to sever his connection to the painting. But it was too late. The suction in Lin Ke's palm acted like a black hole, locking onto his divine soul projection with deadly precision. Crazy? I'm perfectly lucid. Lin Ke's eyes turned a deep crimson. This wasn't the color of corruption by darkness. It was the manifestation of his willpower burning to its absolute limit. Come, to me. He let out a low growl. Buzz. The oil painting emitted a violent hum. The figure of Lucifer within the painting was forcibly torn from the canvas, transforming into a twisted, pitch-black wisp of smoke. From within the smoke, Lucifer's furious and unwilling roar echoed. No!
The black smoke surged along Lin Ke's arm, violently burrowing into his body.
Boom! Lin Ke's body convulsed violently.
He felt as though his soul had been hurled into a blender made of molten lava and mountains of blades. Endless darkness, chaos, corruption, and murderous thoughts violently assaulted his consciousness. Lucifer's lingering will raged within him, striving to seize control of this body. Foolish mortal! You're courting disaster. Your body, your soul both shall become my nourishment. Lucifer's voice raged wildly within Lin Ke's mind.
Black demonic runes began to surface on Lin Ke's skin.
His gaze grew unfocused.
Inside the command center,
everyone stared at the screen in horror. They witnessed Lin Ke clutching the painting as his entire body began convulsing violently.
The energy readings on his body were skyrocketing at an exponential rate. Half was sacred golden light. The other half was the black aura representing evil.
Two diametrically opposed forces collided within him in the most primal, violent clash imaginable.
Comrade Lin! Lu Jiangwo's heart leapt into his throat.
He didn't know what was happening, but he could tell Lin Ke was in extreme danger.
Quick! Notify the medical team.
Prepare the highest grade psychostabilizers.
No, it's too late.
Xian Boyong stared intently at the data stream on the screen, his face deathly pale. His mental fluctuations have exceeded the instrument's measurement limits.
Any external intervention could trigger his instant collapse. Now, it's up to him alone. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. In the airport terminal, Lin Ke's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Lucifer's spiritual power proved far more formidable and unsettling than he had ever imagined.
It was a pure darkness born from the primordial chaos. It did not merely shatter your will.
It assimilates you, transforming you into a part of itself. It's useless. Give up.
Lucifer's voice clung to him like flesh-eating maggots. Lin Ke's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, just as darkness threatened to swallow him whole. Deep within his mind sea, the barrier forged from the nation's fortune flared to life once more.
This time, it was no longer merely defensive. It began to fight back.
If Lucifer's power stemmed from the darkness of hell, then this force emanated from the 9 provinces of China, the collective faith of its people. It was the unyielding flame of civilization that had burned ceaselessly upon this land for 5,000 years.
The golden force of national destiny coalesced into majestic dragons.
Roaring, they charged toward the raging darkness.
What is this? Lucifer's lingering will let out a scream of disbelief. Dragons! The Eastern Totem!
This was not merely a form of energy.
It was a concept-level existence. It represented guardianship, majesty, and imperial authority. Upon the lands of China, the dragon is the supreme symbol. The golden dragon's shadow collided violently with the black demonic energy.
There was no earth-shattering explosion.
Only the most fundamental, conceptual-level annihilation. Under the dragon's onslaught, the black demonic energy retreated step by step.
That chaos and corruption born of hell seemed so insignificant and laughable before the weight and majesty of 5,000 years of civilization.
No! This can't be. How could the beliefs of mere mortals possibly withstand the primordial darkness? Lucifer roared madly. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend it. In China, nothing is impossible. Lin Ke's consciousness instantly reclaimed control.
His voice echoed within his own mind like a divine decree.
This is my turf. Now, it's my turn.
He channeled the colossal force of national destiny, transforming it into a massive golden furnace. Then, he hurled the black demonic energy trapped within the dragon's shadow into its depths.
Refine it for me. Boom!
The golden furnace erupted in blinding radiance. Upon its walls, illusory forms of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars materialized.
These were the mountains and rivers of China, the starry skies of China. Ah!
Lucifer's soul projection let out a piercing scream within the furnace.
His dark essence was being crushed, disintegrated, and purified by this colossal force. Ultimately, all darkness, all chaos, was refined away.
Only the purest, most untainted essence of his soul remained.
It was a crystal the size of a grain of rice, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Lin Ke's will materialized as an invisible hand, grasping the crystal.
Then, without hesitation, he pressed it deep into the core of his own soul. He would transform this thread of Lucifer's divine soul essence into a mark of shame, forever etched upon his soul.
Lin Ke's body ceased trembling. Chapter 50, The Abyssal Gaze, the Demon King's Brand.
Lin Ke slowly straightened his body. The golden radiance and black demonic energy enveloping him receded like a retreating tide, fully withdrawing into his body.
All returned to calm. Special police and security personnel in the airport terminal were frantically evacuating the last group of terrified passengers.
No one noticed the ground crew member in the corner, who had just witnessed a battle between gods and demons.
Lin Ke lifted his head. His eyes regained their usual clarity. Yet in the deepest recesses of his pitch-black pupils, a faint, ghostly blue light now shimmered.
Small yet luminous, it resembled a star suspended above an endless abyss, embodying a cold, deathly stillness, yet radiating an all-seeing power.
Inside the command center,
on the massive screen, Lin Ke's vital signs had all returned to normal ranges.
Energy readings, 0.
Mental fluctuations were stable. Lu Jiangwo, Long Xiao, and Shen Boyong stared fixedly at the screen, their atoms apples bobbing, yet not a word escaped their lips.
What had they just witnessed?
They had witnessed golden light and black mist intertwining and colliding within a single human body. They saw the data curves on the screen surge past their peaks like the most violent electrocardiogram, then plummet back to the depths in an instant.
This was no battle.
It was a god and a demon using a mortal body as their battlefield, engaged in the most primal devouring and refinement. In the end, the mortal prevailed. Lu Jiangwo felt a chill surge from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head.
His understanding of Lin Ke was utterly shattered once more.
This young man could no longer be described as merely powerful.
He was a monster. A humanoid abomination more incomprehensible than any demon or monster they would ever face.
A cold system alert sounded in Lin Ke's mind at that moment. Warning, host has initiated the extremely dangerous soul fusion. Warning, success rate below 13%. This action may result in complete soul corruption, turning the host into an abyss puppet.
Fusion assessment in progress. Fusion successful.
Under the temporary protection of China's national fortune, the host's willpower surpassed the critical threshold, successfully refining Lucifer's shadow and converting it into their own power. The barrage of warning prompts made Lin Ke break out in a cold sweat.
His earlier actions had indeed been insane. He was gambling.
He was betting that upon the soil of Huaxia, upon this sacred land of Xuanwu,
the power of any foreign demon god would be suppressed.
He gambled that the 5,000 years of unbroken civilization and faith nurtured upon this soil could crush the primordial chaos from the depths of hell.
He had won the gamble.
The pure power surging within him proved it. Not only that, but Lin Ke's actions had earned the endorsement of the nation's fortune. With its aid, he was refining the incarnation of a god. It seemed perilous, yet it was anything but safe. In China, where the civilization of deities had been severed, the nation's fortune had grown exceedingly fragile.
Yet precisely through this act, Lin Ke sensed the national fortune's inevitable strengthening.
Lin Ke sensed that with his emergence and the gradual revival of divine civilization,
the gods concealed within other nations would inevitably become increasingly active.
One misstep could seal China's fate, preventing its rise forever.
Deep within the distant Alps,
upon the throne of an ancient castle, Lucifer, the Grand Chancellor, handsome and elegant, held a cup of wine as red as blood, his eyes closed in meditation. He waits. He awaited news of chaos and terror from that city in the east. Waiting for the wretched wail of that amusing sculptor, corrupted by mortal negativity, falling into ruin amidst agony.
Suddenly,
his body jerked violently.
Put! A mouthful of ink-black divine blood spurted violently from his mouth, splattering the mirror-smooth floor before him.
For the first time, his peerlessly handsome face betrayed shock, bewilderment, and utter, unbearable humiliation. His eyes snapped open. Those eyes, once as deep and starry as the heavens, were now filled with sheer terror. He sensed that the projection of his divine soul left behind in the east had not dissipated after completing its task as he had anticipated. Nor had it been destroyed by a more powerful divine force.
Instead,
it had been forcibly torn from the painting by a brutally overbearing, tyrannical force and shoved into a furnace. Within that furnace, the dark essence within his soul was crushed, purified, refined.
Finally, that mortal named Lin Ke forced it deep into his own soul like a trophy. It became a brand. A mark symbolizing conquest. Symbolizing humiliation. Symbolizing ownership, a mark of enslavement. Lucifer let out a roar of fury pushed to its absolute limit.
The entire ancient castle trembled violently under his uncontrolled divine might.
The 12 counselors in the secret chamber knelt trembling on the floor, not daring to lift their heads.
They had never witnessed the Grand Chancellor lose his composure like this.
Lin Ke. Lucifer ground these two words out between clenched teeth.
His voice was filled with an unprecedented, bone-chilling murderous intent.
He no longer regarded this as an amusing game.
This was a provocation. This was the most blatant insult to the Hell King. This was an open desecration of the entire abyssal order. He rose from his throne, black divine power raging around him like a storm.
Transmit my command.
His voice echoed through the chamber, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Change the plan. Activate the highest level protocol immediately, Godfall.
I don't care what methods you use. I will ensure that the myths of the East, in the very instant of their reawakening,
meet its true twilight. Beijing Capital International Airport.
Lin Ke bent down and picked up the oil painting that had fallen to the ground. The canvas had turned a dull, lifeless gray, resembling an ancient artifact stored for centuries, fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch. Within the painting, Lucifer's figure had vanished completely. The entire canvas had transformed into a chaotic, nauseating dark red. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon the lower right corner of the painting. There, a bizarre symbol, one that had never existed before, imprinted by divine soul power, slowly emerged.
It was a serpent. An Ouroboros devouring its own tail. Lin Ke's pupils contracted slightly.
He could feel that deep within his soul, the mark belonging to Lucifer stirred an instinctive reverence toward this symbol.
Even fear. Take this thing back.
Lin Ke handed the oil painting to the Bureau 749 field agent who had rushed over. Classify it as maximum danger level.
Seal and store it using the strongest psychic energy.
Yes, sir.
The agent took the painting.
The moment it touched his hands, he shuddered and quickly placed it into a specially designed silver briefcase.
Lin Ke turned and looked toward the command center. The game has only just begun.
Chapter 51, The Promise of a National Hero, the Emblem of the Old Gods. When Lin Ke returned to the underground command center in his special vehicle, he was met with a completely different atmosphere. The operations room remained bustling, yet everyone moved with an added layer of caution. The gazes directed at him no longer held only the previous respect and curiosity. They now held something far more complex.
Awe. There was alarm. And even a hint of dread.
Through their screens, they witnessed firsthand how a mere mortal had pinned down a terrifying entity resembling a dark god, grinding it into the ground. And finally, devour it entirely. This visual and cognitive impact was far more direct and terrifying than Xuanwu manifesting across the void to slay evil with his sword.
Xuanwu is a god.
Divine beings wield power, it is only natural.
But Lin Ke was human.
A living, breathing human being, using his own body as a crucible to refine a demon king. This transcended the bounds of their comprehension.
Comrade Lin.
Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, his voice slightly hoarse.
Are you all right?
He reached out to pat Lin Ke's shoulder, but his hand froze mid-air before awkwardly retracting.
I'm fine.
Lin Ke's reply was calm and unruffled. He walked toward the command console, his gaze sweeping over the complex expressions around him, yet his heart remained largely unmoved.
He knew his earlier actions would inevitably provoke such reactions. But it didn't matter.
Awe was better than contempt.
Mr. Lin.
General Longshao strode forward, his stern face revealing a complex expression beyond mere gravity for the first time.
I take back what I said earlier. He declared in a deep voice.
Your decision to take this risk is not a failure on our part. Rather, we simply lack the qualifications to engage in combat at your level. This iron-blooded general acknowledged, in the most direct manner, the utter helplessness of mortal forces before Lin Ke.
Professor Qian Boyong pushed his glasses up and approached.
His gaze seemed to regard a wholly new species. Mr. Lin, based on the conservation of energy in our current psychic-physical models, your recent actions constitute a miracle. You forcibly consumed and transformed a high-dimensional negative energy lifeform.
This defies science.
But it happened. The old professor's eyes shone with a fervent thirst for knowledge.
If given the opportunity, I would like to conduct a comprehensive examination of your body.
Naturally, only with your permission and under conditions of absolute safety.
Lin Ke's lips twitched.
We'll discuss it later, Professor Qian. He had no desire to be a guinea pig. Just then, the red encrypted phone at the center of the command console suddenly rang.
Lu Jiangwo snapped to attention and immediately answered it.
Yes, Commander.
Yes.
Understood. He hung up and turned to Lin Ke, his expression solemn.
It's Old Manly. He wishes to speak with you personally. Lu Jiangwo handed him the receiver.
Lin Ke took the receiver and heard the familiar, steady voice of Old Master Li.
Good lad.
The old man's first words rang out with full vigor, carrying an uncontrollable surge of excitement.
Well done. You've beaten those cowardly bastards into oblivion. That's satisfying. That's the spirit.
Lin Ke could picture the old man on the other end of the line, his face surely glowing with satisfaction. A wave of warmth washed over him.
Mr. Li, I only did what needed to be done.
Bull.
Old Li snapped back without mincing words. You call that doing what you should? You call that risking your life?
The old man's voice suddenly turned stern.
I'm warning you, Lin Ke.
If you ever dare gamble with your life like that again, I won't care what kind of divine messenger you claim to be, I'll personally order you confined to your quarters.
Let you reflect on your actions properly. Mark my words. Your life isn't just your own anymore. It is the lifeblood of the nation. If something happens to you, how can I face the entire nation? How can I face our ancestors?
The old man's words struck Lin Ke's heart like heavy blows from a hammer. There was no blame. Only the deepest concern, and that weighty responsibility heavy enough to crush anyone. Lin Ke felt warmth welling up in his eyes.
He took a deep breath.
Yes, Elder Li.
I'll remember.
Master Li's voice softened.
Good to know. The enemy has brought the knife to our doorstep. We can no longer proceed by the book. I've just issued the highest level directive.
Operation Forge the Gods, accelerate all phases. Operation Kunlun, the advance team must be deployed within 72 hours. At all costs, seize the initiative for our subsequent operations. Shaolin, you prepare your side as well. After hanging up, the atmosphere in the command center had turned grim and tense. Everyone sensed the resolve to burn their boats and fight to the end in Old Lee's words. Report! A technician responsible for intelligence analysis suddenly stood up.
Mr. Qian, we have results on the painting you asked us to analyze.
All eyes turned to the large screen.
Displayed was the grayscale photograph of the oil painting. Beside the photograph sat the eerie symbol of the Ouroboros serpent and the seven-pointed star. We cross-referenced all known civilizations, myths and legends, religious texts, esoteric symbolism, and every supernatural mark in the classified archives of global intelligence agencies.
The technician's voice carried a hint of defeat. The result, nothing.
This symbol seems to have appeared out of thin air. It doesn't belong to any system we know of.
It's as if it originates from an erased, fractured history, older than all our civilizations combined. A fractured history. Those 4 words made the air in the command room grow heavy. Professor Chen Boyong frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the symbol.
This is illogical. Every symbol has an evolutionary trajectory and cultural roots. It cannot appear out of thin air. Unless. He looked at Lin Ku.
Unless its origin lies outside our world. Lin Ku remained silent. He simply stared silently at the bizarre symbol on the screen. Deep within his soul, the blue brand belonging to Lucifer began to glow faintly. An inexplicable stream of information, foreign to him, slowly seeped from the mark.
It was not knowledge. Nor was it memory.
Rather, it was a kind of instinctive cognition.
Like how an infant instinctively knows to suckle, or a bird instinctively knows to fly.
It was a recognition of superiors, etched into the deepest recesses of the soul. Lin Ku slowly raised his head. Amidst the puzzled stares of everyone present, he suddenly spoke, his words startling all.
This might not be the mark of the Dark Council. Chapter 52, Kunlun goes off the grid, storm clouds gather.
His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity.
What? Lu Jiangwo froze.
Lin Ku's gaze grew deep and distant, as if piercing through time and space to glimpse some unnameable existence.
This symbol doesn't represent the Dark Council.
But rather, that which they serve.
Or rather. Lin Ku paused, then uttered a word that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The emblem of that thing they imprison. Boom! The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at Lin Ku. Imprisoned?
If even a terrifying entity of Lucifer's caliber was merely a servant or even a guardian, then the one they served, or rather, imprisoned.
What kind of being could be so magnificent, so terrifying?
In that instant, everyone grasped the true meaning behind the codename Pandora. What Lucifer delivered was not a gift. He merely cracked open the box, allowing a faint glimmer of the imprisoned entity within to escape. And that mere glimmer nearly plunged the entire Beijing Capital International Airport into a chaotic inferno. The true enemy they were about to face. Its terror far exceeded anyone's imagination. Lin Ku's words crashed like a 10,000-ton boulder into the tranquil lake. The entire command center fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every face bore an expression of shock and horror beyond words. Lucifer. That terrifying entity whose mere projection of a divine soul had nearly overturned Beijing Capital International Airport. The hellish sovereign who, in Western mythology, stood as a peer to God himself.
Was merely a servant? A guard?
This revelation struck like a magnitude 12 psychic earthquake, instantly shattering everyone present's fundamental understanding of the world. They had believed their enemy was the Dark Council, a secretive organization composed of corrupted humans and fallen creatures. But now it seemed they were wrong. They were spectacularly wrong. Their true adversary was an unnameable thing that even Lucifer could only serve or imprison. This can't be possible. Professor Chen Boyong murmured to himself, his face usually radiating wisdom now clouded with bewilderment and helplessness for the first time. His science, his physics, the entire cognitive framework he had spent his life building all seemed utterly powerless in the face of this conclusion that transcended the boundaries of gods and demons. General Long Zhao's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. His iron-hard face showed no fear, only an unprecedented gravity. As a soldier, he was accustomed to facing powerful and clear enemies. But now, this enemy had become a vague, incomprehensible, even unimaginable concept. How could this battle be fought? Lu Jiangwo's face had turned deathly pale. He finally grasped the full, diabolical nature of the Pandora plan. Lucifer never intended to cause massive destruction with that painting cylinder. He was delivering a message. A message of utter despair. He was telling China, telling Lin Ku. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. The deities you hold in such high regard are insignificant in the face of true terror. Give up. Resistance is futile. No wonder he risked exposure just to deliver that symbol. Lu Jiangwo said hoarsely. He wasn't provoking us. He was declaring. Proclaiming the awakening of a force we cannot oppose. The atmosphere in the command room grew oppressively heavy. An invisible shadow hung over every heart. The faint sense of elation from thwarting the enemy's plot had vanished completely. In its place was the crushing pressure of facing an unknown, formidable foe. This discovery fundamentally altered the very purpose of the God-forging project. If before, this project had been a proactive strategic initiative to enhance national strength and defend against external threats, now, it had become the sole hope. It was the sole lifeline clutched at the edge of a precipice. The strategic importance of Operation Kunlun was once again elevated to unprecedented heights. Kunlun, the progenitor of all mountains, the source of the dragon veins. That sacred mountain of supreme status in Chinese mythology. There, perhaps buried, lies not only the divine materials capable of forging celestial statues. It may also the crucial clues to confronting those ancient ones. It conceals the true secret behind why the gods of China collectively vanished throughout history. We must go. General Long Shao slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous crash. His eyes blazed anew with unyielding resolve. No matter what lurks within Kunlun Mountain, no matter what monstrous thing we must confront, this mission must be completed. This is our only way out. His words struck like a shot of adrenaline, injecting resolve into every heart present. Yes. Fear is useless. Retreating is a dead end. No matter how formidable the enemy, they had no room to retreat. Behind them stood 400 million compatriots and a homeland spanning 9.6 million square kilometers. I agree. Lin Ke's voice broke the heavy silence. He stepped before the massive electronic sand table, his gaze settling on the majestic mountain range to the west. Kunlun, we must go. And we must hurry. The blue imprint deep within his soul was sending him an unsettling warning. He could sense it as the Pandora's box had been cracked open. Something dormant was being awakened. The rules of the world were accelerating their transformation in an irreversible way. Time was running out for them. Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, about to issue the order for full combat readiness. At that very moment, beep beep beep, the entire operations room was suddenly filled with a shrill, highest-level alarm. The red warning lights flashed frantically, casting a blood-red glow across every face. A technician monitoring the Kunlun region sprang from his seat. His face turned 1,000 shades paler than when he'd heard Lucifer's secret moments before. His lips trembled, his eyes filled with utter terror, as if he had glimpsed the depths of hell itself. Our report. His voice cracked and sharpened with terror, as if his throat were being squeezed. We have established Frontline Geological Monitoring Station Number 1. At an altitude of 5,000 meters on the outer perimeter of Mount Kunlun. He swallowed hard, mustering every ounce of strength to roar out the final words. It's lost contact. Chapter 53, Expedition to Kunlun, Forging Swords for the Nation. Kunlun. Frontline Geological Monitoring Station Number 1. It was no ordinary tent. It was China's first line of defense, secretly established at the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain at immense cost to counter the mythical resurgence. Raise all satellite monitoring permissions to maximum. Lu Jiangwo's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. I need to see what the hell is happening there. The technician's fingers danced frantically across the keyboard, directing the lenses of satellites suspended in the heavens toward the coordinates that had vanished from the map. Snow-like interference flickered across the screen. The next second, a clear, yet spine-chillingly real-time image appeared on the large screen. The mountain remained. The snow remained. But monitoring station number 1, that sturdy fortress forged from special alloy, was gone. In its place, an indescribably enormous crater. Its edges were smooth as glass, as if an invisible, colossal spoon had forcibly scooped a chunk from the earth. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, its depth unfathomable. Even satellite infrared detection couldn't pierce that layer of darkness. It felt as though it connected to the void of another dimension. Inside the command center, a deathly silence hung heavy. Only heavy, oppressive gasps remained. Fear. An unprecedented terror, rooted in primal instinct, gripped every soul. What kind of force was that? What could possibly excavate an entire military base along with the mountain beneath it in an instant? Missiles? A nuclear bomb? No. There were no traces of an explosion. No residual energy. It was a more advanced, more incomprehensible force. A kind of erasure. A terrifying power that, on a conceptual level, completely deleted matter from this world. The devil. This is the devil's doing. A young staff officer collapsed to the ground, his mind shattered, muttering incoherently. Silence. General Long Shao roared like thunder from a clear sky. He kicked the officer aside with one swift motion. What are you crying for? What are you afraid of? His eyes blazing crimson, he swept his gaze across every person present. The stronger the enemy, the straighter we must stand. We are soldiers. The shield of China. Before we fall, no one will ever set foot on the land we guard. Iron-willed resolve forcibly dispelled some of the fear within the command center. But everyone knew it was only temporary. Faced with an enemy of this caliber, willpower felt so fragile. Operation Kunlun, should we continue? Professor Qian Boyan pushed his glasses up his nose, his voice betraying uncertainty for the first time.
What difference is there between sending people now and sending them to their deaths? The question weighed on everyone's hearts like a boulder. Go, or not go?
This was a life or death decision.
At that moment, Lin Ke spoke up. Go.
His voice was calm, uttering only one word. Yet that single word carried an unquestionable resolve.
All eyes turned to him. Lin Ke slowly walked to the massive electronic sand table.
He did not look at the terrifying crater. His gaze pierced through the sand table, settling upon the majestic, undulating Kunlun Mountains.
Deep within his soul, the blue mark of Lucifer trembled violently, screaming. It was filled with terror. It was transmitting a crystal-clear message to Lin Ke. Run. Get as far away from that place as possible.
There, something older and more terrifying than the abyss, than hell itself, lurked.
Yet at the same time,
the force of national destiny within him, connected to the land of China, was rejoicing, leaping with joy. Like a child lost for ages, it finally senses the direction home. It urged Lin Ke onward.
Go. Return to that place.
Return to the source of all things.
There lies our lost glory. Our hope for revival. Two utterly contrasting emotions intertwined in Lin Ke's mind.
They made his understanding of Kunlun crystal clear.
There lies great terror. But there, even greater opportunity awaits.
The monitoring station's loss of contact wasn't caused by the enemy.
Lin Ke said slowly. What? Everyone froze. It was a warning. Lin Ke's gaze swept across everyone present. It's the thing within Kunlun Mountain warning all outsiders who dare to pry into its secrets. Our monitoring station was merely collateral damage. The real target is someone else entirely.
His words sent a ripple of realization through the crowd.
Xuanwu immediately caught on. You mean, the Dark Council? Or another faction like them? Lin Ke nodded. With the revival of myths, the Dark Council is far from the only entity coveting the land of China. Kunlun, as the progenitor of all mountains, is inevitably the focal point of contention for every faction. They've undoubtedly sent agents or employed methods unknown to us to spy on Kunlun. That's why they triggered Kunlun's defense mechanism. That defense mechanism, indiscriminate of friend or foe, erased all spies within a certain range. This deduction was bold, yet utterly plausible.
It explained why the monitoring stations vanished so mysteriously. It also eased the weight of uncertainty that had been pressing on everyone's minds.
I need to depart immediately.
Lin Ke looked at Long Xiao and Xuanwu. While the defense mechanisms inside have just been triggered in whatever sin there is still in a half-awake state, this is our best chance to get in. Once it fully awakens, or other factions react, getting in will be much harder.
I'll go alone.
No. General Long Xiao refused without hesitation.
I'll go with you. Long Xiao. Xuanwu grew frantic. You two, one is the nation's most vital asset, the other the pillar of our military. How could you both risk yourselves together? Old Lu, don't say another word.
General Long Xiao cut him off, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ke.
I trust Mr. Lin's judgment.
But I also believe that it takes a village to raise a hero.
I won't feel at ease if you go alone. We in the military can't always hide behind you. This time, we will fight alongside you.
The iron-blooded general's words rang out with conviction. Lin Ke stared into the resolve in his eyes, paused for a moment, then nodded.
All right. But we can't bring too many people. Just the two of us, plus Elder Qian. Old Qian? Xuanwu and Long Xiao both froze. Sending a scientist in his 70s into the lion's den?
I need his expertise, Lin Ke explained. The divine materials within Kunlun aren't ordinary wood or stone. I need Old Qian to analyze its properties and determine the optimal methods for extraction and transportation. We're going to forge a sword, not fight. Ultimately, at Lin Ke's insistence, this trio comprising a divine spokesperson, a deputy commander of the war zone, and a national treasure-level scientist formed the most bizarre yet extravagant Kunlun suicide squad in history.
Half an hour later, an unmarked special transport aircraft, equipped with top-tier stealth capabilities, lifted off from a secret military base on the outskirts of Beijing. It sped westward toward the ancestral mountain of all mountains. At the very moment the transport aircraft took flight, after days of silence, Lin Ke's livestream channel reactivated. A blood-red title, brimming with boundless heroism, appeared on every follower's phone screen. Chapter 54, Kunlun's Divine Might, Teaching Without Discrimination. The instant the livestream went live, the entire Chinese internet exploded. Holy crap! Lin Shan is live. Expedition to Kunlun, forging swords for the nation? What kind of epic dungeon title is this? Holy crap! The streamer's heading to Kunlun Mountain? The legendary Kunlun Mountain from myths? Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching my phone. Countless night owls bounced off their beds. Office workers who had already fallen asleep were jolted awake by their phone's special notification alerts. Billions of traffic surged like an avalanche of information, flooding Lin Ke's livestream like a raging torrent. The number of online users surged past 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. And it continued to climb at a terrifying pace.
Last time, it was Zhong descending to mortal realm, guarding the demon capital.
This time, it was the expedition to Kunlun to forge a sword for the nation. Every livestream by Lin Ke captured the hearts of everyone in the nation. On the plane,
Lin Ke ignored the frenzy of the chat. He simply pointed the camera toward the deep, star-filled night sky beyond the window. General Long Xiao and Professor Qian Boyang had already changed into specially designed combat suits. The suits were entirely black, made of a material neither metal nor iron, covered in faint blue energy circuits.
Mr. Lin, won't you be wearing one?
General Long Xiao looked at Lin Ke, who was wearing only a regular parka, and asked with concern.
No need.
Lin Ke shook his head. For me, this thing is just dead weight. His body, transformed by the vitality of Shinong and the imprint of Lucifer's divine soul, possessed strength that had long transcended the realm of ordinary mortals.
His own body was the ultimate defense.
The transport aircraft soared at several times the speed of sound at an altitude of 10,000 meters.
Hours later,
the aircraft began to slow and descend. Below lay the snow-capped mountains, resembling a silver dragon. The Kunlun Mountains.
We've arrived. The aircraft did not land at any airport.
Instead, it opened the rear door over a relatively flat glacier. A biting cold wind, mingled with thin air, instantly flooded the entire cabin.
Mr. Lin, Elder Qian, we've arrived.
General Long Zhao's voice came through the helmet's built-in communicator, clear and distinct.
This is the safest zone closest to the energy field.
Beyond this point lies uncharted territory.
The three men leapt out of the cabin door one after another. The Xuanwu combat suits beneath their feet emitted blue cushioning airstreams, allowing them to land smoothly on the hard ice surface. As far as the eye could see, the vast expanse stretched between heaven and earth. Giant snow-capped mountains stood like colossal giants beneath the starry sky. An intangible majesty permeated the air.
Professor Qian Boyang activated a multifunctional detector on his wrist.
Countless data streams danced wildly across the screen. Good heavens!
The old professor uttered in astonishment. The spatial curvature, gravitational parameters, psychic energy concentration, everything here is different from the outside world.
This place is like a semiplane independent of our world. The land beneath our feet is alive. At that very moment, all three simultaneously felt a crushing pressure surge in from every direction.
General Long Xiao grunted as the energy circuits on his Xuanwu combat suit instantly flared to their peak intensity.
His psychic shield activated automatically. Professor Qian Boyang's face drained of color as he staggered back 2 steps.
Had Long Xiao not caught him, he would have collapsed to his knees.
It was the rejection emanating from the entire cosmos.
An ancient, supreme order scrutinized every living being that dared to set foot here. All who harbored disrespect. All whose power fell short. Would have their souls crushed by this overwhelming pressure and be expelled. The viewers in the livestream may not feel that pressure. They could see the pain etched on the faces of Elder Qian and General Long.
What's going on? General Long and the others look like they're in agony. Is this the divine might of Kunlun Mountain? It's terrifying. Host, how come you're fine?
The viewers were astonished to discover.
Facing this terrifying pressure that could paralyze even elite special forces soldiers,
Lin Ke strolled across the ice as if it were nothing. Not a trace of pain crossed his face.
In fact, he even seemed to be enjoying it.
For what he felt was entirely different from what Long Xiao and the others experienced.
The moment that pressure touched his body, it transformed into a gentle, welcoming energy. Like a prodigal son returning home after years of wandering, finally embraced by his mother's arms.
That energy nourished his body and soothed his soul.
The force of China's national fortune within him, guided by this energy, became more vibrant than ever before. Seems like this place welcomes me. Lin Ke turned back and smiled at the two struggling to hold on.
He reached out, gently placing his hands on Long Xiao and Qian Boyang's shoulders. A gentle force flowed from his palms, instantly dispelling every ounce of pressure weighing on them.
Puff, puff.
Long Xiao and Qian Boyang gasped for breath, feeling as though they'd been pulled from drowning.
Mr. Lin, you.
Long Xiao stared at Lin Ke, his eyes filled with astonishment.
Let's go.
We don't have much time, Lin Ke said with a joke. He led the two men on foot deeper into the Kunlun Mountains. With Lin Ke acting as a human signal amplifier, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the heavens and earth no longer troubled them. The group formally entered this forbidden realm of myth. They had not walked 10 kilometers.
Lin Ke's footsteps abruptly halted. His gaze fixed on a snow-covered slope not far ahead.
Long Xiao and Qian Boyang immediately went on high alert, their specialized psychic rifles trained on that direction.
Someone's there,
Lin Ke said in a low voice.
No. It's corpses.
A dozen corpses clad in snow camouflage combat uniforms lay scattered across the snowy ground.
Their gear was even more advanced than Long Xiao's Xuanwu units, radiating a sci-fi aura. Each face was frozen in an indescribable, utter terror.
Their eyes were wide and staring, pupils dilated, as if they had witnessed something in their final moments that shattered their very souls.
Mercenaries.
Long Xiao stepped forward to inspect them, his expression turning grim.
Judging by their gear and insignia, they're from the Hellhound security firm. This company is one of the Dark Council's black love operatives worldwide, handling their dirty, unsavory business. Xian Boyong's detector swept back and forth over the corpses. The screen, however, showed nothing out of the ordinary. Strange, no external injuries, no signs of poisoning, and vital signs ceased instantly. The old professor's brow furrowed into a knot. The cause of death is conceptual erasure. Lin Ke spoke slowly. It seems monitoring station 1 might have been dragged down by them. He looked upon the mercenaries lying dead in gruesome states, feeling not a shred of pity. The guardians of Kunlun Mountain truly strike without discrimination, teaching without distinction. He suddenly felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, he was Chinese. Thankfully, he had come to forge swords for his nation. Otherwise, his fate now would likely be no different from these men lying on the ground. This realization instilled a newfound reverence in Long Xiao and Qian Boyong toward the path ahead. It also gave them a newfound sense of confidence. At least now they knew. Kunlun Mountain, though perilous, it did not seem to reject its own kind. Their subsequent journey seemed to confirm this. Under the tacit approval of the ancient order, the trio's journey proceeded with remarkable ease. Chapter 55, Divine Materials Descend, Kunlun's Promise. The path ahead unfolded with an almost eerie ease. It was as if an invisible hand guided their every step. Whenever they reached a fork in the road, unsure which path to take, a snow-white spirit fox or a majestic eagle would appear nearby, showing them the way. When hunger, thirst, or exhaustion overtook them, the next morning, they would wake to find mysterious, fragrant fruits they had never seen before scattered outside their tent, along with a pool of sweet, crystal-clear spring water. After eating those fruits, their physical strength would quickly recover, and even their spirits would feel replenished. The spring water cleansed impurities from their bodies, leaving them refreshed and invigorated. This is nothing short of divine treatment. General Long Xiao, munching on an unidentified red fruit, felt that all the delicacies he had ever tasted in his life couldn't compare to this sweetness. Energy analysis indicates these fruits and spring water contain a highly pure, high-grade form of life energy. Professor Qian Boyong held his instrument, conducting frantic analysis on a fruit pit. If we could decipher the composition of this energy, the average human lifespan could be extended by at least 20 years. The old professor's eyes flashed with the unique fervor of a researcher. The live stream audience was utterly mesmerized. Holy crap! What kind of magical fruit is this? Can the host bring some back to sell? I'll pay $1 million for one. Wake up, rich guy. This is a Kunlun Mountain specialty, money can't buy it. That white fox is so cute. I wanna pet it. I feel like I'm not watching an adventure livestream, I'm watching a bite of Kunlun. Lin Ke watched this harmonious scene unfold, yet his heart grew increasingly heavy. Everything was going too smoothly. The entity deep within Kunlun Mountain had shown them an unprecedented level of goodwill. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Or rather, this strange phenomenon had something it desired from them. And for an entity of this caliber to have desires, Lin Ke dared not dwell on it. He could only quicken his pace, determined to locate the divine material swiftly and fulfill his mission. 3 days later, guided by the spirit beast, they arrived at a valley enveloped by a strange, multicolored halo. The moment they stepped into the valley, the trio witnessed a scene that filled them with both surprise and delight. 12 figures clad in geological exploration suits were gathered around a campfire, chatting and laughing as they roasted meat. They looked energetic and radiant, not at all like people who had been missing. It was the first group of missing exploration team members. Captain! General Long Xiao rushed over excitedly. The man roasting meat, a square-jawed middle-aged man who appeared to be their leader, looked at Long Xiao with equal parts surprise and confusion. General Long? What brings you here? We were just saying the mission is complete and preparing to return. Mission complete? Long Xiao froze. Yes. The exploration team leader pointed excitedly toward the center of the camp. Look! Not only did we avoid danger, but our luck was off the charts. It's as if the gods guided us. We found 3 huge logs right here in this valley. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of his finger. Then, everyone froze. Including Lin Ke. In the center of the camp, 3 enormous pieces of timber lay side by side. Or rather, divine timber. The one on the left, about 30 meters long, radiated a warm, jade-like white hue throughout its entire body. Within its depths, it seemed as though countless stars were slowly drifting. Merely approaching it brought a sensation of mental clarity and sharpened thought, as if the gates of wisdom had suddenly opened. This was the finest material for forging the divine statue of literary fortune. The middle one, about 50 meters long, radiated a deep golden hue. Its surface was covered in natural patterns resembling chiseled grooves. A fierce, blood-soaked aura of iron and steel, of battlefields drenched in blood, surged forth. Approaching it, one could almost hear the thunderous roar of 1,000 horsemen charging into battle. This is the supreme divine iron for forging the god of martial fortune statue. The one on the far right. It was also the one that sent the deepest shock through Lin Ke's heart.
It was the largest, stretching 100 meters long, its entire body as black as ink, seemingly absorbing all surrounding light. It lay there silently, yet conveyed a sense of weight and vastness surpassing even the entire Kunlun mountain.
It did not resemble wood.
It resembled a segment of dragon bone severed from the spine of the cosmos. The very foundation of the entire world. This was the divine timber that bore the destiny of the Chinese nation.
Heavens, heavens! Professor Qian Boyan had completely lost his composure.
He donned specially designed protective gloves, trembling as he reached out to touch the pitch-black sacred wood. The moment his fingertips grazed the surface of the sacred wood.
Boom!
The old professor was hurled backward as if struck by a speeding train. Had Long Xiao not reacted with lightning speed to catch him, this impact would likely have shattered him to pieces.
Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Blood trickled from Qian Boyan's lips, yet he paid it no mind.
His gaze remained fixed on the sacred tree, his eyes filled with awe and fervor. Its density, its energy structure, completely defies the laws of known physics.
It isn't matter.
It is a condensed world.
A singularity.
In the livestream, hundreds of millions of viewers watched through the lens as three massive logs radiated divine light, utterly speechless. For the first time ever, the comment stream fell silent for a full minute. Everyone was so stunned by this miraculous scene before them that their souls seemed to leave their bodies.
This is Kunlun.
This was the sacred mountain of China. When it acts, it does so with a divine stroke capable of sealing a nation's destiny. Lin Ke gazed at these three divine materials that had been delivered to his doorstep, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Awe, excitement, but above all, a weighty pressure. He knows. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The being dwelling within Kunlun Mountain had bestowed such a weighty gift it must have ulterior motives.
And the only thing that could possibly be his objective. Escape. Lin Ke took a deep breath.
He did not immediately reach for the divine materials. He adjusted his attire, walked to the valley's end, and faced the deepest recesses of the Kunlun Mountains.
Then,
before hundreds of millions of viewers and the stunned gazes of all the task force members present, he knelt on both knees and performed the 9-kneel ceremony with utmost reverence. This was the most exalted ritual in ancient China, honoring heaven and earth and paying homage to ancestors.
The ritual concluded.
Lin Ke raised his head and, with his very soul, uttered a grand oath that echoed through time and space, resounding across the entire Kunlun Mountains. Junior disciple Lin Ke humbly thanks the senior for bestowing the divine materials that will safeguard the nation. Once I have forged the foundation for China's 3 cycles of fortune and secured the nation's destiny, I shall return to Kunlun and devote every ounce of my strength to freeing you from your bonds. His voice did not originate from vocal cords. It was the resonance of will, the proclamation of the soul.
The oath fell. Boom!
Across the entire Kunlun mountain range, stretching thousands of kilometers from east to west, the peaks simultaneously emitted a distant, lingering rumble.
As if answering his pledge.
In the valley, the ink-black divine tree of national fortune, heavy as the world itself, suddenly glowed with a faint light upon its surface. Under the stunned gazes of all present, a strange rune, brimming with primordial, ancient, and vast energy, slowly emerged on the surface of the divine tree. The rune, simple in stroke yet seemingly containing the most intricate truths of the universe. Professor Qian Boyan's knowledge base instantly overloaded, unable to decipher even 1/10,000th of the rune's information. He felt as though a single glance would cause his soul to burst from the overwhelming flood of information.
But Lin Ke instantly grasped the meaning of that rune. Chapter 56, Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far. Quick! Everyone, move fast! The expedition team leader, a square-jawed middle-aged man, snapped out of his shock.
He shouted excitedly, directing his team.
Activate the worker and engineering vehicle. Lay down the portable hover tracks. Careful!
Be damn careful, all of you. This is national treasure. Even a scratch would be a huge loss. The team members moved swiftly, hauling heavy equipment out of the camp and beginning assembly around the 3 divine materials.
Joy and pride radiated from every face.
They knew nothing of the exchange that had just transpired between Lin Ke and Kunlun.
They only knew the mission was complete.
They had achieved a monumental feat for the nation.
Long Zhao's nerves, taut all day, finally relaxed. He walked over to Lin Ke and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, thank you for everything this time.
His voice brimmed with genuine gratitude. Without Lin Ke, forget about finding the divine material. This team wouldn't even have made it past the outer reaches of Kunlun Mountain.
Lin Ke smiled, about to say something. At that very moment, the sky was torn apart.
A sonic boom piercing enough to rupture eardrums erupted without warning from the heavens above. The sound was filled with savagery and madness, like a red-hot iron rod violently thrust into the brains of everyone present. In the valley, everyone clutched their ears in agony, their faces contorted with pain.
The next second, the sky darkened. It wasn't dark clouds obscuring the sun.
Instead, hundreds of futuristic fighter jets painted with national emblems like the eagle, cherry blossom, Gallic rooster, and John Bull emerged from the clouds like a swarm of locusts rising from hell.
They instantly filled the entire sky. completely blocking out the sunlight. The design of these fighters blended science fiction with an eerie, otherworldly quality. Their streamlined fuselages gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Yet beneath their wings and bellies, crimson alchemical runes were etched, constantly pulsing with an ominous glow. Technology and magic. These two utterly distinct forces were forcibly fused together in a twisted manner. Buzz. All weapon bays on every fighter opened simultaneously. Missiles, each coiled with black lightning and bearing cursed runes etched upon their tips, revealed their menacing forms. All targets locked onto the three divine materials within the valley. And Lin Ku, standing beside them. Enemy attack. General Long Zhao's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. This roar snapped all the exploration team members out of their shock and agony. Almost instinctively, they swiftly discarded their tools and formed three concentric defensive rings centered around the divine material. Activate the Xuanwu shield. Full power. Fire teams. Suppress the air. Cover Old Qian and Mr. Lin. Quickly. The square-jawed team leader bellowed at the top of his lungs. Over a dozen exploration team members simultaneously activated pale blue hexagonal energy shields from their special operations suits. The shields linked together, forming a fragile yet resolute barrier. Yet the enemy's assault exceeded everyone's expectations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of curse-bound missiles, coiled with black lightning, screeched down from the sky, trailing ominous contrails. Their targets were precise and merciless. Not the divine materials, but the insignificant humans attempting to protect the divine materials. Boom! 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 The first wave of missiles slammed viciously into the Xuanwu shield. Crafted from China's most advanced technology, the energy shield tore apart like paper the moment it touched the black lightning, pierced clean through. The black lightning contained a pure, energy-structuring annihilation property. Put! The 5 exploration team members standing on the outer perimeter didn't even have time to scream. Their combat suits instantly lost all power, and their bodies were torn apart by the subsequent shockwave, scattering into a sky filled with fragments of flesh and blood. Blood stained the pristine white snow of Mount Kunlun. Wang Meng. Li Tai. The square-jawed team leader watched his comrades perish in an instant, his eyes turning bloodshot. You bastards! I'll fight you to the death. He raised his psionic rifle and fired wildly into the sky. But his attack seemed utterly futile against the targets thousands of meters above. More missiles had already locked onto their position. In the next instant, this squad was about to be wiped out. A resolute expression flashed across General Long Zhao's face. He shoved Qian Boyong and Lin Ku aside. You two, get out of here. His body began to transform. Beneath his bronze-colored skin, muscles bulged like steel plates. A fierce, iron-blooded military aura surged from his body, piercing the heavens. He wanted to cover their retreat, his soldiers' blood boiling with fervor. Everyone who can still move. General Long Zhao's eyes blazed crimson as he issued his final command as a soldier. Follow me. For Mr. Lin. For the divine material. Buy us time to retreat. This is an order. He was prepared to sacrifice his life to build a flesh-and-blood Great Wall for the future of China. The remaining exploration team members hesitated not a moment. Roaring with fury, they followed their commander into the swirling storm of death. Yet, a hand gently pressed against Long Zhao's shoulder. The hand belonged to Lin Ku. He stopped Long Zhao, shaking his head calmly. Long Zhao froze, turning to look at Lin Ku with eyes filled with confusion and urgency. Lin Ku offered no explanation. He turned to face the small live streaming camera on his chest, which had been recording the entire time. On the other end of the lens were hundreds of millions of Chinese viewers, their hearts in their throats. In that moment when missiles filled the sky, poised to strike. At the very moment of national extinction and racial annihilation. A cold, murderous curve slowly spread across Lin Ku's lips. His voice, calm yet filled with a passion powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble, echoed across the entire nation through the livestream. Everyone watching the livestream, our enemy has arrived. There's a saying, those who dare to challenge the majesty of China. Before he could finish, the entire livestream chat fell into an instant, deathly silence. Erupted into an unprecedented, God-shaking wave of frenzy. Whether it was teenagers in internet cafes, young professionals at work, students, or teachers. Everyone stopped what they were doing. No questions. No fear. No retreat. Only 4 blood-red characters, forged from the boundless fury and indomitable will of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. They filled the sky. Blotting out every phone screen. Coalescing into a towering, unstoppable force of divine will, slaying gods who stand in the way, slaying Buddhas who block the path. Though far, they shall be punished. Chapter 57, The Thunder Sovereign of the 9 Heavens returns to China. Well said. Lin Ku roared with laughter. His laughter brimmed with boundless heroism and unbridled arrogance. He stood there, facing the swarm of steel reapers filling the sky, confronting attacks powerful enough to obliterate everything. His spine stood perfectly straight. Like a peerless divine sword poised to leave its scabbard.
under the stunned gazes of General Long Xiao, Professor Qian Boyang, and all the surviving team members.
Under the fervent gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers in the livestream, Lin Ke slowly drew from his bosom a divine statue never before revealed to the world. The statue, no larger than the palm of a hand, was carved from an unknown purple-black sacred wood. Its countenance radiated supreme majesty. Eyebrows like swords, commanding respect without a hint of anger. At the center of its forehead, a single vertical pupil remained tightly closed, seeming to contain the supreme divine power to judge all beings and mete out heavenly punishment. He wore the ceremonial robes of the 9 chapters, seated atop a fearsome mount forged from the fusion of 9 divine beasts, each of a different form. Those 9 beasts roared toward the heavens, each distinct in form yet all radiating a terrifying aura of commanding thunder and obliterating all things. Supreme ruler of the Thunder Realm. The sole nemesis of demons and monsters across the 3 realms. The heavenly Lord of Thunder, responding to the primordial, transforming all with his voice. Come! Lin Ke barked the command. He hesitated no longer. With a single thought, the colossal, terrifying faith points accumulated through Zhong Kuei's divine manifestation in Kunlun's livestream, reaching a staggering 12 billion, surged like a cosmic flood breaking its banks. Without reservation, they poured entirely into the heavenly Lord's divine statue. The small statue erupted with blinding purple divine light. But this was still insufficient. Invoking a deity to descend to the mortal realm, could that truly be achieved by faith alone? With my blood. A resolute gleam flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he forced forth a single golden drop of heart's blood, containing the very essence of his divine soul. The moment that drop left his body, it radiated a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. With a flick of his finger, the golden heart's blood transformed into a streak of light, striking with pinpoint accuracy the vertical pupil between the closed brows of the heavenly Lord statue. Invoke the deity. Descend to the mortal realm. By the will of the people. Lin Ke's voice rang out like a decree from the heavens. Forged. Sword of heaven's wrath. Boom. In an instant, the skies darkened. Above the entire Kunlun Mountains, the cloudless blue sky was instantly engulfed by endless, ink-black clouds. Within the darkness, billions of multicolored lightning serpents churned and roared with frenzied fury. Golden divine thunder, purple celestial thunder, black apocalyptic thunder, crimson karmic fire thunder. It seemed as though every thunderbolt in the entire cosmos had been summoned to this place in this very instant. The curse-binding missiles that had been hurtling down became laughable toys in the face of this sudden, higher-order force of destruction. Mid-air, they were torn apart by the raging torrent of thunderous energy into their most fundamental particles, leaving not even a wisp of black smoke behind. Woo 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 woo. In the valley, the snow-white spirit fox that had guided the group earlier suddenly let out a distant, sacred howl, its voice echoing with divine aura. Bathed in the sky-filling lightning, its form began to swell wildly. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. 9 colossal tails, each as vast as mountains and white as snow, stretched out from its back, sweeping across the sky. Boom. 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 Wherever the tails passed, dozens of futuristic fighter jets, the pinnacle of human technological achievement, were smashed into a sky-filling shower of metal fragments as easily as swatting flies. Chirp. On the other side, amidst the thunderous roar, the majestic eagle let out a piercing cry that could shatter stone. Its body was enveloped in a golden divine light. With a single flap of its wings, it instantly transformed into a golden-winged giant phoenix, its wingspan exceeding a kilometer, its entire body cast in golden light, radiating an aura of supreme sharpness. Its wings flapped once more. 2 terrifying storms, each composed of countless tiny golden wind blades capable of tearing through space, surged skyward. In their wake, hundreds of freshly launched missiles, along with the fighter jets that fired them, were utterly shredded into dust. Roar! An ancient, majestic, and vast dragon's roar resounded from Kunlun. It thundered from the deepest heart of the Kunlun mountain range, from within the earth's veins. That sound seemed to traverse the vastness of time and space, echoing the endless thunder in the heavens. It answered the ancient deity who wielded heaven's punishment, finally reappearing upon the land of Huaxia. And at the very center of it all, Lin Ke himself. Enveloped by an endless torrent of the purest golden thunder, his body slowly rose toward the heavens. His ordinary windbreaker shattered inch by inch under this divine might. In its place emerged a majestic suit of armor, woven from billions of intricate golden lightning bolts, radiating supreme divine might. Upon the armor, dragons and phoenixes harmonized, Shilin galloped, and sun, moon, and stars were all contained within. Roar! A roar more terrifying than all previous sounds combined erupted beneath Lin Ke. A monstrous beast of unimaginable ferocity, terrifying enough to make the souls of all who beheld it tremble, slowly coalesced from the void. It was a dragon. A thunder dragon stretching thousands of meters long, its body as majestic as mountains. Yet it possessed 9 hideous, uniquely shaped dragon heads. The central head radiated majestic authority, lightning flickering between its twin horns. The other 8 heads were equally terrifying, some spewed scorching flames, others blasted freezing ice, and some eyes opened and closed like deadly swamps. Every scale shimmered with terrifying lightning capable of obliterating an entire city. The nine-headed thunder dragon. The Thunder Lord's mount.
The supreme commander of Eagle Nation stared at the footage transmitted on the large screen.
He murmured to himself, "This is the true power of the gods. Are we truly doing the right thing? It seems we've disturbed something we shouldn't have disturbed." The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's face darkened considerably.
Why does a Chinese man carry such potent divine power?
Even if Lord Yamada no Orochi himself were here, he might not be able to oppose it.
Numerous nations had already issued retreat orders to their teams.
But it was too late.
Lin Ke's figure descended without a trace of earthly energy, landing steadily atop the central, majestic dragon head.
He stood there. One man, one dragon.
He looked down upon the so-called multinational joint fleet below, now utterly plunged into chaos and terror.
The entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. General Long Xiao. Professor Qin Boyong.
The surviving exploration team members. All of them stared upward, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene unfolding in the sky, as if a deity had descended.
Their minds went blank.
They knew Lin Ke was powerful.
But they never imagined he could be this powerful. This wasn't just power. This was godhood. A living, breathing deity of Huaxia walking among mortals. Chapter 58, In the name of China, you are guilty.
A gray-haired general with 5 gold stars on his shoulders stared intently at the real-time footage streaming onto the central screen. He was the Supreme Commander of Operation Reaper, Douglas MacArthur III. A hawk among hawks, renowned for his iron will and unyielding resolve. In his plan, this combined fleet composed of the most elite magic mecha forces from 7 nations would strike with thunderous force to destroy all of Huaxia's deployments in the Kunlun Mountains and seize the divine materials they had discovered. This would be the first flawless rehearsal for the 8-nation alliance in the new era. It would declare to the world that the old world's hegemons remain supreme even in this era of mythical revival. Everything unfolded exactly as planned. Until that Huaxia sculptor produced a peculiar wooden carving. Until the sky darkened with storm clouds and thunder.
Until the mythical colossus awoke from Mount Kunlun.
Until that man, cloaked in lightning and standing atop a 9-headed dragon, appeared in the heavens. Inside the command center, every staff officer and technician fell silent, like chickens with their throats clamped shut. They stared at the figure enveloped in golden lightning on the screen. The majesty radiating from that figure, even through the screen, sent shivers of fear deep into their souls.
That was not human. It was a god. Admiral Douglas's lips trembled.
His face, forever etched with coldness and arrogance, was now filled with horror and disbelief. He leapt from his command chair, but overcome by emotion, stumbled and fell to the floor in a heap. Not a single aide dared to help him up. They too were petrified.
This can't be. This is not power a mortal should possess.
The admiral murmured these words in a dreamlike, fear-filled voice. He had studied the myths of China. He knew of the thunder god. But he had always believed it was merely the fantasy of ignorant ancients, a projection onto natural phenomena they could not comprehend.
Now, however, fantasy had become reality.
And it had descended upon his fleet in the most terrifying, most senseless manner imaginable. Above the Kunlun Valley, Lin Ke stood atop the 9-headed thunder dragon, his black hair whipping in the wind, his gaze cold and detached. Like a god king from the heavens, he surveyed the thousands of warplanes below, now utterly plunged into chaos and terror. Those once arrogant magic mechs now resembled a herd of frightened tin cans, scattering wildly under the relentless thunderous fury. Some fighters, their pilots having suffered mental collapse, crashed directly into one another, exploding into fiery balls. Lin Ke slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce tens of thousands of kilometers of space, locking eyes with the admiral inside the Pentagon who had just scrambled to his feet. Admiral Douglas felt an icy chill pierce him from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. He felt like a naked prisoner being paraded before a tribunal. And the judge was God. Lin Ke's voice rang out in that moment. It was no longer his own voice. Instead, it was a divine decree, majestic, awe-inspiring, utterly devoid of emotion, a roar that blended the thunderous claps of a billion lightning bolts. This voice, broadcast live, echoed clearly throughout all of China. Through some unfathomable law, it also resounded directly within the minds of all enemies.
In the name of China, I hereby declare.
A golden flash of lightning flickered in Lin Ke's eyes. He slowly uttered the final 3 words. Those 3 words, like a final judgment, sealed the fate of all invaders below. You. Guilty. The words fell. Lin Ke slowly raised his right hand. Boom. 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 As he raised his hand, across the entire Kunlun mountain range, within a radius of thousands of kilometers, all thunder and lightning energy was forcibly extracted by an invisible force. Above, the swirling masses of lightning serpents transformed into visible torrents of energy, surging madly toward the palm of his hand. Even beyond the atmosphere, in the cold, lifeless vacuum of space. Those violent cosmic rays, those high-energy particle streams, those electromagnetic storms from distant nebulae. Every form of energy associated with thunder and destruction. At this moment, all crossed the boundaries of time and space, answering the call of this master of thunder. All that energy surged madly into Lin Ku's palm.
Then,
within his palm, it compressed, collapsed, compressed again, collapsed again.
Finally,
it formed into a single sphere. A sphere no larger than a fist, its entire body radiating a chaotic hue, as if connected to the very source of cosmic annihilation.
A ball lightning. Heaven's punishment. The tiny thunderball floated silently in Lin Ku's palm.
It made no sound.
No light emanated from it.
Yet the space around it twisted, shattered, and obliterated in a manner visible to the naked eye. As if space itself could not bear the terrifying energy it contained, energy potent enough to annihilate everything. Admiral Douglas stared at the tiny, chaotic-colored thunderball on the screen, feeling his heart had stopped beating. As a military man, his perception of energy far surpassed that of ordinary people.
He could feel it. The energy contained within that tiny thunderball. Enough to
wipe the entire North American continent off the face of the earth 100 times over.
Retreat. Full retreat.
Quick! Quick! He let out the most piercing, most desperate howl of his life.
But it was too late. Lin Ku's gaze remained cold and indifferent. He watched the invaders below, swarming like headless flies.
With a gentle flick of his hand, the chaotic divine thunder known as Heaven's punishment, held in his palm, transformed into a streak of light and plummeted downward.
No earth-shattering explosion.
No earth-shattering sound or blinding light.
The instant the thunderball struck the very heart of the enemy fleet's formation, the entire world seemed to be silenced.
Time, in that instant, lost all meaning. Space, in that instant, lost all concept. A pure, indescribable white light representing nothingness exploded outward from the thunderball's center. Wherever the white light touched, thousands of fighter jets, the pinnacle of the Seven Nations' technology and magic, along with their terrified pilots inside,
like pencil drawings erased from paper with an eraser, silently vanished. No ashes. No wreckage. No explosion. Nothing remained.
As if they had never existed in this world at all.
One strike. The combined fleet of the Seven Nations annihilated. The white light dissipated. The sky cleared once more. Only Lin Ku and that ferocious 9-headed thunder dragon remained suspended in the air.
He resembled a god who both created and destroyed worlds. Coldly, he surveyed the utterly purified expanse of pristine sky below.
Chapter 59, The God's Covet, The Panic of the East's Awakening. As the power of the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Kunlun Mountain returned to its former tranquility. Lin Ku descended slowly.
His battle armor gradually faded away, transforming him back into the ordinary young man clad in a standard parka. But the gaze everyone cast upon him had changed. This was the first time they had witnessed Lin Ku manifest divine power at close range.
Mr. Lin.
Long Zhao's voice trembled slightly. He had witnessed the carnage of battlefields and the earth-shattering power of technological weapons. But he had never witnessed a single man raise his hand and destroy the fighter jets of 7 nations. This surpassed his comprehension. Lin Ku chuckled.
Don't look at me like that, I'm just a legend.
He waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about what had just transpired.
Only then did Professor Qin Boyong snap back to reality, asking in disbelief. Mr. Lin, the abilities you just demonstrated transcend all our theoretical frameworks. That wasn't your own power, but borrowing divine power?
Yes.
Lin Ku offered no further explanation.
He turned to look at the 3 figures behind him, the foundation upon which the nation's future fortune would rest. Though formidable moments ago, it had also laid bare China's intentions.
The deities of the West must have taken notice by now.
Contact the capital immediately and activate the highest-level transport protocol. Lin Ku instructed Long Xiao. These divine materials must be transported back as quickly as possible.
I have a premonition that China will face an even greater enemy.
Long Xiao immediately activated the satellite communication system. Within half an hour, the roar of helicopters filled the sky. 10 heavy-lift transport helicopters escorted a supersized transport aircraft, specifically designed for divine materials, as it touched down. The exploration team carefully loaded the 3 divine materials onto the transport aircraft.
Throughout the entire process, everyone held their breath.
These artifacts held the fate of the nation in their hands. There could be no room for error.
After the transport aircraft took off, Lin Ku ended the live stream.
In the live stream chat, hundreds of millions of viewers continued to flood the screen with comments. Lin Ku paid no heed to the barrage of comments. The great battle was about to commence. Once the pillar of national destiny was carved complete, the entire aura of China would shift. The gods of the West would find it far less easy to invade again. Clearly, they knew this too. Therefore, I must be fully prepared.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Vatican City, the deepest recesses of St. Peter's Basilica.
From a chamber guarded by countless holy lights, an angry roar erupted.
Damn it! Damn those Eastern heretics!
A wizened figure clad in golden robes and crowned with a triple tiara slammed his scepter onto the floor. He was the current pope, the earthly representative of the angelic legions.
Archangel, that force just now.
The Pope looked up at the ethereal figure radiating holy light at the chamber's ceiling.
It was the thunder god. Archangel Michael's voice was as cold as ice. The thunder god of the East has awakened. How is that possible? In that battle long ago, we did win that battle, but we did not follow them to fight in the outer realms. We deserted. A hint of unease tinged Michael's voice. It seems they have found their way back. The Pope's face turned deathly pale. That divine war of years past ended in victory for Blue Star. The cost, however, still sent shivers down the spine at the mere thought. Had it not been for the Eastern deities, they would have been utterly crushed by the foreign gods and demons. After the battle, the Eastern deities proposed purging the foreign demons to truly safeguard Blue Star. The Western deities agreed outwardly, yet ultimately chose to remain behind, sealing the star domain portal. They also expended immense resources to conceal Blue Star's coordinates. And now, if there's a chance the Eastern deities might return, they must be stopped. The Pope gritted his teeth. Contact Zeus on Mount Olympus and Odin in Asgard immediately. This time, we must sever their return completely before the Eastern deities fully awaken. Ancient temple by the Ganges River, Inca Kingdom. Before a statue of Shiva, a gaunt ascetic knelt. A tightly closed third eye was centered on the ascetic's forehead. It was the eye of destruction bestowed upon him by Shiva. Lord! The thunder god of the East has appeared. The ascetic's voice trembled. It seems the war you led back then did not resolve the issue completely. The statue of Shiva suddenly opened its eyes. An aura of destruction instantly enveloped the entire temple. I sense it. Shiva's voice echoed like a reverberation from the depths of hell. That man from Huaxia possesses the pure divine power of the East. If he is allowed to continue developing, it won't be long before the Eastern gods descend upon this world once more. The ascetic's body trembled even more violently. Lord God, do you mean? Gather all forces. Shiva's third eye slowly opened, emitting a beam of annihilating light. This time, we must utterly annihilate the Chinese man and sever all possibility of the Eastern deity's return. At any cost. China, Beijing Bureau 749 Underground Command Center. The moment Lin Ke stepped into the operations room, he sensed an unprecedented tension in the air. The large screen displayed intelligence feeds from around the globe. Mr. Lin, you're just in time. Lu Jiangwo approached him, his expression grave. Following the incident at Mount Kunlun, we've detected anomalous activity at all major mythological sites worldwide. The intensity of the holy light in Vatican City has tripled, thunderstorms have erupted on Mount Olympus, and the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard is flickering incessantly. Professor Qian Boyong pointed at the dense grid of data on the screen. The most critical situation is at the Ganges Temple in Inca Nation. The destructive energy readings there have exceeded the measurement limits of our instruments. Lin Ke stared at the readings, his heart sinking. Sure enough, the earlier demonstration had alarmed all the Western deities. They could no longer sit idly by. Any specific threat intelligence? Lin Ke asked. Yes, and it's very bad news. General Long Shao pulled up another screen. According to reports from our agents worldwide, major mythological organizations in the West are secretly gathering forces. Angels clad in golden armor descending to earth, thunder and lightning roaring from Mount Olympus, a single eye appearing on Mount Shiva. Their target appears to be singular. China. Lin Ke remained silent, his gaze fixed on the intelligence displayed on the screen. After a long moment, he spoke. Just as I expected. I need to go into seclusion. What? Everyone froze in shock. At this critical moment, you want to go into seclusion? Lu Jiangwo exclaimed anxiously. Precisely because it's a critical moment that I need to prepare thoroughly. Lin Ke's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. We may soon face an assault from the Legion of Gods. If we fail to respond, the Huaxia civilization could come to an end. Since they want war, I'll give them war. He paused briefly before continuing. Also, I need a group of warriors. Warriors? Warriors capable of bearing divine power. But these warriors must possess pure Huaxia bloodlines. Otherwise, channeling divine power could prove fatal. Something must have happened back then that prevented the Western gods from directly erasing Chinese civilization. My emergence is a variable. Since you cannot unleash your full power, China must still have a chance. Once the statue of national fortune is carved, China will never again fear the Western gods. Chapter 60, 4,000 Loyal Hearts, the Nation's Chosen. Lu Jiangwo instantly grasped Lin Ke's intent. You intend to forge divine bodies for them? That's correct. Lin Ke nodded. I want 4,000 celestial soldiers and generals to descend upon the mortal realm. Whoosh! A collective gasp echoed through the command center. 4,000 celestial soldiers and generals. What a monumental, what a mad plan. I understand. A fierce gleam flared in General Long Zhao's eyes. Leave this matter to me. I pledge my honor, my rank, and my life to see it through. Within 3 days, 4,000 men who meet every single one of your requirements will stand before you. With that, he turned and walked away, swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Wait a moment. Lin Ke called after him. Celestial soldiers and generals alone won't suffice.
I still need 4 pillars to hold up the structure.
His gaze fell upon the 3 generals in the command center who, aside from Long Shao, had remained silent throughout, yet each radiated an equally formidable aura of iron and blood. They were, Bai Qi, the Grey Wolf representing the Western Theater Command.
Su Lai, the Fiery Sparrow, representing the Southern Theater. Representing the Northern Theater Command was Wei Zheng, the Mystic Tortoise. Alongside Long Shao, the Dragon King of the Eastern Theater Command. These 4 were the pillars of the Chinese military.
Generals, will you join me in harnessing the power of the 4 sacred beasts to guard the 4 corners of China?
Lin Ke's voice was not loud, yet each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zheng exchanged glances.
Without hesitation, they stepped forward in unison and rendered a crisp military salute to Lin Ke.
We shall serve China, even unto death. Their voices rang out in perfect unison, echoing throughout the command center.
Good. Lin Ke nodded. Then prepare yourselves.
He turned and walked toward the chamber prepared for him, a sealed room forged from the strongest alloy and secured with the highest grade psychic seals. Do not let anyone disturb me until I emerge. Also, this livestream must not show any combat footage. I don't want our enemies to learn our trump cards prematurely.
Understood. Lu Jiangwo nodded solemnly.
He knew that a high-stakes gamble determining the future of China had officially begun. And all the chips were staked on Lin Ke alone. The alloy door of the secret chamber slowly closed, completely isolating Lin Ke from the clamor of the entire world. 3 days later, in the outskirts of Beijing, at a top-secret military base codenamed Patching the Sky, 4,000 soldiers clad in black combat fatigues stood on the vast training ground. Not a sound was heard.
Though only 4,000 men, they stood with the imposing presence of a 1,000-strong army. Each stood as straight as a pine tree, their gazes as unwavering as steel. Their faces still bore traces of youth, many were not even 20 years old. Yet their eyes burned with a flame called conviction. They were the 4,000 loyal patriots, handpicked by General Longshao from among millions of soldiers across the entire army. At the very front of the training ground stood a massive elevated platform. Upon it, Generals Longshao, Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zheng stood solemnly in full military regalia. Before them stood 4 divine statues of the 4 sacred beasts, freshly carved by Lin Ke himself. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Each statue was lifelike, radiating an ancient and formidable aura. The doors to the chamber slowly swung open. Lin Ke emerged. He looked somewhat weary, his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit was unusually high. For 3 days straight, he had carved 4,000 divine statues without sleep. Through his god-tier carving technique, he accomplished this seemingly impossible feat. Upon reaching the 1,000th statue, his divine-grade carving technique advanced achieved a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, host! Divine tier carving technique has ascended to Dao Resonance tier. Dao Resonance level carving technique, each stroke of your blade now aligns with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, capable of stirring a thread of resonance with the Dao. Objects carved by you can now bear greater divine power without requiring sacred materials. This advancement filled Lin Ke with unbridled joy. It meant he was no longer constrained by materials. Mr. Lin. Long Shao and the other 3 immediately approached, their expressions filled with excitement. Everything is ready. Lin Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 4,000 young, determined faces below. Begin. He wasted no words. First, the 4 generals. He walked to the statues of the 4 sacred beasts. These 4 statues embody the power of the 4 sacred guardian beasts of China. Their power far exceeds your imagination. Your bodies will endure immense agony, and your wills will face terrifying assaults. If you cannot endure, abandon it immediately. Do not force yourselves. Lin Ke's warning did not cause the 4 generals to flinch in the slightest. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Long Shao stepped forward first. We soldiers of Huaxia fear no death. He walked to the Azure Dragon statue, took a deep breath, and following Lin Ke's instructions, reached out and pressed his hand against the statue. Hum! The Azure Dragon statue erupted with dazzling azure light. A majestic, ethereal form of the Azure Dragon burst forth from the statue, roaring as it plunged into Long Zhao's body. Ugh! General Long Shao let out a pained groan. His bronze-colored skin instantly turned crimson. One by one, Azure Dragon scales forced their way out from beneath his skin. His body was being transformed, dragonified, at a pace visible to the naked eye. The excruciating agony caused every muscle in his body to spasm, veins bulging like coiled dragons. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. His eyes were bloodshot from the agony. Yet deep within that crimson haze, a more majestic, more domineering divine essence belonging to the Eastern Azure Dragon was slowly awakening. Roar! A true dragon's roar erupted from his throat. Above the entire base, winds howled and clouds churned. An Eastern guardian power, belonging to the wood element, eternal and everlasting, spread out with tremendous force, radiating outward from him as its center. Success! Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zheng also completed their divine power bindings one after another.
The gunmetal killing energy of the white tiger, the Li fire divine flames of the vermilion bird, and the Gui water commanding power of the black tortoise. Three equally formidable and overbearing forces intertwined with the azure dragons with elemental power above the base, forming a colossal energy field that guarded all four directions.
All four generals succeeded.
But each had paid a tremendous price. Now, kneeling on one knee, they gasped for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat as if they had just endured the most brutal bloodbath.
Lin Ke's heart sank.
If even the four generals had struggled so fiercely, how could the 4,000 ordinary soldiers below possibly bear the might of celestial warriors?
More importantly, facing the impending coalition army of Western deities, would the might of the celestial soldiers and generals, combined with the four sacred beasts, truly suffice? He wields Zhong Kuwei and the thunder deity.
These two deities represent his strongest combat forces at present. Yet he dared not part with them lightly. For no one could withstand the divine might of these two great deities. He, empowered by the system, could manage it. But others?
No. It wasn't enough.
He needed greater power. An absolute power capable of sealing the deal with a single blow, turning the entire tide of battle. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon his empty hands.
A mad, audacious thought, brimming with boundless ambition and battle fervor, surfaced in his mind. Carve another divine statue.
Not the judge of the dead, nor the thunder god. But that one, the one who, single-handedly, stormed the celestial palace, threw the three realms into chaos, and left 100,000 celestial soldiers utterly helpless.
That unruly, lawless, heaven-defying being. The great sage equal to heaven.
Chapter 61, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven, Tao's Essence Naturally Manifested.
Next, it's your turn.
Lin Ke's voice snapped everyone's attention away from the four generals still in meditation. His gaze swept over the 4,000 warriors below. His eyes held no trace of hesitation or worry. Instead, it radiated absolute confidence and a near-frenzied resolve.
I know you're nervous, even afraid. For what you are about to face is a force even your generals cannot withstand. But I tell you this. There is no need to fear.
Lin Ke's voice, amplified through the loudspeaker system, reached every soldier's ears with crystal clarity.
For you are not fighting alone. Behind you stands me.
Behind you stand the ancestors of China. Behind you stand the 1.4 billion compatriots of this land. Their will, their faith, their hopes all shall become your strength. Now, on my command.
Lin Ke's voice suddenly rose like a thunderclap. All attention.
Use your bodies as the spark.
Use your blood as the medium. Begin. God. Return.
Your place. As his final word fell. Upon the high platform, the 4,000 statues of celestial soldiers and generals carved from ordinary wood and each uniquely formed simultaneously erupted in dazzling golden light. The golden radiance shot skyward, coalescing into a sea of gold above the base.
Amidst the haze, celestial gates swung open, divine music filled the air, and the clangor of golden spears and iron horses reverberated, shaking the very cosmos.
The 4,000 warriors below, upon hearing Lin Ke's command, without hesitation, they acted in perfect unison, slashing their palms with daggers. Blood stained their gloves crimson. Their eyes burned with fervor and devotion. In their hearts, there was only one thought: to serve the nation with utmost loyalty.
Death brings no regret. Boom!
The golden sea in the sky seemed to sense something. It erupted in an instant. 4,000 golden pillars of divine power poured down from the heavens like a celestial river. With pinpoint precision, they poured into the bodies of the 4,000 warriors below. Ugh! Ah! Muffled groans and piercing screams rose in waves. It was a process that utterly shattered your body, your bones, your meridians, and even your soul, only to reshape them anew with divine power. Countless warriors, unable to withstand the fury of the divine force as it entered their bodies, convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, on the verge of unconsciousness.
At that very moment, Lin Ke moved.
His eyes, unnoticed, had turned entirely golden. The insight granted by the evil-dispelling divine light and the Tao resonance level carving technique reached its peak as he channeled it to its utmost limit. Every minute change in the state of the 4,000 warriors was clearly displayed in his mind. 1 row, 3 columns divine power overload, willpower on the verge of collapse. Lin Ke's mind stirred. A gentle surge of life force, belonging to the divine emperor Xuanwu, instantly traversed space and poured into the warrior's body, stabilizing his spirit on the verge of collapse.
7th row, 12th column bloodline rejection, meridian severed.
The warrior's severed meridians began healing at an astonishing speed, growing even more resilient than before. Lin Ke, like the most masterful conductor. Under his precise control.
The life force of Xuanwu, in its most minute units, like gentle spring rain nourishing all things silently, supported each warrior.
This process exacted an immense toll on his mental energy. His complexion paled visibly before the eyes. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. His body even began to tremble slightly from the mental strain. From a distance, Lu Jiangwo watched with his heart clenched in anxiety. He wanted to rush forward and make Lin Ke stop. But he dared not. He knew this was a critical moment. Any disturbance could undo all their efforts, or worse, cause all 4,000 warriors to explode in death. He could only clench his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood flowed, yet he remained oblivious.
Time ticked by second.
The screams on the training ground gradually subsided. Replacing them was a soaring, chilling aura of majestic authority, the presence of celestial warriors. 4,000 warriors slowly straightened their bodies. Their eyes had changed. Gone were the earlier traces of inexperience and nervousness. Instead, they bore a detached calm that had seen through life and death, and a majestic authority that wielded divine power. From nowhere, sets of formidable, standardized armor materialized upon their bodies, forged from golden divine energy. In their hands, weapons of the celestial realm gleamed with icy light. Spears, halberds, battle axes, swords. 4,000 celestial soldiers. 4,000 divine generals. At this very moment, they officially descended upon Huaxia. They felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through their veins. Then, in unison, they turned toward the figure atop the high platform.
Kneeling on one knee. Right hands pressed to their chests.
With every ounce of strength, they let out their first cry since being reborn.
We pledge our lives to General Lin.
Their voices coalesced into a torrent, surging toward the heavens and causing the entire base to hum with resonance.
Good. A satisfied smile touched Lin Ke's lips.
He waved his hand.
Rise. You don't pledge allegiance to me.
It is this nation. After uttering these words, his body swayed slightly. A strong arm steadied him. It was Long Xiao. He and the other 3 generals had recovered at some point. They gazed at Lin Ke's face, pale as paper, their eyes brimming with profound admiration and gratitude beyond words.
Mr. Lin, you've worked tirelessly.
Long Xiao's voice was slightly hoarse.
I'm fine. Lin Ke shook his head, struggling to steady himself. It's not enough.
His gaze shifted toward the largest, most sacred, and currently vacant section beside the training grounds. There, 3 sacred materials from Kunlun lay quietly. The jade-like Wenyun divine wood. The martial fortune divine iron, symbolizing golden spears and iron horses. And the ink-black dragon bone, bearing the future of the entire nation. Just one final step remains. Lin Ke murmured to himself. He knew the Western gods would not grant him much time. He must complete the divine statue of national fortune before the enemy arrived. Transport that black sacred wood to the Qinling Mountains immediately. Lin Ke issued the order to Lu Jiangwo. There, I will ignite the dragon's eyes for our Huaxia. As for these 2. His gaze fell upon the sacred wood of literary fortune and the sacred iron of martial fortune. A flicker of madness passed through his eyes.
Transport them safely to the designated location. After today's battle, the rise of China will be unstoppable.
He gazed into the distance, his eyes blazing like torches. Long Xiao and the others read in his eyes a colossal battle intent that sent shivers down their spines. It was a defiance that dared to pierce holes through heaven and earth, lawless, unruly, and utterly unyielding. Chapter 62, The Summit of the Dragon Vein, Descent of the Gods.
Qinling Mountains. The very heart of the dragon vein of Chinese civilization.
At the summit of the main peak, a massive, perfectly leveled stone platform carved overnight faced the Big Dipper constellation in the heavens. Upon the platform, a 100-meter-long, jet-black divine tree, as if the very backbone of the cosmos, stood firmly anchored at its exact center. Surrounding it, were slightly smaller altars were arranged according to the 4 symbols' directions. 4,000 celestial soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding heavenly weapons stood arrayed in the 4 directions, forming a solemn and imposing military formation. Their aura had already become subtly intertwined with this land and sky. Generals Long Xiao, Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zhang stood at the 4 cardinal points. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The ethereal forms of the 4 sacred beasts flickered behind them, drawing upon the primordial energies of the 4 directions to form an invisible, colossal barrier protecting the entire mountaintop. The atmosphere atop the mountain peak grew solemn and grave to the utmost degree.
The winds ceased. The clouds stilled. All eyes converged upon a single figure. Lin Ke.
He stood before the colossal sacred tree that anchored the nation. In his hand, he held the seemingly ordinary yet divine carving knife of manhwa, capable of sculpting deities. His eyes closed, he adjusted his breathing. His spirit slowly connected with the vast land beneath his feet, with the very dragon veins of all China. He could sense the joy emanating from this land. He could sense the longing of this dragon vein. It had slumbered far too long. It yearned to soar once more through the heavens. Come. Lin Ke opened his eyes. His eyes were clear as crystal, reflecting the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. He raised the manhwa carving knife in his hand. Today, I, Lin Ke, in the name of 1,400 million compatriots, for our China, I swear, our nation, fortune, as the final syllable echoed. The manhwa carving knife in his hand plunged fiercely into the pitch-black sacred wood of the nation. The first strike. Boom! A golden radiance beyond description, blindingly brilliant, erupted from the sacred tree and shot skyward. That golden light instantly pierced through the clouds, shooting toward the 9 heaven star river.
Across all of Huaxia. Witness this golden pillar piercing through heaven and earth. Along the shores of the East Sea, fishermen witnessed the once turbulent waves instantly calm. Countless fish emerged from the depths, swimming toward the mainland in reverent homage. In the Gobi Desert of the western regions, merchants witnessed ancient riverbeds, parched for millennia, suddenly gushing with clear springs. Dead poplar forests burst into new buds in an instant. In the dense jungles of the southern frontier, 100 flowers bloomed in unison, and 100 birds sang in harmony. Venomous insects and ferocious beasts deep within the mountains all bowed their heads, becoming as docile as sheep. In the northern snowfields, ice and snow melted as spring returned to the earth. Legendary multicolored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. Countless auspicious energies converged from all corners of China, flowing toward the Qinling Mountains. The sun set in the west. The entire western sky was dyed in a magnificent, endless expanse of fiery clouds stretching for thousands of miles. Within the fiery clouds, it seemed as though true dragons were rolling and phoenixes were harmonizing their songs. This was the sign of the nation's fortune awakening. Yet, amidst this harmony and joy, an anomaly. Suddenly, that beautiful fiery sunset was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force, splitting open a massive gash right through its center. Beyond the rift lay not the azure sky. Instead, a cold, sacred, and majestic realm composed of holy light appeared. Countless angels, flapping pure white wings and wielding flaming holy swords, formed a vast legion. Their features were strikingly handsome, yet their gazes were icy and merciless. At the forefront of the angelic host, 7 archangels radiated distinct glows, their majesty so overwhelming that mortal eyes could not meet theirs without their souls being scorched. They coldly surveyed the summit of the Qinling Mountains below. Vatican City, Mount Heaven. Descend. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered in the northern sky. Amidst flashes of lightning, a magnificent palace forged from gold and silver emerged from the clouds. Upon the throne within the palace, an elder with a single eye, wielding the spear of eternity, gazed coldly down upon the mortal realm. Behind him stood Thor, wielding Mjolnir, the cunning Loki, and the valiant Valkyrie. Asgard, Valhalla. Descend. On the eastern horizon, towering waves erupted from the sea. Upon the crest of the wave, a muscular man wielding a trident emerged, riding a golden chariot drawn by sea horses. Behind him followed countless grotesque sea deities. Mount Olympus, Poseidon, god of the sea, descends. Toward the land of the Incas, the sky darkened to a blood-red hue. A colossal serpent, 10,000 meters long, its body covered in black scales and adorned with 8 ferocious serpent heads, emerged from the void. Yamata no Orochi. Upon its back stood countless twisted-faced Japanese demons wielding katana swords. Above its central serpent head, Shiva's eye of destruction slowly opened, firing a crimson beam brimming with annihilation that locked onto Lin Ku, Takamagara, Yomi. Descending together. Immediately after, the phantom pyramids of Egypt, the feathered serpent totem of the Maya, the sacred oak groves of the Celts. One by one, realms existing only in myth and legend manifested in the heavens. In this moment, nearly every pantheon of the Western world poured forth in full force. Their purpose was singular: to prevent the divine statue of China's national destiny from taking form. To utterly crush this eastern dragon on the verge of awakening. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions like a tsunami, crushing down upon the summit of the Qinling Mountains. The entire space trembled violently under this pressure, forged by countless deities, as if it might shatter at any moment. Upon the mountain peak, 4,000 celestial soldiers and divine generals stood, their faces deathly pale. Their weapons hummed in their hands, as if wailing in despair. The shadowy forms of the sacred beasts behind the 4 generals flickered uncertainly, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Though imbued with divine power, they appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. This was no evenly matched battle. This was a slaughter. Ha 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 ha. Just as despair engulfed everyone, Lin Ka suddenly burst into laughter. He continued to swing the Nuwa carving knife in his hand relentlessly. Upon the sacred national tree, a vivid 5-clawed golden dragon had begun to take shape. He lifted his head and glanced at the western gods swarming the sky like locusts. There was no fear in his eyes. Only an endless, icy, and frenzied killing intent. Come on, then. You've come at the perfect moment. His voice echoed across the entire mountaintop. Perfect. Use your blood to nourish the golden dragon of our nation's destiny. Activate. He whipped his head around, gazing at the 4,000 celestial soldiers and generals behind him, their faces now etched with despair, and at the 4 generals struggling desperately to hold their ground. He roared with thunderous fury. Stand tall, you bastards. This battle concerns the nation's destiny. It concerns our very survival. We have no retreat. Only one path remains. Fight to the death. Chapter 63, The Battle for the Nation's Fate. Fight to the death, no retreat. Lin Ka's roar thundered like a bolt of lightning, striking deep into the mind of every warrior. That voice carried more than just fury. It was the unyielding resolve of those driven to the brink, preferring to shatter like jade rather than be crushed like tiles. Fight to the death. General Long Xiao was the first to respond.
His body, transformed by the power of the azure dragon, erupted once more with dazzling azure light. The illusory azure dragon behind him let out a thunderous dragon's roar, forcibly holding back the terrifying divine might that crashed down like a mountain collapse and a tidal wave. Golden dragon blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet his spine remained perfectly straight, not bending an inch. Fight to the death. In the western war zone, Grey Wolf Bai Chi let out a beastly growl. The illusory white tiger behind him solidified, its gunmetal aura coalescing into visible white blades that swirled around him, tearing fissures in the crushing divine might. Muscle by muscle, his arms snapped apart, only to instantly mend under the white tiger's divine power, enduring in human agony. Fight to the death. In the southern battle zone, Flame Sparrow Su Lai let out a piercing cry to the heavens. Vermilion bird divine flames erupted from his body, coalescing above his head into a colossal fiery bird with a 100-meter wingspan. With his own body, he held aloft a burning sky for the military formation below. Fight to the death. Northern battle zone, Wei Zhang, the mystic tortoise, stomped his feet violently. The immense power of the Black Tortoise manifested as a colossal black shield, enveloping the entire altar. Crack! The shield had barely taken shape when, under the combined pressure of countless deities, it became covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Blood gushed from Wei Zhang's 7 orifices, yet he remained rooted to the spot, steadfast as the sea anchoring divine needle upon the earth. The 4 generals, the pillars supporting the 4 corners of Huaxia. With their flesh and blood, with their willpower, they erected the first line of defense for Lin Ko, for that unfinished golden dragon of national destiny. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Upon the mountain peak, the 4,000 celestial soldiers and generals who had just channeled divine power were infected by the iron-willed resolve of the 4 generals. The fear in their hearts was utterly consumed by a fiercer flame of flame called glory. They were soldiers of Huaxia. They were General Lin's celestial warriors. What did they have to fear from death? 4,000 voices roared in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens. The golden divine armor upon their bodies blazed with an unprecedented radiance. The celestial weapons in their hands pointed toward the myriad gods and Buddhas in the heavens. Using their own bodies as conduits, they poured forth their divine power without reserve into the 4 symbols formation. Boom! The invisible barrier forged from the power of the 4 sacred beasts solidified instantly under the divine might of the 4,000 celestial soldiers, temporarily holding back the divine might powerful enough to crush mountains. Above the heavens. Among the angelic legions of Heavenly Mountain, Archangel Michael, the leader, gazed down upon the stubbornly resisting mortals below. A trace of contempt flickered across his icy face. Foolish ants! Daring to bare your pitiful fangs in the face of divine radiance. His voice, devoid of emotion, yet resonating like divine decree, echoed in the ears of every invader. Bring down divine punishment. Purify these heretics' filthy souls in the holy flames. As you command, Archangel. Behind him, tens of thousands of angels raised their flaming holy swords in perfect unison. The sky was bathed in a blinding golden glow. Tens of thousands of light spears, forged from the purest holy light energy, poured down like a golden downpour toward the summit of the Qinling Mountains. Each spear possessed enough power to effortlessly pierce a modern military fortress. The simultaneous impact of tens of thousands of such spears possessed enough destructive force to erase the entire main peak of the Qinling Mountains from the map. At the same moment, from the direction of Mount Olympus, Poseidon, the sea god, raised his trident. In the name of the sea god, unleash the flood that will destroy the world. Rumble! The sea of clouds below churned violently. A terrifying tsunami thousands of meters tall, compressed from countless water elements, materialized out of thin air and slammed down upon the summit of the Qinling Mountains. In Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder, swung his Mjolnir. For the glory of Asgard. Billions of thick bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, coalescing into a sky-darkening web of thunder that descended overhead. In Takamagara, Shiva's eye of destruction blazed crimson. A crimson beam, visible to the naked eye and filled with an aura of doom and destruction, pierced the void, targeting Lin Ko, who was engrossed in his carving. The 4 great pantheons launched their combined assault simultaneously. This was truly an apocalyptic spectacle. Upon the mountain peak, despair spread across every face. They couldn't block it. They simply couldn't hold them back. Whether it was the 4 symbols formation or the heavenly soldier formation, both were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a cart in the face of this world-shattering assault. It's over. Inside the command center of Bureau 749 in the capital, Lu Jiangwo stared at the live feed on the large screen, his body growing numb with cold as he slumped back in his chair. All hope seemed crushed in that instant. Yet, at the very heart of this despair, Lin Ko continued to carve. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. His eyes focused solely on the colossal sacred tree before him. In his hands, the Nuwa carving knife moved so swiftly it left only a blur. Wood shavings flew everywhere. Each speck carried a thread of golden radiance, the flowing essence of Huaxia's national fortune. The 5-clawed golden dragon coiled atop the sacred tree was taking shape at an astonishing speed, growing clearer and more lifelike by the moment. Its dragon body was already fully carved. Its claws were sharp enough to tear through the heavens.
Its flowing whiskers carried an aura that could subdue mountains and rivers.
Only one step remained. Only the final step remained.
The finishing touch. Too late.
General Long Shao stared at the devastating attack already descending from the sky, his eyes bulging with fury.
He knew that if it struck, not only Lin Ku, but the entire mountaintop, everything would be obliterated.
Brothers! Long Shao roared his final command. I shall become a dragon shield with my own body. To buy Mr. Lin one last moment. With that, he recklessly ignited every ounce of Azure Dragon divine power within him along with his very life and soul.
Roar! The ethereal Azure Dragon behind him let out a mournful, heroic dragon's cry.
Instantly solidifying, it transformed into a colossal azure dragon stretching a kilometer long, charging headlong into the apocalyptic torrent raging in the sky.
General! Dragon General! Countless warriors let out anguished cries. Damn it! Let's fight them to the death. We'll die charging forward.
Generals Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zhang likewise burned their divine power in lives.
White Tiger roars to the heavens.
Vermilion Bird incinerates the world.
Xuanwu subdues the sea. 3 equally colossal forms of the sacred beasts followed the Azure Dragon, soaring skyward. 4,000 celestial soldiers made the same choice.
They fused their divine souls into the weapons in their hands. 4,000 golden streaks of light surged like fish swimming against the current, following the footsteps of the 4 sacred beasts to confront the divine punishment filling the heavens. This was the most tragic and resolute charge of the Huaxia soldiers. With their flesh and blood, with their very souls, they sought to win that final 1 in 10,000 chance for this nation, for that figure forging a sword for the homeland.
Boom! In that instant, the heavens and earth fell utterly silent.
Before everyone's eyes remained only a blinding, eye-searing, destructive white light.
Chapter 64, The Dragon Vein's Awakening, China's Eternal Prosperity. How long did the white light last? 1 second? Or 10,000 years? No one knew. When light returned to people's vision,
the entire world seemed transformed. At the summit of the Qinling Mountains, the 4,000 celestial soldiers and divine generals had vanished without a trace. Their divine armor, their weapons, along with their bodies and souls, had all been reduced to the most fundamental particles in that earth-shattering impact.
In the sky,
the defensive line formed by the true forms of the 4 sacred beasts had also collapsed. The white tiger, pierced through its body by the spear of holy light, let out a mournful cry and faded away. The vermilion bird, its divine flames extinguished by the flood of destruction, plummeted downward with a mournful cry. The black tortoise's shell was shattered by the thunder god's hammer, scattering into countless fragments across the sky. Only the azure dragon remained, struggling desperately to hold on. But its body was already mangled beyond repair, scales peeling off, dragon's blood spilling, its massive frame covered in horrific wounds, its life force fading to a faint whisper. Summoning its last ounce of strength, it shielded Lin Ku and the sacred tree of the nation beneath its own body.
Cough, cough. General Long Zhao's figure reappeared at the dragon's head.
He knelt on the ground, covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. The flame of his life flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Gazing up at the densely packed legions of gods still swarming the sky, a flicker of helplessness and sorrow passed through his eyes.
Had he failed? Had he truly failed in the end?
He had exhausted every ounce of strength, burning his very life, yet still failed to secure even a moment more for Lin Ku.
Above the heavens,
Archangel Michael gazed coldly upon the brutal scene below.
It's over. This feeble resistance is utterly meaningless.
He raised the blazing holy sword in his hand, preparing to issue the final command to purify this land completely.
However, at that very moment,
a calm yet supremely authoritative voice rang out from beneath the shattered azure dragon.
No. It's not over yet. It has only just begun.
Michael's pupils contracted sharply. The gaze of every deity instinctively focused on the source of that voice. There. Lin Ku slowly straightened his body. Not a speck of dust touched his body. In his hand, the Nuwa carving knife remained firmly grasped. Before him, the colossal sacred tree of the nation had been utterly transformed. A majestic 5-clawed golden dragon, seemingly alive with awe-inspiring power, coiled around the sacred tree. Each of its dragon scales shimmered with golden divine light. Its dragon form seemed to embody the very mountains and rivers of all China. Its claws seemed to grasp wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Every aspect of it was perfected to the utmost degree. The only thing missing, those tightly closed eyes. Thank you all. Lin Ku lifted his head and gazed at the sky. His gaze swept over the spirits of his comrades who had sacrificed their lives to buy him time. His gaze swept over the battered azure dragon, over the iron-blooded general whose life was nearly spent. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with gratitude.
Now, bear witness. Witness the rise of our Huaxia. Rise once more. Having spoken,
he raised the Nuwa carving knife in his hand with a sudden, fierce motion. With all his might, with the collective will of 1,400 million compatriots, with the souls of countless fallen heroes, he thrust it fiercely toward the eyes of the 5-clawed golden dragon. I offer my blood to Xianyuan. Open. Eyes.
Boom! An indescribable, purest, most primordial, most noble golden divine light erupted from the golden dragon's eyes. This was no ordinary light. It was the accumulated fortune of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, distilled to its very essence. It was the soul of this land. It was the very root of this nation. Roar! A dragon's roar, powerful enough to shatter stars and make the cosmos tremble, echoed across the entire world. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled atop the divine tree it had awakened. It moved. Its 100-meter-long body slowly unfurled from the sacred tree. Its eyes, like two golden suns, gazed down upon the heavens and earth. Its majesty surpassed all the gods present. Golden divine light, like a warm tide, instantly swept across the entire summit of the Qinling Mountains. Under this divine radiance, the wounds on the battered azure dragon's body began to heal at a visible pace. General Longxiao's life flame, on the verge of extinguishing, reignited with even greater vigor than before. The azure dragon's divine power within him underwent a qualitative transformation under the blessing of this divine light. What is this? Longxiao stared in disbelief, feeling the unprecedented power surging within him. But the true shock was yet to come. The golden divine light of national fortune did not cease. It spread wildly in all directions. Within the radiance, familiar figures began to coalesce once more. They were the fallen warriors. The 4,000 celestial soldiers and divine generals. They had been resurrected under the protection of the nation's destiny. No. Not resurrected. It is deification. Their bodies are no longer flesh and blood. Instead, they are divine forms forged from the purest essence of the nation's fortune and merit. The armor they wear is no longer a manifestation of divine power, but genuine merit armor engraved with the patterns of China's mountains and rivers. The weapons in their hands were no longer ordinary celestial arms, but rather national treasures imbued with the essence of the dragon veins. Their aura surged beyond 100-fold compared to before. Each possessed power rivaling the legendary generals immortalized in myth. This is... At the capital's command center, Xuanwu trembled with emotion as he gazed upon the 4,000 divine generals resurrected from death, tears streaming down his aged face. Protected by the nation's fortune, their heroic spirits shall never perish. All who fall in battle for China shall enter the Hall of Heroes, honored by the incense of the people, their spirits eternal with the nation. This is our Chinese pantheon of deified heroes. Above the heavens, the Western gods gazed upon this unimaginable spectacle, utterly frozen in disbelief. They could not comprehend it. They could not believe it. How could mortals possibly return from the dead? Merit, destiny, these profound concepts unique to the East had already surpassed the bounds of their comprehension. No! This cannot be! Archangel Michael roared in fury, losing his composure for the first time. It's an illusion. An Eastern sorcery. Destroy it. Destroy that golden dragon at once. He sensed an unprecedented threat. The pressure emanating from that golden dragon was even greater than when he faced his own creator. He had a premonition. If it wasn't destroyed now, none of the gods would leave this place alive today. All gods, hear my command. Zeus, king of Olympus, roared in response. In his hand, an ultimate thunder spear coalesced, forged from the compression of myriad bolts of lightning. In the name of the king of the gods, surrender all your divine power. We shall annihilate this Eastern with our mightiest assault. All the Western deities snapped out of their shock. They poured every ounce of divine power within them, without reservation, into Michael's holy sword and Zeus's thunder spear. An unprecedented, terrifying energy capable of destroying an entire galaxy coalesced in the heavens. The entire Earth groaned under the unbearable weight of this energy. Yet, facing this ultimate, world-ending assault, Lin Ku merely raised his head and smiled with contempt. He reached out and gently patted the massive, majestic golden dragon head beside him. Go ahead. Let these ignorant frogs in a well see what they're up against. What true divine dragon might is like. Roar! The golden dragon of national fortune let out a joyful dragon's roar. Its colossal form soared skyward, charging headlong into the combined assault of the gods, a force capable of obliterating all. Chapter 65, The Monkey King descends, sweeping the universe with his staff. The five-clawed golden dragon moved with extreme speed. Its colossal form traced a dazzling golden arc across the sky, as if splitting the heavens themselves in two. On one side surged the torrent of destructive energy, gathering the might of all Western pantheons. On the other lay the majestic, supreme dragon might representing 5,000 years of Chinese civilization and its future. Two utterly contrasting forces were about to collide with the most intense force imaginable. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Yet the earth-shattering explosion they anticipated never came. As the golden dragon of national fortune plunged headlong into that ocean of energy composed of holy light, thunder, and torrential floodwaters, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The furious energy, powerful enough to destroy entire star systems, upon contact with the golden dragon of national fortune, seemed to encounter its nemesis. It began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate.
The holy light was assimilated by the dragon's might, transforming into an even more dazzling radiance upon the golden dragon's body. The thunder was absorbed by the dragon's claws, becoming the even more ferocious breath emanating from its jaws. The floodwaters evaporated upon contact with the dragon's body, transforming into auspicious clouds that swirled around the golden dragon. Far from harming the golden dragon of national fortune, the so-called combined attack of the gods only served as nourishment, amplifying its aura into something even more formidable and boundless. What? Zeus, the god king, watched in disbelief as his pride and joy the ultimate thunder spear was swallowed whole by the golden dragon, which then belched and glared at him with eyes as wide as copper bells. My divine power is draining away. Archangel Michael watched in horror as the connection between himself and Mount Heaven was forcibly severed by an invisible force. His source of power had been severed. What kind of power is this? It's devouring our divine power. Run! This thing is our nemesis. The entire Western divine coalition descended into utter chaos and panic. Their once proud divine power, before this Eastern dragon, seemed like food offered on a platter. How could they possibly fight this? Retreat! Full retreat! Michael acted decisively, issuing the order to retreat. But it was already too late. Roar! The golden dragon of national fortune, having feasted to its fill, let out a satisfied roar. With a divine dragon's tail swing, the colossal golden tail, channeling the entire nation's fortune, swept across the heavens. Boom! Hundreds of angels charging at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. Swept by the golden dragon's tail, their bodies and souls alike dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing completely. Put! The sea god Poseidon was struck by the dragon's tail's aftershock. His golden chariot shattered instantly, and he himself, as if struck by a devastating blow, spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood and flew backward in a disheveled state. A single strike. The formation of the Western Divine Alliance was utterly shattered. Form the array. Form the Holy Light Defense Formation. Michael suppressed his inner terror and shouted commands. Yet, at that very moment, at the summit of the Qinling Mountains, the 4,000 celestial soldiers and generals, newly deified, stirred. Divine Army of China, heed my command. General Long Xiaono, he should now be addressed as Eastern Azure Dragon Divine Lord, held aloft a crescent blade forged from the nation's destiny, pointing it toward the heavens. Those who dare defy the divine might of China, though far, shall be destroyed. Kill. 4,000 divine generals transformed into 4,000 golden streaks of light, forming an unstoppable killing formation. They launched a countercharge against the Western gods in the heavens. An unprecedented battle of the gods erupted in the skies above China. The Azure Dragon god, Long Xiao, swung his blade, unleashing a cyan dragon-shaped blade aura that cleaved dozens of Valkyries from Valhalla in two. The White Tiger Divine Lord, Bai Qi, transformed into a god of slaughter. Each swing of his white tiger sky-splitting spear claimed the lives of countless Asgardian deities. Vermilion bird god Su Lai ignited the southern brightness fire, incinerating all in its path and reducing countless sea deities to ashes. Xuanwu Divine Lord Wei Zhang stood as a shield, absorbing every attack for his comrades. Each strike of his Xuanwu heaven-sealing hammer shattered the bones of the pyramid guardians. The 4,000 celestial soldiers and divine generals proved utterly unstoppable. Forming small formations in groups of 3 or 5, they fought with seamless coordination, driving the Western deities who usually towered above all into a desperate retreat, screaming for mercy. The tide of battle turned in an earth-shattering reversal. Yet, Lin Ku, standing atop the altar, showed not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. He knew this was only temporary. Though the golden dragon of national fortune was formidable, its power drew from the entire land of Huaxia. Its primary purpose was protection, not slaughter. Though the 4,000 divine generals were valiant, they were, after all, newly ascended. Their combat experience and mastery of divine power still fell far short of those venerable deities who had lived for thousands upon thousands of years. Once the enemy regained their footing and reorganized an effective offensive. Once the enemy discovered a way to counter the golden dragon of national fortune's power, then China would once again plunge into crisis. And this time, it would be a hopeless predicament with no chance of reversal. It's not enough. We must possess the decisive power to seal the outcome. Lin Ku murmured to himself. He glanced at his system interface. Amidst the frenzied battle, fueled by the fervent prayers and worship of the Chinese populace, his faith points were skyrocketing at an explosive rate. 10 billion. 2 billion. 30 billion. Soon, it shattered the 50 billion mark. Now! A flash of unprecedented madness and resolve flickered in Lin Ku's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the entire 50 billion faith points into a brand new divine statue, one that had never before been revealed to the world. That divine statue bore but one name. The Great Sage equal to heaven. Ding! Detected host investing 5 billion faith points. Unlocking special deity template Great Sage equal to heaven, Sunwukong. Divine entity template unlocked, 50%. Acquired divine powers, emulate heaven and earth, 72 transformations, fire eye golden vision, diamond heart immortality, 10,000 clones.
Acquired divine artifact, Rui Jingu Bang illusory form.
A terrifying will rebellious, lawless, daring to reshape the heavens exploded from Lin Ke's body in an instant.
Boom!
Across the entire sky, the two sides locked in fierce combat both instinctively halted their movements. All the gods, whether from the east or the west. They all sensed an aura that sent shivers of dread through their very souls. That aura domineering, arrogant, brimming with utter contempt for all creation and every law of order. Behold! Lin Ke's body was covered in a layer of golden fur. Behind him, a massive, furry tail shot skyward. The Nuwa carving knife vanished from his hands, replaced by a massive iron rod golden bands at both ends, with a segment of pitch black iron in between. His eyes transformed into two blazing suns, shooting forth golden divine light powerful enough to pierce the nine hells. He raised his head and let out a silent roar. That roar solidified into tangible sound waves, shattering the surrounding space into countless fragments. Then, he slowly raised his right foot. He gently stamped upon the void beneath his foot. A voice brimming with boundless arrogance and battle intent echoed within the mind of every deity. Crush the gods beneath my foot. Chapter 66, Crushing the Gods, Shattering the Heavens. This roar reminded them of events from thousands of years ago. A hairy monkey, bold and unrestrained, kicked open the gates of Heavenly Mountain. He overturned the sacred pool, drinking the nectar as if it were water. He snatched the golden apples from Eden, gnawing them like peaches. He plucked countless angel wings, weaving them into a shaggy cloak. He turned Heavenly Mountain upside down, leaving chaos and turmoil in his wake. He, Michael, supreme commander of the angelic legions, led the 7 archangels and 100,000 angels in pursuit of that monkey. The result? He still remembers that moment the iron rod swung toward him, wielding a raw, unyielding power that could shatter even holy light. His holy sword snapped. His holy armor shattered. Had not the Father God intervened at the last moment, he might have become the first archangel in the history of Heavenly Mountain to be beaten to death by a club. It's him. Michael's voice trembled. On the other side, Mount Olympus. Zeus, king of the gods, stared into those burning golden eyes, feeling his very divinity ache. He remembered too. That monkey who'd stormed Olympus wielding a club, pointed it right at his nose, and demanded his treasured divine wine. He refused to give it, of course. Then, right before his eyes, that monkey smashed his indestructible throne forged by the Cyclopes into dust with a single blow of his club. His prideful thunderbolts seemed like children's toys before that monkey. In the end, he had to surrender all his sacred wine to finally send that pestilence away. Toward Takamagara. For the first time, a trace of gravity flickered in Shiva's eye of destruction. He had never fought that monkey. But he had witnessed it. During that final decisive battle against the gods and demons of the outer realm. He had witnessed that monkey single-handedly charging into an army formation composed of billions of gods and demons. Each swing of its iron staff cleared an entire star domain. Those terrifying beings from the netherworld, which had filled all gods with despair and incomprehension, seemed as fragile as paper before that monkey. One strike, one kill. Clean and decisive. That was the first time he realized that power could reach such an unimaginable, unreasonable level. That monkey. That harbinger of doom. That forbidden existence. How could it possibly be here? Retreat! Michael let out the most piercing, decisive roar of his life. He had no time to ponder why this Eastern deity had descended in such a manner. His sole thought now was to run. The farther away from this harbinger of doom, the better. Open the gates of the divine realm. Quick! Everyone, retreat to Asgard. Poseidon! Open the passage to the deep sea. In an instant, the entire Western Divine Alliance collapsed completely. They had lost all will to fight, scattering like frightened birds in a frantic flight back toward the direction they had come. Above, spatial portals to various divine realms were forcibly opened one after another. Yet, the figure covered in golden fur merely raised its head slowly. A curve of endless scorn and arrogance spread across his lips. A voice echoed simultaneously within Lin Ke's mind and within the minds of all the gods. Is this my old son's turf, where you come and go as you please? As the words faded, he tossed the black iron rod in his hand lightly toward the sky. The seemingly ordinary iron rod began to grow as it soared through the air. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1 kilometer. 10,000 meters. Finally, it transformed into a divine pillar piercing through heaven and earth so immense it defied description. That divine pillar stood astride the heavens and earth, sealing off every spatial gateway, every possible retreat. The sea anchoring divine needle. All Western deities attempting to flee were like flies smashing into a wall, violently repelled by an irresistible force. Despair. Complete and utter despair enveloped the heart of every deity. They were imprisoned. Trapped together with that calamity within this vast cage called Huaxia. Right then, little ones. That defiant voice rang out once more. Now, let this old son here have a proper talk with you all. The figure moved.
He didn't use any intricate supernatural powers. Not even any flashy moves.
With a single, simple step, he bridged the spatial distance and materialized directly before the angelic legion.
Then, he raised his fist. A fist covered in golden fur, seemingly ordinary. And with that, he struck out. Boom! No flash of light. No sound.
Yet, the Holy Light Defense Formation composed of tens of thousands of angels before Michael, reputed to withstand any assault.
Like a soap bubble pricked. Silently. Vanished.
Tens of thousands of angels, along with the holy light upon them, their souls, their very concept of existence. All were utterly erased by that single punch. As if they had never existed.
One punch. The angelic legions suffered over half their numbers lost. Michael stared blankly at the empty expanse before him.
His mind went blank. Then, he saw that golden fist growing larger and larger in his field of vision.
He wanted to dodge. He wanted to resist.
But he found his body, his divine power, even his very thoughts, firmly locked in place by an invisible, utterly overbearing will.
He could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly. Put.
A soft thud. Michael's divine form, composed of holy light, was punched through.
A massive, translucent hole appeared through his chest. Golden divine blood gushed forth like a fountain.
His handsome face contorted beyond recognition by the agony and terror he endured. With a single strike of his staff, he smashed all 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi back into its own belly. Then, he simply hovered in midair, bearing the blood-dripping golden staff.
Coldly, he surveyed the Western deities, now utterly terrified and trembling in fear. Kill! Kill them all!
Lin roared madly within his heart.
Great sage! Spare none! Smash every last one of these bastards into mincemeat! He had been utterly consumed by that overwhelming battle intent. Yet, he did not strike again.
The golden staff that had sealed off heaven and earth slowly retracted. A voice filled with mockery and contempt echoed in the minds of all the gods.
Get lost. A bunch of unweaned infants.
Go tell your elders. Tell them, this old son has returned. Chapter 67, the Holy Buddha returns to his throne, the nation's destiny begins to stabilize. The colossal pillar piercing heaven and earth slowly shrank. Finally, it reverted to an ordinary black iron rod, falling back into the palm covered in golden hairs.
The sky regained its clarity.
It seemed as though the world-shattering war that had engulfed all divine systems across the globe moments before had been nothing but an illusion. Yet atop the Qinling Mountains, the 4,000 divine generals clad in celestial armor, their auras now 100-fold more potent than before, were very real. The 4 generals, imbued with the power of the 4 sacred beasts and whose majesty now rivaled any principal deity, were real. The golden dragon of national fortune coiled upon the sacred tree of the nation, its mere presence infusing the entire land of Huaxia with vibrant vitality. It was real. The Western gods fled in utter disarray, their tails between their legs.
China had won. In the most exhilarating, most utterly unreasonable manner, they secured the ultimate victory in this battle for the nation's destiny. We won. We won.
Inside the underground command center of Bureau 749 in the capital, Lu Jiangwo stared at the figure on the large screen, standing tall and proud amidst the heavens and earth, a metal rod raised high. He trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Every staff member leapt from their seats, embracing each other wildly, cheering, and weeping tears of joy.
This day had been too long in coming.
This battle had been suppressed for far too long. From being surrounded in the Kunlun Mountains to facing a siege by the gods atop the Qinling Range. Despair had settled over their hearts time and time again. But finally, that man, that divine emissary of Huaxia, swept away all the gloom with the most ferocious, most domineering force imaginable. Yet, as the greatest architect of this victory, Lin Ku himself could not find joy. His consciousness raged wildly within that golden sea of awareness, brimming with defiance and battle intent.
Why? Why did you let them go?
Lin Ku hurled the accusation at that towering, furry silhouette.
That was Michael. Zeus. Shiva. The leaders of all pantheons. Smash them to death with one blow, and Western mythology will be utterly eradicated. Keep them all here. Smash them into mincemeat. Let them know what happens to those who dare offend China.
The murderous intent within him still boiled. That punch, that blow, it felt utterly exhilarating. The sensation of beating gods like punching bags made every cell in his body cheer, craving more slaughter. Yet, that figure merely turned slowly. Those fiery golden eyes gazed at him calmly. Gone was the earlier arrogance and fighting spirit, replaced instead by a profound weariness that seemed to have seen through the ages. Youngster, your killing intent runs too deep. The voice echoed within his mind. Old son here may not play by the rules, but I'm not brainless. He extended a finger and pointed downward. Look at this land. Lin Ku's consciousness followed his guidance, surveying the entire land of Huaxia. He saw. The newly born golden dragon of national fortune, though majestic beyond compare, now shone far dimmer than before. Earlier, it had devoured the combined attacks of the gods and swept through armies, appearing formidable. But in truth, it had also consumed vast quantities of its newly condensed primordial national fortune. Above the Qinling Mountains, the 4,000 warriors who had risen from the dead and been granted divine status as generals. The golden radiance of merit upon their bodies was also being consumed at a slow yet steady pace. Maintaining their divine forms required national fortune.
Activating their divine artifacts required national fortune.
Even the power of the 4 sacred beasts within the 4 generals Long Xiao, Xiao, and Xiao needed nourishment from the nation's fortune.
National fortune. National fortune. Everything requires the nation's fortune. And the fortune of China has only just awakened. Like a fire just kindled. Though its roar is mighty, the fuel within is scarce. The battle just now consumed nearly 30% of its fuel. If we truly disregard all consequences and forcefully eliminate every Western deity here, it might be possible. But the cost would be the golden dragon of the nation's fortune, exhausted from overconsumption, falling back into slumber. The 4,000 divine generals would lose their power support, reverting to mortal form or worse, their divine souls might disintegrate. The entire realm of Huaxia would regress to an era of vulnerability and oppression due to the depletion of its national fortune.
To destroy the hard-won foundations of our nation's rise for the sake of momentary satisfaction.
This deal just doesn't add up. Understand?
The great sage's voice rang out once more.
Chasing them off is called establishing authority.
Killing them outright is called fighting to the death.
Now is not the time to fight to the death.
This land is just beginning to show signs of life that can't withstand such turmoil. This old sun sparing their lives isn't mercy, it's sending them back to deliver a message to those old fools hiding behind the scenes. Tell them this land belongs to Huaxia. If you come here to cause trouble, be prepared, even the divine realm was pierced through by my staff.
Lin Ku fell silent.
The fervor and murderous intent burning within him were doused like a bucket of cold water poured from head to toe.
He understood.
He had been too presumptuous. He had only seen the majesty of the great sage equal to heaven, overlooking the fragile foundation of the nation's fortune that lay behind it, needing careful nurturing. This battle appeared to be a resounding victory. In truth, it had already pushed China to its absolute limit.
I understand. Lin Ku's voice was dry. Thank you for your guidance, great sage. Ha.
That hairy face finally revealed a familiar, devil-may-care grin.
Alright, this old sun's time is almost up. This outing caused quite a stir, didn't it? Must have cost you a pretty penny in faith points, huh?
I'll leave behind a seed of divine power to aid you in cultivating an indestructible golden body.
As the words fell, the great sage's form began to fade into nothingness. That overwhelming will, dominant over heaven and earth, receded from Lin Ku's body like a tide.
Lin Ku felt his body gradually returning to his control, inch by inch. The golden fur covering his body slowly faded away.
The wild tail vanished as well. Yet within him, a golden seed emerged, continuously nourishing his mortal form. Ding!
The divine power of the great sage equal to heaven, Xuanwu, has been restored.
Special reward, immortal golden body. Skill description, automatically absorbs cosmic energy to cultivate a divine physique. Divine body. Lin Ku's heart surged with joy.
This would be the most crucial foundation for facing the future.
This is the foundation for becoming a god.
Suddenly remembering something, he mustered his last ounce of strength and roared at the fading apparition, voicing the question that had long troubled his heart.
Great sage!
Since your divine power can descend through my carvings,
since you are so powerful, why not return? Why not truly return to this land that belongs to you?
The shadowy figure paused.
A long sigh filled with complex emotions slowly echoed in Lin Ku's mind. It's not that I don't want to. It's impossible. Then, the phantom faded away completely. Lin Ku abruptly opened his eyes.
He still stood atop the altar at the peak of the Qinling Mountains.
He was still the same young man clad in an ordinary windbreaker.
But the divine light emanating from the statue in his hands gradually faded. Beneath his feet lay 4,000 divine generals in submission, and the 4 great generals reborn from the flames. Behind him soared the golden dragon of national fortune, its dragon's roar shaking the heavens. He lifted his head, gazing at the now empty, azure sky. Yet in his mind, the great sage's final sigh still echoed.
Impossible? Why not? What exactly happened back then? Chapter 68, Illusory Fire and Truth.
At the summit of the Qinling Mountains, the world-shattering aura had dissipated. The sky was as blue as washed silk. Only the majestic 5-clawed golden dragon coiled atop the sacred tree of the nation, and the 4,000 divine generals clad in golden armor, their aura as deep as the ocean and as steady as mountains, stood as proof that what had just transpired was no illusion. The roar of helicopters grew louder as they approached.
Lu Jiangwo and Professor Qian Boyon, escorted by a squad of guards, stepped briskly off the aircraft.
When they saw the 4 generals whose aura had completely transformed, whose every movement stirred the primordial energies of heaven and earth. When they saw the 4,000 warriors, their eyes serene, radiating an immortal divine radiance. When they gazed upon the golden dragon of national fortune, a sight that brought joy and submission to the soul with but a single glance.
The 2 elders could no longer contain their inner excitement. We've succeeded. We truly succeeded. Lu Jiangmo's eyes filled with tears.
His trembling hand reached out to touch the armor of the nearest divine general, yet paused midway, fearing his mortal form might profane such sacredness. Professor Qian Boyang adjusted his reading glasses, pulling out his portable instrument to frantically measure and record the stray energy particles suspended in the air.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the air has increased at least 100-fold. These energy particles are brimming with the essence of life and creation. Living long-term in such an environment could extend an ordinary person's lifespan by at least 10 years, free from all illness.
This is a blessing for all mankind.
A true blessing for all mankind.
Everyone was immersed in immense joy and exhilaration.
They cheered, embraced, and celebrated this hard-won, historic triumph worthy of the annals of history. Yet Lin Ke, the very heart of this triumph, stood silently beneath the sacred tree of the nation, his brow furrowed, saying nothing.
Mr. Lin?
General Long Xiaono, now the Azure Dragon Divine Lord, noticed Lin Ke's unusual state. He approached Lin Ke, his voice tinged with concern.
We've won. Why do you look not very happy?
Lin Ke lifted his head, glancing at the jubilant crowd below, then at the majestic golden dragon soaring in the heavens.
He sighed. There's nothing to be happy about.
He raised his hand and pointed at the golden dragon of national fortune.
You only see its current majesty.
This great battle has established our nation's fortune, but it has also inflicted heavy losses upon the newly risen national fortune.
Hearing this, everyone looked up. Indeed.
Though the golden dragon still radiated majesty, the brilliance of its golden glow was undeniably less dazzling than when it had first emerged, devouring the combined attacks of the gods. Now, it resembled a restrained, beautiful jade rather than a blazing sun.
This. Lu Jiangmo's smile froze on his face.
Lin Ke's voice poured over everyone like a bucket of ice water.
The divine bodies you now possess require the nation's fortune to sustain them. The revival of this land's spiritual energy also requires national fortune as its foundation. This battle, though seemingly glorious, has in fact overextended the foundations of Huaxia's newly awakened nation. We are like a newborn infant wielding a 100-pound battle axe.
Though we may have scared off the wolves, our own bones are on the verge of breaking.
The fervor within the command center instantly cooled. Everyone fell silent. Reality proved far crueler than the illusion of victory. Then, what should we do now? Lu Jiangmo asked, his voice dry. Can the depletion of national fortune be restored? Yes. Lin Ke nodded.
As long as the faith of our 140 million compatriots remains unbroken, as long as the civilization of this land continues to thrive, the nation's fortune will grow back like spring onions, one crop after another.
But this process is slow. Moreover, our enemies will likely grant us no respite.
Lin Ke's words sent a chill through everyone present.
Yes. This time we drove them away. They will return next time. And next time, they will undoubtedly come better prepared and more cautious.
What Huaxia needs most now is time to recover and rebuild. The divine power of the great sage equal to heaven consumed 50 billion faith points, yet barely lasted 10 minutes.
Though the effect was remarkable, China could no longer afford such risks. We must find a way to accelerate the recovery of the nation's fortune. Something's wrong.
Professor Qian Boyang suddenly spoke up, his eyes flashing with wisdom.
Mr. Lin, you mentioned earlier that you had communicated with the great sage?
Lin Ke glanced at him and nodded.
Did the great sage leave any final words? Qian Boyang pressed.
In Lin Ke's mind, that sigh filled with complex emotions echoed once more.
Yes.
He took a deep breath and voiced the words that had troubled him.
I asked him, why don't you come back? He replied. Not that we don't want to, but that we can't. Can't? Professor Qian Boyang's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, as if he had grasped some crucial clue. Why can't they? They're the deities of Huaxia. Returning to their own land is only natural. What power could possibly stop them? Lin Ke fell silent. This was precisely what he couldn't fathom. But piecing together all the clues, combined with the Western god's reaction after that monkey appeared, a mad, subversive, and chilling conjecture gradually took shape in his mind. He looked at the others, their eyes still filled with confusion and worry. He knew he had to make them see the deeper, bloodier truth. Perhaps, he began, his voice growing low and hoarse, we've been wrong from the very start. Lin Ke's voice grew low and hoarse. Perhaps, in that divine war long ago, our Huaxia pantheon was not the victor. Or rather, we won the battle but lost the entire world. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the Qinling Mountains, through the atmosphere, into the cold, lifeless, dark depths of the cosmos. I have a theory. Back then, when the gods and demons from the outer realm invaded, the eastern gods sacrificed themselves without regard for their lives. They held back those terrifying enemies at the heavenly gate, even sealing them back into the void. And what did those so-called gods of the West do? They deserted the fight. But that wasn't the worst of it. Lin Ke's gaze turned icy cold, carrying a bone-chilling chill of one who had pierced through the truth. I suspect that after the eastern gods and the demons of the outer realm had fought each other to mutual ruin, sealing the enemy deep within the starry void, out of utter terror for both sides, they committed the most despicable, shameless, and vicious act imaginable.
They've turned around and sealed the heavenly gate along with our entire Huaxia divine realm.
Sealed it a second time. Chapter 69, Truth and Blackmail.
Lin Ke's words struck like an invisible sledgehammer, pounding relentlessly into every heart.
Resealed. Lu Jiangwo's lips trembled as the words squeezed from his throat, tinged with the taste of blood.
The exhilaration and fervor that had just surged through the command center, powerful enough to tear the roof off, froze in that instant into a bone-chilling silence. The sweetness of victory vanished before the bitterness of truth. In its place came a bone-chilling cold and a raging fury.
Bastard!
General Long Xiao, now the Azure Dragon Divine Lord, slammed his fist into the alloy wall beside him. The wall, designed to withstand missile strikes, instantly caved in, bearing a clear imprint of his fist. The Azure Dragon's divine power surged violently within him, fueled by extreme fury, emitting low, rumbling dragon roars. Our ancestors fought bloody battles beyond the stars to protect our homeland.
These scum, these cowards, these despicable, shameless thieves.
Not only did they desert their posts, but they turned around and locked our very gates. Generals Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zhang stood before him, their eyes equally bloodshot, their killing intent boiling over. The illusory forms of the sacred beasts behind them grew frenzied with their master's rage. The Gung Metal's killing aura, the Li Fire's divine flames, and the Gui Water's commanding force raged across the mountaintop, shattering rocks into dust. Deceived. Betrayed. Imprisoned like captives, locked within their own sacred domain alongside their most dreaded enemy. This was no longer war, it was the most vicious humiliation a civilization could endure. Professor Qian Boyong staggered, nearly losing his footing. He clutched the nearby instrument, his face deathly pale. As a scholar who had devoted his life to studying Chinese history and mythology, he understood better than anyone what this signified. It meant that the broken threads of tradition in Chinese mythology, the vague and incomplete records, and the sudden disappearances of deities all had the cruelest and most logical explanation. They did not vanish. They had been imprisoned. Using their own divine realms as prisons. No wonder. Qian Boyong's voice was hoarse as sandpaper scraping. No wonder our nation's fortune has declined since modern times, leaving us vulnerable to oppression. Our roots, our very soul, have been severed from the outside. A profound sense of sorrow and humiliation enveloped the entire summit of the Qinling Mountains. At that very moment. Beep beep beep. A shrill alarm suddenly pierced the command center. A communications technician leapt to his feet, his face frozen in shock as he reported, Report. Bureau 749's highest encryption line has simultaneously received communication requests from 3 ultra-high-level signal sources. Signal source identification originating from the Vatican, Mount Olympus, and Asgard. The entire command center fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to Lin Ke. Vatican. Olympus. Asgard. The 3 pantheons that had just been beaten to a pulp and fled in disarray were now reaching out to them? What do they think they're doing? Are they trying to provoke us? General Long Zhao's eyes blazed with murderous intent so palpable it seemed tangible. They dare come here? Do they truly believe we wouldn't dare march into their divine realm? No. Lin Ke shook his head, his face devoid of anger, instead radiating a cold, mocking insight that seemed to see through everything. They're here to test us. His voice was quiet, yet every ear caught his words clearly. They want to see if we're severely weakened. They know better than anyone how much our national fortune has been depleted. Lu Jiangwo froze. Testing? Exactly. Lin Ke sneered coldly. The appearance of the great sage equal to heaven may have scared the hell out of them. But they know the power attached to the great sage. In their eyes, we've just endured a bloody battle and are now in a state of false vigor, strong on the outside but hollow within. That's why they've come. Long Xiao cursed furiously, those bastards. What do we do now? Negotiate? Lin Ke replied with a faint smile, of course we negotiate. And we'll do it live on stream. What? Everyone was stunned by Lin Ke's audacious idea. I'm going to counter-extort them. A mischievous grin spread across Lin Ke's lips. I'll make the whole world know that China isn't a place where you can run wild. Who truly sets the rules on this planet? As they gazed into Lin Ke's eyes, brimming with unshakable confidence, the anger in their hearts gradually gave way to an unprecedented sense of anticipation. All right. Let's do it. Lu Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Hold on. Lin Ke called him back, beginning to issue orders methodically. General Long Xiao, you 4, along with 4,000 divine generals, remain in the Qinling Mountains. Maintain the spectacle of divine light manifesting, especially that golden dragon. Make it shine brighter than bright. Create the illusion of divine power at its peak, national fortune at its zenith. Scare the hell out of those bastards. Aye. The 4 generals acknowledged the order, their eyes flashing with excitement. So it was all an act, something they excelled at. Professor Qian. Lin Ke turned to Qian Boyong. I need you to prepare a compensation list immediately. A compensation list? Yes. Lin Ke's gaze turned cold. List every single national treasure lost overseas since modern times, not one left out. The 12 zodiac heads from the old summer palace, the surviving volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the stone carvings of the 6 horses of the Jiaoling Mausoleum.
Every single one. We want them all. Professor Qian Boyon's breathing instantly became ragged. He understood.
Lin Ku intended to reclaim, with interest, a century of humiliation in one fell swoop.
Yes. I'll get right on it.
The elderly professor's face flushed crimson with excitement as he turned and dashed away. Everything was arranged. Lin Ku approached the remaining scrap of the sacred national tree, the remnant left after the golden dragon that bore the nation's destiny had been extracted. The piece was small, barely taller than a man. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he picked up the Nuwa carving knife. The blade flashed, wood shavings flying. This time, he did not carve the mighty deities renowned throughout the land. Within mere minutes, a small, smiling deity emerged before them, a slightly plump figure holding a staff.
The Earth God. The most humble and unassuming deity in the Chinese pantheon. Mr. Lin, what is this? Long Xiao asked in confusion. The golden dragon of national fortune is the strategic core, the foundation.
It must not be disturbed lightly. Lin could gently stroke the earth deity statue, sensing the gentle yet profound divine power within it, deeply connected to the earth. But this earth deity is rooted in every inch of soil beneath our feet. It can slowly yet steadfastly organize the earth's veins, gather faith, and accelerate the restoration of our nation's fortune. The rise of a great nation relies not only on pillars that support the heavens. Lin Ke solemnly placed the earth deity statue into Lu Jiangwo's hands. What matters more is the most fundamental force that endlessly thrives upon this land. Lu Jiangwo accepted the statue with both hands, feeling its weight as heavy as Mount Tai. He looked at Lin Ke, his eyes filled with unprecedented admiration. This young man possessed not only the fiery courage of a commoner's rage, but also the far-reaching vision of a statesman. His vision always reached farther than others. How fortunate for Huaxia that he exists. All preparations were complete. Lin Ke took a deep breath and nodded to the communications officer. Establish communication with them. Inform them I agree to the talks. They choose the location. I choose the time. In exactly 1 hour. Global broadcast. Chapter 70, Global broadcast, extortion before the gods. 1 hour later. Vatican City, beneath the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. Archangel Michael sat upon the golden throne once reserved for the Pope. The wound on his chest had healed under the nourishment of divine light, yet the terror of having his divine form pierced by a single punch still clung to him like a bone-gnawing maggot, lingering deep within his soul. Before him, a massive light screen hovered. The screen was black. Greece, Mount Olympus. Zeus, king of the gods, sat upon his throne once shattered by a monkey and now restored, his thunderbolt scepter flickering with unstable lightning, reflecting his master's inner rage and unease. Before them, a similar screen of divine energy hovered. Black screen. Norse, Asgard. Odin, the one-eyed god king, sat silently upon the throne in Valhalla, holding the spear of eternity, his expression unreadable. Black screen. The supreme command centers of the 3 major pantheons, countless nations across the globe, and all who watched this confrontation of the century. All waited. Awaiting the response from that eastern nation, from that mortal named Lin Ke. Time ticked by, second by second. Where is he? Outside the temporary command center at Jinling Base, General Long Xiao paced like a caged animal. He paced back and forth, the azure dragon's divine power flickering on and off due to his agitation, leaving cracks in the ground beneath his feet. The livestream is about to begin. Why hasn't Mr. Lin come out yet? If he's late, won't we lose momentum before it even begins? Beside him, generals Bai Qi, Su Lai, and Wei Zhang wore equally anxious expressions. This was a global broadcast. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted toward the base's core conference room. Guards blocked the conference room entrance. General. The commander is holding a top-level meeting inside. No one is permitted entry without orders. Get out of my way. Long Zhao's eyes narrowed menacingly. The 2 guards felt an irresistible force slam into them, sending their bodies flying backward uncontrollably. Long Xiao shoved open the heavy alloy doors. The scene before him, however, left him stunned. The conference room radiated an air of serene harmony. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man with graying hair, yet his spirit remained vigorous. His eyes radiated boundless wisdom and authority. It was none other than Chairman Zhou, the supreme leader of China. Beside him sat the nation's pillar, elderly. Across from them, a young man sat leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea, his face showing not a trace of tension. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had much time to rest properly. Lin Ke's voice came through, sounding a bit embarrassed. It's truly a great honor to meet you today. You look even more energetic than on TV. Chairman Zhou chuckled at the not-so-subtle flattery, waving his hand dismissively. His eyes brimmed with admiration and reflection. You young man, you've accomplished so many earth-shaking feats for this nation. Only today have I laid eyes on the true face of this legendary figure. It is all of China who should be saying what an honor it is. His attitude mirrored that of oldly utter trust and unwavering support. Having Lin Ke here is a blessing for China.
Long Xiao stood at the doorway, watching the warm exchange unfold. For a moment, he hesitated, neither advancing nor retreating, unsure how to break the silence. It was Lin Ku who spotted him first. "Well, General Long, what's the rush? Are those brats waiting outside getting impatient?" Lin Ku asked with a smile. Long Xiao snapped to attention and saluted. "Report." "Yes, sir. The live broadcast is about to begin. Should we have the chairman make an appearance this time?" He instinctively felt that negotiations of this caliber demanded the presence of the nation's highest leader to carry sufficient weight. Lin Ku shook his head with a smile. "If the chairman steps in, what if those bastards get angry and resort to dirty tricks like psychological warfare? It'd be impossible to guard against. I'll handle this matter myself." "Then hurry up. The time is truly upon us." Long Xiao stamped his foot in impatience. "No rush." Lin Ku leisurely blew on the tea leaves floating in his cup before taking a sip. "Let them wait." He set down his teacup, his eyes flashing with a depth and worldliness uncharacteristic of his age. As the military strategists say, the first charge carries momentum, the second loses steam, the third is spent. They think they've caught us at our weakest, riding high on momentum, eager to test us, eager to redeem themselves. I intend to make them wait. The longer they wait, the weaker their resolve will grow, and the stronger their uncertainty will become. From this very first step, I will lead them by the nose and have them completely under my thumb. His words drew nods of approval from the assembled leaders, their eyes flashing with admiration. This young man possessed more than just divine power that pierced heaven and earth. Finally, exactly 50 minutes after the agreed-upon time had passed, Lin Ku sat casually in a chair wearing an ordinary black windbreaker, even yawning lazily. He seemed utterly oblivious to who he was facing. This attitude of utter disregard instantly ignited the wrath of the Western gods. "Mortal! How dare you show such disrespect to the gods?" From Mount Olympus, Zeus's voice boomed like thunder, radiating the majesty of the divine ruler. "Lin Ku! Your actions have violated the divine majesty. Destroy that wicked statue immediately, or else Olympus' thunder shall once more descend upon Huaxia." Lin Ku smiled faintly. So it was a test after all. His finger tapped the keyboard. Instantly, a long electronic list popped up on the light screens before all the gods. List of overseas lost national treasures of China subject to repatriation. Sun Never Sets Museum Collection, Tang Dynasty copy of the Admonitions of the Court Ladies, over 13,700 Dunhuang artifacts. Palace Museum Collection, Rat and Rabbit heads from the 12 zodiac heads of the old summer palace, over 30,000 pieces of gold, silver, jade, and porcelain artifacts. Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection, Longmen Grotto's relief Emperor and Empress paying homage to Buddha. The list stretches on, densely packed, seemingly endless. Each line of text records a chapter of humiliating history. Each national treasure bore the blood and tears of a nation. Upon seeing this list, the reactions of the three major pantheons were surprisingly unanimous. "What does this mean?" Zeus asked coldly. "You previously invaded the lands of Huaxia, causing significant damage. This is the list of reparations." After a moment of silence among the gods, Zeus spoke. "We suffered immense losses, yet you demand we pay reparations? It's not impossible, but they're merely mortal objects." Though Lycael and Odin remained silent, the contempt in their eyes was unmistakable. To them, these items held no value whatsoever. However, the human leaders of various nations connected to them instantly paled. In the Oval Office of the White House, the President of the United States slammed his fist on the table. "Absurd! This is outright robbery." At 10 Downing Street, the British Prime Minister trembled with rage. "These artifacts are privately owned collections and national treasures protected by our laws. You have no right to demand them." At the Élysée Palace, the French president's face turned ashen. The entire Western world erupted in fury over this list. Lin Ku watched the furious faces on the screen, his smile growing ever brighter. "Don't get so worked up." His voice carried a hint of mockery. "These things belonged to our country in the first place. Now we're just returning them to their rightful owner. How can you call that robbery? I haven't even started yet." Chapter 71, The Rise of Huaxia, the Star-Packed Conclusion. Lin Ku's words, "I haven't even started robbing yet," echoed clearly across the globe through the live broadcast signal. On Mount Olympus, the lightning in Zeus's thunderbolt scepter surged violently, nearly beyond his control. "Mortal! You are playing with fire. You're provoking a war you cannot bear." "Quite right." Lin Ku leaned forward, his hands folded on the table. "I am provoking war. What? Do you fancy getting your ass poked by Monkey King's staff again?" "Put." Countless people around the world choked on their drinks, spraying water onto their screens. Michael's face instantly turned the color of liver, the freshly healed wound on his chest throbbing painfully once more. "Enough!" The president in the White House forced down his rage. "Mr. Lin Ku, we acknowledge China's strength. But that doesn't mean you can act with impunity. This list, we absolutely cannot agree to it. This isn't a negotiation." Lin Ku's voice turned instantly cold. "This is a notification. He rose to his feet and drew from behind him a piece of divine iron, black as ink, radiating an aura of martial might. The divine iron of martial fortune. Since you find the gods of our Huaxia insufficiently persuasive, then I shall present you with a new god you will absolutely understand. The carving knife of Nuwa in his hand rose once more. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Is it happening again? This time, which world-shattering entity would it be? Zeus and Michael's bodies tensed instinctively. Yet beneath the flickering blade's glow, what appeared before them was neither a three-headed, six-armed demon nor a majestic ancient emperor. It was a sleek, industrially designed missile, its tail section boasting massive boosters. Missile? Everyone was stunned. What was this? Some kind of stunt? Lin Kuo, however, ignored everyone's astonishment. He gently tapped his finger on the missile-shaped statue's warhead. This god has no name. But its doctrine should be quite familiar to you. I hereby consecrate it in its stead. East Wind Express, mission accomplished, Truth God. The moment the words fell. Boom! An unprecedented, icy, deathly still aura steeped in an iron-blooded will of absolute annihilation surged skyward from the missile deity statue. This aura was not as vast as the golden dragon of national fortune, nor as domineering as the Monkey King. But it was more precise, more deadly. Vatican City, Mount Eden. Michael leapt from his throne in shock, horrified to discover a crimson coordinate formed from pure killing intent had locked onto his divine realm. Mount Olympus, Asgard, Takamagara. Every divine realm participating in the invasion was simultaneously branded with this inescapable, unblockable mark of death. They did not know what it was. But their divine souls screamed and trembled in madness. It was a lockdown originating from a higher dimension, an incomprehensible rule level. Should the enemy launch an attack, their divine realms would be utterly obliterated at their very roots in an instant. Madman! You madman! Zeus's roar carried an unmistakable edge of fear for the first time. Stop it! Stop this thing immediately! I'll count to 3. Lin Kuo held up one finger, a serene smile on his face. 3. We agree. We agree to all terms. Michael's voice was shrill, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Every artifact, not one missing. Return them immediately. He was afraid. He was truly terrified. He'd rather endure another beating from that monkey than face this unheard of, incomprehensible Lord of the East Wind. The unknown was the greatest fear. The Western world erupted in chaos. Under the divine decree of their deities, an unprecedented national treasure repatriation operation unfolded across the globe in a manner bordering on humiliation. The Sun Never Sets Museum packed all Chinese artifacts overnight and escorted them via military aircraft. At the White House, the president personally handed the rat and rabbit heads back to the Chinese ambassador, his smile looking more like a grimace than a genuine expression. Crates upon crates of artifacts bearing the weight of a century of national sorrow flowed back to their rightful owners by plane, by ship, in an unending stream. At the summit of the Qinling Mountains, the golden dragon of national fortune, once dim, grew brighter with each returning treasure. Countless Chinese citizens, seeing the familiar faces of these national treasures on the news, spontaneously poured out of their homes and onto the streets. They cheered, shouted, and wept. A vast and pure surge of national pride and faith coalesced into a torrent, flowing into the Qinling Mountains. The golden dragon's form grew visibly more solid and majestic. The fortune of China surged at an unprecedented pace. Lin Kuo stood amidst the mountain of national treasures. He knew that in this battle, China had won not only face, but substance. The foundation of its rise was now utterly secure. Report! A Bureau 749 staff member rushed over, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Lin. The final batch, the most precious artifacts, has arrived. Lin Kuo nodded and walked over. It was a box forged from a special alloy, requiring 3 Class A psychics to simultaneously input the password to unlock it. The case slowly opened. Inside, a jade disc lay quietly. It appeared unremarkable, even somewhat damaged. But the moment Lin Kuo laid eyes on it, his heart skipped a beat. The He Sure Bai. Legend held that the first emperor had fashioned it into the imperial seal, symbolizing mandate from heaven, eternal prosperity and glory, the most precious treasure under heaven. He reached out, gently touching the surface of the jade disc. Hum. A soft golden light emanated from the jade disc, enveloping him. In Lin Kuo's mind's eye, he seemed to see the shadows of Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han, of the founders of the Tang and Song dynasties, of countless sages spanning 5,000 years of Chinese history. At that very moment, the He Sure Bai suddenly split apart from the center. No, it wasn't cracking. Its original form had always been composed of 2 halves. Within the jade disc, where nothing had existed before, now slowly emerged, inspired by the golden dragon of national fortune, a vast expanse. A vast and intricate celestial map, composed of countless points of light and intertwining lines. At the very center of the star map stood a majestic heavenly gate, bound tightly by countless chains. Ding! Final quest activated, shatter the heavenly gate and welcome the deity back to its throne. Mission hint, the constellation points to the location of the secondary sealing array's focal point. Lin Ke's pupils suddenly contracted.
His gaze fixed intently on the star map.
His breathing grew ragged.
He finally knew where to go to reclaim the true deities belonging to Huaxia. He lifted his head, gazing into the profound cosmos, as if it concealed endless secrets.
Wait for me.
He gently clenched the he sure by in his hand.
I'll come for you. Home.